Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 3160 to Chapter 3345. The competition was already over, so Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three didn't stay any longer. They believed that Steward Qin would take care of this matter properly. No matter how unwilling Chu Feihu was to leave, Steward Qin wouldn't give him the slightest chance to stay. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three left, the other cultivators also left. The good show was over, but they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. From today onwards, an alchemist with deep roots in the demon training tower would completely disappear from this place and be replaced by a young alchemist who was even stronger than the alchemist. Not long after returning to the room, the two alchemists of the 100 Flowers Gate found Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't ask Bailey Hongzhuang about the secret of refining the fusion replenishing pill. They only repeatedly invited Bailey Hongzhuang to go to the 100 Flowers Gate and gave many tempting conditions. Clearly, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to go to the 100 Flowers Gate, the treatment and benefits would be much better than in the Devil Training Tower. However, Bailey Hongzhuang still declined in the end because she still had her own things to do in the Devil Training Tower. In order to not let the two alchemists of the 100 Flowers Gate become hostile, Bailey Hongzhuang directly stated that she wanted to go to the Devil Training Island and would only leave after everything was over. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, the two alchemists finally understood. The alchemists who could come to Punlai Island were not only good at alchemy, but their own cultivation was also not bad. Previously, they didn't understand why Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to stay on the Devil Training Island. Now, they finally understood. This was the only reason that made sense. Young Master D, after you leave the Devil Training Tower, you must come to our 100 Flowers Island. Our 100 Flowers Gate welcomes you at any time. Thank you. I have long heard that the 100 Flowers Gate is a holy land for alchemists and doctors. If I have the chance, I will definitely go. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Then we will take our leave first. I hope we can meet again on the 100 Flowers Island in the future. Definitely. After Bailey Hongzhuang sent the two alchemists away, she returned to the house. She could feel that part of the two alchemists really wanted to invite her, and the other part was afraid that they wanted to explore her secrets. If she didn't have the Chaos Ring, going to the 100 Flowers Gate to see the methods of other alchemists would be a good choice. However, with the Chaos Ring, she wasn't in a hurry. In comparison, the inheritance of the Devil Training Tower was more interesting. Moreover, the 100 Flowers Gate was no ordinary organization. Her unique traits would definitely give her a certain status in the 100 Flowers Gate, but that was under the premise that she told the 100 Flowers Gate everything. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had just sent away the two pill masters from 100 Flowers Gate when Sweet Dream arrived. Lord D, this is the income from the tickets. It's all here. Sweet Dream handed a Qianquan pouch to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang took the Qianquan bag and put it away without looking. She smiled and said, "Thank you. Young Master D, do you plan to go to the 100 Flowers Gate now?" Bailey Xiaoyi asked hesitantly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bailey Xiaoyi. She understood that Steward Qin had asked Bailey Xiaoyi to ask. You think I'll go to the 100 Flowers Gate? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a faint smile. Sweet Dream's expression revealed a bit of awkwardness. The 100 Flowers Gate is indeed very attractive to alchemists. Most of the alchemists and doctors on Punlai Island are gathered at the 100 Flowers Gate, so I think you might go there as well. I'm not sure if I'll go to the 100 Flowers Gate in the future, but I don't plan on going for now. Bailey Hongzhuang said frankly. As soon as he said this, a smile immediately appeared on Sweet Dream's face. Really? That's great. Seeing Sweet Dream so happy, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look surprised. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Sweet Dream in confusion. Sweet Dream also noticed that she seemed to be a little too obvious. She immediately blushed and said, Young Master D, I still have things to do at the counter, so I'll be leaving first. Her voice fell, and before Bailey Hongzhuang could speak, Sweet Dream had already trotted away. Master, it's over this time. You've performed too well. You've completely captured Sweet Dream's heart. Xiao He sighed. Sweet Dream was a pretty good girl, but it was a pity that her master was a woman. And a married woman at that. Xiren also shook his head and sighed, she's going to fall deeper and deeper. Sweet Dream already has feelings for Hong Zhuang, and Hong Zhuang's performance today was so outstanding. She's probably already the target of many girls. It's not strange that Sweet Dream's feelings for her are even deeper. Shang Guanying analyzed. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiren and the others. Do you really think Sweet Dream likes me? Isn't it obvious? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Bewitching also nodded. I wasn't sure last time, but I'm sure this time. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, if that's really the case, then I have to make Sweet Ming stop thinking about me as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be good if she keeps wasting her time on me. Every relationship was beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't want to delay Sweet Dream's youth because of her own selfish desires. Sweet Dream was obviously a woman who grew up on Pulai Island. She wanted to find a good man to change her life. Since he couldn't be the right person for Sweet Dream, it would be better to let Sweet Dream find someone else as soon as possible. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching and the others looked at each other and nodded. Sweet Dream's love for Bailey Hongzhuang could indeed help them a little, but they wouldn't let Sweet Dream fall deeper for such a small matter. After this matter came to an end, Chu Feihu quickly left Demon Refining Island. At this point, even if Bailey Hongzhuang allowed him to continue staying on Demon Refining Island, he didn't have the face to stay. After losing Chu Feihu, the alchemists and doctors thought for a long time and couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. In their opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang drove Chu Feihu away because she wanted to replace him, so they all went to find Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction was beyond their expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang directly said she wasn't interested and drove them away. She had no interest in replacing Chu Feihu because she didn't plan on staying in Demon Refining Tower for long. The demonic training pagoda's alchemists and doctors obviously didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such an attitude. Suddenly, they couldn't come back to their senses. However, Bailey Hongzhuang simply didn't want to explain to them. She just threw out a sentence and went into seclusion. With an income of 700,000 spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang directly dispelled the idea of selling healing pills. These spirit stones were enough to support their cultivation, there was no need to spend time to make healing pills. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivating in seclusion, the cultivators of the Devil Training Pagoda were constantly looking for Bailey Hongzhuang, only wanting to ask for medicine. Everyone's thoughts were simple. Since the effect of Bailey Hongzhuang's pill was 20% stronger than ordinary pills, then the other pills that Bailey Hongzhuang refined would have the same effect. In this way, if Bailey Hongzhuang personally refined some DAN that could help increase the probability of a breakthrough, the effect would be greatly improved, and the probability of a breakthrough would increase again. This was simply a great thing. Breaking through was what every cultivator hoped for the most. However, the existence of bottlenecks made it difficult for them to break through. As long as it could increase the chances of breaking through, everyone was willing to pay the price. When Bailey Hongzhuang was in seclusion, no one could find Bailey Hongzhuang, so they could only place all their hopes on Sweet Dream. This was because they had heard that Sweet Dream and Bailey Hongzhuang were very close. Sweet Dream felt helpless and happy at the same time. Every day, the counter she was at became the busiest counter. Miss Sweet Dream, help me ask young Master D. I only want this pill. I can accept any price. Miss Sweet Dream, help me convey my thoughts. I'm willing to pay a higher price. Miss Sweet Dream nodded and said, I've already remembered your intentions. As long as young Master D comes out of seclusion, I'll definitely tell him this news. As for whether he'll accept it or not, I can't guarantee that. Miss Sweet Dream, with your relationship with young Master D, as long as you're willing to put in a good word for me, wouldn't it be very easy? Sweet Dream shook her head. Young Master D is wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to help you refine pills. She knew very well that Bailey Hongzhuang was different from other alchemists. Other alchemists were wholeheartedly focused on refining pills. As long as the other party could pay the price, they were basically willing to help. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's focus was clearly on cultivation. Otherwise, she wouldn't go cultivate whenever she had the time. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were oblivious to what was happening outside. Now, as long as they left the house, they would be targeted. There was an endless stream of people asking for medicine, so they chose to stay in the house. As long as they closed the door, no one would disturb them. The days in the oceanic world were undoubtedly much more boring. Everyone had been cultivating and dealing with demon beasts. However, they all knew that cultivation itself was a boring thing. They needed enough patience. Seeing that Bewitching had successfully broken through, everyone was overjoyed. Due to the effects of the cursed physique, Bewitching's cultivation speed had been greatly reduced. Fortunately, he wasn't stuck at the same level forever. In the end, he had successfully broken through. After successfully breaking through, the smile on Bewitching's face grew wider. In fact, due to his physique, Bewitching was also under a lot of pressure. It was just that he had never shown it before. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two understood Bewitching very well. They could also feel that Bewitching was exceptionally fierce when dealing with the monster. It was obvious that he was venting all his anger on the monster. It was precisely because of this constant fighting and wandering on the edge of danger that Bewitching found the opportunity to break through. If this continues, it won't be long before we successfully break through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Xianxia's face was filled with a faint smile. They had only been on Punlai Island for a few months, but their cultivation was already not far from the 5th level of the Purple Realm. This speed of improvement was really satisfying. Now, they finally understood why so many cultivators wanted to come to Punlai Island to cultivate. It was because the abundant cultivation resources here could help them break through quickly. If they continued to stay in the outside world without the help of spirit stones, they would need to spend a lot more time. So far, there hasn't been any news from the auction. I don't know when we'll be able to find the last Frostfire tear. Shang Guanying frowned. They had already been on Punlai Island for half a year. Bewitching's physique couldn't suppress it for long. If they continued to delay like this, it would undoubtedly be extremely bad. However, obtaining a purple dragon emperor ginseng in half a year was also a good harvest. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression became more serious. According to my estimation, I will be able to break through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm in about 10 days. You should be able to break through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm soon. Shang Guanying nodded. Almost. It should be around 10 days. This way, we won't have to worry too much about appearing in front of others with our true appearances. If we still can't get any information from the Demon Training Tower, we'll head to Punlai Island and ask the Golden Flame Auction House for information. This matter had been hanging in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind for a long time. As the time approached, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt an increasingly strong sense of oppression. When they thought of the situation where Bewitching fell into a coma, their hearts sank to the bottom. They did not want to experience that situation again. Let's set off after we break through. Regardless of who the Golden Flame Auction House is helping, as long as we think of a way, we might be able to obtain it, Xiran said solemnly. They were already prepared. No matter what the other party wanted them to exchange for, as long as it was something they could do, they would not hesitate to exchange for it. I'll go ask Steward Qin again. If he can help us contact him, that would be great. If they were to rashly go to the Golden Flame Auction House, the person in charge might not even pay attention to them. If Steward Qin were to appear on their behalf, then the situation would undoubtedly be much better. At the very least, they would be standing on the same level as they talked, which was far better than them. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others retreated from the Chaos Ring, they saw the note that Sweet Dream had stuffed into the door. Bailey Hongzhuang opened it and raised her eyebrows slightly, speaking of which, it's really a coincidence. I was just about to look for Steward Qin, but he actually took the initiative to look for me. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the expressions of Wen Xiran and the other two changed slightly. I wonder why Steward Qin is looking for you. I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged, you'll know when you get there. Ever since the last incident, I felt that Steward Qin would come to look for you. It's been so long since he came. This Steward Qin is already very patient. Bewitching said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, you mean Steward Qin is interested in my alchemy skills? Bewitching nodded, if I'm not wrong, this Steward Qin probably thought that you would take the lead to look for him, so he has been waiting calmly. However, he has been waiting for too long, so he can only take the lead to look for you. However, it's a good thing for us that he took the initiative to make a move. Then let's go find Steward Qin now and see what he wants to exchange with me. Bailey Hongzhuang blinked. If he wants to know the secret of my alchemy, maybe we can really use this as a bargaining chip to exchange for the tears of cold flame. Hongzhuang, the secret value of your alchemy is not ordinary. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss to tell Steward Qin like this? Shang Guaniying frowned. No matter who it was, this was a losing deal. Steward Qin had taken too much advantage of this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I just told him how to make a pill, that's all. Not to mention a pill formula, as long as it could be exchanged for the tears of cold flame to remove the shackles on Bewitching's body, no matter what Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to pay. After all, this feeling of being on tenterhooks and worrying that Bewitching would leave her at any time was too painful. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had already made a decision in her heart, Shang Guaniying also nodded. In fact, she knew very well that even if she was Bailey Hongzhuang, she would definitely make the same choice. When Steward Qin saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had arrived, a thick smile immediately appeared on his face. This level of enthusiasm was obviously much stronger than the last time they met. Young masters, you're here, please have a seat, please. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching sat down opposite Steward Qin. Steward Qin, I'm really sorry. We've been cultivating before and didn't notice the news from Sweet Dream. After seeing it today, we immediately came over. Hearing this, the smile on Steward Qin's face became even wider. He said, it doesn't matter. I know that you guys are usually busy cultivating. It doesn't matter if you come to find me at any time. I wonder why Steward Qin is looking for me this time. Bailey Hongzhuang went straight to the point with a faint smile on her lips. Compared to the last time they negotiated with Steward Qin, their identities had changed a little this time. Steward Qin looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang and said, you guys drink tea first. Bewitching picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, he looked at Steward Qin indifferently, waiting for Steward Qin to speak first. Bailey Hongzhuang held the teacup in one hand, lifted the lid and took a sip. She looked at Steward Qin with an indifferent expression, waiting to hear what Steward Qin had to say next. Looking at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's unhurried appearance, Steward Qin knew in his heart that these two fellows were really not in a hurry at all. They were just waiting for him to speak first in exchange for better conditions. However, he had no other choice now. To him, Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him was a gold mine. If Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to tell him the method to improve the effect of the pills, then he could use this to exchange for too many benefits. He believed that as long as it was an alchemist, they would not be able to ignore such benefits. At the same time, he also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely not reveal such a secret, so he could only start from other places. A win-win situation was also an excellent situation. Young Master D, I feel that if we join forces, you will refine the pills and my demon training tower will be responsible for selling them. We will definitely be able to sell them for a good price. When Steward Qin was speaking, his gaze had always been on Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had recently spent all her efforts on cultivation, but he also believed that there was no one who did not love money. Hearing Steward Qin's suggestion, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. This suggestion was exactly what Bewitching had expected. Thank you for Steward Qin's good intentions. Currently, I have enough spirit stones in my hands. For the time being, I don't have any thoughts of earning spirit stones. If they needed to buy other things, then the consumption of spirit stones would naturally be very fast. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three only used spirit stones to cultivate, which was enough. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not hesitate to reject his suggestion, Steward Qin could not help but speak out again. The sale I mentioned is not within the demon training tower, but to the other islands of Punlai Island. Young Master D, the effect of the pills you refined is much better than ordinary pills. Just this point alone is enough to attract the attention of many people. Not to mention some of the smaller islands, Punlai Island, 100 Flowers Island, and Scarlet Moon Island will definitely be very interested in your pills. The price will definitely be very high, or you can sell them at the Golden Flame auction house. Not only will you be able to earn a lot of spirit stones, but it will also help to increase your influence. Your reputation will definitely become famous on Punlai Island very soon. This is a good opportunity. why don't you think about it? Steward Qin's eyes were bright and fervent. He felt that no alchemist would refuse such a good opportunity. Becoming famous was the dream of many people. With the help of the magic training tower, it was much easier for Bailey Hongzhuang to achieve this than for others. These days, he had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would take the initiative to discuss these matters with him. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so calm. After such a long time, he had no choice but to take the lead. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could not help but look at each other after hearing all this. Then, they used their elemental energy to communicate with each other. Beichen, what do you think of Steward Qin's suggestion? If my name becomes famous in this Punlai island, then wouldn't it be easier for us to collect the tears of frigid fire? Steward Qin should also want to use your pills to increase the influence of the magic training pagoda. Beichen thought for a while. Being famous does have some benefits, but there are also a lot of troubles that come with it. Wife, if it's for the sake of finding the tears of glacial flame, we have many ways to find them. There's no need to confine yourself for me. Once you agree, you'll need to concoct enough pills for a long time. Being famous was undoubtedly the greatest temptation for those who loved fame and fortune. However, Beichen knew very well that Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about these things at all. Once Bailey Hongzhuang entered the eyes of the four great powers as an alchemist, it was inevitable that they would fight over her. At that time, Bailey Hongzhuang would be like a small boat, far from being as free and unfettered as she was now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood what Beichen meant. To her, alchemist was only one of her identities. What she really wanted to walk was still the path of cultivation. However, once she cooperated with Steward Qin, it would not be easy for her to continue on that path. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately made a decision. Steward Qin, thank you for your kind intentions, but for now, I just want to cultivate properly. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually rejected his suggestion, Steward Qin couldn't help but be stunned. His mind couldn't wrap itself around it, and he only suspected that he had heard wrongly. You don't agree? Steward Qin raised his voice and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, confirming her answer. This time, Steward Qin couldn't help but feel anxious. He really didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking. She actually didn't agree to such a good opportunity. One had to know that there were countless alchemists in the magic training pagoda who were looking forward to such an opportunity. It was just that they were not capable enough to do so. Now that such a good opportunity was placed in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, she actually rejected it? Why? This won't do you any harm. Steward Qin frowned. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. To each his own. If you have any ideas about how to split it or other places, you can tell me. We can discuss all of this in detail. Steward Qin spoke again. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Steward Qin, I don't have any opinions or dissatisfaction with these. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, but I don't have such plans for the time being. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang refused with such certainty, Steward Qin also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had really made up her mind to refuse. Even if he couldn't think of a reason for Bailey Hongzhuang to refuse, he could only choose to accept it now. Young Master D, why don't we talk about a deal instead of a collaboration? Steward Qin narrowed his eyes. No matter what, he couldn't let such a good opportunity slip away from his eyes. At the very least, he had to try again. I wonder what kind of deal Steward Qin wants to discuss. You sell me the method to improve the effect of your pills. No matter what the price is, as long as you say it, I will definitely do it. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, Steward Qin's gaze was fixated on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, unwilling to miss any of the latter's expressions. Steward Qin nodded his head. I understand, but no matter what, there is a possibility that anything can happen. It's just that the price is satisfactory, isn't it? When he said these words, Steward Qin was also very uncertain in his heart. If it was him, he would probably not tell anyone about this secret even if he died. However, the feeling of having a treasure in front of him and only being able to look at it made his heart itch. What kind of conditions does Steward Qin think can be exchanged for my method? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Her delicate and handsome face had a faint smile as she looked at Steward Qin with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing this, Steward Qin was also a little confused for a moment. He thought for a while and said, "You can put forward any conditions. As long as I can do it, there is no need to talk about money. Power is also fine, or you have something that you want to do but are unable to do. Although my demon training pagoda's reputation is not as resounding as the four great powers, everyone in the know knows that our demon training pagoda's influence is definitely not inferior to any of the four great powers. On this Punlai Island, there are very few things that our demon training pagoda can't do." Although these words were extremely arrogant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen both knew in their hearts that Steward Qin had the confidence to be arrogant. There was no doubt about the influence of the demon training pagoda. This was something that they had already known long ago. Her black and white phoenix eyes gradually lit up. The more confident Steward Qin was, the more surprised Bailey Hongzhuang was. Because of this, the possibility of Steward Qin helping her find the tears of cold flame was even greater. "Steward Qin, whether or not this deal can be made, I have a condition," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Steward Qin originally did not have much hope for this deal, but after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, he could not help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "What condition? Just say it." As long as the other party had a request, it proved that there was still a possibility of success. "If Steward Qin can help me find the tears of cold flame, then I will discuss the other conditions of this deal with you. How about it?" Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Steward Qin could not help but be stunned. He frowned and his eyes flashed with a deep sense of confusion. "Blazing cold tears?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "That's right." This was the second time that Steward Qin had heard about the tears of cold flame from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. Last time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already taken away the purple dragon emperor ginseng from him. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's prerequisite would be the tears of cold flame. "I didn't expect young Master D to be so obsessed with the tears of cold flame. This is beyond my expectations." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "To be honest, I do need these tears of frigid flame to do something. If Steward Qin can help me find the tears of cold flame, then we can continue to discuss this deal. If we can't find it, then there's no need to discuss it." In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice became more and more firm. She only wanted to obtain the tears of cold flame and was willing to pay any price for it. As for the other fame and fortune, they were not attractive to her at all. Even though Steward Qin was very puzzled by Bailey Hongzhuang's request, he could only nod and agree at this moment. "All right, I will think of a way to find the tears of cold flame." As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen returned to the house, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanyin came over. Their faces were filled with curiosity as they asked, "How did your discussion go?" "Steward Qin promised to work hard to help us find the tears of cold flame. I believe that as long as he can find it, he will definitely find it." Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with joy. The last time she talked to Steward Qin about this matter, Steward Qin obviously did not take it to heart. Today was different from the past. From Steward Qin's gaze, one could see his determination. Hearing this, Xiren and Shang Guanyin could not help but look at Di Baichen. "So, everything is hopeful?" Di Baichen nodded. "With Steward Qin's ability, he should be able to do this." "That's great." Shang Guanyin heaved a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was Di Baichen's physique. If the problem of his physique was solved, they would be able to wander around the Punlai Island in peace. Before coming to the Punlai Island, their goal was to find the Violet Dragon Emperor ginseng and the tears of cold flame. Now, they felt that it was a good choice to wander around the Punlai Island and improve their cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. She only hoped that Steward Qin would not disappoint her. If he could really solve her biggest worry, then she would not be stingy with handing over some benefits to Steward Qin. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen left, Steward Qin immediately sent people to inquire about the whereabouts of the tears of cold flame. He did not know why Bailey Hongzhuang needed the tears of cold flame so much. If it was any other medicinal ingredient, he would only need to say a few words to collect it. However, this tears of cold flame was much more complicated. He knew that the Golden Flame auction house had been collecting this item before. Even the tears of cold flame in their demon training tower's inventory had been exchanged by the Golden Flame auction house. Now, he had to think of a way to get the tears of cold flame back. Thinking of this, Steward Qin could not help but sigh. If he had known earlier, he would not have handed over the tears of cold flame. Now, there were so many more troubles. A few days later, the people who had gone to inquire about the news had returned. What did you say? The Golden Flame auction house said they don't have it? He frowned. He vaguely remembered that the auction house had collected a lot of tears of cold flame. How could they not have a single one of them? A helpless expression appeared on that person's face. The people from the Golden Flame auction house said that if it was something else, they would be able to take it out. However, they really don't have any more tears of frigid flame. They can only apologize. What do you want to talk to me? Steward sons. Steward Qin's face was filled with anger. The people of the Golden Flame auction house liked to talk nonsense with him. I have already emphasized to them that this is something that you need very much. However, they all said the same thing. They said that the auction house no longer has it. This old cunning man, it seems that I really have no choice but to do it myself. Steward Qin's gaze gradually deepened. With such a great opportunity, he definitely could not give it up just because of a tears of cold flame. As long as he grasped the method of refining pills for Bailey Hongzhuang, the four major forces would definitely need his help in the future. Thinking of that kind of scene, that was the result he wanted the most. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been waiting for news from Steward Qin. So far, Steward Qin was their greatest hope. However, after waiting for several days without any results, everyone's mood was somewhat complicated. At this time, Sweet Dream rushed over and said, "Young Master D, I heard that the person who Steward Qin sent to inquire about the whereabouts of the tears of cold flame has returned. However, the result doesn't seem to be good." Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had asked Sweet Dream to pay more attention to the whereabouts of the tears of cold flame, and Sweet Dream had also been paying attention to the movements of the auction house. However, although the Golden Flame auction house auctioned a lot of things every time, she had never seen the tears of cold flame. This time, when she heard that Steward Qin had helped to send someone to inquire about the tears of cold flame, Sweet Dream was naturally extremely concerned about this news. Hearing Sweet Dream's words, the hearts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three sank. This was undoubtedly extremely bad news. If even Steward Qin was unable to find the tears of cold flame on Punlai Island, then with just the strength of the four of them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Seeing the change in the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, Sweet Dream hurriedly continued. However, not long after the person who inquired about the news returned, Steward Qin packed up his things and left the magic refining tower. Before he left, he even told us that he would temporarily leave for a period of time. If there's anything, we'll deal with it when he returns. In that case, Steward Qin personally went out to look for it? Shang Guanying asked. Sweet Dream nodded. It should be. I've stayed in the magic refining tower for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen Steward Qin personally go out to look for something. Normally, Steward Qin would stay in the magic refining tower most of the time, and if he needs to do something, he would instruct his subordinates to do it. Although she didn't know why Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three needed the tears of cold flame, Sweet Dream knew in her heart that this thing must be extremely important to them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Steward Qin to look for it. She only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three would be able to find it successfully. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other. A glimmer of hope reignited in their hearts. I hope that Steward Qin's personal intervention will be useful. Otherwise, this will be a bolt from the blue for us. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Now, Steward Qin was their only hope. Sweet Dream smiled. With Steward Qin's ability, there shouldn't be any problems. You can rest assured. After Sweet Dream left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, their expressions were heavy. This matter actually requires Steward Qin to personally take action. It seems that this is not an ordinary matter. Wen Xiren's eyes flashed with a light of contemplation. If it was easy, the person who went to investigate would have already brought back the tears of frigid flame. Bewitching's eyes darkened slightly as he slowly said, since Steward Qin has chosen to personally take action, it proves that the tears of cold flame exist on Punlai Island. It's just that the other party is unwilling to take it out. That's right. As long as the tears of cold flame exist, we at least have some hope. The black phoenix eyes flashed with a deep and complex light. Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts were also extremely complicated. Once Steward Qin was unable to find the tears of cold flame, then it would be really difficult for them to solve Bewitching's illness. While Steward Qin was out searching for the tears of cold flame, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were still in closed-door cultivation. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected, 10 days later, she had successfully broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, while Xiran and Shang Yingying had also broken through one after another. Not only them, but the 3 beasts had also broken through. In Xiran's words, these 3 beasts' talent in cultivation was not bad at all. If they were not beasts but humans, they would also be all-powerful figures. The 3 beasts were obviously very happy with Xiran's praise. Immediately, their attitude towards Xiran improved a lot. As their master's contract beasts, they had extremely high requirements for themselves. However, Bewitching's situation still did not change. According to him, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm. When Bewitching broke through to the 4th level of the Purple Realm, he was already much later than Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. Now that he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, he would definitely need more time. Regarding this, everyone had already prepared themselves, so they did not find it strange. However, all of them could feel that Bewitching was exceptionally diligent in his cultivation. His diligence and hard work made them feel ashamed, but at the same time, they also felt Bewitching's determination. Even if he was suppressed by his physique, Bewitching still wanted to do his best to improve. At the same time, Steward Qin had successfully arrived at Punlai Island. As soon as he got on the island, Steward Qin immediately rushed to his destination, the Golden Flame Auction House. When he thought of the old fox of the Golden Flame Auction House playing tricks on him, he felt a burst of anger. This guy had always been the kind of person who would not act without seeing a rabbit. Previously, he had sent someone here because the chips he had taken out were not enough. This time, he had personally come. He wanted to see what kind of request the other party had. When Steward Qin of the Golden Flame Auction House saw that Steward Qin had actually come personally, his face couldn't help but reveal a thick expression of surprise. "Steward Qin, you actually came personally?" Steward Qin was surprised. The matters of the Magic Refining Tower had always been extremely busy, so Steward Qin rarely left the Magic Refining Tower. He did not expect that Steward Qin would actually come to Punlai Island today. After all, most of the cultivators in the Magic Refining Tower were very powerful, and in such a place, there would often be cultivators who were out of control. If there was no Steward Qin, there would often be uncontrollable things that happened. "I sent someone to ask you, but you're not willing to agree. Doesn't that mean that I have to come personally?" Steward Qin slowly spoke, his words filled with displeasure. Seeing this, Steward Qin quickly, he said, "Steward Qin, you are not angry first angry? Don't be angry. Let's have a cup of tea and have a rest before we talk. How about it?" Seeing Manager Jin's attitude, Steward Qin's expression became a little better. He followed Manager Jin to the reception of the Golden Flame Auction House. "Steward Qin, try this. This is the top-grade snow jade that I just bought. The taste is very good," Steward Jin said with a smile. Steward Qin took a sip of the tea and felt a strong fragrance coming from it. It was slightly bitter and sweet, and he couldn't help but nod his head and say, "Steward Qin really enjoys it. This is indeed a good tea." Steward Qin waved his hand. "You don't have to say these flattering words to me. You should be very clear about the purpose of my visit this time. Let's get straight to the point." As soon as he opened his mouth, Steward Qin went straight to the point. He didn't have the mood to waste too much time here. Looking at Steward Qin's anxious appearance, Steward Qin also sighed. "It's been so many years, but you're still the same. You really haven't changed at all. I've known you for so long. Do I have to be polite to you?" Steward Qin asked. "Since you've come in person, then I'll tell you the truth. I really can't give you the tears of cold flame." Steward Qin revealed a helpless expression as he slowly spoke. Hearing this, Steward Qin couldn't help but frown, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. "Why? It's just a medicinal ingredient. Previously, you took it away from my demon refining tower, but I've never seen you auction this tears of cold flame. No matter what the price is, just tell me directly. Don't come to me with these empty words. The helplessness on Steward Jin's face became even more intense as he said, I'm really not lying to you. If I could give it to you, I would have already asked him to bring it back when you sent someone over. With our many years of friendship, do I still need to play this game with you? You've played a lot of tricks with me over the years. Steward Jin mercilessly exposed him. As the steward of the Golden Flame auction house, Steward Jin's job was to do business. Over the years, he had suffered a lot at the hands of Steward Jin. Compared to him, Steward Jin was the real profiteer. Every negotiation was bound to get the most benefits. After so many years, Steward Jin had already thoroughly understood this point. It was precisely because of this that he did not believe that Steward Jin had said that there was no hope at all. It was just that the chips he had taken out were not enough. After being mercilessly exposed by Steward Jin, Steward Jin's expression revealed a bit of embarrassment. However, in the end, he was an old fox who had been rolling around in the business world for many years. This bit of embarrassment was nothing to him, so he naturally ignored it. No matter what, we have been old friends for so many years. Aren't you not giving me face when you open your mouth? Steward Jin said helplessly. I know very well what kind of person you are. Don't talk to me about this nonsense. Just tell me how you can sell the tears of cold flame to me. Steward Jin waved his hand, and a look of impatience on his face. I can't leave the demon refining tower for too long. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if anything happened. And seeing that Manager Jin's attitude had changed, Steward Jin also became serious. With his understanding of Manager Jin, this meant that he was really serious. Although I usually hold on to the other things, when you really need them, I will give them to you. However, I really can't give you the tears of cold flame. No matter what price you offer, it won't work. Manager Jin's voice was slightly heavy as he directly gave the answer. Even if you can't give me the tears of cold flame, you should at least tell me a reason. Steward Jin stared at Manager Jin with a serious and stubborn expression. If there was no reason, he would definitely not accept this result. Seeing that Steward Jin was so persistent about this matter, a hint of hesitation flashed across Manager Jin's face. After thinking for a moment, he said, I saw that the other party was you, so I told you the reason. However, you can't spread this reason. Steward Jin nodded, don't worry, what's there for me to spread about this kind of thing? I collected the tears of cold flame for the people above. This is the mission they gave me, so I have been collecting the tears of cold flame all these years. Tell me, how can I give something that the higher-ups want to others? Unless I'm tired of living. Following Manager Jin's words, Steward Jin's expression couldn't help but change. He thought about it, but he never thought that it would be such a result. The tears of cold flame are actually wanted by the people above you? What do they want the tears of cold flame for? Steward Jin couldn't help but ask. Manager Jin spread out his hands and said, usually, it's the higher-ups who say that they need something, so we help them collect it. Why would we ask why? If it wasn't something that the higher-ups needed, I would have given it to you long ago. However, the higher-ups are very clear about the situation of the tears of cold flame. If I gave it to you, then I wouldn't be able to explain it. We've been friends for so many years, I hope you can understand that it's not that I don't want to help you. Steward Jin's heart sank. He never thought that the tears of cold flame would be so rare. If he couldn't find the tears of cold flame, then there was no way for him to continue discussing this deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. This was undoubtedly the worst situation. Is there really no other way? Steward Jin did not give up and asked, give the tears of cold flame in your hands to the higher-ups. Can you think of a way to help me get another set of tears of cold flame? Manager Jin shook his head, if I had a way, I would have told you long ago. There's really no other way. The tears of frigid flame are hard to come by. In order to complete the mission given to me by my superiors, I even sent people to search for them in the outside world. How could there be any extra? Hearing this, Steward Jin's expression became extremely ugly. He finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang would treat the tears of cold flame as a prerequisite. It was because it was simply too difficult to obtain. If he couldn't obtain it with his ability, it would be even harder for Bailey Hongzhuang to find it with her own ability. Can you help me ask your superiors if it's possible for me to exchange something else for it? Manager Jean looked at Steward Chen's serious expression. He thought for a moment and said, I can help you ask, but the chances of success are not high. No matter what, help me ask first. As long as there's a little hope, it's good. Steward Chen sighed. He really didn't expect the real situation to be like this. It really made him feel helpless. Speaking of which, old Chen, why are you suddenly interested in the Tears of Cold Flame? Manager Jean asked. I remember that when I went to your place to get the Tears of Cold Flame, you still looked like you didn't care. Although the Tears of Cold Flame is a very precious medicinal ingredient, there aren't many places to use it. Doing business? Manager Jean raised his eyebrows. To be able to make you personally come to look for medicinal herbs, it seems that this business is very important to you. He and Steward Chen had known each other for many years. In fact, whether it was him or Steward Chen, they were both people who would not get up early without benefits. If there were not enough benefits, Steward Chen would definitely not take the trouble to come here personally. Steward Chen sighed. If we can't find the Tears of Cold Flame, then this business can't be discussed. What's the use of saying all this now? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have sold the Tears of Cold Flame to you. Now, I've put myself in such an awkward situation. Thinking of this, Steward Chen couldn't help but regret it. When he gave the Tears of Cold Flame to Steward Chen, he thought that he had made a fortune. Now, it seemed that he had suffered a huge loss. Did the other party say what he wanted the Tears of Cold Flame for? Steward Chen asked tentatively. Alchemists need medicinal herbs. What's so strange about that? Steward Chen spread out his hands. Although he also felt that it was strange for Bailey Hongshuang to be so persistent in finding the Tears of Cold Flame, alchemists often treated medicinal herbs as their own lives, so this kind of behavior was not strange. He felt that Bailey Hongshuang was a genius. Not only was the effect of the healing medicine far better than the average healing medicine, but the pills she refined were also the same. Such geniuses often liked to research, so any kind of medicinal herbs could be what they needed. Hearing this, Steward Chen nodded and said, so that's how it is. However, Steward Chen did not notice the faint light that flashed in Steward Jin's eyes. Oh right, old Chen, the healing medicine you sold last time was very effective. It's comparable to a healing pill. Steward Chen laughed and said, everyone has a lot of demand for this kind of healing medicine. I heard that you've been very busy recently. Steward Chen's face revealed a smile. This order for healing medicine is indeed not bad. Ever since he exchanged the prescription of the healing medicine from Bailey Hongshuang, Steward Chen immediately sent people to start making it. It turned out that there was no problem with the prescription given to him by Bailey Hongshuang, so he immediately ordered his doctors to make a lot of it. Sure enough, it caused an excellent response in Punlai Island. Regardless of whether it was the Punlai Palace, the 100 Flower Gate, or the Crimson Moon Sect, they had all purchased many healing medicines from him. Of course, there were also many small factions. Just this alone had allowed him to earn a huge sum of money. Moreover, he had also earned many favors, so his harvest was extremely rich. It was precisely because he had tasted this sweetness that he wanted to make more deals with Bailey Hongshuang. If he could obtain the secret to increasing the effects of the pills from Bailey Hongshuang, then the value of the pills would be much higher than the healing pills. At that time, his status would be different from before. His influence on Punlai Island would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, this deal had encountered a decisive problem from the very beginning. Even the Golden Flame auction house couldn't do anything about it. It was simply too difficult for him to collect the Tears of Frosty Flame. You've also made a fortune in silence. Before, you didn't make any movements. I didn't expect that you would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat this time. You came specially for the Tears of Frosty Flame. I'm afraid there are even more benefits in the deal, right? If you can't do business, then it's not a business. If you can help me find the Tears of Cold Flame, I don't mind giving you some benefits. Steward Chen had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Manager Jean with a gaze filled with understanding. As a businessman, the most important thing was benefits. If he couldn't get the Tears of Cold Flame, then he wouldn't be able to carry out any of his plans. If Manager Jean could help him get the Tears of Cold Flame, then all the benefits could be discussed. Hearing Steward Chen's words, Manager Jean immediately understood. However, he still did not give a definite answer. He said, I can only help you ask. The success rate is not very high. However, if possible, I will inform you as soon as possible. Steward Qin nodded, then I'll wait for your news. By the way, I heard that no matter which island your demonic tower's healing medicines appear on, they would all be sold out at the fastest speed possible. This has affected quite a few people's businesses. Recently, other healing medicines and healing medicinal pills have been very difficult to sell for a good price. The cultivators are all waiting for your healing medicines, Manager Jean said. That's right. I heard that your demonic tower's healing medicines are all sold out at the fastest speed possible. A smug look appeared on Steward Qin's face. Previously, the healing medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang had concocted had also appeared in the demon refining tower. Thus, he had long expected that this healing medicine would definitely have an excellent effect after being pushed out. Now that he had created such a situation, he was very satisfied. Naturally, a healing medicine with outstanding effects can be sold at a very good price. The cultivators all have a plan in their hearts. Steward Qin said with a smile. Seeing Steward Qin laughing so happily, the expression in Manager Jin's eyes changed a little, and he said, Steward Qin, can you give our Golden Flame auction house the right to sell first? The biggest sweetness has already been taken by you guys, so why don't you help me out along the way? The most common injuries for cultivators were superficial wounds, so there was no need to worry about the accumulation of this healing medicine. The Golden Flame auction house was spread throughout the entire Punlai Island. If they had the right to sell first, it would be more convenient for them to deal with other forces in the future. Old Jean, I knew you had taken a fancy to my healing medicine. Steward Qin had a clear expression on his face. This fellow had been holding on to the healing medicine the entire time. It turned out that he already had a plan in mind. Manager Jean chuckled. Naturally, no one is willing to miss such a good opportunity. I can give you greater benefits, and will only take a small share. How about it? Your demonic refining tower is usually very busy and you don't have enough manpower. As long as you cooperate with our auction house, the sales volume will definitely reach a peak. This is a win-win situation. However, Steward Qin waved his hand and said, if you can help me obtain the Tears of Cold Flame, there is no problem with the priority sales right. Furthermore, we will split the profits according to the old rules. Old Qin, aren't you making things difficult for me? Manager Jin's face fell. What he was most afraid of was Steward Qin bringing up the Tears of Cold Flame. I'm asking you to do me a favor. How is this making things difficult for you? Steward Qin's expression was serious. All these years, I haven't really asked you for anything. You must help me fight for this matter. If you succeed, there will be even better business in the future. Seeing that Steward Qin was pretending to be mysterious but obviously not lying, Steward Qin became even more curious. He and Steward Qin had known each other for many years, so he naturally knew that Steward Qin's vision had always been very high. It seemed that the value of this business was not ordinary. Old Qin, I will try my best to talk to the people above. If the discussion is successful, you can't forget what you promised me. Steward Qin said. Hearing Steward Jin's words, the smile on Steward Qin's face couldn't help but widen a little. No problem. When have I, Old Qin, ever not kept my words? Do your best to help me find a portion of the Tears of Frost Fire. I believe that the benefits you will obtain in the end will not disappoint you. The smile on Steward Jin's face widened a little. The more you say this, the more curious I am. Why don't you reveal what kind of business it is first? Steward Qin shook his head. Unless you find the Tears of Cold Flame, you don't need to know about this business. I will go to other places and ask about the whereabouts of the Tears of Cold Flame. If there are other places, I'm afraid that the target of this cooperation will change. Bailey Hongzhuang's value was too great. Steward Qin would definitely not let others know about her situation so easily. He wanted to hide Bailey Hongzhuang well. Only in this way could he obtain the greatest benefits. At this point, he was most worried about the 100 Flowers Gate. After all, when Bailey Hongzhuang was refining pills last time, the alchemist of the 100 Flowers Gate had also seen it clearly. Since he could see the value of Bailey Hongzhuang, the alchemist of the 100 Flowers Gate could see it even clearer than him. However, he was satisfied that the 100 Flowers Gate had not made any moves for the time being, and Bailey Hongzhuang had no intention of leaving the magic refining pagoda. For a talent like Bailey Hongzhuang, as long as she was willing, no matter if it was Punlai Palace, 100 Flowers Gate, or Crimson Moon Sect, they would all be very happy to recruit her. Therefore, he had to establish a cooperative relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang before all this happened. Looking at Steward Qin's confident appearance, the doubts in Steward Jin's heart grew even stronger. Ever since the news of the healing medicine spread, he had been very concerned about the situation in the demon refining tower. It was obvious that Steward Qin must have found an extremely skilled doctor, and the prescription for the healing medicine was also obtained from that doctor. It was just that he did not know if the big business that made Steward Qin run around was related to this doctor. Thinking of this, Manager Jin also secretly made up his mind. After Steward Qin returned, he would definitely carefully inquire about the movements in this area. Old Qin, the tears of frigid flame on Punlai Island have basically all been collected by me. If you want to find them from other places, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. It's always good to ask, Steward Qin said in a deep voice. He had no choice but to make 2 preparations. It was obviously impossible for him to give up on this deal. Although he knew in his heart that the possibility of finding the tears of cold flame from other forces was very small, he had to give it a try. Seeing this, Manager Jin nodded helplessly. In short, I will do my best. After the 2 of them exchanged some pleasantries, Steward Qin stood up and took his leave. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. I'll take my leave first. You're leaving so soon? It's rare for you to come here, why don't you stay here for a few days? Under Manager Jin's repeated persuasion, Steward Qin still left. After sending Steward Qin off, Manager Jin did not continue to stay in the auction house. Instead, he quickly rushed to a secret residence. Elder D, Steward Qin of the Demon Training Tower came to find me just now. He asked me about the tears of cold flame. From his performance, it is obvious that he urgently needs to use it. I feel that it is necessary to report it to you. At this moment, the smile on Manager Jin's face had already disappeared. There was only seriousness and respect left. At this moment, he was half bowing as he reported the situation to the old man in front of him. Hearing Manager Jin's words, the old man, who was squinting his eyes as if he was about to fall asleep, opened his eyes and said, Steward Qin of the Demon Training Tower? It seems that you took back a portion of the tears of cold flame from him last time, right? What does he want the tears of cold flame for now? If Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were here, they would be surprised to find that the old man that Manager Jin was treating respectfully was the same old man that they had seen when they received the Nava Spirit Stone on the Emerald Island. He asked for it on behalf of someone else, not because he needs it himself. Oh? The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a hint of light. The lethargy that was originally floating on his body seemed to have dissipated in an instant. There are not many people who can make Steward Qin personally take action. Have you found out who exactly made him look for the tears of cold flame? Manager Jin shook his head. I tried to ask him, but he was very cautious and was unwilling to reveal any information. However, recently, there is a healing medicine in the Demon Training Tower that has set off a craze in the entire Punlai Island. I think this matter might be related to the doctor who made this healing medicine. During this period of time, other than this healing medicine, the Demon Training Tower had been calm and peaceful. There were no other clues, and this was the only thing he could connect to. Go and find out who is searching for the tears of cold flame, and what is the purpose of searching for the tears of cold flame. After you understand this matter, come and inform me as soon as possible. You must not neglect it. At this moment, a serious expression appeared on the old man's face. It was obvious that this matter had already made him take it very seriously. Seeing the old man's serious appearance, Manager Jin hurriedly nodded. I'll send someone to inquire as soon as I leave. I definitely won't delay. Be careful when you ask around. Don't let others find out. Manager Jin hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Elder D, may I know who the higher-ups want us to pay attention to, and why exactly are they looking for the tears of Frostfire? Manager Jin had never been able to understand this point. Ever since he became the manager of the Golden Flame Auction House, he had received this news. He had collected almost all of the tears of frigid flame that had been scattered throughout the Xianxia continent. At the same time, he had also received a message to pay attention to those who were interested in the tears of frigid flame. However, after so many years, he had never seen anyone who was interested in the tears of glacial flame. After waiting for so long, there was finally some news. Even he felt very surprised. Could it be that the higher-ups had spent 20 years looking for this person? Old Emperor glanced at Manager Jean indifferently and said, "Don't worry about things you shouldn't care about. Just do your job well. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally know. You may leave. Remember to investigate this information as soon as possible. It must be accurate." Elder D emphasized. Manager Jean nodded repeatedly. "Elder D, don't worry. I will be careful with this matter. There will definitely be no mistakes." Hearing Manager Jin's promise, Elder D's expression became a little better. He waved his hand and Manager Jean left the room. After leaving the room, Manager Jean couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The cold sweat on his forehead was also wiped away by him. Although Di Lao usually looked sleepy and uninterested in anything, in fact, every time he saw Di Lao, he could feel a strong pressure. This old man's whereabouts were usually erratic, but he would come to the auction house every once in a while. Elder D was also the middleman between him and the higher-ups. Manager Jean originally wanted to ask Elder D if there was a possibility of selling the tears of glacial flame to Manager Jean, but when he thought of the situation just now, he could only swallow all these words back into his stomach. Right now, the most important thing was to inquire about this information. Everything else was not the most important. Elder D's one sentence could determine whether or not he could keep his position. Therefore, he never dared to delay anything Elder D told him to do. After Manager Jean left, Elder D couldn't help but think of the two young people he met on Emerald Island. He clearly remembered that one of the cultivators said that his surname was D. The surname D was very rare in the Xianxia continent. He had stayed here for so many years, but he had never seen a cultivator with the surname D. He just didn't know if the person looking for the tears of glacial flame was also this young man. Thinking of this, Elder D laughed and shook his head. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? If it was really like this, then perhaps there really was a glimmer of hope. However, so many years had passed. The more time passed, the more he felt that this hope was slim. However, he also knew that no matter what, the higher-ups would definitely not give up. He also had to do his best to search and not let go of any chance. After so many years without any movement, there was finally movement. Perhaps there really was a glimmer of hope. After Steward Qin left Punlai Island, he returned to the magic refining pagoda. He did not immediately look for Punlai Palace or the 100 Flowers Gate. So far, the fewer people who knew about this news, the better. He believed that after throwing out this bait, Manager Jean would definitely be very concerned about this matter, so it was not hopeless. The more people knew about this matter, the more people would have ideas about Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to be seen by too many people. That would be more troublesome. Of course, if Manager Jean really had no way to obtain the tears of frosty flame, he could only ask the other three major forces. After all, it was better than nothing. The moment Steward Qin returned to the Demon Refining Tower, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three received the news. Right now, Sweet Dream had completely become their spy, and as long as there was any movement, she would immediately inform them, giving them quite a bit of help. Otherwise, the four of them would not know about the situation in the Demon Refining Tower if they were in closed-door cultivation. This was because the news that Steward Qin brought back would determine whether they would rise to heaven or fall to hell. If Steward Qin really brought back the tears of cold flame, then the problem they were most worried about would be completely solved. On the contrary, this would be the news they were most unwilling to hear. With Steward Qin's influence on the Punlai Island, if he was unable to obtain the tears of cold flame, then they basically had no other way. Not long after Steward Qin returned to the magic training tower, he immediately found Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had probably been waiting for this news. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang's position in his heart was no longer the same as before, he naturally had to inform Bailey Hongzhuang first. "Steward Qin, you're here." Seeing that Steward Qin had personally come, a smile quickly appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. At the same time, a bit of anticipation emerged in her heart. In fact, before Steward Qin came, they had been thinking about this matter and were unable to calm down. Now that Steward Qin had come, they were able to calm down. Steward Qin nodded slightly. Under the invitation of Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he walked into the house and said, "Young Master Di, I went out this time to help you inquire about the whereabouts of the Tears of Cold Flame. We are truly flattered to have Steward Qin personally inquire about it," Di Beichen said. Steward Qin waved his hand, his expression complicated and helpless. "This Tears of Cold Flame is a medicinal ingredient that is very difficult to obtain. I have already tried my best." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's hearts couldn't help but sink. This was the news they didn't want to hear the most. They didn't expect that in the end, it would be like this. However, Steward Qin's next words made Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's complexion look a bit better. "I went to see the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house. They have their own uses for the Tears of Frigid Frost, so they were unwilling to take them out. However, after I discussed it with the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house, he decided to ask if they could give me a portion of the Tears of Frigid Frost. We haven't gotten any results yet, so I'm afraid we can only wait for news." Steward Qin felt very helpless in his heart. Thinking back, he had promised that this matter wouldn't be difficult at all. He didn't expect that after he personally took action, the result would still be like this. After all, he had previously patted his chest and told Bailey Hongzhuang that there weren't many things he couldn't do on Penglai Island. He didn't expect that he would be stumped by just one condition. He felt very helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and sighed in relief. As long as it was not a complete rejection, at least it meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. They did not have to feel despair. "Thank you, Steward Qin." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "I don't know what Steward Qin thinks the chances of success are." Steward Qin pondered for a moment, then said, "With my understanding of the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house, he will definitely do his best to help exchange for it. However, I am not sure about the attitude of the people above him. Speaking of which, this matter is indeed strange. These Tears of Frigid Frost are not of much use on normal days. I didn't expect all of you to need them so much." Until now, Steward Qin still didn't know why Bailey Hongzhuang and the Golden Flame auction house wanted the Tears of Cold Flame for. This was what made him the most speechless. He had a premonition that whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or the Golden Flame auction house, they both needed the Tears of Cold Flame. That was why he was unwilling to reveal the reason. Hearing Steward Qin's probing words, Bailey Hongzhuang pretended not to hear it. This matter was related to Di Beichen's physique, not to mention that someone was deliberately collecting the Tears of Cold Flame. She always felt that there was some connection between these two matters, but she couldn't be sure what kind of connection it was. Before they were sure whether the connection was good or bad, they could only hide this news. "Then we should wait for news from the Golden Flame auction house," Di Beichen said in a deep voice. Steward Qin nodded. "I believe that it won't take long. As long as there is an answer, the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house will contact me immediately. You guys should also be patient and wait for a while." He was also a little worried. If Bailey Hongzhuang and the others urgently needed the Tears of Cold Flame, they might go to other forces to discuss this deal. That would be troublesome. "All right." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I'll have to trouble Steward Qin to personally inform me. This is what I should do," Steward Qin said with a smile. After Steward Qin left, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying walked over from the room next door and couldn't wait to ask about the results. "How is it? Did you get the Tears of Cold Flame?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "Not yet, and the Golden Flame auction house can't confirm the final answer. We can only continue to wait for news. Steward Qin has already personally made a move, and it's still so difficult. The other party really values the Tears of Cold Flame." Xiren frowned. He thought that this was a done deal, but he didn't expect it to be so complicated. This matter will definitely be very difficult to handle. Steward Qin will personally go, and the benefits he will give will definitely not be small. However, the other party cannot be sure of the final result. This proves that this matter is also very uncertain. Di Beichen spoke slowly with a calm voice. Steward Qin did not bring good news, which made his mood even heavier. He had no more than a year left. If he continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two naturally understood what Bewitching meant. However, they had no other choice but to wait for the news. They could only hope that the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house would be able to convince the other party. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two broke through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, they no longer needed to hide in the room and cultivate. They could now participate in the Demon Refining Tower's arena matches. At the very least, this way, no one would notice the problem of their cultivation. Wen Xiren had been interested in the arena tournament for a long time. These days, he had been fighting with demon beasts, and he also wanted to try the taste of fighting with cultivators. Moreover, in order to earn money by betting, they had always been spectators in the arena. Because of this, there were many cultivators who mocked them. Wen Xiren had always prided himself as a genius since he was young. He had never admitted defeat in terms of courage. He never thought that he would be ridiculed to such an extent after coming to the demonic tower. It was easy to imagine how unhappy he was. Previously, he even wanted to directly walk into the arena. Even if his cultivation was not at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, his combat strength was not weak. However, for everyone's safety, he could only swallow his anger. If he put everyone in danger just to vent his anger, that would be the worst. He would be a real coward. I'll go to the arena area today to participate in the competition. I'll also take a look at the differences between the demonic tower and the blood tower. It's said that with every victory, the cultivator's body will increase a bit of murderous aura, increasing their strength during battle, Wen Xiren said slowly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. This should be the same as the blood chi we obtained in the blood tower. It's very strange. Bailey Hongzhuang had always had a deep understanding of the existence of the blood chi field. This kind of chi field could affect the opponent during a fight, and thus increase the combat effectiveness of one's side. This in itself was a very strange existence. Thinking about it, only the 3 Great Abyss would have such a mysterious inheritance. She was also very interested in this murderous aura. Wen Xiren nodded. I'll go and see what the situation is like in a while. You can also bet on my victory. A smile appeared on the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. That's natural, how can we not support you when you participate? In the afternoon, Wen Xiren directly went to the arena area. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two naturally went to support him. Shangguan Yingying also had plans to participate in the arena. If they wanted to obtain the qualification to cultivate in the cultivation area, they had to reach the 13th level of the arena area. This cultivation area was obviously a good place, so they could not let it go. The way to pass through the arena area was the same as the way to pass through the blood tower. Cultivators needed to obtain 10 consecutive victories to be able to enter the next level. However, even with the same method, it was much more difficult to achieve 10 consecutive victories at his current level of cultivation. When Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 arrived at the arena, they immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. The current Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer the same as before. Every cultivator knew of her great name. Among them, there were even quite a few cultivators who wholeheartedly wanted to ask Bailey Hongzhuang for medicine. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not agree to it. Dibei and the others actually came to the arena today. They are really rare guests. That's not necessarily true. When they lived on the 2nd floor, they often came to the arena area to bet and watch the matches. However, ever since this healing medicine started to be sold, they never came again. I wonder what they're doing here today. Could it be that they want to participate in the tournament? It can't be. Isn't Dibei an alchemist? What's she doing here? Dibei is an alchemist, but that does not mean that the others are also alchemists. Perhaps they are here to participate in the arena competition. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two sat down in the spectator area. Wen Xiren went to the back to register. Since it was his first time participating in a single elimination tournament, he could choose his opponent freely. When the crowd saw that Wen Xiren wanted to participate in the single elimination tournament, they understood. Many of the people present had mocked Xiren before. Among all the cultivators on the demonic refining tower, The ones who had seen Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three the most were the cultivators on the 11th floor. Back then, they thought that Xiren and the other three had only come to the demonic refining tower to broaden their horizons and did not have the guts to participate in such a battle. Therefore, they did not hold back when they mocked them. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's performance would be so unexpected? They were somewhat worried that they would offend them. Wen Ran, 5th level of the Purple Realm, 0 battle record. Su Tian, 5th level of the Purple Realm, 3 wins and 2 losses. Soon, Wen Xiren had matched his opponent. The odds were also displayed at the back. Immediately, many cultivators went to place their bets. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two went to look at the odds. Because Wen Xiren had never participated in a single elimination tournament before, no one knew how strong he was. Therefore, the odds were 1 to 1. It was completely based on guesses. Obviously, it was not as good as his opponent. Xiren did not care about this. He believed that it would not be long before his chances of winning increased. He was very confident that he would win 10 consecutive victories. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two bet on Xiren's victory. They were also very confident in Wen Xiren. Although Xiren had just broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, and all the cultivators who came to the demonic refining island were geniuses, these cultivators who relied on their own strength step by step usually did not have a stable foundation like Wen Xiren. Moreover, Wen Xiren did indeed grow up in a sect. However, his fighting strength was also raised through battles. Comparing the two of them, Xiren's combat power was not inferior to theirs. On the contrary, he was stronger than them. This was the difference between a true genius of a sect and an unorthodox cultivator. Of course, this was also because Wen Xiren was not one of those so-called geniuses who lived like a prince and relied on medicinal pills to forcefully raise their cultivation. As Xiren walked up to the ring, everyone's curious eyes fell on him. Wen Xiren had been in the magic refining tower for quite some time now. In this half a year, he had never made a move. Moreover, in this half a year, his cultivation had always been at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Everyone felt that it was a little strange. Could it be that Xiren's battle prowess was simply too weak, so he had to cultivate for such a long time before he dared to participate in the arena tournament? However, after Xiren made his move, everyone was completely stunned. This was because the strength that Xiren had displayed was completely different from what they had guessed. He had completely defeated his opponent in a manner that was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, showing the difference in strength between them. Suddenly, the spectator area erupted with cries of surprise. Everyone felt that they had underestimated Xiren before. They did not expect that this guy's fighting strength would be so strong. Thinking back to their previous ridicule of Xiren, everyone felt a little embarrassed. You can't judge a book by its cover. This was true. Steward Qin had always paid close attention to the actions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Naturally, he did not miss the news of Xiren participating in the arena tournament. According to his understanding, ever since Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three came to the Demon Refining Pagoda, they had been focusing on cultivation. Logically speaking, after half a year, their cultivation should have improved. If it was an ordinary cultivator, not having a breakthrough in half a year was not strange, but they had the existence of a genius alchemist like Bailey Hongzhuang, and the opportunity to improve their cultivation was much greater than other cultivators. It should be impossible for them to have no breakthrough at all. Bailey Hongzhuang was also very frank before. She sold the healing medicine in exchange for the spirit stones they needed for cultivation. It could be seen that they had spent a lot of effort on their cultivation. Faintly, he could tell that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three must have made a breakthrough in half a year. Otherwise, they would have been able to participate in the arena long ago. Why did they have to wait until now to participate? There must be a reason for this. However, after thinking about it, Steward Qin could not help but dismiss this idea. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang entered his line of sight, he specially investigated the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang did not belong to any forces before, but was a cultivator who had just arrived at the Punlai Island from the outside world. If he guessed correctly, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three probably came to the Punlai Island because of the name of the demon refining abyss. One must know that many cultivators initially came with this idea. Since they were cultivators from the outside world, if Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not reach the 5th level of the Purple Realm, it would be impossible for them to pass through that barrier. Then what exactly was the problem? Steward Qin frowned. He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter, but he could not figure out where it was. It was really depressing. After Xiren's first match, everyone's view of Wen Xiren was completely different from before. Even if it was just a battle, everyone could still see how powerful his combat strength was. Xiren obviously enjoyed this kind of gaze. Seeing those people who used to laugh at him shut their mouths one by one, he felt very happy in his heart. After Shang Guanying followed Wen Xiren into the single elimination tournament, she also began to participate in the single elimination tournament. However, she did not have the experience of participating in this kind of competition, so she was more careful than Xiren when choosing her opponent. In fact, Shang Guanying only had less experience than Xiren, but her fighting strength was not much worse than Xiren's. Originally, she was not used to the bloody battles in the Demonic Towers arena area. However, after watching many matches, she gradually became accustomed to such a battle environment. Although it was bloody, as long as she was careful, she could still preserve her life. As for getting injured, that was not within her consideration at all. Not to mention getting injured in the arena, it was also common for them to get injured when they were cultivating in the oceanic world. Now, they were already used to it. In the following days, Wen Xiren and Shang Guanying continued to participate in the arena tournament. They only hoped to obtain 10 consecutive victories and enter the 12th floor as soon as possible. Hongzhuang, it looks like Ying and I are basking in your glory. Wen Xiren had a faint smile on his face. He was certain that the cultivators were being so courteous to them not because of them, but because of Bailey Hongzhuang. That's right, Hongzhuang. Let's talk about the opponent I fought yesterday. I've seen him when he was participating in the group arena. He's simply brutal to the extreme. Almost all of his opponents ended up either crippled or dead. I was very worried when I found out that my opponent was him. I never thought that he would actually smile at me after we got into the group arena. It's the first time I've seen him smile. Now that I think about it, I still find it hard to believe. Shang Guanying's face was filled with amazement. She felt that it was extremely interesting, causing all of her worries to dissipate. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, "You don't have to give all the credit to me. Who knows, maybe it's because they have an affinity with you. Forget it. If I had an affinity with that kind of guy, it would be even scarier." Shang Guanying shrunk her neck. She was clearly very fearful of the brawny man from yesterday. "I see that you guys have been winning consecutively for the past few rounds. I'm afraid that you guys will be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories in the next 2 days." Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. When Xiren nodded, "The cultivators on the 11th floor aren't much of a threat to us. It won't be difficult for us to pass through the 11th floor. We'll be able to enter the 12th floor in the next 2 days. Let's go through the levels earlier. Once we reach the 13th floor, we can go to the cultivation area. Cultivating there will increase our speed again. Ying and I plan to challenge the group arena in the next few days." "Hongzhuang, don't you plan to challenge the group arena as well?" Wen Xiren asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll go in a few days." Hearing this, Wen Xiren's expression darkened. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was doing this for Bewitching. The 3 of them were already qualified to challenge the trial. Only Bewitching was still at the 4th level of the Purple Realm. Because he couldn't expose himself, he could only continue to cultivate in the oceanic world. "Why don't we wait for a while?" Wen Xiren suggested. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "It's all right. If you do that, I'm afraid Beichen will feel even more apologetic. Besides, we are a team. If your strength increases, it means that the strength of our entire team will increase as well. This is a good thing." Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at each other helplessly. Given the current situation, this was probably the only way. It wasn't that they didn't have a code of brotherhood. In fact, they were also making preparations. If Steward Qin couldn't bring back the Tears of Frosty Flame, then they would have to go out and look for it themselves. Right now, they were very clear that the Tears of Frosty Flame were in the Golden Flame auction house. Therefore, whether it was stealing or robbing, as long as they could change Bewitching's physique, they were willing to do it. And there was a prerequisite for them to complete all of this. That was, they had to be strong enough to be able to do it. However, the Golden Flame auction house's warehouse must be heavily guarded. This was not a simple matter. Hearing Xiren's deep concern for Bewitching, the curve of Bailey Hongshuang's lips couldn't help but soften. Don't worry, Bewitching has always been very strong. This kind of thing won't trouble him. Xiren and Shangguaniying also showed a smile of agreement. Bewitching had never been so easily defeated. They were just worried and confused. In fact, as long as one's physique could be changed, a temporary suppression of one's cultivation wouldn't be a big deal. The physique of destiny was the most abnormal physique for cultivation. Its cultivation speed was far from what an ordinary physique could compare to. Misfortune and fortune depended on each other. From another perspective, this kind of thing was a good thing. After Xiren and Shangguaniying went to the arena area, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Ever since the three of them had all broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, she clearly felt that the pressure on Bewitching had increased by a lot. After all, the 5th level of the Purple Realm was a threshold for them. There was a big difference between crossing it and not crossing it. Once they crossed the 5th level of the Purple Realm, they didn't have to worry about other cultivators' suspicions. However, as long as Bewitching's cultivation was still at the 4th level of the Purple Realm, they had to be careful not to have conflicts with their opponents. Otherwise, once Bewitching's true cultivation was revealed, it would be very troublesome. In the past few days, Bewitching had been training in the world of the sea. He didn't stop at all. Even if Bailey Hongshuang was a cultivation maniac, she had to admit that Bewitching's recent cultivation intensity was really high. He almost didn't have any time to cultivate. She could feel the strong unwillingness in Bewitching's heart, but more than that, he didn't want to give in. He didn't want to give in to his physique. Even if this was a problem that all cultivators of the cursed physique faced, he didn't want to believe that there was no way to break through. Even if his breakthrough speed was much slower than ordinary cultivators, as long as he put in more effort, he should be able to break through. He didn't want to become a burden to the entire team and drag everyone down because of him. Looking at Bewitching like this, Bailey Hongshuang felt very distressed, but more than that, she admired him. Her man, no matter what difficulties he encountered, would not choose to give up. They both believed that there was always a way out. As long as they put in enough effort, then it was very likely that they would have a harvest. Master, won't Bewitching tire himself out if he continues like this? The three beasties gathered around Bailey Hongshuang. After going through the perverse torture of the demonic beasts in the oceanic world, their endurance had improved a lot. However, they could not bear to stay in the oceanic world all the time. Unfortunately, Bewitching was going all out. They were really worried that Bewitching would collapse from exhaustion. Bailey Hongshuang pursed her lips and said, Bewitching knows his limits. Even if he wants to desperately raise his cultivation, he won't put his life in danger. Sigh. Xiaohei sighed, I'm speechless about this strange cursed physique. If only Bewitching didn't have this kind of physique. If Bewitching didn't have this kind of physique, then he wouldn't have been able to recognize Master. You idiot. Baisher couldn't help but complain. Master, what do you plan to do now? Xiaobai stared at Bailey Hongshuang. It always felt that its master must have some kind of idea in her heart, which was why she did not go to the ocean world to accompany Bewitching. Otherwise, this kind of action would not be in line with its master's style. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a deep light. The cursed body is indeed a very strange physique. If it can't be changed, it will become more and more difficult for Bewitching to break through. However, breaking through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm is too important for us right now. We must think of a way to help Bewitching break through. She believed that whether it was her or Bewitching, they all had a premonition in their hearts. If Steward Qin could not find the tears of cold flame, they would have to leave the demon refining tower to look for it. If Bewitching's cultivation did not break through by then their situation would be the same as when they first came to Punlai Island. Therefore, they had to cross this threshold. With Bewitching's current situation, is there any hope of breaking through? Xiaohei could not help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang's clear phoenix eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. she said in a deep voice, with Beichen's current level of desperation, there might be hope for a breakthrough. However, in order to be able to break through 100%, we still have to think of some external help. As soon as these words were said, the eyes of the three beasts immediately lit up. They did not know what method Bailey Hongzhuang was planning to use to help Bewitching break through. There are some high-grade pills that can help break through. However, if Bewitching wants to break through the shackles of the cursed body, I'm afraid that the level of this pill will need to be higher. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was somewhat complicated. Her current alchemy skills had indeed improved a lot compared to before. However, to refine such a high-grade pill was also a huge test. She was not 100% confident. The most important thing is that the medicinal ingredients needed for this kind of high-grade pill are also very precious. I don't have enough medicinal ingredients on hand. Then let's go ask Sweet Dream. There are quite a lot of resources in the demonic refining tower. It's just that the price is a little expensive, White Lion said. There were many cultivators gathered in the demonic training tower. Every day, there would be new cultivators joining and old cultivators leaving. These cultivators usually had a lot of treasures on them. Many of them were sold to exchange for things they needed. Therefore, the MO refining tower had collected a lot of things. Although he couldn't find the tears of frost fire, he should still be able to find the more precious herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I have the same plan, but the three of you should go to the ocean world to accompany Bewitching in his cultivation. It will be more dangerous for him to be alone. Even with so many of them together, they could still encounter danger, let alone Bewitching alone. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts nodded and entered the chaos ring. In their opinion, the current Bewitching was even scarier than a demonic beast. When he unleashed his battle prowess, a 4th-level Purple Realm cultivator could only die in front of him. Even if Bewitching had not broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, they were certain that Bewitching would have no problem facing a 5th-level Purple Realm cultivator. He had almost reached the peak of his cultivation. Seeing that the three beasts had gone to the ocean world to accompany Bewitching to cultivate, Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved and immediately went to the counter. When Sweet Dream saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a surprised smile appeared on her face. Gongzi, why are you free to come to the counter today? These days, Sweet Dream only saw Shangguan Yingying and Wenziren often. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang still didn't leave the house, so she rarely saw them. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang now had enough spirit stones, and she didn't continue to sell her healing medicine. Usually, it was very difficult for her to see Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. I want to refine a pill, but I still lack some medicinal ingredients, so I came here to take a look. Hearing this, a look of understanding immediately appeared on Sweet Dream's face. I see. What medicinal ingredients do you need? I'll help you check. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a piece of paper and handed it to Sweet Dream. The medicinal ingredients I need are all here. See if you can gather them. No problem. Sweet Dream nodded and then handed a stack of paper to Bailey Hongzhuang. Gongzi, this is the list of cultivators who have asked you for medicine during this period of time. It states the pills they need and the chips they are willing to pay. I know you are not interested in these, but you can take a look. Maybe there is something you need. They have asked me for a long time. If I don't let you take a look, I can't explain it to them. Sweet Dream's expression was a little helpless. She had already told everyone clearly that Bailey Hongzhuang did not intend to help refine any pills, but there were still many cultivators who did not give up and asked every day. As the woman at the counter, she could not refuse everyone's request. She could only take advantage of Bailey Hongzhuang's free time to let her have a look. Bailey Hongzhuang took the paper, and the smile on her lips widened. Because of me, you have a lot of work to do, right? Sweet Dream shook her head and smiled. This is what I should do. I've been working on the 2nd floor before, but now that I'm in the alchemist's living area, the treatment is much better than before. This kind of thing can't be considered troublesome. Seeing that Sweet Dream seemed to be enjoying herself and didn't seem to be putting up a strong front, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that Sweet Dream was probably very satisfied with her current job. In fact, Sweet Dream had basically become her spokesperson. She was usually responsible for dealing with her related matters. Steward Qin didn't have too many requirements for Sweet Dream. It could be said that she was like a fish in water. Flipping through the paper in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang casually glanced at it. Most of the items were willing to be exchanged with spirit stones, and the price was also very high. However, she was not interested in these things right now. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze stopped on one of the lines. Because she saw a medicinal herb that she was very interested in. Purple blue flower fruit. I didn't expect that someone would use this to exchange for pills. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. The purple blue flower fruit was a very precious medicinal herb. Its growth conditions were very harsh, and it was not easy to find one. However, Bailey Hongzhuang never thought that the purplish blue flower fruit would appear in front of her. It truly surprised her. As a result, she did not need to settle for second best and could directly refine the Heavenly Spirit Saint pill. However, the pill that the other party needed was not of a low grade either. However, compared to the value of the purplish blue flower fruit, this was a very good deal. Sweet dream, Bailey Hongzhuang called out, you don't need to look for the ingredients on the list I gave you. Sweet dream was stunned and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise, huh? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and handed the paper in her hand to Sweet dream, I'll take this list. Apart from that, I'll write down some new ingredients. Help me gather them. Hearing that, although Sweet dream was a little confused, she still nodded with a smile. In the past few days, she had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang take the initiative to accept a list. This item must have caught Bailey Hongzhuang's eye. It seemed that what she did was of some use. Very soon, Bailey Hongzhuang wrote down a new list and handed it to Sweet Dream. Help me see if these ingredients are available. Sweet Dream took the list and immediately began to check. Not long after, Sweet Dream smiled, Master D, the ingredients you need are all available in the warehouse. However, the price is not low. No problem. Help me buy them all. I'll do it immediately. At the same time, I'll also inform this cultivator that you've agreed. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Then I'll return to my room and wait for your news. Not long after, Sweet Dream returned. Not only did she bring the ingredients that Bailey Hongzhuang needed, but she also brought the purplish blue flower fruit. Master D, after I told that cultivator that you've agreed, he was very happy. He immediately gave me the purplish blue flower fruit and told me to bring it to you. Looking at the round purplish blue flower fruit in Sweet Dream's hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's clear and bright eyes immediately flashed with a dazzling light. Tell him that I'll refine the pill he needs as soon as possible. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the purple-green fruit in her hand. Her mind was filled with the image of Bewitching's happy face after his successful breakthrough. To her, being able to see Bewitching's smile was more precious than anything else. However, even she couldn't guarantee that she would succeed in concocting a pill of this level. There was only one purplish-green flower fruit, so she could only try her best. This was their biggest hope at the moment. While Bailey Hongzhuang was busy concocting elixirs and Bewitching was busy cultivating, the Golden Flame Auction House had also sent some cultivators to the Magic Tower to gather information. Manager Jean was extremely attentive to this matter. This was a matter personally ordered by the old emperor, so he absolutely could not make any mistakes. Thus, he specially sent several cultivators to investigate together. The final conclusion was the closest to the truth. Fortunately, there were many cultivators joining the Magic Tower every day. Even if Manager Qin wanted to prevent spies from joining, he couldn't prevent it. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current influence in the Magic Tower, as long as she asked a little, she would be able to find out the truth. Thus, it didn't take long for Manager Jean to receive the news from many spies. The two brothers, Dibei and Dichen? Steward Jean raised his eyebrows. According to the information from the spies, this healing medicine was made by Dibei. He was also certain that Steward Qin must have bought the prescription of the healing medicine from Dibei. However, even though all the spies in the demon training tower used various methods to inquire about the tears of frosty flame, they still did not obtain any results. As a result, he could not be sure who exactly needed the tears of frosty flame. As for the reason why they needed the tears of frosty flame, he did not know. This kind of result was very different from the person Di Lao had given him. Inquiring about it was basically the same as not inquiring about it. Everything was an uncertain result. Thinking of this, Manager Jean also felt depressed. Di Lao was not as kind as he looked on the surface. If he did not do the task well, once Di Lao lost his temper, he would not be able to bear it. After thinking about it, Manager Jean kept pacing in the room. In the end, he could only brace himself and report to Di Lao first. Inside the room. When Di Lao saw that Manager Jean had come, the sleepiness on his face had completely disappeared. Have you inquired about the news? The spies who inquired about the news have returned, but they are not sure about the result for the time being. Manager Jin's face revealed some helplessness as he slowly said. Hearing this, Di Lao could not help but frown. Not sure for the time being? The spies inquired about the demon training tower for a long time, but they did not find any news about the Tears of Frosty Flame. In my opinion, this should be a secret agreement between the other party and Manager Jean. No one else knows about it, so no news has been spread. So, this is equivalent to no gain? Di Lao's expression was calm, and there was not the slightest bit of joy, anger, sorrow, or joy in his voice, but it made Manager Jean panic for no reason. It's not that there is no gain at all. Manager Jean hurriedly said. Di Lao did not say anything. He only looked at Manager Jean indifferently, waiting to hear the next news. Previously, there was a healing medicine in the demon training tower that was very famous. Recently, Manager Jean earned a lot of money because of this healing medicine. When he came to me this time to ask for the Tears of Frosty Flame, he directly said that the other party needed it to discuss business. Only by obtaining the Tears of Frosty Flame would he be able to continue his business with the other party. I heard that other than the owner of this healing medicine, Steward Jean hasn't had much contact with anyone else recently, so I believe that this business is most likely to be discussed with the owner of this healing medicine. Who is that person? Di Bei. Manager Jean replied. He couldn't help but look at Elder D, hoping that Elder D wouldn't fly into a rage. Hearing the name Di Bei, Di Lao's eyes could not help but flash with a hint of surprise. It was actually another person with the surname Di. He had stayed on Punlai Island for so many years, but he had never heard of this surname before. Why did he encounter another one now? What else is there about Di Bei? This Di Bei went to the Devil Training Tower half a year ago. He had always kept a low profile. It was only when the healing medicine he made became famous that the people in the Devil Training Tower noticed his existence. Di Bei. Di Chen. Elder D muttered these two names, feeling that these names were somewhat familiar. Manager Jean sized up Elder D, not daring to interrupt his thoughts at all. Suddenly, Elder D's eyes lit up as he said, Di Bei, Di Chen, isn't that Di Beichen? Hearing Elder D's words, Manager Jean couldn't help but be puzzled. Di Beichen? Who was this person? He had never heard of this person before. I didn't expect it to really be the two of them. What a coincidence. Elder D's eyes flashed with a bright light, his heart filled with interest. Thinking back to the first time he heard Di Beichen say that his surname was Di, he already felt that it was very special. He didn't expect that they would need the Tears of Frosty Flame now. If all these things were a coincidence, then it would be too much of a coincidence. It's just that. Elder D muttered, his expression becoming complicated again. If it was really as he thought, then with Di Beichen's current cultivation, he shouldn't be in such a good condition. Once the cursed physique flared up, its influence would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention reaching the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Before reaching the 5th level of the Purple Realm, his cultivation would already be stagnant. Moreover, his body would gradually stiffen. Unless he could change his physique, only death would await him in the end. If all of this was true, how did Di Beichen do it? Elder D couldn't understand. This situation was really a bit complicated, but he was really interested in this Di Beichen. No matter what, he had to understand clearly. No matter how slim the hope was, he had to confirm it. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't give up. Manager Jean looked at Elder D's sometimes happy and sometimes sad appearance from the side, his mouth muttering some words that he couldn't understand at all. He was also puzzled. This was the first time he had heard the names Di Bei and Di Chen. Why did Elder D seem to have heard of them before? Could it be that Elder D knew them? After all, whether it was Elder D, Di Bei, or Di Chen, they all had the same surname. Elder D, what do you plan to do next? Manager Jean couldn't help but ask. Should I send another wave of spies to find out more? Old Emperor waved his hand, since this wave of spies didn't get any results, even if you send another wave, it will be useless. If Steward Qin finds out, this matter will be even more troublesome. What do you mean? Prepare an auction and auction off a portion of the Tears of Cold Flame. Elder D's eyes flashed with wisdom as he slowly spoke. Hearing this, Manager Jean couldn't help but be taken aback. Take the Tears of Glacial Flame out to auction? Elder D nodded. Luring the snake out of its hole. If D-Bay and the others really need the Tears of Frosty Flame, then once the news of this auction spreads, they will definitely come personally to participate. However, if I do this, Steward Qin will definitely think that I want to bypass him and directly contact the other party. I think he will hate me because of this. Hearing Steward Jin's words, Elder D's expression did not change in the slightest. No matter what Steward Qin thinks, you only need to do as I say. You and Steward Qin only have a relationship of interest. Even if you don't get along because of this matter, the next time you have a common interest, it can be restored. With your methods, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with these matters. Elder D's deep voice was filled with indifference and coldness. He looked at Steward Jean indifferently without the slightest hint of emotion. Hearing this, Steward Jean nodded and said, I understand. I'll do it immediately. Go. Elder D waved his hand and Steward Jean left the room. After Steward Jean left, Elder D did not continue to stay in the room and disappeared with a sweep of his body. He felt that he had to report this news. After so many years, they had not been able to find any news. Now that a somewhat similar kid had finally appeared, they had to focus on investigating. Magic Tower, Alchemist's residential area. As a strong medicinal fragrance spread out, Bailey Hongzhuang's elegant and refined face could not help but reveal a thick smile. At this moment, her forehead was still dripping with sweat, but her smile was exceptionally brilliant. I've finally succeeded in refining it. Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief, her whole body retreating from her tense state. Because there was only one purplish-green flower fruit, she only had one chance to refine it. Therefore, when she was refining this time, she was very careful and did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. It was not easy for her to refine a pill of this level. She had only refined one pill, but she only felt that the mental power in her mind was almost exhausted. Her entire body was abnormally tired, but her heart was unusually happy. Next to Bailey Hongzhuang were two white porcelain bottles. One of them contained the pill she had promised to refine for the cultivator, and the other contained the Heavenly Spirit Saint pill she had prepared for Bewitching. Looking at these two pills, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was also very satisfied. Baisher moved closer to Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes full of joy. Congratulations, Master, you've finally refined it successfully. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Baisher's head. Beichen has been cultivating so hard recently, and his cultivation has also improved. It's just that he's still unable to break through this bottleneck. I believe that with this Heavenly Spirit Saint elixir, he should be able to successfully break through. White Lion nodded. Xiao He and Xiao Bai are hoping that Master can quickly refine the pills. They've been accompanying D. Beichen in his cultivation every day and are about to die of exhaustion. At this point, Baisher could not help but gloat. D. Beichen cultivated without any regard for his life, but Xiao He and Xiao Bai were truly lazy. As such, they would suffer under D. Beichen. They had only stayed in the ocean world for over 10 days, but Xiao He and Xiao Bai seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. It seems that I'll have to prepare some delicious food to reward them today. Bailey Hongzhuang packed up the things in the house and changed her appearance again. She then went to the counter and handed the pills to Sweet Dream. After that, she ordered some sumptuous food before returning to the house. D. Beichen's chiseled face was now even more angular, and his deep and enchanting eyes were now filled with hostility and sharpness. After such a long period of fighting with demonic beasts, D. Beichen had unknowingly been tainted with a bit of murderous aura. If an ordinary person was swept by D. Beichen's fierce gaze, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Beichen, you've been working too hard recently. You should take a rest. Looking at D. Beichen like this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel a burst of heartache. If it weren't for his physique, D. Beichen wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The moment he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, the hostility on Bewitching's face completely dissipated, and was replaced by his usual deep affection and gentleness. "Wife, you don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing," Bewitching said softly. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Bewitching's side, and her 5 fingers covered Bewitching's haggard face. "You're working so hard. My heart aches when I see you working so hard." Bewitching grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless hand and placed it on his face. The curve of his lips gradually widened. "I'm a man. What's the big deal about working hard? You don't have to feel sorry for me. It's you who's always worried about me. I'm the one who feels the most sorry." Bailey Hongzhuang leaned into Bewitching's arms, her charming face full of gentleness. "To me, nothing is more important than you. You must not give yourself too much pressure." Bewitching nodded. "I've always listened to what my wife says. I just ordered a lot of food. Let's have a good rest today." Bailey Hongzhuang sat up straight and stared at Bewitching. Hearing this, Bewitching's eyes flashed with hesitation. Clearly, he still wanted to continue cultivating. However, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's sparkling eyes and the anticipation on her face, he immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Xiaohei and Xiaobai only felt that Bewitching's okay was simply the sound of nature. They had been so tired these days that they were about to collapse. Today, they finally had a chance to rest. "Great, Bewitching is finally going to rest." Xiaohei slumped onto the table with a thud. Clearly, she was so exhausted that she did not even have the strength to get up. Xiaobai's situation was not much better than Xiaohei's. It immediately crawled to Xiaohei's side and laid down with a thud. Right now, it only wanted to sleep until the end of time. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang placed the dishes on the table, Xiaohei and Xiaobai immediately turned over when they smelled the rich aroma. When they saw the delicious dishes, the 2 of them quivered and immediately got up. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Master is still the best to us. She knows that we've been working too hard these days, so she prepared so much good food for us," Xiaohei said excitedly. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. These 2 fellows usually liked to complain about the things they did. However, as long as a table of good food was prepared for them, they would immediately be willing to do anything. "Hurry up and eat. You've lost a lot of weight recently. Quickly take this opportunity to make up for it." Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up some food for Bewitching. She said, "Beichen, you should eat more too." Bewitching smiled faintly. "My wife should eat more. I see that you also look very tired. Did something happen these 2 days?" After dinner, Bailey Hongzhuang handed the white porcelain bottle to Bewitching. Looking at the white porcelain bottle in his hand, a hint of surprise appeared in Bewitching's eyes. He asked, "Wife, what is this?" "This is the holy pill of heavenly spirit." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "You've been cultivating so hard recently, and your strength has already improved a lot. It's just that you haven't been able to break through the bottleneck because of the restrictions of the cursed body. With the holy pill of heavenly spirit, you should be able to successfully break through." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his face. "You mean that the holy pill of heavenly spirit can help me break through?" Even though Bewitching had been acting very indifferent towards his cultivation recently, he had always yearned to break through in his heart. This was because the feeling of dragging down the teen was really uncomfortable. At this moment, hearing Bailey Hongzhuang say that he still had a chance to break through, Bewitching was unable to hide his emotions for a moment. He directly revealed his excitement and surprise. The smile in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually deepened. She nodded, "Yes, the holy pill of heavenly spirit has the effect of helping cultivators break through. However, you must rest well and recover your condition to its peak before consuming it. Only then will you be able to increase the possibility of breaking through." Hearing the deep concern in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's heart also warmed. He reached out and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his embrace. "Wife, I see that you're so tired today. It should be because you're helping me refine the holy pill of heavenly spirit." At this moment, if Bewitching still didn't understand all of this, he would be too stupid. "Compared to you, what is this little bit of hard work of mine?" Bewitching's efforts had already reached an astonishing level. She had only used up her mental strength to refine the pill. As long as she slept, her mental strength would quickly recover. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang like this, Bewitching lowered his head and directly kissed Bailey Hongshuang's lips. Originally, he only wanted to taste it briefly, but after feeling the tempting sweetness, Bewitching could no longer control his desire. His hands began to grope Bailey Hongshuang's body unruly. A blush quickly appeared on Bailey Hongshuang's face. "Beichen, don't you want to rest? Your husband doesn't mind being a little more tired before going to have a good rest." Beichen's lips curled into a devilish smile as he chuckled. In the next 2 days, Beichen rested and cultivated in his room. After so many days of fighting and killing, his mental strength was not small. In order to maximize the effects of the holy pill of heavenly spirit, he had to rest well and adjust himself to his best state. Only when Beichen had recovered to his peak state did he try to break through. Because this process could not be disturbed by anyone, Beichen directly chose to break through in the chaos ring. That was the safest place where no one would disturb him. When Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying knew that Bailey Hongshuang had refined a pill that could help Beichen break through, they were also overjoyed. When Beichen tried to break through, they did not go to the arena area. Instead, they stayed in the room and waited for news from Beichen. When Beichen was about to break through in the chaos ring, Steward Qin heard an extremely bad news. "What did you say? The Golden Flame auction house took out the Tears of Frosty Flame for auction?" Steward Qin looked at his subordinate in front of him, his voice full of shock and disbelief. "Steward Qin, this is the catalog of items being auctioned by the Golden Flame auction house this time. Take a look." Steward Qin took the catalog and quickly noticed that the Tears of Frosty Flame were clearly written on it. His gaze gradually darkened, and his expression was very ugly. Ever since he returned, he had been waiting for news from Steward Qin. There had been no movement for so long, and he had some doubts in his heart. He only felt that something might have happened. Steward Qin must have felt that it was not easy to explain to him, so he had not sent any news. However, he never thought that Manager Qin would actually do this to him. This move of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was really too despicable. This damned Steward Qin is getting more and more slippery. I have already agreed to share a portion of his benefits, but he still wants to go over me and directly obtain the benefits. This is really a good plan. Steward Qin's face was ashen. Steward Jin's move had really caught him off guard. Even though he had known Steward Qin for many years and knew that Steward Qin had always been a shrewd businessman, such a move was really beyond his expectations. Could it be that his previous performance had made Steward Qin feel that the benefits were too great, so he was prepared to throw everything aside and try? Steward Qin kept thinking about the real reason in his mind, but no matter what, this time, the grudge between him and Steward Qin could be considered to have been formed. Steward Qin wants to go over me to discuss with Bei and the others. I will definitely not let him do as he wishes. Steward Qin's eyes flashed with a sinister and firm light. He had never done such a loss-making business. Since Steward Qin had made such a move, then he would not be polite. When Sweet Dream saw that the Tears of Frosty Flame were actually on the auction catalog of the Golden Flame auction house, her face quickly filled with surprise. She looked again, and after confirming that she was not mistaken, she quickly left the counter. In the past 6 months, she had been helping Bailey Hongshuang pay attention to the news of the Golden Flame auction house. However, she had never seen any trace of the Tears of Glacial Flame. Now that she had finally seen it, how could she not be excited? As soon as Bailey Hongshuang opened the door, she saw the excited Sweet Dream, and her clear eyes quietly leaped with a touch of surprise. "Sweet Dream, did something good happen? Why are you so happy?" Sweet Dream smiled and nodded. She extended her hand and handed the auction booklet to Bailey Hongshuang. "Young Master D, there's news about the Tears of Frosty Flame. The Tears of Frosty Flame will be sold at the Golden Flame auction house's auction next month." Hearing Sweet Dream's words, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but be startled. She immediately looked at the picture book. "Is this true?" After hearing the news, Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying couldn't hold back their excitement. They directly went to Bailey Hongshuang's side and glanced at the auction catalog. Looking at the name and picture of the Tears of Frosty Flame clearly written on the auction catalog, Bailey Hongshuang felt a burst of excitement in her heart. It's really the tears of frosty flame. Sweet Dream looked at the unconcealable excitement on the faces of Bailey Hongshuang and the other two, and the smile on her face couldn't help but deepen. She felt an indescribable satisfaction in her heart when she saw them so happy. Sweet Dream, thank you. This news is really important to us. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Sweet Dream gratefully. This was really great news. If it weren't for Sweet Dream helping them pay attention to the situation at the Golden Flame auction house, they might have missed it. Feeling Bailey Hongshuang's gaze, Sweet Dream smiled. As long as I can help you guys, I'm very happy. Are you guys going to participate in this auction? Bailey Hongshuang and the other two looked at each other and nodded. It's rare to see the tears of frigid flame. We naturally won't give up this opportunity. Then I wish you guys good luck and successfully bid for the tears of frigid flame. Sweet Dream smiled. I hope so. After Sweet Dream left, the excitement in the hearts of Bailey Hongshuang and the other two gradually calmed down and was replaced by a trace of doubt. Steward Qin specially went to the Golden Flame auction house to talk about the tears of frigid flame. However, the person in charge of the Golden Flame auction house couldn't make up his mind. Why did he take out the tears of frigid flame to auction now? I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. Xiren's eyes rippled with a thoughtful light, and his voice quietly lowered. Shang Guanying nodded. Isn't the Golden Flame auction house's actions the same as slapping Steward Qin's face? Indeed. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang was also confused. Logically speaking, with Steward Qin's status and influence on Punlai Island, the Golden Flame auction house shouldn't easily offend him. This kind of action is really strange. According to her understanding, this Golden Flame auction house had always been an old hand, wandering between various powers, and had never offended any party. However, this time, the act of taking out the tears of cold flame for auction had undoubtedly offended Steward Qin to death. Then what should we do? Shang Guanying frowned. Could it be a trap? Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Wen Xiren's expressions turned complicated. Even if there really is a trap, we still have to go to this auction. However, it won't be that easy for them to catch us. That's right. We're definitely going there. Perhaps we'll be able to find out what the Golden Flame auction house is planning. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. No matter what the other party was waiting for them, they would deal with it accordingly. As long as they could obtain the tears of frigid fire, they would not hesitate to pay any price. Overall, this is still very good news. When Wen Xiren saw that everyone's expression was so heavy, he could not help but dispel the atmosphere. Bewitching is currently in the process of breaking through. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, our safety when we head to Punlai Island will increase. If we successfully obtain the tears of frigid fire, then our ultimate goal of coming to Punlai Island will have been achieved. This can't be any better. Bailey Hongshuang and Shang Guanying smiled and nodded. However, the heaviness in their hearts still did not dissipate. They had a faint feeling that the other party had intentionally taken out the tears of frosty flame to lure them out of their lair. After confirming this point, Bailey Hongshuang continued to flip through the auction catalog in her hand. She had to admit that the Golden Flame auction house was indeed worthy of being the largest auction house on Punlai Island. Almost none of the treasures on sale were simple. They were all precious treasures. In comparison, the tears of glacial flame could only be considered ordinary among the many treasures. It was not eye-catching at all. Even so, Bailey Hongshuang still had a premonition in her heart that all these precious treasures were actually just accessories for the tears of glacial flame. The main purpose of the Golden Flame auction house's auction was to obtain the tears of glacial flame. This was a judgment without any reason, but this was Bailey Hongshuang's intuition. It was abnormally accurate. Suddenly, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes focused on one of the items in the auction catalog, and her heart was filled with surprise. Incomplete map? There was clearly an item called the incomplete map on the auction catalog. Looking at the rough image of the incomplete map, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but think of the two incomplete maps that she and Bewitching had obtained previously. Previously, they did not know where the two incomplete maps were drawn because they did not find any other incomplete maps. They had only been collecting these two incomplete maps. She did not expect to see a third incomplete map in this auction on Punlai Island. Compared to the process of her and Bewitching obtaining the incomplete map in the past, the fact that the third incomplete map could appear in an auction of this level showed that this incomplete map was not an ordinary item. Master, is this the same incomplete map as the one we found previously? At this moment, Xiaohei tilted her head and looked at the catalogue in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. After seeing the incomplete map, she could not help but feel excited. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. If I'm not wrong, it should be the same. I didn't expect to see it here. Then this time we have to bid for this incomplete map as well. I think this might really be a treasure map. Xiaohei's eyes flashed with excitement. This incomplete map was so mysterious. Perhaps there was a huge secret behind it. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She felt that their fate with this map fragment was not shallow. The entire Xianxia continent was so big, and there were only 4 pieces of the map, which were scattered all over the place. Now that they had seen a third piece, they might be able to gather all 4 pieces of the map and find out the secret behind it. Bewitching had taken longer to break through than Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had expected. According to their judgment, Bewitching should have broken through by now. However, Bewitching had yet to emerge from the chaos ring. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but feel worried. He had not come out for so long. Could it be that he had failed to break through? Perhaps Bewitching felt that he couldn't face them, so he stayed in the chaos ring and didn't come out. When they thought of this possibility, everyone's hearts could not help but sink. This result did not matter to them. They were only worried that Bewitching, who had been suppressing himself all this time, would not be able to take such a blow. Fortunately, after a while, Bewitching finally emerged from the chaos ring. Bewitching. When they saw Bewitching emerge, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but call out at the same time. However, none of them asked about the final result. Looking at Bewitching's relaxed expression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 quickly smiled tacitly. It seems that Bewitching, you have successfully broken through. Wen Xiran said slowly. Bewitching nodded, of course. Do you think I can't break through? Good boy. The smile on Xiran's face became brighter. Then why did you take so long to come out? You made us worried. The suppression of this cursed body is very strong, so breaking through is not as easy as before. Fortunately, the medicinal power of the heavenly spirit Saint Pill is strong enough, but this breakthrough still took a long time. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 immediately understood. Although he said it very simply, the process of breaking through was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they might fail. After all, they were forcefully fighting against the cursed body. It was against the heavens, so it was naturally not that easy. No matter what, you have successfully broken through. Congratulations. Shang Guanying smiled tenderly. Bewitching's face was filled with a faint smile. Ever since the suppression of the cursed body became stronger and stronger, they had not seen Bewitching smile like this for a long time. They could not help but feel happy for Bewitching. Bewitching, we have another piece of good news for you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with a smile. She felt that compared to the gloominess from before, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Good news came one after another. What good news? Bailey Hongzhuang handed the auction booklet to Bewitching. The Golden Flame auction house will be auctioning the Tears of Frosty Flame next month. As soon as these words came out, Bewitching could not help but be stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Didn't Steward Qin say that the Golden Flame auction house attaches great importance to the Tears of Frosty Flame? Why would they auction it now? I don't know. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. But no matter what, as long as the Tears of Frigid Fire appear, it's a good opportunity for us. Xiran said. Bewitching's face was slightly dusty. There was a hint of surprise between his eyebrows, but more of it was solemn. I'm afraid Steward Qin already knows about this news. I wonder what Steward Qin's attitude is? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. This news was just told to us by Sweet Dream. I think Steward Qin should have just found out as well. He hasn't come to us yet, and we don't know his attitude. However, according to my estimation, he should come to us soon. Steward Qin was not a stupid person. He naturally knew that this news could not be hidden from them, so he would definitely come and talk to them in detail. They were not clear about the clues, but presumably, Steward Qin would know more about the situation than them. No matter what, this is good news. I think we have to be prepared. If we can get it, that would be the best. If we can't, then I'm afraid we have to snatch it. Xiren's face was filled with a warm smile. He was clearly talking about robbery, but his face was still like a spring breeze. It was really incongruous. Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately stood up. If it's about stealing, we also have a certain ability. Suddenly, the 4 people and 3 beasts in the room couldn't help but laugh. This was the best news they had received since coming to Punlai Island. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected, not long after they found out that the Tears of Frigid Flame was about to be auctioned, Steward Qin came to find them. As soon as he entered the room, Steward Qin noticed the auction booklet on the table and understood that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 already knew about this news. Steward Qin. Bailey Hongzhuang invited Steward Qin into the room and placed a cup of tea in front of him. Young Master D, you should already know that the Tears of Frigid Flame is about to be auctioned, right? Steward Qin went straight to the point. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore. It was better to be honest. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right, we already know. I've been waiting for news from Golden Flame Auction House's Steward Qin. I didn't expect him to actually take out the Tears of Frigid Flame for auction. This is truly beyond my expectations. Steward Qin sighed, the anger on his face still not dissipating. This guy is too despicable. Seeing Steward Qin like this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. They secretly thought to themselves, could it be that this was a game between the Golden Flame Auction House and the Demon Refining Tower? Or could it be that the Golden Flame Auction House's method was aimed at Steward Qin and had nothing to do with them? If that was the case, then it would be good news for them. Steward Qin, do you know why the Golden Flame Auction House suddenly decided to auction the Tears of Frigid Flame? Bewitching asked. This was what they couldn't understand the most. I'm not sure about this either. Steward Qin thought for a while and slowly said, according to my judgment, he should know that I have a deal with you and wants to bypass me and directly contact you in order to obtain the greatest benefits. The reason why they held this auction is probably to lure you out. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but be stunned. They had never understood where this problem came from before. Now that they heard Steward Qin's answer, the things that they couldn't figure out seemed to be connected in an instant. Steward Qin couldn't help but look at the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't want the profit method he had painstakingly thought of to be intercepted like this. That manager Qin is also not a good person. He is a cunning old fox. You guys don't understand him well enough. Steward Qin continued, in my opinion, when the auction starts, we should split into 2 groups and let me bid for the Tears of Cold Flame. As long as I appear, I believe that the other forces will give me some face and not compete with me. Otherwise, in such a large auction, no matter what it is very likely that it will be sold at a sky-high price. Steward Qin, in that case, the Golden Flame Auction House is willing to take out a portion of the Tears of Frigid Flame? Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Steward Qin's expression changed a little, and said, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they are just using this method to lure the snake out of its hole, and in the end, their own people will buy the auction item back. The Golden Flame Auction House has done a lot of this kind of thing, and as for the real situation, we can only judge it after we participate in the auction. Steward Qin was also angry now. Steward Qin actually dared to target him. If Steward Qin succeeded, then where would he put his face in the future? Compared to the benefits he would earn, Steward Qin cared more about his own face. Even if he couldn't get it, he would definitely not let Steward Qin's plan succeed. Otherwise, if word got out in the future, he would become a joke on Punlai Island. Thinking of this, Steward Qin could only hope that Steward Qin's actions this time were all for naught. Hearing Steward Qin's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also understood that Steward Qin was going against the Golden Flame Auction House. He would rather not get anything than let the Golden Flame Auction House get any benefits. It had to be said that this was extremely good news for them, because this way, they would be able to maximize their own benefits. Young Master D, why don't we do this for the time being? Steward Qin thought for a while and said, let's split up and go to the auction. Be careful not to be discovered by others. If I can get the Tears of Frosty Flame, we can talk about this cooperation later. If I can't get the Tears of Frosty Flame, then I'm willing to pay a sufficient price, as long as you don't cooperate with the Golden Flame auction house. No matter what kind of chips you have, you can negotiate with the Golden Flame auction house first and then talk to me. I believe that this won't do you any harm. This matter concerns the face of my demon training tower and the competition between us and the Golden Flame auction house. No benefits can compare to it. Seeing that we have been friends for such a long time, I hope that you can agree to give me a chance at least. Steward Qin's face was filled with seriousness and determination. The Golden Flame auction house had gone overboard in this matter. He was already prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with them. Bewitching muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Steward Qin, we already understand what you mean. Don't worry, we will give you an explanation." Hearing Bewitching's words, Steward Qin's gloomy face became a little better. "Thank you." After discussing all of this, Steward Qin left. His footsteps were very fast, and it was obvious that he was thinking about how to return this matter to the Golden Flame auction house. We've been dealing with Steward Qin for so long, but this is the first time we've seen him being so open and honest. It seems that he and the Golden Flame auction house are really going against each other this time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Bewitching nodded slightly. At their level, although they value benefits very much, the most important thing is still face. Golden Flame auction house's actions are tantamount to slapping Steward Qin's face. It's normal for Steward Qin to be so angry. Regardless of whether or not we will cooperate with Steward Qin in the end, at least we will have to pay a lot less. According to this situation, Manager Jin of the Golden Flame auction house is indeed a sly old fox. If we want to deal with him, I'm afraid we have to be more careful. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said. Even a person like Steward Qin had been tricked by Steward Jin. Compared to Steward Qin, they did not have the backing of the magic refining pagoda. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Negotiating with an old fox like Manager Jin must be done step by step. Although Manager Qin was also a profiteer, at least they had a better understanding of this profiteer. What's more, Manager Qin was obviously angry now and was willing to pay more benefits. If possible, she would still be more willing to cooperate with Manager Qin. After all, they still had to return to the Demon Refining Pagoda in the future. Now that they hadn't even gone through the arena, there was no need to talk about the inheritance of the murderous aura. The auction held by the Golden Flame auction house this time was very vast. Every island in the Punlai Island had received the auction catalog of the Golden Flame auction house. When the time came, interested people would go to take a look. The specific time was set for the 18th of next month, so Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were not in a hurry to set off. They just had to wait until the time was about right. Xiran and Shangguanying were now on the 13th floor of the arena. However, the cultivators on the 13th floor were no longer at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. It was already very difficult for Xiran and Shangguanying to reach the 13th floor. In the entire 13th floor, only the two of them were at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. The other cultivators were all at the 6th level of the Purple Realm and above. Similarly, their advantage was also weakened here. There were wins and losses in the battle. If they wanted to achieve 10 consecutive victories, they would need to improve a little. After Bewitching broke through the 5th level of the Purple Realm, he also went to the arena with Bailey Hongzhuang. With their current cultivation, although they couldn't reach the higher levels, at least reaching the 13th floor wasn't a problem. At that time, they could go to the cultivation area to cultivate, which would also help them improve their cultivation. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching began to break through the arena, the cultivators on the 11th floor were completely shocked. They had never seen Bailey Hongzhuang make a move before. When Bailey Hongzhuang stood on the stage, they were extremely surprised. But when Bailey Hongzhuang burst out with her fighting strength, they were not surprised but shocked. Almost everyone believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's main identity was an alchemist. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had always said that she wanted to cultivate when she refused everyone's requests for medicine, everyone had always treated this as a pretense to refuse, and no one believed her at all. However, after Bailey Hongzhuang made her move, they finally believed that this was not a pretense. Bailey Hongzhuang was really cultivating. This kind of fighting strength was not inferior to that of Xiran and Shangguanying, who had surprised everyone before. The moment they made their move, they won easily and did not give their opponents any chance to counterattack. Only then did the crowd realize that Bailey Hongzhuang was a real violent alchemist. Her fighting strength was not inferior to her performance in alchemy at all. However, what surprised the crowd even more was Bewitching, because Bewitching's move was truly violent. It was clearly Bewitching's first time participating in the arena, but the murderous aura emitted from his body was even denser than that of cultivators who had fought several times. Just a glance was enough to make people shudder. Before he even made his move, his aura had already suppressed his opponent, causing his opponent to lose all confidence. This kind of feeling was completely an overwhelming victory. After seeing Bewitching's performance in the arena, the three beasts couldn't help but shrink their necks. "Master, Bewitching is like a scourge now. His aura is really too terrifying. He's been fighting alone in a horde of monsters for so long. It's natural for him to develop this kind of aura." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Looking at the invincible figure in the arena, her eyes were filled with pride and joy. This was her Bewitching. Bewitching had always been an extremely outstanding existence. If it wasn't for the suppression of the cursed body, he would definitely be the strongest among the four of them. She couldn't help but look forward to seeing how Bewitching would change after they obtained the Tears of Glacial Flame. Presumably, that would be how high-spirited Bewitching would be. That's true. The three beasts nodded. They still remembered that when they found Bewitching in the ocean world, they were completely blinded by bloodlust. Even they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw him. In fact, after fighting monsters for a long time, cultivators would also turn into human-shaped beasts. Although Bewitching didn't seem to have changed much, whether it was his combat strength, endurance, or aura, they were all greatly improved compared to before. A cultivator's combat strength wasn't only determined by their own cultivation base, but also by other factors. Previously, even though Xianxia had broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, Bewitching was still stuck at the 4th level of the Purple Realm. Xianxia also didn't dare to guarantee that he could defeat Bewitching. This was the real reason. 10 consecutive victories on the 11th floor wasn't a problem for Bailey Hongzhuang or Bewitching. In just 2 short days, the two of them had already advanced to the 2nd floor. This news undoubtedly shocked all the cultivators on the 11th floor. Only then did they realize that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching weren't simple characters. After completing 10 consecutive victories, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that the murderous aura in her body was much stronger than before. Every time she won a battle, the murderous aura accumulated in her opponent's body would enter her body. This kind of murderous aura was different from blood aura. The effect of blood aura was to make the opponent feel fear, thus suppressing the opponent's strength. On the other hand, murderous aura was used to increase one's own aura. The stronger the murderous aura, the more the opponent would be afraid before they attacked. Once the murderous aura condensed into a substance, it could even kill people without leaving a trace. This was the most frightening thing. Even though the murderous aura in her body wasn't very strong, Bailey Hongzhuang could still feel the effects of the battle. This kind of invisible murderous aura could increase one's self-confidence. It was as if everything in front of one's eyes was nothing. This kind of courageous feeling made one feel very happy. Just a little bit of murderous aura can have such an effect. If I can obtain the inheritance of the murderous aura, I really don't know how much help it will be. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a bright light. Her heart was filled with anticipation. The demonic abyss was indeed a mysterious existence. Bewitching nodded. The effect of the murderous aura on him was particularly obvious. Participating in more battles is also very beneficial to us. If we can obtain more murderous aura, our battle strength will increase a bit when we go to Punlai Island. There was a limit to the murderous aura in the demonic tower. If a cultivator left the demonic tower for too long, the murderous aura in their body would gradually dissipate until there was nothing left. Only after obtaining the inheritance of the demonic tower would the murderous aura continue to exist in their bodies. Just like the blood aura field, it was such an existence. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's speed was very fast. Not long after, the two of them had successfully reached the 13th floor, reaching the same level as when Xianxia and Shangguaniying. After entering the 13th floor, they realized that it wasn't easy to obtain a 10-win streak here. Thus, they didn't waste any more time here and headed straight to the cultivation area. After knowing the price of a day's cultivation in the cultivation area, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but sigh. This was really a sky-high price, 100 spirit stones a day. This price was simply too high. However, after understanding the density of the cultivation area, although the four of them could not bear the price, they could only silently accept it. After all, the density of the origin energy here could increase their cultivation. After discussing for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three decided to stay in the cultivation area to cultivate before the auction began. Fortunately, we took a huge sum of money from Chu Feihu back then. Otherwise, this price would really be unbearable. Shang Guanying sighed. The demonic tower was really a place that swallowed money. It could unknowingly squeeze the cultivators dry. Zyra nodded. In my opinion, the reason why there are cultivators leaving the demonic tower every day is not because they don't want to stay here anymore, but because they can't afford to stay here. After hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could not help but chuckle. This was not impossible. Thinking back, when they had just arrived at the demonic tower, wasn't it the same situation? They were only worried that they did not have enough spirit stones to continue staying here. With their current wealth, they were unable to reach the Whispering Sun realm. However, if they continued to stay here, the rate of consumption of spirit stones would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, the rooms that they had chosen to stay in now were not the best rooms in the cultivation area. Those rooms with denser origin power would cost up to 1,000 spirit stones or even tens of thousands of spirit stones a day. However, those kinds of places were more suitable for cultivators to use when they were breaking through. With their current situation, they only needed to cultivate in the ordinary rooms of the cultivation area. After all, they still had to participate in the auction. They couldn't waste their spirit stones here. In order to participate in the auction, Bailey Hongzhuang accepted a few more orders. She didn't know what kind of price the Tears of Glacial Flame would fetch at the auction, but this auction had attracted so many people, so there must be a lot of rich people. In such a grand auction, every single item could be sold for a sky-high price. If they didn't make any preparations, they wouldn't be willing to see the Tears of Cold Flame slip away right in front of their eyes. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were also determined to obtain the map fragment. No matter what kind of secret was behind the map fragment, since they had encountered it, they had to obtain it. Perhaps there really was a big secret behind it. The time spent cultivating passed extremely quickly, and soon, it was not far from the start of the auction. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three left the cultivation area and returned to their residence. At the same time, Sweet Dream appeared in front of them. Young Master D, the auction of the Golden Flame auction house is about to begin. Steward Qin asked me to inform you that you can leave in 2 days. Sweet Dream slowly said. When she heard Manager Jean mention this matter to her, she was also very surprised. She did not expect Steward Qin to know that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were very interested in the Tears of Cold Flame. We understand. Steward Qin said that he will leave in 2 days, but if he meets you after arriving at Penlai Island, he will pretend not to know you. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, all right. It seemed that Steward Qin was not willing to expose their identities in front of the Golden Flame auction house. When the time came, he would hide as much as he could. Young Master D, I can understand why you are going to the auction, but why is Steward Qin going with you? Sweet Dream could not help but ask the question in her heart. She had stayed in the magic tower for quite some time, and it was rare to see Steward Qin leave the magic tower. However, during this period of time, Steward Qin was preparing to leave for the second time, and from the looks of it, it seemed to be related to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Steward Qin naturally has his reasons. Perhaps he is also interested in something at the auction. Bewitching said indifferently. Hearing this, the doubts in Sweet Dream's heart did not disappear, but she also knew that Bewitching and the other three did not plan to talk to her about this matter, so she immediately said, I hope you can successfully bid for the Tears of Cold Flame. I will wait for the good news of your return at the Magic Tower. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, thank you. After Sweet Dream left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three immediately began to pack their luggage. It was indeed time for them to set off. Steward Qin was very familiar with Penlai Island, so it was not a big deal to go later. However, the four of them had never been to Punlai Island before, so it was good to go earlier to understand the situation. Steward Qin hopes that we won't have any contact with the Golden Flame auction house. What are your plans? Wen Xiren put the things in the room into his Chankuan bag as he looked at Bewitching and asked. Bewitching glanced at Wen Xiren and said indifferently, since we are doing business, we naturally have to see which side has the highest price, which is most beneficial to us. As for the final decision, we will see when the time comes. After we go to Punlai Island, we can take the opportunity to learn more about the Golden Flame auction house. What we know now is only a rough idea. Who knows? Things might be more complicated than we think. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. Even if Steward Qin gave them an answer that was likely to be the truth, they still couldn't be sure. In my opinion, perhaps there is some conflict between the Golden Flame auction house and the Demon Refining Tower. That's why this happened. Anyway, we have to observe the situation first. It's fine as long as we don't suffer any losses, Shang Guanying said thoughtlessly. If you say that Steward Qin and Steward Jin are profiteers, I think you guys are also quite shrewd. You flatter me. After packing up everything, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three beasts embarked on their journey to Punlai Island. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three set off for Punlai Island, they discovered that many other cultivators were also setting off for Punlai Island. Along the way, they saw many boats, big and small, luxurious and plain. There were all kinds of boats, and everyone's destination was the same, Punlai Island. At night, some of the luxurious boats were lit up, reflecting the surface of the sea, making it look extremely beautiful. It didn't look like they were hurrying, but rather like they were boating on the lake. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's boat wasn't big, but it was still quite eye-catching among the many boats. This was because cultivators who had some understanding of materials would immediately notice that their boat was different from the rest. It looked like a small boat, but its cost was no less than those luxurious boats. Compared to when they first came to Punlai Island because their cultivation wasn't high enough, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were undoubtedly much more open. Even if their cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, there were at most cultivators at the 5th level of the Purple Realm on Punlai Island, so their strength wasn't strange at all. In the process of rushing the waterway, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three also saw a lot of lively scenes. Some of the two ships directly collided with each other and caused conflicts, and some of the cultivators on the ships were chatting directly. They had never encountered such a scene before. Of course, there were also many people who took advantage of the situation. Some of the bigger boats saw that the cultivators on the smaller boats were easy to bully, so they directly attacked and robbed the other party clean. Fortunately, although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's boat wasn't big, it was very expensive to build. No one knew where they came from, so no one came to find trouble with them. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three maintained a low profile as they moved forward. They didn't have any conflicts with anyone, nor did they have any plans to make friends with anyone. This is really lively. Shang Guanying looked at the sparkling boat lights around them, and a comfortable smile spread across her delicate and beautiful face. Under the yellow lights, she looked unusually gentle. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, we have never encountered such a scene before. Speaking of which, it can be considered a major feature of Punlai Island. With so many people heading to Punlai Island, I feel that the inns in Punlai Island will be full again. Xiren raised his eyebrows. They had already met many people along the way, what more cultivators from other islands. Just by thinking about it, they knew that this number of people was definitely extremely terrifying. I don't know how big the Golden Flame auction house is. With so many cultivators going there together, how can there be enough space? Xiao He frowned. Her face was full of confusion. In his opinion, even if the auction house was huge, it should not be able to accommodate so many people. At this time, Bewitching seemed to have thought of something and could not help but ask, do you remember the invitation letters we got from Xianxia and Xianxia? As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two immediately looked at Bewitching. You mean we need an invitation to attend this auction? If that's really the case, then it's fortunate that we still have an invitation. Otherwise, wouldn't we not even be able to enter the auction? Wen Xiren was secretly speechless. He had completely forgotten about this problem previously. If they had not coincidentally obtained 2 invitations, then wouldn't they only be able to stare outside the auction house during this trip to Punlai Island? But Steward Qin has never told us that we need an invitation to participate in the auction. Shang Guanying couldn't help but frown. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 looked at each other and understood the gist of it. It seems that Steward Qin really doesn't want us to go to Punlai Island to participate in the auction at all. When Xiren chuckled, he did not believe that Steward Qin would forget about this kind of thing. He was just pretending that he had forgotten about it. Bewitching's eyes were calm and deep. If it were us and Steward Qin, we would definitely not want us to participate in this auction. As long as it was a person, they would have their own selfish motives. Since Manager Jean had gone overboard this time, Steward Qin was naturally unwilling to let Manager Jean have the slightest chance of success. However, Steward Qin had deliberately not told them that they needed an invitation. At the very least, he did not stop them. This was already very good. When we get to Punlai Island, we'll see if that's really the case. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. Speaking of which, if we really need an invitation to participate, then wouldn't there be many cultivators who don't have one? Shang Guanying was also puzzled. That's right, I can't figure it out either. Forget it, when we arrive, we will naturally understand the situation. Even during the journey, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 did not stop cultivating. Each of them took turns to control the ship, while the others cultivated in peace. To them, time was the most precious. Even if it was just a little bit of time, it would still be extremely good to be able to increase their strength by a bit. Finally, 4 days had passed, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had successfully arrived at Punlai Island. When they arrived at the dock, they discovered that the dock of Punlai Island was several times larger than the dock of Emerald Island. And now, all the docks were filled with cultivators, and cultivators from various islands had rushed here in the past few days. Sure enough, it is worthy of being called the largest island in the entire Punlai Island. It can be seen from the size of the pier. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and sighed. Bewitching nodded his head slightly. Punlai Palace is located on Punlai Island. It is definitely not something a small island like Emerald Island can compare to. Speaking of which, the Golden Flame Auction House is holding such a big auction. I wonder if gang leader Yi and the others will also come? Shang Guanying suddenly thought of something. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. Maybe, if we can meet, then it's really fate. After arriving at the dock, Xiren put away the ship, and the 4 of them walked onto Punlai Island together. Not long after they left, buildings appeared in the line of sight of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. With just a slight glance, everyone could feel the magnificence and atmosphere of Punlai Island. Walking on the street, the bustling noises of the surroundings constantly rang in the ears of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had turned into pearl hair clips and were perched on Bailey Hongzhuang's head. However, their little eyes were still looking around, full of curiosity towards Punlai Island. Only Baisher, who was walking beside Bailey Hongzhuang, attracted the attention of many people. Baisher was now the strongest member of Bailey Hongzhuang's team. As its cultivation level increased, it had grown into an awe-inspiring presence. Its huge body was like a lion's and its soft white fur had turned red and white. It was not messy at all, but it exuded an aristocratic aura. Its eyes were unusually sharp. Wherever its gaze passed, everyone could feel its hostility. Compared to its adorable appearance when it was held in Bailey Hongzhuang's arms, Baisher was now an awe-inspiring presence that was enough to intimidate an area. As a beast king, as it gradually grew older, its advantages had completely exploded. Its heaven-defying cultivation speed made Wen Xiren and the others sigh in amazement. There were many cultivators on the streets who had their own contracted beasts. However, these contracted beasts could only lower their heads when Baisher glanced at them, showing signs of submission. Some of the weaker contracted beasts did not even have the courage to stand up and walk when facing Baisher. Their entire bodies lay on the ground, trembling. It was obvious that they were afraid of the Beast King's awe-inspiring presence. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. In an instant, many people's gazes fell on Baisher. What kind of contracted beast is this? It looks very domineering. Whether it's its fur, its body, or its aura, it's not something an ordinary contracted beast can possess. Look at the contracted beasts on the streets. they can't help but submit when they see it. It's obvious that this contracted beast is extraordinarily powerful. Such a contracted beast is simply my dream. Just by having it by my side, it's extraordinarily domineering. I don't know how these guys got their hands on it. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast with envy. A contracted beast was the best helper for a cultivator. It would never betray its master. It could be said that it was the most reassuring existence. If they could snatch it by force, these people would definitely snatch Baisher back without hesitation. Unfortunately, the contracted beast had already contracted with its master. Even if they snatched it back, it would be of no use. They would only suffer the counterattack of the contracted beast. Hence, everyone could only look on enviously. Baisher naturally noticed that everyone's gazes were filled with envy and amazement. It immediately raised its head and walked proudly. It was a beast king. These guys could not be envied. Hongzhuang, Baisher is becoming more and more awe-inspiring. The surrounding contracted beasts have been scared out of their wits by Baisher. Shangguaninging could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips couldn't help but curve up a little. Speaking of which, she didn't have any good memories in Fengbo country. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that she got Baisher there. The white lion is indeed becoming more and more powerful. Compared to it, I, as its master, am rather inferior. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. Although she felt that her master was rather inferior, the pride on her face was still very strong. Anyone who was able to obtain a contract beast like the white lion would be extremely proud. As a beast king, the white lion is naturally gifted in cultivation. Logically speaking, a beast king cannot be contracted by a cultivator. Hongzhuang, it's already a miracle that you were able to contract the white lion. Wen Ziren gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. They had actually wanted to find a suitable contract beast as well. Unfortunately, most contract beasts could not keep up with the increase in their cultivation. It was too difficult to form a contract with a strong enough beast, and the growth rate of a contract beast was average, so it was better not to have one. Perhaps it might be useful in the beginning, but at their level of cultivation, it was useless to bring it out. It was because of this that the three of them had never had a contract beast. With their status and background, it was not difficult for them to obtain a contract beast. However, if they could not find a suitable contract beast, even if they managed to contract one, it would be meaningless. It would just be a waste of a slot. As their cultivation had reached this level, the chances of them finding a suitable contract beast had become increasingly slim. They might as well not look for a contract beast at all. Of course, that was unless they found a suitable contract beast. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile grew even more radiant. That's right, I never thought that I would encounter such a strange situation. Thinking back to what had happened in the past, she really felt that she had been King lucky to have encountered such a good thing. It was truly miraculous. The white lion listened to the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. In fact, it was also very glad that it had met such a good master. In fact, this was not its master's luck, but its own luck. It was not only the white lion. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also felt that their luck was very good. Thinking back to when they had first transmigrated with Bailey Hongzhuang, they had felt very helpless. However, they felt that their luck was really good now. Ever since they had acknowledged Bailey Hongzhuang as their master, they had never regretted it. This Punlai Island is really lively. Thinking back to when we first arrived at Emerald Island, we thought that it was very lively. However, compared to Punlai Island, the difference is huge. Shangguaningyin chuckled. They had stayed in the demon training tower for half a year. Every day, they were either cultivating in seclusion, facing the vast sea and endless monster hordes of the ocean world, or participating in the arena competition. The main rhythm of their lives was cultivation and battle. Now that they had come to this market, they felt refreshed and their mood couldn't help but become extremely good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. When we were on the ship, I could see that Punlai Island scale was much larger than Emerald Island. We should only be at the periphery of Punlai Island now. I heard that Punlai Palace is located behind Punlai Island. However, cultivators who are not from Punlai Palace can't enter. Since we have already come to Punlai Island, we will definitely see the cultivators of Punlai Palace. I think it will be able to satisfy our curiosity. Wen Xiren said with a faint smile. The most important thing for us now is to find an inn to settle down in. The number of cultivators who have come to Punlai Island these days is extremely large. We should take advantage of the fact that the inn is not full to settle down, and we can also learn more information. Bewitching slowly said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Punlai Island is so big, there are many inns here. Let's just find an inn and settle down first. Hongzhuang, after we settle down, let's go shopping. We have been in the Mo refining tower for so long, and the things inside are so expensive. I have not bought new clothes for a long time. Xianxia eyes flashed with anticipation. As a woman, she had always valued her image very much. It was just that she did not have such thoughts in a place like the Mo refining tower. Now that she finally came out, she could not help but want to buy some things she needed. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and agreed, there are still some necessities, we should indeed buy them. Then when you two go shopping, help me and Bewitching buy some things. Wen Xiren came to Xianxia side and chuckled. Okay. Xianxia raised her eyebrows, then I will reluctantly promise you. Thank you, wife. Xiren cupped his hands, causing Xianxia to laugh. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three found a very lively big inn near the center of Punlai Island. They didn't know much about the situation of Punlai Island, so it was often easier to get information if they stayed in such a big inn. After staying, Bewitching and Wen Xiren returned to the house to rest. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia went shopping together. No matter when, shopping was always a woman's nature. It must be said that the things on Punlai Island were all extremely outstanding. However, the prices were also extremely high. Regarding this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia, who were already used to staying in the magic refining tower, didn't feel that this price was too expensive at all. On the contrary, they felt that it was very cheap, because the magic refining tower's fees were truly terrifying. Perhaps it was because the Golden Flame Auction House's large-scale auction had attracted a lot of cultivators. The sellers on both sides of the street were also buying a lot of goods, dazzling the eyes. The two of them helped Bewitching and Wen Xiren purchase a few sets of clothes before returning to the inn. They had made a bountiful harvest. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia coming back, Bewitching and Wen Xiren also smiled. Hongzhuang, we just found out that participating in the Golden Flame Auction House's auction requires an invitation letter. Those without an invitation letter are not allowed to enter. Bewitching looked at the things Bailey Hongzhuang bought and told Bailey Hongzhuang the news he just received. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, seemingly surprised but not surprised. Then why did so many cultivators come to Punlai Island together? They can't participate. That's not all. We're here for the large-scale auction held by the Golden Flame Auction House. In fact, in order to create a craze for this auction, the Golden Flame Auction House also holds small-scale auctions every day. Such a grand event naturally attracted many cultivators to come and watch, Wen Xiren added. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. No wonder so many cultivators are here. The Golden Flame Auction House is really good. Most of the cultivators who participated in large-scale auctions were wealthy people. Otherwise, it would be useless for them to enter an auction of this level because they simply did not have the strength to bid for the auction items. On the contrary, these small-scale auctions were probably more in line with the requirements of ordinary cultivators. The items that appeared in these auctions would not be bad. After all, this was the headquarters of the Golden Flame Auction House. Ordinary cultivators would also have the ability to compete. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. We've learned that the Golden Flame Auction House's position on Punlai Island is deeply rooted. Everyone has long forgotten when it came into existence. It seems to have appeared earlier than Punlai Palace, 100 Flowers Gate, and Crimson Moon Sect. Its foundation is extremely strong. Everyone's comments about the Golden Flame Auction House are mostly good. As long as the items are auctioned at the Golden Flame Auction House, there's a certain guarantee. If there's a fake or other problem, the Golden Flame Auction House can resolve it. As for Steward Jin's character, everyone only says that he's a peacemaker. No matter what, he always has a smile on his face. Almost no one has ever seen him angry. However, everyone acknowledges that he's a profiteer. After all, as the steward of an auction house, if he's not a profiteer, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to develop the Golden Flame auction house to such a scale, Bewitching said slowly. After listening to all this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was a little more clear. According to this, Steward Jean is not someone we can't contact. We just need to pay more attention to our own interests during negotiations. Bewitching nodded. That's right. We'll have to wait until after the auction to understand the specific situation. It's getting late. Let's go have lunch and try out the dishes of Punlai Island. A glint of light flashed across Xiren's eyes. Back when he was in the demonic tower, he had been suppressing his cultivation. Now that he was in Punlai Island, he could finally relax. Okay. Shang Guanying nodded repeatedly. Apparently, she was also very interested in the food. There are private rooms on the second floor of this inn. Let's eat in the private rooms. That way, it will be more convenient for Xiao He and the others to eat with us. Bewitching's gaze landed on the three beasties. These three fellows had always been extremely interested in food. If they were to dine in the inn's main hall, Baisher's figure alone would probably attract everyone's attention, let alone Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Upon hearing Bewitching's words, the three beasties immediately looked at Bewitching gratefully. They had been eating dry rations for 4 days on the way here. They really wanted to try the hot dishes. In that case, let's set off. Xiren stood up with a smile and shouted for everyone to go down to the second floor. As the four of them chatted, they looked at the scene in the lobby through the curtain of the private room. As the auction was approaching, there would be new cultivators coming to stay in the hotel almost every once in a while. It could be said that it was extremely lively. The buildings in Punlai Island are much taller than the buildings in Emerald Island. Just this hotel alone is much more impressive. Xiren said slowly as he put a mouthful of food into his mouth. Bewitching retracted his gaze from downstairs. There are usually a lot of cultivators on Punlai Island. In addition, many cultivators would come here because of its reputation. Even if the place is extremely spacious, it might not be enough to accommodate them. So naturally, the floors would be higher and higher. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She felt that Punlai Island was really a bustling place. It was much livelier than other small islands. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were chatting, the three beasties were struggling to eat their food. As demonic beasts, their appetite was much bigger than Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze suddenly focused on a figure downstairs. Look, we met an acquaintance. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching and the others looked downstairs. With a glance, everyone's expression became interesting. This person was none other than Gao Hanchun, who had a deep hatred for them. Beside him was Lu Jiangang and Goe Jun. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were no strangers to them. We actually met Gao Hanchun and the others again. This is really not an ordinary fate. Shang Guanying's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. They originally thought that they would meet Li Fei. Unexpectedly, they did not meet Li Fei and instead met Gao Hanchun and the others. This made them feel very helpless. Ever since we arrived at Demonic Refining Island, we haven't paid any attention to Gao Hanchun and the others. I wonder how the Heaven Shaking Association is doing now, Bewitching muttered. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Back then, the Heaven Shaking faction's reputation had been greatly reduced due to the use of the pill to control people's minds. Yi Li Fei and the others had directly driven them back to their headquarters from the Emerald Island. Logically speaking, this news should have already reached their headquarters. In my opinion, it is impossible for them to expand any further. At most, they will stay in their original headquarters. It's best if they can't even keep their original territories. That's what I want to see. Shang Guanying's voice was slightly cold. After coming to Punlai Island for so long, the person she hated the most was Gao Hanchun. Her life of hiding was still vivid in her mind, and it was all thanks to Gao Hanchun. Gao Hanchun and the others obviously did not notice that several pairs of eyes were staring at them from the second floor box. At this moment, they were only thinking about their own matters. Ever since they were framed by Yi Li Fei and the others on Emerald Island, they could not wash away the stain. No matter how they tried to explain, this stain would always be on their heads, and they could not remove it. Most importantly, it was easy for them to recruit gang members. Many cultivators joined because of the reputation of their gang, but they had to go through their selection before they could join. However, ever since the news spread, they fell into an awkward situation. No cultivator was willing to join their heaven-shaking faction. Even if they lowered the threshold for recruitment, no one was interested. When their own faction members went to recruit cultivators, the other party ran away faster than a rabbit. They were afraid that they would be forced to eat pills, which made them so angry that they almost bled. Because no new faction members were willing to join, the heaven-shaking faction's power could not expand. Many faction members gradually lost confidence in the heaven-shaking faction. After all, they had always been looked at strangely by others when they stayed in the heaven-shaking faction. In addition, the heaven-shaking faction no longer had the potential to develop. Many cultivators were no longer willing to stay here. Gradually, more and more faction members left, and the heaven-shaking faction's power was not as strong as before. They had tried everything they could to keep the gang members, but as their own forces shrank, their profits were no longer as good as before. Even if they used more benefits to keep the gang members, they wouldn't be able to keep them for long. The end result was that they couldn't make ends meet. After struggling for a while, Xianxia and the others helplessly realized the fact that they could not stop the faction members from leaving. The gradual decline of the heaven-shaking faction had become an established fact. This was obviously something they could not accept. It was not easy for them to develop the heaven-shaking faction to this level with their own hands. They did not expect that the entire heaven-shaking faction would collapse so quickly because of a rumor. They spent several years developing the heaven-shaking faction, but in just half a year, the heaven-shaking faction had become a small faction. If they continued to develop like this, they knew in their hearts that the heaven-shaking faction was not far from disbanding. They had never hated anyone so much. If possible, they really wanted to kill that despicable guy, Yi Lifei. However, with their current strength, there was no way they could fight Yi Lifei head-on. They would only be courting death. Moreover, they had already been noticed by other cultivators before they even stepped onto the Emerald Island and were directly expelled. Basically, their reputation on the Emerald Island was completely ruined. No matter which faction saw them, they would not hesitate to attack them. There was nothing they could do. Under such circumstances, no matter how unwilling they were, they could only choose to compromise. This time, they originally wanted to go to the Scarlet Moon Island. The heaven-shaking faction was about to disappear. If the three of them did not find a way out, it would be really troublesome in the future. After all, on Punlai Island, spirit stones were the most important thing for cultivators. Now that the heaven-shaking faction was disbanded, they had no source of income. Most of the money they had was spent when they tried to keep the faction members. If they could not find a way out, it would be a problem for them to survive on Punlai Island in the future. When they had just started to develop, the Crimson Moon sect had hoped that they could join them. They had even tried to recruit them. However, they had only wanted to make a name for themselves on Punlai Island. Hence, they had rejected the Crimson Moon sect's recruitment. Although they were no different from drowning dogs now, at least they still had their strength. They could only hope that the Crimson Moon sect would still be willing to accept them. When they found out that the cultivator who had recruited them had come to Punlai Island to participate in the Golden Flame Auction House's auction, they immediately came to Punlai Island to contact him. Big Brother, do you think Big Brother Xiaonan will agree to recruit us into the Crimson Moon sect? Lu Jiangang looked at Xianxia worriedly. He had never been so down and out ever since the Xintian Association was established. This feeling was really uncomfortable. If Xiaonan was not willing to recruit them, then their future would be terrible. Xianxia's expression was also a little depressed. He was the most depressed out of everyone who had come this far. His two younger brothers had been killed for no reason and he had not found the murderer until now. That was fine. However, the Xintian Association had also been destroyed. He could not take revenge on Yi Lifei even if he wanted to. He was extremely sullen. With our cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for us to join the Crimson Moon sect, Xianxia said after some thought. Guijin's expression was also a little ugly. Compared to their previous high spirits, they no longer had the slightest bit of vigor. On the surface, they were just pretending. They did not want to be mocked by their former opponents. Back then, Xiaonan tried to persuade us to join the Crimson Moon sect, but we rejected him. Now that we're down and out, if we look for him again, I'm afraid we'll be mocked. Hearing this, Gao Hanchun said in a low voice, even if we're mocked, there's nothing we can do. We can only swallow it. Once we've achieved something in the Crimson Moon sect, these mocking voices will gradually disappear. Lu Jiangang nodded, we've completely failed in the previous incident. However, as long as we start all over again, the three of us brothers will be able to create a new world in the Crimson Moon sect in the future. Thinking of this, the three of them looked better. They had spent the past half a year in anger. Now that they had abandoned the Xintian association, they felt much more relaxed. Just as Gao Hanchun and the other two were deep in thought, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Brother Gao, you're here. A burly man appeared behind Gao Hanchun and the other two. I came here as soon as I heard that you were looking for me. I didn't expect that we would have the chance to meet again. Gao Hanchun and the other two hurriedly turned around. When they saw the warm smile on Xiaonan's face, the heaviness in their hearts dissipated slightly. Big brother Xiao, we're here to look for you, Gue Jun said with a smile. Haha. Xiaonan nodded. No matter what it is, let's sit down and talk. It's not convenient to stand here with so many people coming and going. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Jiangang nodded quickly. Let's order some food and drink first, then sit down and talk. Since this place is full, why don't we go somewhere else to talk? Xiaonan said slowly. Although he was asking, the dissatisfaction on his face was very obvious. With his current status, he was already giving Gao Hanchun and the other two a lot of face by being willing to meet them. If they were to ask him to go somewhere else, he would not be willing to do so. Gao Hanchun and the other two were clearly not stupid. Just by looking at Xiaonan's expression, they understood what he meant. They immediately said, no need, no need. This place is full. Won't you be dissatisfied if two of us leave? Gao Hanchun immediately gave Lu Jiangang and Gue Jun a look. Lu Jiangang and Gue Jun immediately understood. They scanned the crowd in the hall and realized that most of them were sitting in a group. It was undoubtedly very inconvenient for them to attack. In the end, they found a cultivator drinking alone in a corner. Their eyes immediately lit up. This person was their target. In the next second, the two of them walked up to the cultivator and said, you should be done drinking, right? We want this seat. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. This scene was clearly seen by Bailey Hongzhuang and the others on the second floor. A trace of disdain appeared in their hearts. The way Gao Hanchun and the others do things really hasn't changed at all. They are always so unreasonable. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly and the corner of her lips curled into a mocking smile. Thinking back to when Gao Hanchun was bent on finding trouble with them, he was also like this. He did not care about the feelings of others at all. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. I'm afraid that this kind of behavior has already become ingrained in their bones. They won't be able to change it in a short period of time unless they meet someone who can make them suffer. Bewitching said coldly. The four of them sighed faintly in their hearts. They only hoped that Gao Hanchun and the other two would meet a cultivator who could make them suffer as soon as possible. This way, they would be able to get rid of this bad habit of theirs. However, if it really came to that, the three of them would probably have to go to hell to repent. Speaking of which, the cultivator who came later seems to be wearing Crimson Moon Sect's clothes. When Xiren's sharp eyes noticed the symbol on Xiaonan's clothes and could not help but comment. The three major powers of Punlai Island all had their own unique symbols. When their disciples walked outside, their identities could often be distinguished just by looking at their clothes. Of course, there were quite a number of people who would usually fake their names. However, Punlai Island was now filled with cultivators from all over the place. There were also many cultivators from the three major forces. There shouldn't be anyone who would dare to fake their names here. After being reminded by Xiren, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two immediately noticed this point. Their gazes couldn't help but change a little. I didn't expect them to have some connections with the Crimson Moon sect. From the looks of it, they must have a favor to ask of someone. What happened just now was clearly a deliberate attempt to curry favor with the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect. I wonder what the reason is. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with wisdom. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the restaurant and it was too noisy, so they couldn't hear what Gao Hanchen and the others were talking about. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun stood in front of the cultivator who was drinking alone. Both of their attitudes were extremely fierce. This scene was noticed by many cultivators in the restaurant, but no one paid any attention to it. This kind of thing was to see who was stronger among the cultivators. The weak had no choice but to leave. However, when the cultivator who was drinking alone raised his head, Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun could not help but stop in their tracks with just a glance. A chill quickly rose from the soles of their feet to their backs. It was as if they had been glanced at by the Grim Reaper. Their limbs turned cold and they stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. They only felt that their souls were about to leave their bodies. They had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. It was as if one glance was enough to take their lives. Even though they had been on Punlai Island for many years, they had never seen such a terrifying existence. It was so terrifying that they did not even have the heart to resist. At this moment, the two of them were extremely regretful. They originally thought that the other party was easy to bully. They did not expect the other party to be such a terrifying existence. If he wanted to take their lives, it would be a matter of minutes. Cold sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. They were dumbstruck and did not dare to say a word. They did not even have the courage to take a step forward and leave. After glancing at them, the man retracted his gaze. Looking at the empty pot, he seemed to sigh faintly. Then, he stood up and left the table. The crowd did not feel the gaze that Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun felt. They only thought that this man was really a coward. The other party had only left a sentence and he had already left dejectedly. However, Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun were already sitting weakly on the chairs. The back of their clothes was already soaked. They only felt that they had just walked through the gates of hell. They were so close to being in hell now. After seeing that Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun had successfully driven the cultivator away, Gao Hanchen revealed a satisfied smile on his face. He immediately said to Xiaonan, "Brother Xiao, please come in." Hearing that, Xiaonan smiled faintly, "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang, Shang Guanying, and Wen Ziren retracted their gazes after seeing this scene. Although they were very disdainful of Gao Hanchen and the other two, they had to admit that the strength of these three people was indeed not to be underestimated. It was expected that the lone cultivator would be driven away by them. After all, it was extremely difficult to fight against four people with the strength of one person, unless the person was an expert among experts. However, Bewitching's gaze was still fixed on that cultivator. He had a vague feeling that this cultivator was very special, giving him an inexplicable and strange feeling. But he definitely did not dislike. On the contrary, there was a sense of familiarity. But he was definitely. But when Bewitching discovered this, he felt it was very strange. It was just a stranger, how could he have such a strange feeling? There was no time to think about anything else. Bewitching stretched out his hand and directly asked the waiter to invite the cultivator over. He did not know why he did that, but he had a feeling that it would be wrong if he let the other party leave just like that. The three of them couldn't help but look at each other. What was going on? Based on Bewitching's personality, he wouldn't sympathize with them after seeing them being chased out by Gao Hanchen and the other two, would he? This wasn't his usual style at all. "Beichen, what are you trying to do?" Wen Ziren couldn't help but ask. This was too abnormal. However, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two with a complicated expression and gave them an unexpected answer. "I don't know either, don't know." This answer made Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two feel a little helpless. Even the three beasties who were gorging themselves couldn't help but raise their heads and look at Bewitching in astonishment. They had known Bewitching for so long, but this was the first time they saw Bewitching do something so strange. It was completely illogical. Noticing everyone's gaze, Bewitching knew that his answer wasn't convincing at all. He didn't say anything else. Before he could figure out what kind of feeling this was, no matter how he answered, it wouldn't be convincing at all. Diyujue was in a very bad mood today. he was scolded by his old man again. At his age, he was probably the only person who would be scolded so badly by his old man. Thinking about how he was usually so impressive outside, he felt that his life was a complete failure when faced with his old man, old lady, and wife who resented him when he returned home. However, not only were his old man, old lady, and wife unwilling to forgive him, even he couldn't forgive himself. He took this opportunity to take a breather and drink some wine to lessen the pain in his heart. However, the more he drank, the clearer his mind became and the more he hated himself. However, just as he was about to leave, a waiter appeared in front of him. "Sir, there's a gentleman in the private room on the second floor who would like to invite you for a small gathering." Hearing this, Dujue rejected without any interest. Not interested. However, he still subconsciously raised his head to look at the second floor. At this moment, Bewitching also happened to lift the curtain and look at Dujue. The moment their gazes met, their expressions changed a little. The waiter was about to leave after receiving Dujue's answer, but Dujue changed his mind the moment he saw Bewitching. He said, "Wait." The waiter hurriedly looked at Dujue and heard him say, "I'll go." When Dujue arrived at the private room, Xiao Bai, and Baishir had already returned to the chaos ring. After all, it would be very strange if he saw the three gluttonous contract beasts here the moment he appeared. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't know why Bewitching did this, they believed that Bewitching must have his reasons for doing this. They would naturally understand later. After seeing Dujue arrive, Bewitching couldn't help but smile. "Sir, please take a seat." Dujue sat down opposite Bewitching. He looked at Bewitching in front of him and had a very strange feeling in his heart, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, he also knew very well that he didn't know anyone on Punlai Island and naturally didn't know anyone. However, this disguise technique was pretty good. Dujue secretly praised in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than the four little guys in front of him, he probably wouldn't have been able to see through their disguise. This kind of disguise was enough to deceive people on Punlai Island. "Little brother, why did you invite me up here for a small gathering?" Dujue opened the door and asked. Hearing this, Bewitching smiled faintly. "I don't have any other intentions. I just feel like we hit it off very well and want to make friends." Until this moment, Bewitching also didn't understand where this strange feeling in his heart came from. Moreover, he didn't have any other intentions in inviting the other party. He just wanted to get to know him. If other people told Dujue this reason, Dujue definitely wouldn't believe it. However, when Bewitching said this reason, Dujue chose to believe it. Because he and Bewitching had the same feeling. Perhaps, the other party invited him because of this feeling. This was really strange. What a coincidence. "I also feel like we hit it off very well when I saw you, little brother. It seems like we didn't know each other before?" Dujue smiled. Bewitching nodded. "I just came to Punlai Island not long ago. As for Punlai Island, it's my first time here. I don't think we've met before." "I see." Dujue was even more certain of his own thoughts. "Since it's so rare to meet a friend, we don't need to ask about the past. How about a drink?" Dujue, who was originally in an extremely bad mood, didn't know why, but after seeing Bewitching, his mood improved a lot. Perhaps this was an inexplicable fate. Could it be that he also wanted to make a friend despite the difference in age? This little guy in front of him was only in his 20s. He was much older than this little guy. Even he felt that this kind of strange fate was very interesting. "Okay." Bewitching picked up his glass and drank with Dujue without hesitation. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stared blankly at the scene before them. The strange feeling in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. It was one thing for Bewitching to do this for no reason, but why did the other party also have the same feeling as Bewitching? Could it be that there was such a thing as becoming bosom friends at first sight in this world? Bewitching and Dujue didn't talk about themselves or each other at all. They just chatted happily about the situation in front of them as if they had known each other for decades. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two knew very well that they had never seen him before. What was going on? The three of them quietly exchanged glances with each other. After which, they shook their heads. They really could not understand the reason behind this. Perhaps, this was really a very strange kind of fate. The most important thing was that they were clearly sitting in the same box now, but Bewitching and Yujue obviously only had eyes for each other and completely ignored the other three. It was really strange. It's really too little to drink with bosom friends. My mood today was extremely bad. After meeting you, little brother, it's a lot better. Haha, this toast is for you. In the process of drinking, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also discovered that this Yujue was not the coward they thought he was. On the contrary, from Yujue's words and actions, they could feel that Yujue was definitely not an ordinary person. However, why would such a person like Yujue leave just because of Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun's threats? This didn't make sense. Hongzhuang, I feel that this young master seems to be very powerful. I can't see through his cultivation at all. Shang Guanying transmitted her voice to Bailey Hongzhuang. As soon as Yujue entered the box, she couldn't help but check on Yujue's cultivation. In her opinion, since Yujue was afraid of Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun, his cultivation couldn't be very strong. It was very likely that he was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Purple Realm like them. Even if he wasn't at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, Shang Guanying knew that with a rough sense, she could guess how much stronger he was compared to them. However, after some probing, she found that she couldn't sense Yujue's cultivation at all. As soon as her aura got close to Yujue, it would be bounced back by a force. At first, she didn't believe it, but after 2 more tries, she had no choice but to believe it. There was a force lingering around his body. No matter who tried to probe, as soon as they got close to him, they would be bounced back. This proved that his strength was definitely not just a little bit stronger than theirs, but an existence that could completely crush them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to even get close to him. Hearing Shang Guanying's words, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. This young master is not an ordinary person. Maybe we were wrong before. He didn't leave because he was afraid of Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun. I'm afraid he just wanted to leave. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun happened to appear and he couldn't be bothered to care about it, so he just left. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was even more convinced of this possibility. After all, when some cultivators' strength reached a certain level, they really didn't have the interest to care about cultivators who were much weaker than them. As long as they made a move, they could directly kill the other party. To care about this kind of person was just lowering their status. Based on her current observation, this Yujue was definitely not the kind of guy who relied on his strength to bully the weak. On the contrary, from his performance, this Yujue was most likely from a powerful force, because this kind was simply not cultivated by ordinary people. Only some of the most powerful forces could cultivate such an existence. Bewitching, this friend of his, was very good. Little brother, I have something to say. Thank you for treating me to drinks. See you again. We'll see you again. After 3 rounds of wine, Yujue finally stood up. Even though he had drunk a lot of wine, his expression was still the same as usual. There was a hint of drunkenness around his eyes, but his eyes were still clear and bright. Bewitching also stood up. See you again. See you again. Yujue smiled faintly. The next time we meet, I'll definitely treat you to drinks. After Yujue left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's eyes fell on Bewitching. Bewitching, how do you feel? He's a very interesting person. Bewitching smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiran was speechless. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you know why you wanted to treat him to drinks. Bewitching shook his head. I still don't know. Upon hearing Bewitching's reply, everyone was confused. Most importantly, they could not see any hint of perfunctory attitude from Bewitching's expression. Clearly, Bewitching was not trying to hide it from them. He really felt that way. I don't know why, but when I saw this person, I had a very strange feeling. It was like déjà vu, or should I say, a kind of. Bewitching frowned, as if searching for an adjective in his mind. A sense of familiarity. When Bewitching mentioned a sense of familiarity, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two could not help but change a little. The astonishment in their hearts grew even more intense. A sense of familiarity? Shang Guanying raised her eyebrows, her face full of astonishment. She then looked at Xiren. When you see a stranger, you feel a sense of familiarity? Xiren spread out his hands and shook his head. I've never felt this feeling before, and I can't understand it. Are you telling the truth? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching, a bright light flashing in her clear eyes. Bewitching nodded slightly. It's true. When I saw him, I had a strange feeling. It was very unfamiliar, but very comfortable. In the face of the people closest to him, Bewitching did not have the slightest intention to hide, and directly spoke of his most sincere feelings. In fact, if the other party was not Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, he would not have spoken of this inexplicable feeling at all, because no one would believe him. Bewitching, could that person be your relative? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the entire room fell into silence. Whether it was Bewitching, Xiren, or Sheng Guanying, they all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, their eyes flashing with disbelief. It can't be, right? Xiren could not help but exclaim. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixed on Bewitching. Before you and I went to the Yu clan to see my parents, I had never seen them before. However, when I saw them, I felt an indescribable sense of closeness. Perhaps this is the kinship that is dissolved in the blood. No matter how long they had been apart, no matter if they had never met before, there would always be a special feeling when they really met. Grandfather said that he had been searching for your biological parents all these years, but he was unable to find them. However, Grandfather has never been to this Penglai island. As she gradually sorted out her thoughts, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that everything she said was not impossible. On the contrary, it was very likely. Bewitching and the other two only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was joking or just making a guess. However, after listening to everything, they gradually felt that it was not impossible. Bewitching's true identity, they had never understood it, but in fact, each of them had always been concerned about this matter and had never forgotten it. Bailey Hongzhuang had always kept this matter in her heart. Because of her previous energy, she could empathize with Bewitching. Even if Bewitching usually said that it did not matter, she believed that no one would be indifferent to their own identity. In the depths of their hearts, they all wanted to know the reason why they were abandoned, and even could not forget it. Bailey Hongzhuang understood her grandfather very well. All these years, Situyen had been searching for news about Bewitching's birth parents while searching for Mujin's. She believed that if her grandfather didn't believe that Bewitching couldn't let go of the knot in his heart, he wouldn't have been searching so hard. Whether it was Bewitching's appearance or talent, he was first class. Bailey Hongzhuang really couldn't understand the real reason why Bewitching's parents had abandoned him. Could it be that his parents had the same difficulties as her own parents? If that was the case, then finding Bewitching's parents was even more important. Perhaps at the same time that they were not aware of it, Bewitching's parents were in some place suffering a great deal. Bewitching had already sunk into silence. Regarding his parents, when he first learned from Situyen that he had been brought here, he had resented them. He didn't understand why his parents had abandoned him. However, as time gradually passed and there was no news about his parents, he gradually put this matter to the bottom of his heart. After getting to know Bailey Hongzhuang and learning about Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing's situation, he began to wonder if his parents had abandoned him due to similar difficulties. If that was really the case, then what kind of situation were his parents in right now? However, no matter if it was his master or him, they had spent a lot of effort in this area, but there was still no news. With their status and influence in the Xianxia continent, it wasn't difficult for them to investigate a matter. Even if this matter could be traced back to more than 20 years ago, it shouldn't be to the extent that there was no news at all. However, from start to finish, Bewitching didn't obtain any information about his birth. Gradually, he gave up on this hope. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang mentioned it, he suddenly felt that it was possible. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Bewitching smiled faintly. You also saw that person just now. At first glance, you can see that his background is not ordinary. If I have a blood relationship with such a person, then why did they abandon me? He had always fantasized that he wasn't really abandoned by his parents, but that they were forced to leave him behind. This kind of result was something he could bear. If she had been deliberately abandoned from the beginning to the end, then what was the point of looking for parents who had no feelings for her? the more Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two thought about it, the more they thought about it. However, when they heard Bewitching's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their expressions then turned ugly. Indeed, if it really had something to do with Diyujue, they really couldn't think of any reason to abandon Bewitching. None of the cultivators who came to Punlai Island were simple. Presumably, when they were in the Xianxia continent, they must have been doing very well. How could they have been forced to do so? For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Their initial joy had completely disappeared at this moment. Bewitching no longer cared about his past. Regardless of whether he had the chance to find out his past in this lifetime, he didn't care too much about it. If it was fated, it would be fated. If it wasn't fated, one shouldn't force it. Compared to other abandoned orphans, he was already extremely lucky. His master had raised him as his own grandson since he was young, and he had a wife who was devoted to him by his side. He didn't have any regrets in his life. Perhaps it was because he had lost some things that he was able to obtain all of this now. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She had only thought of this point, but she didn't think of the problem Bewitching was thinking about. At this moment, when she spoke of this matter, it was probably a shock to Bewitching. Xiran and Shangguaninging didn't say anything. In their opinion, it would be best if Bewitching could find his birth parents. However, if they really abandoned him for no reason, then there was no meaning in reuniting with such parents. In other words, if it were them, they wouldn't be willing to reunite with such parents. Then, perhaps it's an indescribable fate that makes you feel like an old friend at first sight. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. In this world, many bosom friends appear like this. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know what to say to comfort Bewitching. However, even if it was just meeting a bosom friend, it was still a very good thing. After all, the world was so big, there weren't many opportunities to meet such a bosom friend. Bewitching nodded with a faint smile. His right hand quietly held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand. He knew that his wife was thinking of him. These things that he usually didn't notice, Bailey Hongzhuang had probably always been in her heart. However, he himself didn't know why they hit it off so well. Even after drinking, the two of them didn't even reveal their real names. They were just chatting about how they hit it off. Perhaps this was their tacit understanding. After Gao Hanchun and Xiao Nan sat down, Gao Hanchun noticed that Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun's expressions were very strange. Their faces were also somewhat pale. Gao Hanchun couldn't help but frown as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Upon hearing Gao Hanchun's question, Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun immediately wanted to tell Gao Hanchun what had happened. However, after noticing Xiao Nan, they swallowed the words back into their stomachs. Given the current situation, it was really not suitable to talk about what had just happened. However, that gaze was really shocking. Even though the other party had already left, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. Gao Hanchun looked at the strange appearance of these two people and knew that something must have happened. However, now was not the right time to talk about it. Therefore, he no longer asked and covered up this matter. There were still 3 days before the auction began. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 discovered that the closer it was to the auction, the more cultivators entered Punlai Island. In just a few days, the number of people in Punlai Island had increased by a lot compared to when they first arrived. It's getting closer and closer to the start of the auction. Recently, the number of cultivators gathered here is really astonishing. However, Punlai Island has also held many other activities. It's very lively. Shangguaninging looked at the lively scene downstairs through the windowsill. A faint smile of joy appeared on her face. Putting aside the pressure on them, just looking at this scene made her feel like she had returned to the outside world. Thinking back to the time when she was cultivating, although she felt a lot of pressure, she grew up in Cloud Sword Sect. She was not in danger all the time and her heart had always been very calm. However, ever since she came to Punlai Island, she knew the feeling of having her head tied to her belt. If she was not careful, she would lose her life. Her heart was always in a state of nervousness. This feeling was very uncomfortable. She finally understood what Xiran was thinking when he talked to her about training. It was just that she had never been able to experience it before. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded. This time, so many cultivators came to Punlai Island. Almost all the shops have benefited. We can take advantage of this opportunity to hold more activities and earn more spirit stones. Ying, if you are very interested, you can go down with Xiren. However, you must be careful not to have any conflicts with others. As the number of cultivators increased, the probability of conflicts also increased. Just in the past few days, they had already seen a lot of big fights. Once the conflict here became big, after a big fight, the result was very likely that only one side would be able to survive. This was also extremely cruel. Punlai Island's guards only cleaned up the battlefield after the battle. Their indifferent expressions were also very chilling. It was obvious that they had long been used to this scene and did not take it seriously at all. Shangguan withdrew her gaze and said, I think it's best if I don't go out. Otherwise, with my bad temper, I might cause some trouble. Many people here rely on their high cultivation to be unreasonable. I'd better wait patiently for the auction to begin. Looking at Shangguan well-behaved appearance, Wen Xiren couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect my Ying to be so sensible. It really surprised me. Come on, I've always been self-aware. Shangguan glared at Xiren and curled her lips. Steward Qin should have arrived at Punlai Island in the next 2 days. Bewitching suddenly said. Xiren nodded. Speaking of which, the Golden Flame auction house doesn't even know of our existence. How can they negotiate with us? With the means of the Golden Flame auction house, since they did such a thing, they must have already investigated our identities clearly. Otherwise, they would not have needed to do this. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Shangguan frowned, then why didn't they come to find us when we're already here? I'm afraid it's because they still don't know how much we value the tears of frigid flame. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. Perhaps we will only be able to see their true colors after this auction is over. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shangguan face couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. If that's the case, then Manager Jean is really cunning. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is something that everyone knows. Golden Flame Auction House. Have Debei and Dechen arrived at Punlai Island? Old Emperor looked at the submissive Manager Jean in front of him and asked. Manager Jean bowed slightly and said, they've been here for 2 days. I've been sending people to keep an eye on their movements. They're currently staying in the restaurant, but they rarely go out. Basically, they're staying behind closed doors. Hearing this, Old Emperor nodded. So that's how it is. Manager Qin also came to Punlai Island, but he didn't come with Debei and the others. Moreover, after coming, they didn't have any contact with each other. I can't be sure if Manager Qin's transaction target is them. Maybe they just took advantage of this opportunity to participate in the auction. At this moment, Manager Jean couldn't be sure of the true situation of this matter. His tone was also uncertain. That's not necessarily true. Old Emperor's expression was indifferent. Maybe this is Manager Qin's trick. He just wants to use this method to make you think that there is no connection between them. Manager Jin's expression changed slightly. He also thought of this point, but he couldn't judge which possibility it was. Old Emperor, should we go and invite them to talk now? Manager Jean raised his eyes and asked Old Emperor's opinion. Old Emperor waved his hand and said, don't worry. It won't be too late to make a decision after this auction ends and see their performance during the auction. He didn't care if Debei and the others had a normal transaction with Manager Qin. He also didn't care how big this transaction was. The only thing he wanted to confirm was whether Bewitching was interested in the tears of glacial flame. As long as he could confirm this point, it was enough. The way to confirm this point was very simple. He just needed to see if they would bid for the tears of glacial flame. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't know that someone was thinking of a way to confirm their identity. They were only thinking about how to obtain the tears of glacial flame. However, even if they knew, they would not give up on their current plan. In the blink of an eye, the day of the auction arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 walked towards the auction house together. The Golden Flame auction house was located in the center of Punlai Island. The geographical environment was excellent. From afar, they could see a huge building. That was the headquarters of the Golden Flame auction house. Bailey Hongzhuang believed that this was the largest auction house she had ever seen. The size of the building was beyond her imagination. However, as one of the four great forces, such a building was befitting of Golden Flame Auction House's status. On this street, many cultivators were heading towards the Golden Flame Auction House. This was the biggest auction in the world, and it attracted everyone's attention. Regardless of whether they had an invitation letter or not, they were all gathered in front of the auction house. The items being auctioned in this auction were treasures that cultivators needed. Therefore, many cultivators were thinking of ways to enter and participate in the auction. There are quite a lot of cultivators here. Wen Xiren sighed. Fortunately, we have an invitation letter. Otherwise, we can only watch from the sidelines. When they first received the invitation letter from Xianxia and Xianxiu, they did not think much about it. Now, they finally understood the importance of the invitation letter. It was not easy for them to come across the auction of the Tears of Glacial Flame. If they stopped outside the auction house because they did not have an invitation letter, that would be the most unacceptable thing. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Back then, we met Xianxia and his brother so that we could obtain this invitation. Therefore, this Tears of Cold Flame is destined to fall into our hands, Shang Guanying said with a light smile. Hearing Shang Guanying's words, smiles appeared on the faces of the heavy-hearted crowd. Perhaps everything was as Shang Guanying had said. That would undoubtedly be for the best. The auction is not far away. Let's enter the auction hall first, Bewitching said slowly. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered outside the auction house. However, the number of people in the auction hall was relatively better. Most of the cultivators outside the door did not have an invitation letter, while those in the auction hall had an invitation letter. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three entered the auction hall, they realized that the auction hall was much larger than what they had seen from the outside. The entire hall could accommodate thousands of people. Such a scale was truly amazing. The entire hall was abnormally bright. Every piece of scenery and object was meticulously designed, showing off the atmosphere and background of the Golden Flame Auction House. This auction house is really amazing. Just by looking at the layout, I can tell that it's not ordinary. They must have spent a lot of money to build this hall, Xiao He could not help but sigh. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She looked around and said, "It's really not simple. I'm afraid that only an auction house like this can collect so many rare treasures." She had already seen the auction catalog earlier. Almost every treasure on it could move a cultivator's heart. If she could, she would want to take all of these treasures. Her strength would definitely increase greatly. It was a pity that although they were no longer as poor as before, they were definitely not rich. At this moment, every cultivator standing in the hall was probably quite wealthy. Any cultivator who was able to get an invitation letter was someone who was quite wealthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to get an invitation letter at all. Gao Hanchun had the huge heaven-shaking faction as his backing. His income must be extremely rich, which was why he was able to receive the invitation letter. Hence, the objective of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was very simple. That was to bid for the map fragments and the Tears of Frosty Flame. As for the rest, they could only look at them to satisfy their cravings. "Big brother, look, don't those two guys look familiar?" Lu Jianglong's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. He felt like he had seen these two guys somewhere before. When they heard Lu Jianglong's words, Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun could not help but look in the direction that Lu Jiangang was pointing at. Their expressions immediately changed a little. "That's right, it's the two of them." Gao Hanchun's eyes darkened. When he first saw these two guys, he had a feeling of suspicion in his heart. However, after getting confirmation from Yi Lifei, he couldn't say anything more. However, he still had a trace of suspicion in his heart. He didn't expect to meet them here on Punlai Island. "I never thought I'd meet them here." Lu Jianglong's face sank. Yi Lifei has been poisoned for so long, but he's still alive. I think it's very likely that the two of them cured Yi Lifei. If we had known earlier, we would have stopped the two of them and saved Yi Lifei a huge favor. Their plan had been flawless. As long as Yi Lifei died, they would be able to take root on Emerald Island and expand the heaven-shaking sect's influence. Back then, they had already noticed that Yi Lifei's body was not as good as before. They never thought that they would not receive any news of Yi Lifei's death even after waiting for so long. Now, half a year had passed, and Yi Lifei was still alive and well. Clearly, the poison in his body had been removed. This was what made them the most depressed. If Yi Lifei had died, they would still have some hope of returning to Emerald Island. However, not only was Yi Lifei still alive, but he had also developed the Great Azure sect. It had completely destroyed their hopes. I never thought that the two of them would be so skilled in medicine. Logically speaking, it's impossible for ordinary doctors to cure Yi Lifei when he was at the end of his life. We were really one step behind. Guijun sighed. It was precisely because they had taken a wrong step that they had taken one wrong step after another. In the end, they had fallen to their current situation. It was truly a pity. After Xiaonan heard the conversation between Gao Hanchun and the others, his eyes suddenly fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He could not help but frown. Looking at their clothes, they don't seem to be from the 100 Flowers Gate. Gao Hanchun and the others could not help but look at Xiaonan when they heard that. They don't look like them? Xiaonan nodded. There are quite a few disciples from the 100 Flower sect who have come to the auction this time, but they're all wearing the sect's uniform. The two you speak of aren't wearing it at all, so it doesn't make sense. The expressions of Gao Hanchun and the others could not help but change slightly with that. If they're not from the 100 Flower sect, then who are they? Hold on. I just happen to know a disciple from the 100 Flowers sect. I'll ask him to confirm it, said Xiaonan. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Gao Hanchun thanked him. Xiaonan waved his hand. It's just a small matter. It's nothing. Gao Hanchun and the others could not help but look at each other. And the others were slightly gloomy. If these two aren't disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate, then it means that Yi Lifei was working with them to trick us, Guijun said in a deep voice. Lu Jiangang frowned. If these two aren't disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate, then who are they? Why would Yi Lifei help them lie to us? He was completely baffled. He could not connect the dots at all. It did not make sense. I've always felt that the Yi Lifei we know wouldn't be able to come up with such a meticulous plan to frame someone. There must be someone else behind him, but after so long, we still haven't found the existence of that military advisor. Do you think it has something to do with these two people? Gao Hanchun narrowed his eyes. Although the two people in front of him looked very young, from the first time he saw them, he had a feeling in his heart that these two people were not simple. And this feeling had not dissipated until now when he met them again. Listening to Gao Hanchun's words, Lu Jiangang and Guijun's eyes couldn't help but become more serious. At that time, they were inexplicably tricked and fell into such a miserable situation. Until now, they still hadn't found the culprit, so one could imagine the unhappiness in their hearts. Are these two guys so powerful? Lu Jiangang was a little doubtful. Although they look good, at their age, I'm afraid it's difficult for them to reach this step. What's more, the pill that controls people's hearts really has such an effect. We should be looking for an alchemist. What if they are alchemists? Gao Hanchun raised his eyebrows. If the two people in front of him had these two identities, then all of this could be linked together. Guijun frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with a puzzled light. Big brother, I understand what you mean, but we don't have any grudges with these two people. Why would they treat us like this? Maybe they received benefits from Yi Lifei? Lu Jiangang said. Guijun shook his head. No, when they were sent to Yi Lifei obviously didn't know them. What's more, with Yi Lifei's character, it's impossible for him to trust two unfamiliar young people. I don't know about this either. Gao Hanchun's face showed a touch of helplessness, as if everything he had thought of before had been overturned by this point. What was the reason for the other party to treat them like this? If he couldn't think of this point, then all of this couldn't be linked together. Forget it, anyway, as long as I see these two guys, I feel uncomfortable. What bad luck. Lu Jiangang turned his head. As soon as he saw these two guys, he couldn't help but think of the situation of the heaven-shaking faction. So many years of hard work had gone to waste just like that. The blow to them was not an ordinary kind of big. Guijun shrugged. Since there are only two of them right now, it won't be too late to make a decision after we confirm whether or not they are disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate. If they aren't disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate, then it means that they are lying to us. We can ask them directly. Xianxia nodded. That's right. These two young people don't have any power to resist us. Back then, they had let these two young people go. This time, they would not let them go. As long as they were tortured, they would definitely tell the truth. Then, they would be able to understand everything. While Xianxia and company were conversing, Xiaonan had already brought another man over. Through the man's attire, Xianxia and company could tell at a glance that he was a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate. Xiaonan introduced with a smile, "This is the disciple of the 100 Flowers sect I told you about, LV Dong. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you." Only after the introductions did Xiaonan say to LV Dong, "I called you over because I want you to confirm something for me." "What is it?" LV Dong raised an eyebrow. "With our relationship, just tell me." "I'll definitely tell you as long as I know." Xiaonan immediately smiled in satisfaction. "Look at the two young people over there. Are they disciples of your 100 Flowers sect?" With that, Xianxia, Guijun, and Guijun all looked at LV Dong. They were just too curious about the result. LV Dong looked in the direction Xiaonan was pointing at and his gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Afterwards, he shook his head. "Those two. They shouldn't be disciples of our 100 Flowers sect. I've never seen them before. There are many disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Although I can't say that I can recognize every single one of them, I've made it a rule that every disciple has to wear the sect's uniform when we go out this time to avoid conflicts between fellow disciples and being laughed at by others. The two of them aren't wearing it at all, so they can't be disciples of the 100 Flowers sect." LV Dong looked away and looked at Xiaonan in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with that? We've met them before. They said they were disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Does that mean they've been lying to us?" Lu Jiangang asked. Xianxia and Guijun's expressions changed immediately. They were not disciples of the 100 Flowers sect at all, which meant they had been lying to them the entire time. Just who were they? Why would they lie to them? Thinking up to there, Xianxia's eyes could not help but become even more sinister. It seemed that the two young people really did have a secret. He had to get to the bottom of it all. He had a vague feeling that everything that had happened on Emerald Island was very likely related to the two of them. However, after hearing Lu Jianong's words, Lu Dong's eyes darkened. Someone actually dares to use the name of our 100 Flowers Gate to swindle others? Xiaonan was also surprised. These two youngsters are quite bold. Don't they know the consequences of pretending to be disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate? Let's go and take a look. I want to question them face to face and see how they can continue to pretend. Lu Dong's face was full of arrogance and disdain. He had always been proud of his identity as a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate, but these two fellows who came out of nowhere actually lied about their identities. He wanted to see how these two fellows would continue acting in front of him. Xianxia and the others had been thinking about how to teach Bailey Hongzhuang and Lu Dong a lesson. When they heard that LV Dong was willing to take the lead, the three of them were overjoyed. Now that their statuses were different from before, they had to be more careful when doing things. However, as a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate, LV Dong didn't need to care at all. "Alright, let's go take a look." Xiaonan nodded and said to Xianxia and the others, "Brother Gao, let's go expose the two of them and recoup your losses." LV Dong waved his hand. "This is something that we disciples of the 100 Flowers sect should do. I should thank you for reminding me of the existence of such a swindler. If I don't take this opportunity to punish them severely, they'll probably go even further in the future." Even though LV Dong was filled with righteous indignation, he only wanted to show off his ability in front of Xiaonan. They were just two people pretending to be disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Once the real master of the sect appeared, they would definitely piss their pants in fright and kowtow an apology. "Master, I'm afraid we're in trouble." Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 studied the surroundings of the hall, waiting for the auction to begin. Suddenly, Xiaohei's voice rang out in their ears. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but frown when she heard that voice. "What is it?" "Xiaohanchuan's group has discovered us. They're walking towards us right now. They're definitely here to cause trouble," Xiaohei said. With Xiaohei's reminder, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 could not help but look in the direction that Xiao He was pointing at. Sure enough, Gao Hanchuan's group was walking towards them. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze landed on Gao Hanchun. Gao Hanchun did not avoid her gaze. Clearly, he was coming for Bailey Hongzhuang. Looks like we really are in trouble, Bailey Hongzhuang said indifferently. Enemies really are bound to meet on a narrow road. We met last time, but I never thought that we'd meet again in the auction house. We really can't avoid them. Shang Guanying's eyebrows revealed a deep displeasure. She was worried about the auction that was about to begin. She did not expect that Gao Hanchun would appear before the auction. It really ruined her mood. Bewitching studied Gao Hanchuan's group and said, "They're stronger than us, and they've come in such a menacing manner as well. It won't be easy to deal with them. If it was in a remote place, it would be fine." However, there were people everywhere in the auction house. Once a conflict broke out, the impact would be huge. Moreover, they originally wanted to participate in the auction in a low-key manner and obtain the Tears of Glacial Flame. If they directly attracted the attention of so many people, it would be impossible for them to keep a low profile later. Since we're already here, there's nothing we can do. We can only take it one step at a time. Xiran sighed. Right now, they had no other choice but to deal with the situation as they saw fit. At this moment, Gao Hanchuan's group of 5 had already arrived in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's group. Gao Hanchun originally thought that only Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were together. He did not expect that when Xiran and Shang Guanying were also with them. It turned out that it was a team of 4 people, not 2. Thinking of this, Gao Hanchun only felt a thought emerge in his mind. Before he could figure out what was going on, the thought had already dissipated, and he couldn't recall it for a while. I never thought that we'd meet again, Doctor from the 100 Flowers Order. Gao Hanchuan's gaze was indifferent and cold. Thinking back to how arrogant Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying were in front of them, he wanted to see how these two would answer. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also knew that it was useless for them to pretend not to know each other. She immediately said, "Association Leader Gao, what a coincidence." They were not unfamiliar with this attire. The alchemists from the 100 Flowers sect that Steward Qin had invited had the same symbol on their clothes. Clearly, they represented the 100 Flowers sect. Because of this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not directly answer Gao Hanchuan's question. If she continued to pretend to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, she would undoubtedly be seen through. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not take the bait, Gao Hanchun got straight to the point. "I just happen to have a doctor from the 100 Flowers sect here. Do you know him?" Lu Jiangang and the others all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang's answer. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank when she heard that. She understood Gao Hanchuan's intentions. It seemed that Gao Hanchun had purposely brought a cultivator from the 100 Flowers sect to cause trouble. "I don't know him," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. With that, LV Dong could not help but step forward. He said sternly, "Just who are you two? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect?" LV Dong's voice could be said to be very loud. In a short moment, it had already attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone had been waiting for the auction to begin. Now that they suddenly heard such a large commotion, they could not help but turn around to pay attention. When LV Dong noticed that he had attracted so many people's gazes, he did not feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he seemed extremely proud. As a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, he had always attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, everyone could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching with disdain. Pretending to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect was one thing, but now that they had been caught by the real deal, it was extremely humiliating. Bewitching glanced at LV Dong indifferently and said, "Sir, when did we pretend to be disciples of the 100 Flowers sect? You can't just randomly throw dirty water at someone. Firstly, we didn't call ourselves disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate. Secondly, we didn't wear the uniform of the 100 Flowers Gate. Furthermore, we don't seem to have met each other before. For you to suddenly come up and give us such a big name, we really can't accept it." Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. Her gaze towards LV Dong was filled with confusion, as if she was looking at a lunatic. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, LV Dong couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that these two people would deny it, but under such circumstances, it was really hard to refute them. When Lu Jiangang and the others saw this, they couldn't help but say, "You said you were a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate in front of us before. Are you going to deny it now? Do you have any evidence?" Bewitching asked casually. They were clearly here to cause trouble, so they might as well deny it. As a result, there was nothing Gao Hanchen and the others could do. Gao Hanchen could not help but chuckle when he saw Bewitching like this. "I really didn't think the two of you would change faces so quickly. You've really broadened my horizons. Gang Master Gao, we've only met once. I really don't understand why you've come to cause trouble for us. Just say what you want to say. There's no need to go out of your way to accuse us," Bailey Hongshuang said coldly. LV Dong stared coldly at Bailey Hongshuang and the other man, "But I'm warning you, if you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate on Penglai Island, you could lose your life at any time. Our 100 Flowers Gate's reputation cannot be slandered by people like you." In the beginning, he only thought that the two of them would quickly admit their mistakes after seeing him. He never thought that the two of them would act shamelessly, so he was a bit stunned. However, he quickly reacted. There were many cultivators in the world who wouldn't give up until they saw the coffin. Most of them wouldn't admit it unless they were caught in the act. Bailey Hongshuang and the other three's expressions were complicated. They could only wonder where this idiot had come from. They originally only wanted to participate in this auction in a low-key manner. They never thought that they would attract everyone's attention. It was terrible. "What are you trying to do?" At this point, Bewitching no longer played games with them. At the end of the day, even if Gao Hanchen was suspicious of them, it was only suspicion. "Since you're not disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate, who are you?" Gao Hanchen narrowed his eyes and glared sharply at Bailey Hongshuang and the other man. The two of them had deceived them and colluded with Yi Lifei. No one would believe that they didn't know the inside story. "I don't think we need to explain things like this to you," Bewitching said coldly. At this moment, LV Dong stepped forward. "I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. If you don't tell me everything, don't blame me for being rude." Following LV Dong's words, Gao Hanchuan's group of 5 looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the other 3 with unfriendly expressions. Clearly, they were ready to attack at any moment. Bailey Hongshuang's gaze gradually turned cold. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Bailey Hongshuang. "LV Dong, what are you doing here?" Lu Dong, who was originally arrogant, quickly restrained his arrogant expression after seeing the person who came. He said respectfully, "Master Mo." Bailey Hongshuang could not help but turn her head to look at the person who had arrived. With this glance, her eyes could not help but flash with a trace of surprise because this person was none other than the alchemist she had met in the demon refining tower back then, Mo Xingyu. Mo Xingyu's gaze landed on Bailey Hongshuang and a smile quickly appeared on his face. "Young Master D, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Bailey Hongshuang smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Master Mo." Hearing this, Mo Xingyu waved his hand and said, "I don't have the right to call myself a master in front of you. You are the real master." As he spoke, Mo Xingyu couldn't help but glance between LV Dong and Bailey Hongshuang. Not long after he entered the auction house, he noticed that everyone was looking in the same direction. He couldn't help but walk over to take a look. However, from the current situation, it seemed like there was a conflict between LV Dong and Bailey Hongshuang. When Lu Dong saw Mo Xingyu, he planned to complain to Mo Xingyu, but after hearing the conversation between Mo Xingyu and Bailey Hongshuang, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Mo Xingyu was a true alchemy master in the 100 Flowers sect. His alchemy skills were extremely powerful, and he had a very high status in the sect. First of all, he was just an ordinary disciple who had joined the 100 Flowers sect not long ago. Furthermore, he was only a doctor and not an alchemist. It could be seen that the difference between him and Mo Xingyu wasn't small. If it wasn't for the chance to talk to Mo Xingyu last time, Mo Xingyu probably wouldn't even know of his existence. However, Mo Xingyu was being so polite to this cultivator who was pretending to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. He even said that the other party was a true master. Wasn't this a bit too shocking? "Young Master D, Is there a conflict between the two of you? Mo Xingyu slowly asked. Hearing Mo Xingyu's words, Lu Dong couldn't help but shiver. His expression quickly turned ugly. He really didn't expect that he was just teaching two unknown cultivators a lesson. How did this have anything to do with Mo Xingyu? Bailey Hongzhuang was a discerning person. Naturally, she knew that Mo Xingyu had appeared to help her solve the problem. Although it was a favor, she still accepted it. This young Master Lu that I've never met before has been clamoring for us to do so and so. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly smiled, speaking of which, other than the last time I saw Master Mo, I've never seen a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. I've always wanted to join the 100 Flowers gate, but from the looks of it, they're not even on the same level. It's really surprising. Bailey Hongzhuang had never had a good impression of Lu Dong, a guy who deliberately bullied others just to let himself be in the limelight. Even if she was now using other people's hands, she had to teach Lu Dong a good lesson. It wasn't that easy to help Gao Hanchen and the others. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. It really wasn't worth it. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mo Xingyu's brows quickly furrowed. He turned to Lu Dong and said, Lu Dong, are you being disrespectful to young Master D? Master Mo, I only heard that young Master D was pretending to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. I'm carrying the responsibility of every disciple to remind him. Lu Dong looked troubled. He didn't want Master Mo to think that he was someone who was looking for trouble outside, so he could only tell him the reason. However, after hearing LV Dong's words, Mo Xingyu was even more speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? With young master's status, why would he pretend to be a disciple? You to be's twos come up with such a ridiculous reason? Gao and the others were and the others, they and the to see and the others was, they, and everyone. Never in their wildest dreams would they have expected such an outcome. It was simply too shocking. Lu Dong couldn't help but look at Gao Hanchen and the others. The anger in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. The other party was someone that Master Mo had repeatedly invited. No matter how he thought about it, he knew that there was no need for them to pretend. Noticing LV Dong's gaze, Gao Hanchen and the other two were at a loss for words. They clearly remembered everything that had happened. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had clearly lied about being disciples of the 100 Flowers order in front of them. Furthermore, they could clearly remember their arrogant expressions and mannerisms. Yet, in such a short time, how did the situation completely change? Thinking of LV Dong's hatred towards them, they felt helpless. They never thought that not only would they not be able to teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson, they would even offend LV Dong. This was not a good thing for them. If it weren't for the fact that the identity of Master Mo in front of them was very unusual, they would have doubted whether this was a play put together by Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Xingyu in order to trick them. Xiaonan's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that things would turn out this way. Although he had only heard about this matter from the beginning to the end from Gao Hanchen and the others, he was still the one who had found LV Dong. Now that LV Dong was in trouble, his friendship with LV Dong would inevitably be affected. It wasn't easy to befriend the disciples of the 100 Flowers gate, and knowing LV Dong had saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't expect this to happen. It was unlikely that he would be able to ask LV Dong for help in the future. This was terrible. Thinking of this, Xiaonan could not help but blame Gao Hanchen and the other two. He did not know what was wrong with the three of them for them to slander each other. Xiaonan was not the only one who had such thoughts. Everyone present could not help but change their opinions. Previously, even though Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had not admitted it, everyone was still very disdainful because they did not believe it at all. As an alchemist of the 100 Flowers order, Mo Xingyu's status was extremely honorable and his reputation was even greater. Many people present knew him very well. Since these words had come from Mo Xingyu's mouth, there was no need to think to know that there was no problem. With Mo Xingyu's status, there was no need for him to lie for Bailey Hongzhuang. Furthermore, from Mo Xingyu's respectful attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang, this Bailey Hongzhuang was clearly an extraordinary person. Master Mo, I don't know either. LV Dong could not help but ask. He had finally managed to gain a foothold in the 100 Flowers order. If Mo Xingyu wanted to teach him a lesson, he only needed to go back and say a few words, and he would very likely be kicked out of the 100 Flowers Order. This was not an outcome he could bear. Mo Xingyu's eyes darkened. Since you don't know, then what nonsense are you spouting? As a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate, your every word and action represents your identity as a member of the 100 Flowers Gate. Don't you know that, through your actions, how many people will misunderstand that our 100 Flowers Gate is being unreasonable? Every time he heard Mo Xingyu's words, LV Dong's heart sank a little. He knew Mo Xingyu well. Normally, he rarely lectured people, but now, the more severe he was lecturing, the more important Bailey Hongzhuang was to him. Thinking up to here, LV Dong was simply about to die from regret. If he had known earlier, why would he have wanted to be in the limelight? At this moment, not only did he lose all his face, he might even lose his future. This was simply unlucky to the extreme. Originally, they were afraid that they would have to fight, but who would have thought that Mo Xingyu's appearance would solve all the problems? Looking at LV Dong's regretful expression, they were extremely happy. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang coincidentally knowing Mo Xingyu and Mo Xingyu admiring her, this situation wouldn't have happened. I was wrong this time. I won't do it again. LV Dong lowered his head and his voice became softer and softer. Compared to his arrogant appearance before, it was a completely different attitude. If the crowd hadn't seen this change with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were two different people. At this moment, LV Dong only felt that his face was burning. He had never been so embarrassed in such a long time. The more arrogant he acted before, the more thoroughly he lost face now. It was really embarrassing to the extreme. However, Mo Xingyu didn't forgive LV Dong just because of his actions. Instead, he said, the person you wronged is young Master D. If you want to apologize, apologize to young Master D. If young Master D forgives you, then this matter is over. If young Master D doesn't forgive you, then be prepared to be punished when you return to the 100 Flowers sect. As Mo Xingyu's voice fell, LV Dong couldn't help but raise his head. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and at the same time, his face had become extremely ugly. When he noticed Mo Xingyu's serious expression, LV Dong knew that everything Mo Xingyu said was true. If he couldn't calm Bailey Hongzhuang today, then his days after returning to the 100 Flowers sect would be very difficult. Even if his heart was unwilling, Lu Dong could only apologize to Bailey Hongzhuang at this moment. After all, this was related to his own future. Young Master D, I was blind before. I must have made a mistake and wronged you. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me and forgive me this time. LV Dong bowed deeply to Bailey Hongzhuang. His attitude was extremely sincere. Now that things had reached this point, lowering his head was inevitable. He might as well show it more thoroughly. He had offended someone he shouldn't have, but at least he had a chance to make up for it. At this moment, LV Dong was no longer dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, it was meaningless for the weak to be dissatisfied with the strong. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang did not find trouble with him in the future, he would be thankful. Mo Xingyu's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang as he said, Young Master D, it's up to you to decide how to deal with this matter. Gao Hanchen and the others felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles after seeing this scene. They had no idea what kind of person Bailey Hongzhuang was. Could it be that they had recognized the wrong person? Back then, those two fellows only looked ordinary. If they really had such status and identity, then there was no need to hide at all. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Master Mo, since this is a misunderstanding, it's fine as long as it's resolved. LV Dong, did you hear that? Young Master D has forgiven you. You can't make such a mistake again in the future. LV Dong nodded repeatedly. His voice was filled with excitement and he felt his entire body relax. At this point, LV Dong could not help but turn his head to look at Gao Hanchen and the other two. The hatred in his eyes could not be more obvious. If he did not listen to their slanderous words, why would he take the initiative to look for trouble with Bailey Hongzhuang? This was an undeserved disaster. Noticing LV Dong's resentful gaze, Gao Hanchen and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. The development of the situation was beyond their expectations. They did not intend to trick LV Dong. However, it was obvious that no matter how they explained to LV Dong, it was useless. LV Dong would not believe them at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head faintly, her eyes moving away from Lu Dong's body. She did not intend to say anything more. Young Master D, did you come to Punlai Island to participate in the auction? Seeing that the matter had been settled, Mo Xingyu did not have the mood to pay attention to LV Dong. Instead, he focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and smiled faintly. The Golden Flame auction this time has such a big impact. We have never been to Punlai Island before. Coincidentally, we had the opportunity to take a look, so we came together. I see. Mo Xingyu smiled faintly. I wonder how young Master D has been in the Demon Tower recently? Do you have any plans to leave? We are currently in the Demon Tower for the arena competition. This time, we came to the auction to see if there are any treasures that can increase our strength. We will not leave for the time being, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not plan to leave the Demon Tower for the time being, Mo Xingyu was a little disappointed. However, his face was still brimming with a smile. The training in the Demon Tower is not something that can be completed in a short period of time. It will take a lot of time. I hope that young Master D can successfully obtain the Demon Tower's inheritance. When that time comes, you will really amaze the world. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and waved her hand. Master Mo really thinks too highly of me. Although I have such thoughts, I know that it is not so easy to do. However, it is also good to use this opportunity to increase my cultivation. Young Master D, don't forget to visit our 100 Flowers Island when you have the chance. Contact me in advance when the time comes. As the host, I will definitely accompany you. Of course, of course. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped his hands and smiled. After LV Dong left, Xiaonan, Gao Hanchun, and the others also retreated a little, standing not far from Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. At this distance, they could clearly hear the conversation between Mo Xingyu and Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the more they heard, the more shocked they were. Brother Gao, I think you've got the wrong person. How could such a person pretend to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate? Xiaonan's eyes were filled with displeasure. He never thought that Gao Hanchun would do such an unreliable thing. Originally, he only wanted to show off his connections. He never thought that he would completely offend LV Dong. When he thought of LV Dong's gloomy face, he did not even have the courage to go over and apologize. Gao Hanchun could naturally hear the displeasure in Xiaonan's words. He could not help but say, Big Brother Xiao, I know you won't believe me, but this matter has indeed happened before. As for why it has become like this now, I don't know either. Forget it. So what if these two really claim to be disciples of the 100 Flowers sect? There's no point in saying that now. Xiaonan waved his hand, clearly not intending to listen to Gao Hanchun and the other two's explanation. I'll go look for LV Dong first. I hope he'll calm down. This time, he's really in trouble. Brother Xiao, why don't we go and apologize together? This is really beyond our expectations. We're really sorry to LV Dong, Gui Jun could not help but say. However, Xiaonan shook his head, he's in a fit of anger now. I'm afraid I won't be in a good mood if I go. If you guys go, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold back his anger. Let's just stay here for now. After Xiaonan left, Gao Hanchun and the other two looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. I remember that these two guys were the ones we met back then. It's only been half a year since we last met. How did they become so unfathomable? Gui Jun's face was filled with confusion. He could not figure out where the problem came from. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had a great opportunity in the past half a year? I'm not sure. I just don't understand. If these two guys are really so capable, why did they lie to us back then? Aren't they just looking for trouble? Lu Jiangang shook his head. He simply couldn't wrap his head around the events that had just transpired. Gao Hanchuan's gaze gradually deepened. His sharp gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. If his suspicions about Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were not deep enough before, now he increasingly felt that these two were not simple. There must be something he had overlooked. According to Master Mo, this young Master D should be an alchemist? Gao Hanchun suddenly asked. Hearing that, Gui Jun and Lu Jiangang both nodded. That's right. We've never understood who refined the pill that could control people's hearts. There's no such expert on Emerald Island, and Yi Lifei doesn't have the ability to refine such a pill. If this young Master D is a very powerful alchemist master, then all these problems can be connected, right? Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. This idea was really a little shocking, but it just so happened that everything could be linked together. Big brother, do you mean that the medicinal pills were given to Yi Lifei by these two fellows? Not bad. Gao Hanchuan's gaze gradually sharpened. Although I don't have any evidence, I feel that this matter is most likely true. So, in this way, the reason we've fallen into such a state is the result of these fellows working together with Yi Lifei? Lu Jianlong's voice rose slightly, and it was filled with shock and disbelief. Gao Hanchuan nodded. Haven't we always wondered why Yi Lifei, who was obviously poisoned and beyond cure, is still alive and well? It seems like he hasn't been affected at all. Ordinary doctors of the 100 Flowers Gate are unable to treat the illness, but in the hands of young Master D, that may not necessarily be the case. In a short period of time, Gao Hanchuan had already connected all these together. All the places that he didn't understand were now all clear. After chatting with Bailey Hongzhuang for a while, Mo Xingyu left as well. He had brought the other disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate with him this time as he still had some matters to attend to. Speaking of which, that LV Dong is really unlucky. Mo Xingyu just happened to be here and he got scolded so badly. Shangguan Yingying could not help but chuckle. The feeling of being arrogant and suddenly finding out that he had kicked an iron plate was probably not good. Di Beichen's expression was calm, but his eyes that were as deep as the sea revealed a hint of seriousness. Gao Hanchuan and the others have already placed their attention on us. I'm afraid that they will keep an eye on us after the auction ends. It might be troublesome when we leave the Golden Flame auction house later. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. I'm afraid that these guys will be waiting outside the auction house for us to leave. They should be holding a grudge against us for what happened on Emerald Island back then, so they want to take revenge when they see us. From what I can see, they are now in contact with the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect and the disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate. From the looks of it, they should be doing quite well. Why are they still so concerned about what happened back then? Xiren raised his eyebrows. Although he had always hoped that Gao Hanchuan's life would get worse and worse, from the current situation, although the heaven-shaking faction had retreated from Emerald Island, it seemed that they were still doing well. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. In my opinion, the situation shouldn't be like that. Di Beichen suddenly said. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's gazes fell on Di Beichen. They did not know what Di Beichen's judgment was. If they are really doing well during this period of time, they shouldn't be begging the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect. When we saw them in the restaurant a few days ago, Gao Hanchuan was clearly very respectful to the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect. Logically speaking, although the heaven-shaking faction cannot be compared to the Crimson Moon sect, one is an ordinary disciple of the Crimson Moon sect, and the other is the leader of the heaven-shaking faction. Obviously, the leader of the heaven-shaking faction has a higher status. What if that person wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Crimson Moon sect? If he wasn't, then he wouldn't have stood there silently when Mo Xingyu was talking, Di Beichen replied. As Di Beichen's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two immediately understood. They had not thought of this possibility before, but now it seemed that Gao Hanchuan and the other two were in a very bad situation. Beichen, do you think it's because their heaven-shaking faction can no longer survive, so they came to seek refuge with the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect? Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Di Beichen's eyes flashed as he pondered. It's possible, but I can't be sure. If that's really the case, that would be great. Shangguan Yingying's eyes lit up. These guys are so despicable. If the Shocking Heavens faction fails, they won't be able to accept this blow. Let's go back and ask someone to find out. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Not long after, the auction was finally about to begin. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three immediately walked towards the entrance of the auction hall. At the same time, Di Beichen and Wen Xiren took out their invitation letters. As Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 lined up, Gao Hanchuan's group of 3 followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang's group. Gao Hanchuan's group did not avoid the gazes of Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. Clearly, they already hated Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. now, they had nothing to lose. In any case, they were not worried that Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 could do anything to them. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 did not say anything about this. They just pretended not to see anything. To them, obtaining the tears of frigid fire was the most important thing. They were not in the mood to argue with Gao Hanquan's group. Xiaonan returned to Gao Hanquan's group after speaking with LV Dong for a while. Seeing this, Lu Jiangang could not help but ask, "Brother Xiao, how is LV Dong?" Xiaonan shook his head, he's still angry. No matter what I say, he won't listen. We can only think of a way to make up for it in the future. Xiaonan was also very helpless about this. If he had known this would happen, he would not have called LV Dong. He did not expect to cause so much trouble. If he wanted to mend this relationship, he would have to pay a hefty price. Brother Xiao, we've implicated you this time. We're really sorry. Gao Hanquan's face was filled with guilt. Speaking of which, this matter was completely between them and Bailey Hongzhuang. He was really apologetic for dragging Xiaonan and LV Dong into this. Xiaonan, who was originally very unhappy, looked much better after seeing Gao Hanquan's sincere apology. Forget it. Since it's already like this, I know you guys don't want it to be like this. Although Xiaonan's heart ached for his loss, since it was already like this, if he became unhappy with Gao Hanquan's group because of this matter, his loss would be even greater. Although Gao Hanquan and Xiaonan's voices were very soft, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 still heard it. They could not help but be even more certain of Bewitching's judgment. When they first met Gao Hanquan was not an ordinary arrogant person. Why would he apologize to someone like this? At this moment, a woman with a smile on her face said to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, "Young master, please show us your invitation letter." Hearing this, Bewitching and Xiran immediately took out their invitations. After checking Bewitching and Xiran's invitation letters, the woman nodded and said to the woman who was taking notes, "Number 52 and number 53. However, when Gao Hanquan heard the number of invitations mentioned by the woman, his pupils widened in an instant, and his face was filled with shock. His eyes were locked on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. At this moment, his eyes turned red due to congested blood. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with a gaze that seemed to be filled with deep hatred. Lu Jiangang and the others noticed the change in Gao Hanquan's expression, and their expressions could not help but change. A hint of panic appeared on their faces. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" However, Gao Hanquan did not seem to hear Lu Jianlong's words at all. His hands were tightly clenched into fists and the veins on his temples bulged. He looked like an enraged lion and was extremely terrifying. "Number 52 and number 53. That's the invitation letter I sent to my younger brother." After hearing the number on the invitation, Gao Hanquan connected all the dots in an instant. Now, he finally understood that the murderers of his 2 younger brothers were the 4 people in front of him. Why did these 4 people treat the Xianxia faction like this? The root cause was here. The murderers that he had always wanted to find were actually right in front of him. As Gao Hanquan's voice fell, Lu Jiangang, Gui Jun, and Xiaonan could not help but be stunned. After they reacted, they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and the look in their eyes suddenly changed. They are the murderers? Gui Jun's face was filled with disbelief. Although he had always thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was very likely to be Yi Lifei's advisor behind the scenes, he had never thought that they would be the murderers of Gao Hanquan's younger brothers. If this was really the case, didn't it mean that they had already found the murderers on Emerald Island, but because they did not recognize them, they could only watch the murderers slip away in front of their eyes? Lu Jianlong's expression was also extremely complicated. Their Xianxia faction had developed from such a prosperous situation to such a destitute state. He had never thought that the culprit would be the murderers of Gao Hanquan's 2 younger brothers. Then these guys had simply ruined everything for them. Although Xiaonan was not clear about the process, he had only heard about it from Gao Hanquan and the other 2. However, he did not expect that the murderers would appear in front of them so easily. Gao Hanquan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. He had already determined this result in his heart because he had given these 2 invitation letters to his 2 younger brothers. His 2 younger brothers had been killed before they arrived at Punlai Island, and the things on them must have been taken away by the murderers. Now that these 2 invitation letters had appeared here, the reason was self-evident. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three obviously did not expect that Gao Hanchun would recognize the number on the invitation letter and directly determine their identity through the number. They could not help but curse in their hearts. This Gao Hanchun is too shrewd. He even remembers the number on the invitation letter clearly. I'm afraid it's impossible for us to continue hiding. Shang Guaniying's face was a little ugly. They had been hiding this very well. She didn't expect that their identity would be exposed because of an invitation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were also surprised. They had never noticed that the invitation letter had a serial number. They didn't expect that this would become their biggest flaw. In this way, no matter how they tried to defend themselves, it was useless. Gao Hanchun had already determined that they were the murderers. You four damned bastards, how dare you kill my brother? Gao Hanchun strode forward and grabbed Bewitching's collar with one hand. He had never hated anyone so much. It was because of these guys in front of him that he had fallen from his high spirits to his current state. His brother had died in the hands of these four guys. Bewitching directly slapped Gao Hanchun's hand away. His handsome face was cold. If they didn't have evil intentions towards us, why would we send them on their way? Speaking of which, gang leader Gao's two brothers really have the same temperament as you. They are both so arrogant that it's annoying. Seeing that Bewitching had admitted it himself, Gao Hanchun was even more furious. For such a long time, he had been in extreme pain because he had not been able to find Gao Hanxiao and Gao Hanxiao's murderers. His younger brother had been killed and he had seen the faces of those who had killed his younger brother with his own eyes. However, after such a long time, he still had not been able to find the murderers and avenge his younger brother. He had thought that with the power of the Xianxia Association, it would be a simple matter to find the four cultivators who had just arrived on Punlai Island. However, the final result was a vicious slap to his face. However, he had never thought that the murderers had already appeared in front of him and he had missed them just like that. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun also glared at Bewitching's group of four. At this moment, they finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four would help Yi Lifei to treat them like this even though they had no enmity with each other. It turned out that they had already formed a grudge against them long ago. However, at the same time, they also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four were extremely terrifying. They were just cultivators who had just arrived on Punlai Island. According to common sense, they should have no power to resist at all and could only be captured without putting up a fight. However, not only had they slipped away before their eyes, they had even completely destroyed the Xianxia Association. This kind of ability was really shocking. A complicated light flashed in Xiaonan's eyes. He had heard about Gao Hanchun's younger brother's murder earlier, but after the news had spread, he had only thought that it was a pretense used by Gao Hanchun to expand his power. Now, it seemed that it was real and not just a pretense. You killed my younger brother. I said that I would definitely take your lives. Gao Hanchun narrowed his eyes and a strong murderous intent shot out from his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four into 1,000 pieces. Facing Gao Hanchun's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four remained calm. Now that things had come to this, they were no longer the same as when they had first arrived at Punlai Island. Even if Gao Hanchun and the others were stronger than them, they could not only run away. They had been unwilling to reveal their identities because they felt that their current strength was not enough to completely defeat Gao Hanchun and the others. If they were strong enough, then there was no need for Gao Hanchun to come find them. They would have already taken Gao Hanchun's life. At this moment, Gao Hanchun didn't want to say anything. His enemies were right in front of him. He just wanted to chop off their heads right now. Vigorous elemental energy exploded from within Gao Hanchun's body. Without any hesitation, it directly attacked Bewitching in front of him. He wanted to kill these guys to avenge his brothers. The sudden presence of essence energy instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. Everyone's gaze locked onto Gao Hanchun. Everyone was speechless when they saw that it was Gao Hanchun who took the initiative to attack again. Why does this guy keep going on and on? I think he was the one who pinned the crime on young Master D. This guy must have failed to use the 100 Flowers Gates cultivators to deal with young Master D. Now, he can't help but look for trouble himself. All the cultivators present were filled with disgust and impatience towards Gao Hanchun. They felt that this fellow had purposely picked a place where so many people were gathered to cause trouble again and again. He was simply trying to please the crowd with claptrap. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had been smeared with dirty water before Master Mo proved that she was indeed a powerful person. On the contrary, everyone had a better impression of her. Those who were truly powerful were so low-key. Instead, it was a bunch of clowns who kept looking for trouble. It was truly a little speechless. Isn't this person the sect leader of the Heaven-Shaking Association, Gao Hanchun? After Gao Hanchun had attracted the attention of the crowd time and time again, many people recognized his identity. I heard that the Heaven-Shaking Association can no longer survive and is on the verge of disbanding. Instead of thinking about how to maintain the Heaven-Shaking Association, he keeps looking for trouble here. What is he trying to do? The Heaven-Shaking Association can no longer be maintained. Most of the members have already left. What's left is just an empty shell. I heard that Gao Hanchun has already found a way out. Look, aren't those beside him the disciples of the Crimson Moon sect? I think they want to join the Crimson Moon sect. There were many smart people present. Although Pulai Island was very big, the incident caused by the Heaven-Shaking Association had attracted too much attention. Therefore, everyone knew quite a bit about it. When the Heaven-Shaking Association was developing very well, they were extremely arrogant. Now that they were gradually declining, naturally, many people were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. When Xiaonan saw that the crowd had dragged him into the discussion about Gao Hanchun, his face instantly turned a little ugly. He had indeed intended to recommend Gao Hanchun and the others to the Crimson Moon sect because Gao Hanchun and the other two had promised him many benefits. Although Gao Hanchun and the other two's reputation was not very good, he believed that it would not be a problem for them to become ordinary disciples of the Crimson Moon sect. However, now that the crowd had revealed his relationship with Gao Hanchun and the other two, he felt that he had lost face. After all, it was Gao Hanchun's and the others' business to be ridiculed for reaching this point. It was not appropriate for him to be implicated. When Gao Hanchun made his move, a cold glint flashed across Bewitching's eyes. Their original intention was to participate in this auction to obtain the Tears of Frigid Heat. They never imagined that Gao Hanchun would repeatedly disrupt their plans. One could imagine the unhappiness in their hearts. However, just as Gao Hanchun was about to make a move, a man blocked Gao Hanchun's hand. Gao Hanchun's expression immediately turned ugly when the opponent easily dispelled his attack that was supposed to be a sure win move. However, when Gao Hanchun saw the person's real appearance, he could not help but be shocked. This was because the cultivator in front of him was none other than the person in charge of the Golden Flame Auction House, Manager Jean. Syndicate Leader Gao, I don't care what kind of deep grudge you have with the other party. However, if you dare to make a move in my Golden Flame Auction House, I have no choice but to interfere. Manager Jin's round face was filled with a faint smile. However, his words were filled with warning. It's not the first time you've come to our auction house. You can't have forgotten our auction house's rules completely, right? Fights were not allowed in the Golden Flame Auction House. This was a rule that everyone was well aware of. It was said that there was once a person who thought highly of himself and ignored this rule of the Golden Flame Auction House. In the end, a cultivator from the Golden Flame Auction House broke his leg and threw him out. The person kept clamoring for revenge, but there was no news of him in the end. Ever since that incident, no one dared to challenge the rules of the Golden Flame Auction House because they could not bear the consequences. Gao Hanchun knew very well that his identity could not be compared to the cultivator from the Golden Flame Auction House who had provoked him back then. Given the methods of the Golden Flame Auction House, it was undoubtedly easy for them to take his life. Previously, he was just in a fit of anger and had forgotten where he was. It was extremely embarrassing. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun's faces turned ugly in an instant. They knew very well that nothing good would come out of offending the Golden Flame Auction House. Xiaonan had already taken a few steps back the moment Steward Jean appeared. Obviously, he did not want to have anything to do with Gao Hanchun and the other two. Because of these three guys, he first offended LV Dong and Master Mo, and then he was mocked by everyone. He realized that these three guys were simply trouble wherever they went. If he offended Steward Jean of the Golden Flame Auction House because of this, it would not be worth it. At this moment, Xiaonan had secretly made up his mind. He no longer expected any benefits from Gao Hanchen and the other two. No matter how many benefits there were, they could not be more troublesome than the three of them. At the same time, the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three also fell on Manager Jin's body. His round and fat body, his round face, it was as if he was very oily on a daily basis. However, it would be the biggest mistake to ignore Steward Jin because of this. Steward Jin had easily taken Gao Hanchuan's attack just now, which already proved his strength. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Previously, Gao Hanchen could not see the situation clearly and only wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. However, after Steward Jin appeared, he no longer had such thoughts. Steward Jin, I was too impulsive just now. I didn't mean to break the rules of the auction house, Gao Hanchen hurriedly apologized. Seeing Gao Hanchen immediately change his attitude, the smile in Steward Jin's eyes deepened. He said, our Golden Flame auction house has always been a business. It's undoubtedly great that Master Gao can think things through. As he said that, Steward Jin could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Hearing Steward Jin's answer, Gao Hanchen and the others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, the resentment in their eyes became even more intense. They really did not expect these guys to be so lucky. Every time, they would be able to avoid it so coincidentally. Instead, it was them who got into trouble. Originally, whether it was LV Dong looking for trouble or Gao Hanchen discovering that they were the murderers of Gao Hanxia and Gao Hanxia, it should have been a big problem. Just by standing in the Golden Flame auction house, they didn't even need to do anything. Someone had already come to help them solve this problem. From beginning to end, they just stood there without moving. Instead, it was LV Dong and Gao Hanchen who were completely disgraced. Bewitching quietly sized up Steward Jin. Just now, he didn't ignore Steward Jin's gaze when he looked at them. Earlier, he already felt that it was impossible for Steward Jin to not come looking for them. After noticing Steward Jin's meaningful gaze, he understood that Steward Jin had probably noticed them long ago. It was just that he hadn't come looking for them. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Steward Jin. After seeing Bewitching, a look of surprise appeared on the other party's face. He couldn't help but say, little brother, I didn't expect us to meet again. What a coincidence. Hearing this, Bewitching turned his head and immediately recognized that this was Yujue, whom he had invited to drink a few days ago. Immediately, a joyful smile appeared on Bewitching's face. Yes, what a coincidence. The moment Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun saw Yujue, their faces became abnormally pale. They still couldn't forget that death-like gaze. At this moment, when they saw Yujue, it was as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. This person was like a death god in their hearts. If possible, they only hoped that they would never see him again in their lives. They didn't expect to meet him again in just a few days. Most importantly, this person seemed to be very familiar with Bewitching. Gao Hanchen originally didn't know about Yujue's situation, but after Xiaonan left that day, Lu Jiangang and the other two had already told him about the specific situation, and he was also very afraid in his heart. However, he couldn't understand. Whether it was Mo Xingyu or this extremely terrifying Yujue in front of him, they were not simple people. How did they become friends with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who had just arrived at Punlai Island for less than half a year? Birds of a feather flock together. This is a rule that applies everywhere. Logically speaking, if he didn't have enough ability, he wouldn't be able to get such a cultivator to befriend him. However, the scene before him really made him feel a little stunned. When Manager Jin saw that Yujue actually knew Bewitching, his fat face couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Young master, you know them? Yujue smiled faintly and nodded. They are my friends. As soon as these words came out, Manager Jin's face suddenly revealed a deep shock. With Yujue's noble status, he rarely had the chance to see Yujue. Furthermore, he had never heard Yujue say that anyone was his friend. Bewitching and the others had just arrived at Punlai Island. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have had the chance to meet Yujue. How did they become friends with Yujue in the blink of an eye? However, Gao Hanchen and the others were completely dumbfounded when they heard how Manager Jin addressed Yujue. With Manager Jin's status, he actually addressed Diyujue as young master. Doesn't this mean that Diyujue's status in the Golden Flame auction house is higher? Xiaonan immediately recognized Diyujue. He really did not expect that the cultivator they casually drove away that day would have such a strong background. As long as Diyujue opened his mouth, their lives would be in danger. Thinking of this, more and more cold sweat appeared on Xiaonan's forehead. Fortunately, Diyujue did not get angry that day. Otherwise, he would really be done for. Now, he only hoped that Diyujue did not notice his existence at that time. After all, he was not the one who drove Diyujue away. At this moment, Xiaonan no longer hesitated. He turned around and walked directly to the back of the group. He was no longer willing to have anything to do with Gao Hanchen and the other two. Wasn't this causing trouble for himself? Manager Jin, since my friends are here, you can bring them to the box, Diyujue said lightly. Hearing this, Manager Jin nodded repeatedly, yes. Diyujue then turned to look at Bewitching and the others, saying, the environment in the box is much more comfortable than the ordinary seats. The bidding service there will also be better. I still have some things to do, so I can't accompany you. Let's meet again next time, okay? Bewitching nodded, thank you. Since you're here at the Golden Flame auction house, as the host, it's natural for me to take good care of my friends, Diyujue said with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were filled with admiration for Bewitching. When he first met Bewitching did not know his identity at all. Just now, when he revealed his identity, he clearly noticed a flash of surprise in Bewitching's eyes. However, he only saw admiration and understanding in Bewitching's eyes, and did not see any flattery. This already made him have a good impression of him. Manager Jin, take good care of him. I'll take my leave first. Yes. After Diyujue left, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three changed. If it was said that Mo Xingyu's previous words had already raised everyone's opinion of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, then Diyujue's appearance had already caused everyone to categorize the four of them as people that should not be provoked. As long as it was a cultivator who had some relationship with the Golden Flame auction house, no one would be willing to offend them. Not to mention that the person Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew was very likely to be the young master of the Golden Flame auction house. Immediately, everyone looked at the ashen-faced Gao Hanchen and the others with eyes full of mockery. Previously, he had already felt that these fellows were playing to the gallery. Now, they were slapping him in the face one after another. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a death wish. Under Manager Jin's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three directly arrived at the private room of the Golden Flame auction house. As everyone knew, those who were able to participate in the auction in the private rooms were usually wealthy and respectable people. The private rooms of the Golden Flame auction house were a place to show off one's status. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter at all. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three entered the private room, they immediately realized that the Golden Flame auction house's magnificence and decorations were not something that ordinary people could compare to. The entire private room was mainly black, inlaid with a faint gold color. It was low-key yet gorgeous, respectable yet not ostentatious. The four sides of the room were filled with high-quality soft cushions, making it exceptionally comfortable to sit in. The most important thing was that they could clearly see the auction items on the stage, which was far better than an ordinary seat. Hearing Steward Jin's words, Bewitching shook his head and said, "This place is already very good. We are very satisfied." The smile on Steward Jin's face deepened. "You are all friends of our young master. Young master has specially instructed me to treat you well. No matter what you need, you can directly ask me. If I am not here, you can also ask the waiter. We will definitely arrange it properly. Steward Jin is too polite. Everything is fine with us. There is no need to make any more arrangements," Bewitching said with a faint smile. Steward Jin nodded and waved his hand. The waiter outside the door had already brought in all kinds of snacks and drinks. "Then please rest here for a while. The auction will start soon. I still have some things to tell you. If you need anything, just inform the waiter outside the door. She will contact me. Steward Jin, just do your thing. Everything is fine here." After Steward Jean left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three people looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. The service of the Golden Flame auction house is really thoughtful. The auction houses we went to before can't be compared with this one. Shang Guanying sighed. This service and this attitude really made them feel like VIPs. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We are sitting in this box and can see the situation on the auction stage very clearly. It should have been processed by special means. It feels as if the stand is right in front of us. I heard that ordinary people can't enter the box of the Golden Flame auction house. Usually, only the higher-ups of the other three forces can enter the box. I didn't expect that we would also receive such treatment. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. Xiran chuckled. Bewitching, your ability is also amazing. A person you met casually has such a great background. Logically speaking, a person of such status shouldn't have made friends with someone he met by chance. It seems like you two are not just fated to meet. Bewitching looked calm. I just felt a very special feeling when I saw him. Even today, I still feel the same. I don't care about his identity. Compared to that, he hoped that he could find the source of this special feeling. Bachin, Dujua's status in the Golden Flame auction house is not simple. If we can't get the Tears of Frigid Flame back, will there be a glimmer of hope for us to ask him? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bachin with her pitch-black phoenix eyes twinkling. Previously, they had been thinking about how to negotiate with the higher-ups of the Golden Flame auction house. Steward Jean had made it clear that Steward Jean seemed unable to make a decision on this matter. But Dujua's status was higher than Steward Jin's, so maybe there was hope. This way, maybe Bachin's problem. And Jean. This way, maybe Bachin's S. Let's take a look at the situation of this auction first. Bachin said slowly. He always felt that his friendship with Dujua was very pure. If possible, he didn't want to destroy it because of other things. As Gao Hanchen and the other two entered the ordinary seats of the auction, they realized that Xiao Nan, who had been following behind them, was nowhere to be found. Previously, all of their attention had been focused on Dujua and Bachin. They had not noticed the situation behind them at all. Why has Big Brother Xiao disappeared? Could it be that we got separated when we entered? Lu Jiangang furrowed his brows as a puzzled look appeared on his face. However, Gao Hanchen and Gui Jun's expressions have turned extremely ugly. They were not as simple as Lu Jiangang had thought. They knew very well that Xiao Nan had probably decided to draw a clear line between them after what had just happened. Hence, he had immediately separated from them. Big Brother, Xiao Nan has left just like that. Doesn't that mean that our plan to join the Crimson Moon sect? Gui Jun stared at Gao Hanchen with an ugly look on his face. This was truly a case of one trouble after another. It had not been easy for them to obtain confirmation from Xiao Nan. As long as they could join the Crimson Moon sect, their current predicament would at least be resolved. However, with this commotion, would they not be back to where they started? Even the possibility of joining the Crimson Moon sect was gone. Gao Hanchen clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he could no longer care about any of this. He only wanted to tear Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three into 1,000 pieces. Only then would he be able to quell the rage in his heart. If it had not been for these fellows, he would not have ended up in this state. Gui Jun, Jiangang, I've dragged you down this time. Gao Hanchen sighed as his face filled with guilt. If it had not been for me, you would not have ended up in this state. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun could not help but shake their heads when they heard Gao Hanchen's words. They said, Big Brother, when we first became sworn brothers, we had already sworn that we would share blessings and hardships. Your matters are our matters. How can you say that you've dragged us down? It's fine if we can't join the Crimson Moon sect. The entire Punlai Island is so big. I don't believe that there won't be a place for the three of us. Gao Hanchen patted Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun's shoulders as his face filled with gratitude. Good brothers. Big Brother, in my opinion, those four people aren't simple. If we want to take revenge, I'm afraid we'll have to think about it carefully. Gui Jun glanced at Gao Hanchen. He could not be more clear about the latter's thoughts. However, based on the current situation, it would not be easy to take revenge immediately. Gao Hanchen nodded. I understand what you mean. I've already calmed down. No matter what, I must take revenge. But we can discuss this plan first. It's good that you understand. Gue Jun heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that Gao Hanchun would be hot-headed and directly rush up to attack. Who knew if the other party had some tricks up his sleeve? If that were to happen, they would be doomed. Gao Hanchun must be thinking about how to deal with us now. In my opinion, we have to be careful after this auction. Xiren's face darkened slightly, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. Bewitching nodded. But I'm afraid that what happened just now has given them some scruples. I'm afraid they won't dare to act rashly for the time being. We have to find a way to solve this problem. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a low voice. Because her cultivation was not as good as Gao Hanchun and the others, she could only make a rough judgment based on the aura, but she believed that the gap should not be too big. With their current strength, it was indeed not an easy task to deal with someone with such a cultivation base. Even if they had broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, they could still fight against cultivators at the 6th level of the Purple Realm and even the 7th level of the Purple Realm. However, if they were to face Gao Hanchun, who was at the 8th level of the Purple Realm, it would not be so simple. After all, at this level of cultivation, every increase in strength would bring an extremely shocking increase in combat strength. If we were to fight them head-on, we would be at a disadvantage. However, judging from the current situation of the Xintian Association, I'm afraid that the three of them will not be able to find any other helpers. It is not impossible for us to fight them together. Bewitching said slowly in a low voice. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with thoughts. That's right. Even if we were to fight them head-on, we still have a chance. In that case, we might as well put this matter to the back of our minds for the time being. After the auction is over, we will think about how to deal with them. Xiren looked carefree. What he was most concerned about now was Bewitching's change in physique. Gao Hanchun and the others were no longer the same as before, so there was no need to be as wary as before. Soon, the auction of the Golden Flame auction house began under the expectant gaze of the crowd. A graceful woman walked up to the ring. Her outstanding face and enchanting figure attracted the attention of the crowd in an instant. However, there was no coquettishness on this woman's face. On the contrary, it was filled with nobility and confidence. I am the auctioneer of today's auction, Xianxia. Xianxia bowed deeply to the crowd, and the cleavage in front of her chest caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. It had to be said that in this kind of slightly tense and depressing auction, such a woman was indeed pleasing to the eyes. Today's auction is carefully prepared by our Golden Flame auction house. There are countless precious treasures. The auction catalog has already appeared in everyone's hands. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to it. Xianxia's red lips were slightly raised. Her bright eyes looked at the black mass below the stage, but her face was calm and composed. Next, I will start the auction with the first item. In order to avoid vicious competition, each bid must not be less than 100 spirit stones. At the same time, I need to remind everyone of the rules of our auction house. I don't wish for any trouble to occur during the auction. Otherwise, you will become an unwelcome guest of our auction house. There was a faint smile on Xianxia's face. It was obviously a warning, but when it came out of her mouth, it was not so stiff and hard to accept. That's not all. I hope that everyone can take note of their own wealth when bidding. If you bid for a treasure that you can't afford because of a momentary competition, I'm afraid the consequences will be extremely troublesome. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard Xianxia's words, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A big auction house is indeed a big auction house. The introduction at the beginning was not to arouse the crowd's enthusiasm, but to give everyone alarm after alarm. I'm afraid that only an auction house like the Golden Flame auction house can do such a thing. If it was an ordinary auction house, just a few simple words would have destroyed everyone's interest and good impression. Shang Guanying pouted. This scene was really unexpected. When Xiren smiled faintly, I think that this method is quite good. This way, the possibility of conflict can be minimized. The Golden Flame auction house holds an auction every day. If there is always vicious competition or people who owe money, wouldn't it be troublesome? It seems that it's not easy to cause trouble in this auction house. Xiao He frowned. In that case, if we can't get the Tears of Glacial Flame, it won't be that easy to steal it back. As soon as she said that, the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three changed slightly. This was the first time they had come to the Golden Flame auction house. However, judging from everything that had happened before, the rules of the Golden Flame auction house were extremely strict. It was almost impossible for them to do anything sneaky here. Now, our biggest hope is that Steward Qin can get the Tears of Glacial Flame. After all, his wealth is much more than ours. Wen Xiren sighed. Just as everyone was talking, the first auction item was brought up. There was almost no need for Xianxia to introduce it. The enthusiasm of the bidders below the stage had completely exploded. In fact, all the items in this auction were very attractive to cultivators. As long as they were brought out, it was enough to attract everyone's fiery gazes. Therefore, after Xianxia mentioned a base price, the sound of bidding continued to ring out. Every time a sign was raised, Xianxia would call out a new price. Looking at such a lively scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were also amazed. This degree of enthusiasm was more explosive than they had imagined. There are really many rich people in Penglai Island. Just this first auction item will probably be sold for an incredible price. Shangguan stared at the black mass of ordinary cultivators below the stage and sighed in her heart. These people were really capable. Compared to the predicament they were in when they came to Penglai Island, if it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang's medicine to help them get out of the predicament, they would probably only be able to watch helplessly even if they came to participate in the auction now. Comparisons were odious. This point was not wrong at all. The items at the beginning of the auction are just appetizers. The competition will become more intense as the auction progresses. At that time, we will be able to see the true strength of these cultivators. Wen Xiren shook his head. They are really evil rich people. Most of the people who bought these things are ordinary cultivators, and the people who will be bidding later on are probably the various powers. These people also know that if they want to bid for the treasures at the back, there is basically no hope. They can only put all their hopes on the items at the front of the auction. As long as it helps their own cultivation, it is not a loss. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. There's no rush. Bewitching's expression was calm. Hongzhuang said that the Tears of Frosty Flame are useless to ordinary people. I presume that even if someone bids for it, it won't be sold for too high a price. After all, other treasures are much more attractive than the Tears of Frosty Flame in their eyes. Everyone nodded. They could only look forward to it now. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the auction catalog. The map fragment that she was interested in was very close to the front. It wouldn't be long before it would be auctioned. She was determined to get this map fragment. Hongzhuang, what are you looking at? Shangguan couldn't help but ask when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking at the auction catalog. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and pointed at the map fragment on the auction catalog. We have to think of a way to get this map fragment. As soon as these words were spoken, a wisp of curiosity appeared on the faces of Shangguan and Wen Xiren. Incomplete map? It's only a quarter of the map fragment. What do we need it for? Beichen and I got this map fragment a few years ago. Including this map fragment that's being auctioned now, we have 3. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Shangguan Ying's eyes lit up. Really? Are you sure that the map fragment you got before is the same as this one? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Of course. This map fragment is very special. It's impossible to copy it. As her voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out the 2 pieces of the map and said, take a look. Shangguan and Xiren each took a map fragment and compared it with the map fragment in the catalog. Their eyes lit up. It's really the same map fragment. What a coincidence. It's such a small chance for you to find it. We also think that it's a coincidence. Maybe it's fate. Debaichen's lips curved slightly. Since we've found it, we naturally have to get it. Xiren looked at the map fragment in his eyes. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't understand where it was drawn. He couldn't help but ask, do you know where this map fragment points to? Could it be a treasure? I don't know. Debaichen shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid we can't tell before the 4 map fragments are gathered. However, the method used to draw this map fragment is very special. Everything is done in such a secretive manner that it shouldn't be something ordinary. In my opinion, this might be a treasure map. Xiren's eyes lit up with interest. I didn't think that there would be such an interesting thing. If it really is a treasure map, then we've struck it rich. Looking at Xiren's excited expression, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. Even if they had seen the third map fragment, they couldn't be sure where the fourth map fragment was. It was very likely that they would never find it in their lifetime. Keep dreaming. Shangguaninging glanced at Xiren. The map fragments are scattered all over the Xianxia continent. Who knows where the last one is? The next item to be auctioned is today's 10th auction item, the incomplete map. On the auction stage, a tray was placed in front of Xianxia, and a piece of the incomplete map was placed on the tray. This incomplete map was accidentally obtained by our auction house. Because its production method is extremely special, we concluded that the things drawn on this incomplete map are probably not simple. However, because this incomplete map is only a quarter of the complete map, we decided to sell it. If you bid for it, once you gather all 4 pieces of the incomplete map, you may get a great opportunity. Now, the bidding begins, and the starting price is 10,000 spirit stones. As Xianxia's voice fell, the atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. For the other treasures, everyone was very interested in buying them, but for this incomplete map, no one was so enthusiastic about it. Since the Golden Flame auction house had appraised it as an extraordinary map fragment, its value was definitely not low. However, it was only a quarter of the incomplete map fragment. Everyone knew how difficult it was to find the other 3 quarters. Even if one bought this incomplete map fragment, they would only be able to look at it. There was no point in it at all. Unless one was extremely lucky and was confident that they could gather all 4 incomplete maps. Therefore, there was a moment of silence. Xianxia's face was always filled with a faint smile. Even if there was an awkward silence, she did not show the slightest bit of nervousness. She just looked at the people below the stage indifferently. It was very rare for the items sold by the Golden Flame auction house to go unsold, and for an auction of this level, the possibility of it going unsold was even smaller. Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry to bid. So far, she had not seen anyone in the private room bid. Even if they wanted to bid, it was best to wait until everyone raised the price to a similar level. This way, they could avoid many problems. Although they didn't have the qualifications to sit in this private room, since they were already here, they should show their identity. This awkward silence did not last long, and soon, cultivators began to bid. 15,000 spirit stones, 11,000 spirit stones. Because it was too difficult to gather all the pieces of the incomplete map, everyone did not bid high. After all, if they couldn't gather all the pieces, it was no different from a piece of scrap paper. It was okay if they spent a small price to buy it back as a memento, but if they spent a high price just for such a hope, there was really something wrong with them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were relieved after hearing the increase in price. Since no one was determined to get the incomplete map, they should be able to get it at a lower price. 15,000 spirit stones. At this time, a familiar voice came into the ears of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, causing their gazes to change a little. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 looked at each other, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Xianxia is actually bidding for this incomplete map? That voice sounds like him. Shangguaninging nodded her head. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. I didn't expect Xianxia to be interested in this map. Xianxia doesn't look like someone who would be interested in the map fragment. When Xiren sighed. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Xianxia anymore. He didn't expect that they would be involved in the end. It really made him feel helpless. Bewitching glanced at the ordinary seats below indifferently. I'm afraid some things are destined. Don't worry about them. Let's just take care of ourselves. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also felt that this was an ill-fated relationship. Encountering Xianxia and the others would be a disaster for both them and Xianxia. If Xianxia and Xianxia hadn't harbored ill intentions towards them, they wouldn't have taken their lives. Similarly, if Xianxia hadn't threatened to take their lives and hunted them down on Emerald Island, they wouldn't have let the Xiantian faction fall to its current state. In the end, Xianxia was the unluckiest one. They didn't suffer much loss, but they were in a lot of trouble. 20,000 spirit stones. Xianxia called out again. he was determined to get this map fragment. Long ago, he had coincidentally obtained an incomplete map. Although he did not understand what was drawn on it, he could feel the uniqueness of this map. He always felt that it was absolutely not simple. All these years, he had been collecting this map fragment, hoping that he would have the chance to see the other 3 map fragments in the future. However, he hadn't received any news. He didn't expect to see this map fragment in the Golden Flame Auction House's catalog. He immediately felt that this was fate and that this map fragment would definitely fall into his hands. He believed that he could really collect all these map fragments in his lifetime. Perhaps the secret behind this map fragment would be enough for him to live comfortably. As Xianxia's bid was heard, the auction house couldn't help but fall silent. When the price of this map fragment reached such a high level, no one had any intention of continuing to bid. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this map fragment was going to fall into his hands. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the private room. 30,000 spirit stones. As this voice fell, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of many cultivators present. They were very clear about the rules of the Golden Flame Auction House. It was not a place that could be entered with money alone. One must have sufficient power and background on Punlai Island. Therefore, every cultivator who could enter the Golden Flame Auction House was someone that everyone wanted to befriend. However, usually, the people in this box would only start bidding at the end of the auction. He didn't expect them to be interested in this map fragment. For a time, everyone's interest in the map fragment couldn't help but increase slightly. However, when they thought about the identity and status of the other party, it was utterly meaningless for them to participate in the competition. On the contrary, they might even offend the other party. It was truly unwise. Thus, practically everyone had given up on continuing the competition. However, when Xianxia heard the voice, his face suddenly became extremely unsightly because he was familiar with the voice. It's these despicable fellows again. Big brother, these guys are obviously here to mess things up. Lu Jiangang frowned. He did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to be so despicable. They were just bidding for an incomplete map, yet they wanted to mess things up like this. Gui Jun's face darkened. If they deliberately mess things up, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to get this incomplete map. I'm afraid the price will be much higher than what we're paying now. There's no other way. I'm determined to get this incomplete map. Xianxia's eyes were filled with a fierce and determined light. If he did not have the other incomplete map, it would be fine. Now that the other incomplete map had appeared, how could he let go of this opportunity? Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun obviously knew Xianxia's thoughts about this incomplete map. There were a total of 4 incomplete maps. Xianxia was already extremely lucky to have encountered 2 of them. If he missed it, no one would be willing to do so. However, based on the current situation, they were afraid that they would have to pay a higher price to get this incomplete map back. Big brother, I believe that they are deliberately using this opportunity to mess with us. Even if they win the bid for the map fragment, it will be useless. Although the price may be higher, it will still fall into our hands in the end, Gui Jun said thoughtfully. Hearing Gui Jun's words, Xianxia also nodded. His thoughts were the same as Gui Jun's. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had just arrived at Punlai Island not long ago. He did not believe that the other party would be rich enough to spend a sum of spirit stones to buy a useless map back. 35,000 spirit stones. Xianxia said again. He wanted to see how much Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could bid. After seeing that Xianxia continued to compete with the cultivators in the private room, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of the cultivators in the ordinary seats. 50,000 spirit stones. Bewitching said without hesitation. They had to get this incomplete map. Instead of slowly raising the price like this, it was better to raise the price directly to let the other party know that they were determined to get it. Seeing that the voice from the private room had begun to raise the price by a large margin, a look of understanding appeared in the eyes of the cultivators present. As long as they bid with the cultivators in the private room, the result would often be like this. Even if the cultivators in the ordinary seats were rich, they could not be compared with the cultivators in the private room. You may think that you have spent a lot of money, but for the cultivators in the private room, it was just a drop in the ocean. 55,000 spirit stones. Gao Hanchun clenched his teeth and said. If it was with his original wealth, taking out these spirit stones would be nothing, but unfortunately, the heaven-shaking faction had encountered a great change. He had taken out all his money to save the heaven-shaking faction, so his wealth had been greatly reduced and could not be compared to before. After Bewitching and the others saw that Gao Hanchun was so obsessed with the map, the light in their eyes gradually became complicated. 2. Hearing Xiren's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. In fact, it wasn't just Wen Xiren who had this idea, they had the same idea. If they were interested, it was still possible to buy the map fragment at a low price. But if they spent too much money, it wouldn't be worth it. What's more, according to their understanding of the situation, the Xintian faction was in a very bad situation. Gao Hanchun and the others obviously didn't have any spare money, so this move was very interesting. If the fourth map fragment is really in Gao Hanchun's hands, then we can put the 4 map fragments together, right? Shang Guanying's eyes lit up. Originally, they were thinking about how to find the 4th map fragment, but now it appeared directly in front of them. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I was right? A smile appeared on Wen Xiren's face. He had previously said that it would be easy for them to obtain the 4th map fragment and that it would soon appear in front of them. He didn't expect that not long after he said this, the 4th map fragment might really appear. This was too much of a coincidence. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were speechless. They really didn't expect Xiren's whimsical words to become reality. However, if this was true, then it was really good news. Originally, we didn't want to make a move on Gao Hanchun and the others so early. Now that the situation has become like this, it seems that we have to make a move on them early. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Just for this possibility, they had to check Gao Hanchun and the others' Qiankuan bags. 70,000 spiritual stones. Bewitching said again, but his eyes were fixed on the ordinary seats. He could feel that Gao Hanchun had hesitated when he called out the price of 55,000 spiritual stones. Obviously, he didn't have much money on him. He raised the price of 70,000 spiritual stones to test how much Gao Hanchun valued this map fragment. If Gao Hanchun could bid again, then the possibility of the 4th map fragment being in Gao Hanchun's possession would be extremely high. Facing the price of 70,000 spirit stones, Gao Hanchun's eyes were bloodshot. This damned Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were forcing him into a dead end. He only had a total of 100,000 spirit stones on him. He still had to continue living in the future. Now that he no longer had the income from the heaven-shaking faction, the possibility of him joining the Crimson Moon sect was greatly reduced. He was prepared to keep some spirit stones for future use. If he had to hand over all his wealth because of this incomplete map, it would undoubtedly be extremely disadvantageous to him. However, he didn't want to give up on the map fragment just like that. After everyone saw that Gao Hanchun had fallen into silence, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. It's just a fragment of a map. Why is this guy trying so hard? No matter how hard he tries, it's useless. From the looks of it, he's already at the end of his rope. I'm afraid he's already reached the bottom line of the price he can afford. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have competed in the beginning. Now that he's offended the cultivators in the private room, isn't he just asking for trouble? The crowd shook their heads and sighed. Such a move was simply too unwise. Once upon a time, no matter where he went, he was the center of everyone's attention. Even the cultivators from the 3 major forces didn't dare to laugh at him. After all, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Even if the Heaven-Shaking Association couldn't be compared to the 3 major forces, as the association leader, his status was still much higher than the ordinary cultivators from the 3 major forces. However, he just wanted to buy an incomplete map, yet he was ridiculed for overestimating himself. How ironic was this? Thinking of this, Gao Hanchun couldn't help but call out again, 80,000 spirit stones. However, when he called out this price, Gao Hanchun was already filled with anger. These 4 damned bastards, step by step, they were pushing him into a corner. One day, he would tear these 4 bastards into pieces. Seeing Gao Hanchun bid again, Bewitching's deep and wise eyes flashed with a faint light, but the corners of his lips slowly rose into a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen's expression and couldn't help but ask, "You don't plan to continue bidding? Since there will be a battle between us sooner or later, what difference does it make whether we buy it or they buy it?" Di Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. Whether they win or Gao Hanchun wins in the end, these 4 incomplete map pieces will definitely be pieced together. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, "Indeed, but I'm afraid our plan will have to be brought forward. With Gao Hanchun's speed of offending people, I'm afraid we don't know when he will lose his life. We can't let this map piece fall into the hands of others." Xiren moved closer to Di Beichen and said, "In that case, you all agree with me. The 4th map piece is in Gao Hanchun's hands." "Most likely," Di Beichen nodded. "If not, Gao Hanchun wouldn't be so desperate for this map piece." Suddenly, the smile in everyone's eyes deepened. They didn't expect that they would really be able to complete the map piece. Their luck was really extraordinary. "In that case, will Gao Hanchun and the others know that we have the map piece?" Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and shook her head. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "In my opinion, Gao Hanchun probably thinks that we are deliberately messing with them, so he raised the price. After all, we didn't bid first, but waited for them to bid." Speaking of which, Gao Hanchun had actually taken advantage of them by bidding a little later. Otherwise, Gao Hanchun would be the one who knew what was going on. "That's great." When Xiren's eyes shone with joy. "Once we put these 4 pieces of the map together, we will know what kind of secret lies behind it. It's too early to talk about this. Even if we want to deal with Gao Hanchun and the others, we have to think about it carefully and come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, if we are careless and lose our lives, that would be terrible." Di Beichen smiled. After Gao Hanchun called out the price of 80,000 spiritual stones, his gaze lingered on the private room on the 2nd floor. He wanted to see if Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would continue. However, he knew very well that if the other party continued to raise the price, he would have to give up on this path. Just when everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would continue to bid, there was no news from them at all. Regarding this, everyone was also shocked. Their minds were somewhat unable to react. Logically speaking, such a price was nothing to the cultivators in the private room. Similarly, after Gao Hanchun and the others saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had stopped bidding, they were even more certain that these guys were deliberately making them pay more spirit stones. Xianxia was also a little surprised by this scene, but she was very grateful to the cultivators in the private room. If it weren't for them, it would be difficult for this map fragment to be auctioned at such a price. 80,000 spirit stones, according to the value of this map fragment, was already considered a very good price. In the end, the map fragment fell into Gao Hanchun's hands, but Gao Hanchun, who got this map fragment, did not feel the slightest joy, only a kind of humiliation. After manager Jean arranged all kinds of things for the auction, he came to Di Lao's room. He felt that it was necessary to report what had just happened to Di Lao. "Di Lao, I just saw Di Bei and Di Chen in the auction hall. What surprised me was that the young master actually knew them and claimed to be good friends with Di Chen," Manager Jean said while sizing up Di Lao. According to his understanding, the young master was usually not in Punlai Island. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to know each other. If Di Chen was really a good friend of the young master, then their plan could not be used against Di Chen. Listening to Manager Jin's words, Di Lao's face could not help but show a touch of surprise. "They are friends?" Manager Jean nodded. "This is what the young master said personally. Not only that, the young master also let me arrange for them to enter the private room to participate in the auction." Di Lao was silent for a moment, the look in his eyes constantly changed. Could it be that this was fate? He was very clear about his young master's personality. Ordinary people could not enter the young master's eyes at all. Even Di Chen, he was just a very ordinary cultivator. He did not even have the opportunity to see the young master. Now, he could actually become friends with the young master. How could this not surprise him? "I already know about this matter. You go and pay attention to the auction, especially the auction of the Tears of Cold Flame. After the auction is over, come and report to me." "Yes." Manager Jean retreated, but the doubts in his heart became more and more intense. He faintly felt that Di Lao had other purposes for looking for Di Chen and the others, but he was simply unwilling to tell him. Not long after manager Jean left, Elder Emperor also arrived before Di Yujue. Young lord. Elder Di bowed respectfully. Di Yujue turned around and glanced at Di Lao. He nodded and said, sit. Young master, I heard that you've become friends with a young man? Elder Di asked. The corners of Di Yujue's lips curled up slightly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so well informed. You already know about it so quickly. To be honest, young master, the person I was talking about is him. His surname is also Di. Elder Di said slowly, he is a cultivator from the outside world who came to Punlai Island not long ago. I think this is very coincidental. Old Emperor nodded, that's right. Half a year ago, when they first came to Punlai Island, I was the one who received them, so I know the situation very well. If that's the case, then I'm not just fated to meet him. Di Yujue chuckled, no wonder I had a special feeling when I first saw him. Young master, do you think he is? Old Emperor asked tentatively. He and Di Beichen had only met once, but he felt that this young man gave him a very good impression. Di Yujue immediately understood Old Emperor's meaning and shook his head. Although I feel that I'm fated to meet him, you and I both know that with the standard of the Xianxia continent's doctors, it's impossible for them to discover the cursed body, let alone cure him. This Di Beichen is young, but his cultivation is very outstanding. According to my judgment, he should be around 23 or 24 years old. With our family's situation, if he can't solve the problem of his physique at this age, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Hearing Di Yujue's words, Old Emperor couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he also felt that it was impossible, but since it was such a coincidence, maybe there really was a glimmer of hope. In the end, this was still his wishful thinking. What's more, now that we've collected all the Purple Dragon Emperor ginseng and frosty tears in the entire Xianxia continent, there's no way he can be cured. How can he be like Di Beichen? At this point, Di Yujue's face couldn't help but show a touch of pain. If we still can't find him, I'm afraid he'll really be in danger. As the time approached, the atmosphere in their family became more and more tense. Now, he couldn't even return to the family. As long as he returned to the family, he would definitely face the family master's curses and his wife's resentment. He really regretted it, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any news after searching for so long. It wasn't that he didn't want to go back to the family and face all of this, but his heart was already uncomfortable enough. Facing his family, the guilt in his heart was even stronger. Yes, it was all his fault. Otherwise, my family would not have been unable to be happy for so many years. Looking at Di Yujue's expression, Elder Di instinctively wanted to comfort him, but unfortunately, he swallowed his words. At this point, no amount of consolation would be of any use. I'm preparing to make a trip to the outside world. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I can't let it go. Di Yujue's gaze became resolute. However, I recently received some news. A very reliable piece of news has appeared in the outside world. I have to personally confirm it. Old Emperor nodded. I hope it's good news this time. Little young master, we really hope to find you soon. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 sat in the private room and watched the items being auctioned off one by one. They didn't have much interest in the items and were only waiting for the tears of frigid heat to be sold. However, the later the auction went on, the higher the price of the item became. When the tears of frigid heat was about to be auctioned, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but worry that they wouldn't be able to obtain it with their current wealth. Next up is the 35th item, Tears of Frigid Flame. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were all in high spirits, and their gazes immediately focused on the auction stage. The Tears of Frosty Flame is an extremely precious medicinal herb. Its growth requirements are extremely harsh, and it takes hundreds of years to grow. As long as one has some understanding of medicine, they should know its value. Inya's face had a faint smile as she introduced the effects of the Tears of Frosty Flame to everyone. Among the cultivators present, it was obvious that most of them were unfamiliar with the Tears of Frosty Flame. In fact, every time a medicinal herb was auctioned, it could be sold at a very good price. The premise was that the medicinal herb could help a cultivator increase their strength. Everyone was completely focused on the Tears of Frosty Flame. It was a crystal blue fruit that was blooming with an alluring luster. It was extremely attractive. However, after listening for a long time, the crowd did not hear that the tears of frosty flame would help a cultivator's cultivation. Immediately, the anticipation in their eyes faded by a lot. No matter how precious this medicinal herb was, it was meaningless if it did not increase one's cultivation. Tears of frosty flame, starting price, 100,000 spirit stones. As Xianxia's voice fell, the eyes of all the cultivators present flashed with deep surprise. They were not interested in this medicinal herb, but the starting price of this medicinal herb was actually so high. It was truly beyond their expectations. This also proved that the Golden Flame auction house's price for this medicinal herb was very high. 105,000 spirit stones. Very quickly, the first bid rang out. 110,000 spirit stones. In the private room, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had been staring at the situation below. Their plan was the same as before, to wait for the ordinary cultivators to bid a certain price before making a move. If they made a move too early, it would expose their eagerness for the tears of frosty flame. Furthermore, they still had to see Steward Qin's plan. Looking at the situation, most cultivators are not interested in the tears of frosty flame. Xiran was a little relieved. The competition for the previous auction items was not ordinary. Almost every time a bid sounded out, it was immediately covered by another voice. Therefore, he had always been a little worried that the tears of frosty flame would be auctioned off in the same situation. Fortunately, based on the current situation, the tears of frosty flame obviously did not have such a craze. 150,000 spiritual stones. After a cultivator from the ordinary seats raised the price to 150,000, the voices calling out bids gradually died down. It was clear that no one was too interested in the tears of frosty flame. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. It was time to make a move. Manager Jin's gaze had been fixed on the box where Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four were. He wanted to confirm whether or not Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four had come to the auction for the tears of frosty flame. At the very least, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had never bid for anything other than the incomplete map. However, Steward Jin also thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were only bidding for the map fragments to prank Gao Hanchen and the other two. Their real purpose had not been revealed yet. However, just as Steward Jin thought that it was time for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three to make a move, a bidding voice suddenly rang out from the box. 200,000 spiritual stones. 200,000 spirit stones. This price was not something that had not been reached in previous auctions. On the contrary, many auction items had been sold for more than 200,000 spirit stones. What shocked everyone was not the price, but the speed at which the other party increased the price. In one breath, he had increased the price by 50,000 spirit stones. This was really a big deal. It was obvious that the other party was determined to get the tears of glacial flame. Moreover, the voice came from the private room. The aura that it revealed was extremely impressive. The cultivator in the ordinary seats who had bid 150,000 spirit stones was obviously shocked by the sudden bid from the private room. For a moment, he did not know if he should continue to bid or give up. 250,000 spirit stones. After thinking for a moment, the cultivator still made a tentative bid. This price was not beyond the range of what he could afford. Moreover, it was a little too cowardly to admit defeat just because of one sentence from the other party. However, just as the cultivator made his bid, the voice in the private room rang out again. 250,000 spirit stones. Compared to this cultivator's lack of confidence and probing, the voices in the private room were like a violent storm that pressed down on his body, not giving him any room to breathe at all. The other party directly used this method to tell him that it was impossible to fight with him. The cultivator hesitated for a moment and put down his hand that was about to raise the paddle. The other party was rich and overbearing. There was no point in continuing the competition. If he offended the other party because of this, it would be very troublesome. I don't know who is sitting in the private room. This bid is really domineering. Every time he raises the price by 50,000 spirit stones, he doesn't seem to care at all. This is the true definition of rich and overbearing. To us, 50,000 spirit stones is an incredible price. To this kind of person, I'm afraid it's just a game. He doesn't care at all. The people present were all shrewd people. Just from the nonchalant voice in the private room, they could tell that the other party really did not care and was not pretending. This fake aura was completely different from the real aura. Everyone immediately began to guess the true identity of the cultivator in the box. However, everyone was unfamiliar with the voice and could not determine who it was. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, who were about to bid, looked at each other after hearing this voice. Looking at the situation, they didn't need to bid for the time being. Steward Qin's offer is really domineering. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. He was using his power to oppress others, forcing the other party to not dare to compete with him. Obviously, Steward Qin was also a veteran of auctions, so he understood this situation very well. She could tell that the other party definitely did not have the ability to continue bidding, but was shocked by Steward Qin's aura, so he had no choice but to give up. If one could possess such an aura, they would be able to intimidate many people during the auction. However, without sufficient foundation, ordinary people would not be able to feign such an aura. I didn't see Steward Qin before, so I thought he didn't come. I didn't expect him to be in the box next to us. A hint of surprise appeared in Xiaohei's eyes. Previously, when he was waiting in the auction hall, he had been looking for Steward Qin's figure. However, even after looking through everyone in the auction hall, he still did not see Steward Qin's figure. He never thought that Steward Qin would actually be in the box next to them. Bewitching smiled faintly. With Steward Qin's identity, he must have taken the VIP passage of the Golden Flame auction house. There's no need for him to wait outside like us. So that's how it is. Xiaohei suddenly realized, this Golden Flame auction house is really thorough. The difference in treatment between the rich and the poor. Steward Qin naturally determined the owner of this voice and couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. He had already expected that Steward Qin would be extremely angry after finding out that he had used the Tears of Frigid Flame as an auction item. He even thought that the next time he saw Steward Qin would definitely treat him coldly. However, he didn't expect Steward Qin to actually go to such an extent and come to bid for the Tears of Frigid Flame himself. This surprised Steward Qin, but at the same time, it also made him secretly sigh that Steward Qin really cared about this business. If it was a normal situation, Steward Qin wouldn't go through so much trouble. After thinking about it carefully, Steward Qin immediately understood. He and Steward Qin had known each other for so long, so he understood the latter's temper very well. He was afraid that the latter had treated this matter as a provocation to his dignity, which was why he had done such a thing. Steward Qin faintly sighed. He didn't want to do this on purpose, but he couldn't disobey the emperor's orders. He could only swallow this grievance himself. No matter how much Steward Qin resented him, he could only endure it. After Steward Qin made his bid, there were also sounds of bidding from the other boxes. However, without exception, they were all directly suppressed by Steward Qin with a higher price. This also allowed everyone to truly see Steward Qin's rich and imposing side. These spirit stones seemed to be just a number to him, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he said it. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were also dumbfounded at this scene. They suddenly felt that they didn't need to come to this auction. If Steward Qin was unable to take down the Tears of Cold Flame, then it would be impossible for them to take it down. After seeing Steward Qin's fierce bid, Xianxia's expression became a little strange. Logically speaking, as an auctioneer, being able to sell this item at a high price was the most desirable thing to see. However, for some reason, she felt that the other party had revealed a certain conviction when bidding and a trace of dissatisfaction with their auction house. Although this trace of dissatisfaction was very faint, Xianxia still felt that her judgment was not wrong. Therefore, under such circumstances, Xianxia was somewhat frightened. Manager Jean had been waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three to bid, so that he could complete the task given to him by the emperor. However, after being disturbed by Steward Qin, he was completely helpless. This was because he did not see any movement coming from the box where Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were. Manager Jean could not help but scratch his head. He really hoped that Steward Qin would not come out to stir up trouble at this time. If he could not complete the task given by the emperor, it would be a big problem for him. However, it was obvious that Steward Qin would not hear the prayers in Manager Jin's heart. This time, he had come with the determination to obtain it. It was absolutely impossible for Manager Jean to use this matter to cut him off and even slap his face. He wanted Manager Jean to understand that it was not an easy task to plot against him behind his back. In the blink of an eye, the auction price of the Tears of Cold Flame had reached 500,000 spirit stones. Everyone present could only sigh in amazement at this price. It was just a medicinal ingredient, and it was a medicinal ingredient that did not help a cultivator's cultivation at all. Yet, it was auctioned at such a sky-high price. What else could they say? This was completely a game between the rich. Other than taking a look, they did not have the qualifications to participate in the game at all. After Steward Qin raised the price to 500,000 spirit stones, the other boxes also stopped bidding. It was just a stock of medicinal herb. Paying such a price was really a little crazy. Xianxia was one of the few people who knew of Steward Qin's identity. However, after seeing Steward Qin's crazy actions, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What's wrong with Steward Qin? As far as I know, he was the one who sold the Tears of Cold Flame to the Golden Flame auction house. Why is he buying it back now? Xianxia frowned. The price was too shocking. He felt that this matter was not so simple. I don't know. This is too abnormal. Although the Tears of Cold Flame are precious, they don't have much use. Steward Qin is not an alchemist, so it's meaningless for him to buy this thing back. However, these are nothing. What surprised me the most was that Steward Qin actually came out of the magic refining tower and specially came to Punlai Island to participate in the auction. This is too abnormal. Xianxia nodded. Is there a conflict between Steward Qin and Steward Jean? I feel that Steward Qin seems to be resentful. In any case, we don't have much of a need for the Tears of Cold Flame. It's better not to get involved at this time. The people of the 100 Flowers Gate immediately decided to withdraw from this competition. It was very unwise to get involved in a conflict between two factions for a medicinal ingredient that they didn't really need. Manager Jean, at the moment, there is no one who can continue to compete with Steward Qin. Should we just let him take the Tears of Cold Flame back or make a move? When the bidding reached a peak, the people of the auction house saw that the situation was not right and immediately reported it to Manager Jean. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Manager Jin's face. In the end, he was still unable to test the thoughts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. It could be considered that he had been completely destroyed by Steward Qin. Instruct someone to bid for the Tears of Frosty Flame. Manager Jean ordered without hesitation. Old Emperor only told him to use the Tears of Frost Flame to lure Bewitching and the others out. He didn't say that he was going to sell the Tears of Frost Flame. Hearing Manager Jin's instructions, his subordinates immediately rushed to the auction venue. They could not delay any longer, otherwise, the Tears of Frosty Flame would fall into Steward Qin's hands. However, Manager Jean did not have the mood to pay attention to this. His mind was filled with how he was going to explain this to Elder D. He had messed up this matter, and things were a little troublesome. Looking at the situation, there shouldn't be anyone competing with Steward Qin anymore. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. As long as Steward Qin could obtain the Tears of Frosty Flame, they would be able to relax. Looking at Xianxia's optimistic appearance, Bewitching shook his head with a complicated expression. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Faintly, he had a premonition that this matter would not be completed so easily. If the Golden Flame auction house was really willing to auction the Tears of Frosty Flame in exchange for money, it would be better to directly discuss with Steward Qin and hand over the Tears of Frosty Flame to him. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Bewitching. She had never said anything, but in fact, she also had a bad premonition in her heart. Most of the time, when things went too smoothly, there would often be something wrong. What does this mean? Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Bewitching with a puzzled expression. I really don't want any more problems to happen. Bewitching did not answer. He was currently unable to judge how this matter would develop. At this moment, the sound of a bid came from another box. 550,000 spirit stones. As this voice fell, everyone's expression changed. It seemed that the unforeseen event that they did not want to see the most had happened. The cultivators participating in the auction were also dumbfounded. It was one thing for a Tears of Frosty Flame to be auctioned for a sky-high price of 500,000 spirit stones, but now there was actually someone raising the price. This was too terrifying. Most importantly, according to Xianxia's introduction, they did not discover the preciousness of the Tears of Frosty Flame. Could it be that they had misjudged and the Tears of Frosty Flame was actually an extremely precious treasure? After hearing this voice, Steward Qin's expression immediately became ugly. This damned manager Jean, he actually dared to play this trick on me. Steward Qin snorted coldly. Others did not know of Steward Jin's methods, but he was not unfamiliar with them. Previously, almost everyone had given up on competing for this item. Now, someone who had never placed a bid before had suddenly appeared. Needless to say, this person must be someone from the Golden Flame auction house. It seemed that manager Jean had made up his mind not to let the Tears of Glacial Flame fall into his hands. 600,000 spiritual stones. 650,000 spiritual stones. 700,000 spiritual stones. 800,000 spiritual stones. Every time someone called out a price, the cultivators present couldn't help but be shocked. The speed at which the price was raised was too fast. Moreover, with such a high price, both parties didn't hesitate at all. It was as if they didn't put these spirit stones in their eyes. 1 million spirit stones. The anger in Steward Qin's heart grew deeper and deeper. Back then, when he sold the Tears of Cold Flame to the Golden Flame auction house, he didn't charge too much. Now that the Golden Flame auction house was making such a ruckus, how could he not be angry? Oh my god, are the people in this box crazy? More than 1 million spirit stones just to buy a set of medicinal herbs? No matter how precious a medicinal herb is, it can't be worth so many spirit stones, right? If they continue to compete like this, who knows what kind of price they will get. I'm afraid we are blind. This Tears of Frigid Flame must be an extraordinary medicinal herb. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent such a high price to compete for it. The crowd of cultivators began to discuss. Any medicinal herb that could be auctioned at such a price was usually extremely valuable. Although they didn't have the strength to compete for all of this, today's matter was really an eye-opener for them. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three saw this scene, their expressions became ugly. This guy is deliberately causing trouble. Although the Tears of Frigid Flame are precious, how can it be worth such a high price? A hint of anger quickly appeared on Shangguan Yingying's face. Originally, everything was going very smoothly, but from the looks of the current situation, it was very likely that it would be ruined. Bailey Hongzhuang's phoenix eyes narrowed, and her expression quietly became heavy. This should be someone from the Golden Flame auction house. If it was an ordinary force, not to mention that the price has long exceeded the value of the Tears of Frigid Flame, even if it was for Steward Qin's sake, they wouldn't continue to compete like this. Anyone could feel that Steward Qin and the other party were no longer bidding in a friendly manner. This clearly contained a strong sense of anger and hostility. Someone from the Golden Flame auction house made a move? Shangguan Yingying was stunned, and her face was filled with disbelief. It can't be? Then how can we buy it? Xiren patted Shangguan Yingying's shoulder and said, "You have always been in the sect, so I'm afraid you don't know much about the auction house. For some things that the auction house doesn't want to sell, they often choose to buy it back themselves. This is very common." Shangguan Yingying was different from the three of them. She had always been cultivating in the sect and had very few opportunities to go out, so she didn't know much about the outside world. Hearing this, Shangguan Yingying nodded helplessly. Obviously, she was still very speechless about this situation. Since they don't want to sell this thing, why take it out? Shangguan Yingying frowned. Wasn't this superfluous? It seems that the main purpose of the Golden Flame auction house is to lure us out. However, because Steward Qin has made his move, we cannot appear again. Therefore, they chose to take back the Tears of Frosty Flame. Di Beichen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he slowly analyzed the situation in front of him. At present, besides this possibility, there was no other possibility. Then if Steward Qin did not bid, but we did, would the Tears of Cold Flame fall into our hands? Shangguan Yingying could not help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. That might not be the case. They might still take back the Tears of Glacial Flame and come back to negotiate with us. The biggest problem now is that we don't know why Golden Flame auction house wants to lure us out. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two with a deep gaze. This is what I'm most worried about. Bewitching thought for a moment and said, although this is the biggest possibility, I feel that things might not be as simple as Steward Qin thinks. Just like how we don't know why the Golden Flame auction house has been collecting the tears of glacial flame all these years. I understand what you mean. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Her thoughts were the same as Bewitching's. There were probably some problems that they had never thought of. Seeing that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's expressions were getting more and more serious, Xiran could not help but wave his hand and said, forget it. Since things have developed to this point, I'm afraid it's useless for you to think more about it. Why don't you just wait like this? If the Golden Flame auction house's purpose is to lure us out, I believe that they will definitely come looking for us. No matter what their purpose is, as long as we meet them, we will know sooner or later. As when Xiran's voice fell, although everyone felt helpless in their hearts, they knew that apart from this method, they really did not have any other way. The initiative was in the hands of the Golden Flame auction house. All they could do was wait for news. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were talking, the price of the auction was getting more and more terrifying. Everyone in the auction house was stunned by the price. In the history of the Golden Flame auction house, it was not that there had never been a situation where the price was raised to a very high level because of anger. However, it was really unheard of to raise the price to such an extent. The word spirit stones that came out of their mouths were no longer spirit stones, but just an ordinary number. Oh my god, these guys are too scary. If they continue to bid like this, the auction house will be the only one making money. Who asked them to be so rich? If they are willing to compete like this, we are happy to watch the show. I'm really impressed. Coming to the auction this time has really opened everyone's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were helpless when they saw the scene. The situation was already very clear. The Golden Flame auction house was clearly unwilling to hand over the tears of cold flame, and this Steward Qin was also a ruthless person. With Steward Qin's ability, I'm afraid he already knew that the person competing with him was someone from the auction house. However, he kept raising the price because he wanted to make things difficult for the Golden Flame auction house. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Although Steward Qin was a profiteer, she had to pay more attention to him when dealing with him. However, she had to admit that Steward Qin's current actions were indeed very satisfying. Steward Qin had done such a thing behind Steward Qin's back. If Steward Qin did not retaliate, it would not be worth it. If it were her, she would probably do the same. After all, since the other party was thinking of ways to make him unhappy, he naturally wouldn't let the other party be happy either. If this price continues, I'm afraid the Golden Flame auction house will be the one to be dumbfounded. Bewitching couldn't help but chuckle. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The price has already risen to 2 million spirit stones. Although there are still many cultivators who don't understand the current situation, I'm afraid some people with discerning eyes have already seen it. If this continues, more and more people will know about it. This will also be a big blow to the reputation of the Golden Flame auction house. I believe Steward Qin will not sit idly by. Speaking of which, this matter was originally Manager Jin's unkindness. Steward Qin's approach is also very normal. It can be said that it's an eye for an eye. When Xiran chuckled. The competition between the two people in charge of the two great forces was really exciting. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. In my opinion, I'm afraid Manager Jin won't be able to sit still. On the auction stage, Xianxia's face, which had always been extremely calm and indifferent, stiffened when she saw the completely uncontrollable increase in price. As soon as she heard that voice, she had already determined that the other party was someone from the auction house that she was extremely familiar with. At that time, she had already understood Manager Jin's intentions. However, the person in the other box was unusually persistent. No matter how they raised the price, the other party always followed suit. In her opinion, the other party was simply deliberately looking for trouble. If this continued, once this truly sky-high price was spread out, everyone with discerning eyes would know the real situation. In the end, wouldn't it become a joke? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This situation couldn't continue like this. Either the auction house would choose to give up, or they could only persuade the other party to give up. Otherwise, this auction would be ruined because of this increase in price. Xianxia immediately gave a look to the person next to her. After that person understood, he quickly went to find Manager Jean. This matter was completely out of their control. If they didn't stop it now, it would be too late. Manager Jean obviously didn't expect Steward Qin to be so stubborn. He had been thinking about how to explain this matter to Di Lao. He didn't expect smoke to come out of the east and fire to come out of the west. It really made him anxious. How much has the price been raised now? Manager Jean asked. It's already 2.4 million spirit stones. The situation is completely out of control. All the guests are talking about this matter. Hearing this, Manager Jean couldn't help but pat his forehead. A deep sense of helplessness appeared on his face. It seemed that he had still underestimated Steward Qin's anger. He was afraid that if he couldn't give a reasonable explanation, Steward Qin would continue to make trouble. I understand. I'll deal with it. Steward Qin waved his hand, then sighed and immediately walked to the box where Steward Qin was. In the end, he still had to deal with the matter he had caused. He couldn't let Steward Qin ruin this auction. In the private room. When Steward Qin saw Steward Jean walk in with a smile on his face, he immediately understood the latter's plan. His eyes couldn't help but contain some sarcasm. Steward Qin, I didn't expect you to come to the auction. Steward Jean said with a smile. Since Manager Jean specially organized this auction, shouldn't you have expected that I would come? Steward Qin looked at Steward Jean coldly. His attitude was no longer the same as when he was familiar with Steward Jean. Instead, it was full of unfamiliarity and hostility. Hearing the hidden meaning in Steward Qin's words, Steward Jean also understood that it was useless for him to continue being so careless. He couldn't help but say, Steward Qin, why don't we discuss this matter properly? If this continues, it won't do us any good. However, Steward Qin sneered, I don't care if it's good for me or not. As long as it's bad for your auction house, it's fine. Looking at Steward Qin's unyielding attitude, Manager Jean also felt a burst of embarrassment in his heart. He and Steward Qin had known each other for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen the latter being so difficult to talk to. It seemed that it would be extremely difficult to mend their relationship this time. Steward Qin, why are you doing this? No matter what, we have been friends for so many years. If things get to this point, it will be very awkward for us to meet again in the future. Manager Jean said. Hearing this, Steward Qin sat up straight and looked at Manager Jean with a smile that was not a smile. However, the depths of his eyes were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Manager Jean, you were the one who did this first, and now you're putting all these problems on me. Isn't this a bit too laughable? Steward Qin, things are not what you think. If it's not what I think, then what is it? Steward Qin raised his eyebrows. I told you that I needed the Tears of Frostflame to discuss a business deal with the other party. You first promised me that you would do your best to help, and then you didn't respond to any news. You directly took out the Tears of Frostflame to auction, wasn't it to lure the other party out? I've been doing business for so many years, and you want to cut me off and do it so obviously. What do you think I'll do? At this moment, Steward Qin could no longer suppress his anger. He did not believe that Steward Qin, as a friend for so many years, would do such a thing, but now that things had come to this, it was useless for him to not believe it. Looking at Steward Qin's furious appearance, the helplessness and awkwardness on Manager Jin's face became even more intense. He immediately said, Steward Qin, why don't you stop bidding first, and then I'll tell you about this matter properly. How about it? What a joke. Steward Qin laughed mockingly, if I stop now, is there a need for you to continue talking to me? Manager Jean waved his hand, in any case, we have been friends for many years. I promise you that. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. How about it? If I don't do it, you can tell me this news. I won't say anything. Steward Qin glanced at Manager Jean indifferently. After seeing that the other party's expression was extremely serious, his expression became a little better. If you dare to trick me again in this matter, then there will be nothing to discuss between us in the future. Don't worry, it definitely won't happen. Manager Jean hurriedly promised. Seeing this, Steward Qin was silent for a moment before giving up on bidding. Xianxia, who was on the auction stage, quietly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Steward Qin had finally stopped bidding. Fortunately, she did not cause too much trouble, and the Tears of Cold Flame was also taken back by the Golden Flame auction house. "You can speak now." From beginning to end, Steward Qin's face was cold. If the other party couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he wouldn't let it go. Most importantly, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other reason for Steward Qin to do this. Steward Qin sat down beside Steward Qin. His chubby face was still full of smiles. "Steward Qin, to be honest, I really don't have any thoughts of snatching business from you." Steward Qin went straight to the point. "Then what is it for?" "I also asked the reason for doing this, but the higher-ups are the higher-ups. If they don't want to tell me the reason, I can't do anything about it. You and I have been old friends for so many years. Although we sometimes scheme against each other, it's only because of the benefits. I really haven't done such a thing to undermine you." As he spoke, Manager Qin observed the change in Steward Qin's expression. After discovering that Steward Qin was still indifferent, he couldn't help but say, "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. There are some things that I'm forced to do." Steward Qin looked at Manager Qin with a complicated gaze. For a moment, he couldn't be sure whether what Manager Qin said was true or false. However, he also vaguely felt that what Steward Qin said might not be false. After all, they had known each other for so many years, and he also had some understanding of the people behind Manager Qin. "Then you don't know the fundamental reason?" Steward Qin was somewhat incredulous. If it wasn't for business, what's the use of luring them out? Manager Qin shook his head. "This is also what I don't understand. In fact, although I have been collecting the Tears of Cold Flame all these years, I don't know what they are used for. Don't be angry with me because of this matter. After all, we have been friends for so many years. Next time, as long as I can give you the benefits within my ability, I will definitely give it to you. How about it?" Hearing Manager Jin's words, Steward Qin did not immediately answer. In fact, he also had some doubts about Bailey Hongzhuang wanting to use the Tears of Cold Flame to refine pills. He always felt that this matter was not so simple, but when he thought about it carefully, he did not know where the problem came from. "Is what you said true?" Manager Qin nodded with a serious expression. "I can swear that there is absolutely no deception." Steward Qin looked at Manager Qin for a long time before saying, "I will believe you for the time being. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't blame me for not taking into account our past friendship. Not only that, I have one more request." Seeing that Steward Qin had finally relented, Manager Qin heaved a sigh of relief. "Speak. If you want to participate in this business, you can't leave me behind." Steward Qin said slowly. How could he allow the Golden Flame auction house to snatch away the business opportunity that he had found with great difficulty? At the very least, they should get a share of the loot. As soon as this was said, Manager Qin couldn't help but frown. "I'm afraid I can't make the decision on this matter. You don't have to tell me all this nonsense. If you can't do it, then the trouble between us will never end." After thinking for a moment, Manager Qin said, "I can't guarantee this matter, but I will try my best. Moreover, I don't think the decision made by the higher-ups is necessarily for business. Although I told them that you intend to use the Tears of Glacial Flame to do business, they don't know what kind of business it is. I don't think it's possible for you to go through so much trouble for a business that you don't understand. Why don't you wait for my news first? We'll talk after everything is clear. What do you think?" It seems that Steward Qin and Steward Qin have reached an agreement. Seeing that Steward Qin had stopped bidding, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. Bewitching smiled faintly. "It's absolutely impossible for Steward Qin to sit back and watch the situation become like this. I just don't know how they talked about it. With Steward Qin's character, if he doesn't get some benefits, he will definitely not give up." Wen Ziren raised his eyebrows, "But this kind of thing obviously has nothing to do with us. Next, we can only wait for Steward Qin to contact us." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two nodded. They only hoped that what Steward Qin talked to them about was not something they could not do. After all, the Golden Flame auction house was their only hope to get the Tears of Frigid Heat. Once the negotiation failed, then all their hopes would be destroyed. There were no more problems in the following auction. Although the things being auctioned were very good, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were focused on the tears of frigid heat and did not have the time to pay attention to these things. Therefore, they did not bid for anything in the entire auction. Those 4 guys participated in the entire auction but did not bid for anything. It seems that they are also 4 poor ghosts. Until the auction came to an end, Lu Jiangang could not help but look at the box upstairs, his face full of sarcasm. When bidding for the map before, he thought that these guys had a lot of resources. He did not expect that from the beginning to the end, they just came here to look and did not make a move at all. There were so many treasures in a normal auction, he did not believe that they would not be able to enter the other party's eyes. It has only been half a year since they came to Punlai Island. It is not easy for them to earn spirit stones. They did that on purpose to make us spend a lot of money. Speaking of which, it is really abominable. Gue Jun's face was very ugly. With their previous wealth, they did not care about 10,000 spirit stones at all. But now, they had to pay tens of thousands of spirit stones, which was a big loss for them. Gao Hanchuan's face had been gloomy since the start of the auction. Since he met Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, he had already suffered a lot in the hands of these 4 guys. This time, he had actually fallen into the hands of the other party. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this series of events had really hit him hard. He had been in Punlai Island for so many years and had always felt that he was very good. However, he did not expect that he would be fooled by 4 newcomers. One could imagine the displeasure in his heart. When we get back, we'll take our time to plan. If we can't tear these 4 fellows into 1,000 pieces, I'll never be satisfied. Gao Hanchun said fiercely. These 4 people had become a demon in his heart. If he couldn't kill these 4 people with his own hands, his cultivation would be greatly affected. As a cultivator, the most worrying thing was to have a demon in his heart. He had already felt that these 4 guys were his demon. Upon hearing Gao Hanchuan's words, Gue Jun and Lu Jiangang nodded their heads. They had already reached the end of their patience with these 4 fellows. The sooner they finished them off, the easier. It would be for them to completely relax and avoid being unhappy. As soon as they walked out of the private room, they saw Steward Qin, who had also come out of the private room next door. When Steward Qin saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, he couldn't help but look surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect to see Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 here. He was very clear about the Golden Flame Auction House's requirements for private rooms. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 could only appear in the ordinary seats. It was impossible for them to appear here. For a moment, Steward Qin also had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Steward Qin lied to him again? In fact, the Golden Flame Auction House had already contacted Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, so they arranged for them to be in the private room. Seeing Steward Qin's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 revealed a faint smile. However, in order to not let others find out that they knew each other, neither side said a word. They only gave each other a look and tacitly left the Golden Flame Auction House. This time, when they left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 went through the auction house's VIP passage. There was no congestion at all, and it was very smooth for them to leave. I wonder if Gao Hanchun and the other 2 will be waiting for us at the door. Xiren raised his eyebrows. He had already felt Gao Hanchuan's strong murderous intent when they were in conflict. After the auction of the map fragments, Gao Hanchun probably hated them to the extreme. Bewitching chuckled, it's useless even if they wait. Our way out is on the other side of the street. For the sake of our treasure map, even if they don't come to us, we have to take the initiative to look for them. Xiaohei's eyes flashed with excitement. She was really curious about the situation after the 4 map fragments were pieced together. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, that's true. But before that, we have to wait for news from the Golden Flame Auction House. Between the 2, the Tears of Frigid Flame was still the most important. Just as Xiren had expected, Gao Hanchun and the other 3 didn't leave after leaving the auction house. They did plan to make a long-term plan before making a move, but before that, they had to know where Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 lived. The entire Punlai Island was very large. If they were to search for them one by one, it would be too unrealistic. However, they waited until the cultivators who participated in the auction had left, but they didn't see any trace of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Do they know that we're going to find trouble with them, so they're avoiding us and thinking of ways to escape? After Lu Jiangang confirmed that there was no one else in the auction house, he couldn't help but frown. This was really troublesome. I think so. Gue Jun's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that he would end up with nothing. With their cultivation, they are no match for us at all, so they can only hide from us. Of course, how are we going to find them? Gao Hanchuan's face darkened. Forget it, let's go back first. If they're deliberately avoiding us, there's nothing we can do. But as long as they're still on Punlai Island, we'll definitely find them. After today's incident, many people must have noticed them. Plus, they're related to the Golden Flame auction house. It shouldn't be too difficult for us to find them. With the perfect end of the auction, Manager Jean immediately went to find Elder D. No matter how unwilling he was to face Elder D, there was no point in not reporting the truth. Elder D, today's probing plan failed. Manager Jean lowered his head. I originally planned to test if D-Bei and the others were interested in the Tears of Frosty Flame, but Manager Jean's appearance ruined this plan. During the entire auction, D-Bei and the others did not win anything. Elder D glanced at Manager Jean indifferently and nodded. I understand. Seeing that Elder D did not have any reaction, Manager Jean could not help but be surprised. He thought that Elder D would scold him to his face. Then I'll go look for them later and test their strength? Manager Jean asked tentatively. No need. Manager Jean was stunned and did not seem to react. He could not help but ask again, Elder D, are you saying that I don't need to go? There's no need to continue with this plan. You can leave. I want to be alone. Elder D waved his hand. There was a hint of exhaustion in his expression. Ever since he returned from chatting with Di Yujue, his mood was very low. Seeing the young master in so much pain and not being able to do anything to help, this feeling was also very painful. If he could not find the young master, the hope of finding him in the future would become lower and lower. The problem with his physique was very likely to take the young master's life. All these years, he had always been very clear about the pain of Di Yujue and the others. If this continued, he really did not know what kind of scene it would be. He was afraid that no one in the family would be able to accept it. It was a pity that he had stayed on Punlai Island for so many years and could not find any news. He was really too useless. Manager Jean looked at Elder D, who was obviously not interested in talking to him. He was secretly surprised and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. This way, he could also explain to Manager Jean. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to the inn, they stayed in the room and did not go anywhere because they were waiting for Manager Jin's arrival. If they guessed correctly, Manager Jean should be coming to find them soon. After all, this was the reason why the latter took out the Tears of Frosty Flame to auction. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not receive any news in the inn for a few days. They immediately felt that the situation was a little strange. It's been 3 days, and there's still no news from the Golden Flame auction house. Could something have happened? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but frown. No matter what the reason was, 3 days was enough time for the other party to find them. Di-Bei Chen's expression was somewhat complicated. Could it be that our judgment was wrong? That shouldn't be. Indeed. In the end, the Golden Flame auction house took back the Tears of Frosty Flame. It doesn't make sense at all. Di-Bei Chen's face darkened. But if we're right, how could they have not made any moves? As time passed, the mood of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three became heavier and heavier. At this point, they naturally knew that the Golden Flame auction house would not come looking for them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no news for so long. Do you think it's possible that Manager Jean and Manager Qin have already reached an agreement, so they cancelled this plan? Wen Xiren voiced out his guess. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was some uncertainty in her expression. If an agreement is really reached, then Steward Qin should inform us. Perhaps Steward Qin is still unwilling to reveal our identities, so he waited for us to return before discussing in detail? Shang Guanying said. Di-Bei Chen shook his head and said in a low voice, no, if Steward Qin and Manager Jean could really reach an agreement, they would have already reached an agreement before. How could such a storm happen? With Steward Qin's personality, once he obtains the Tears of Cold Flame, he will definitely inform us as soon as possible. Even if he doesn't come personally, he can find someone else to inform us. He was very clear about Steward Qin's curiosity and dedication to Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy. As long as it was successful, he would definitely want to talk about this business with Bailey Hongzhuang as soon as possible, and not have any news like now. Doesn't that mean we don't have any hope at all? Xiren's face paled. Compared to the expectations they had when they came, the current situation had given them a huge blow. If it really doesn't work, we'll take the initiative to look for the Golden Flame auction house. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, her delicate little face filled with determination. No matter what, at least we can know the other party's conditions. It's better than guessing here. This was their only hope. If they couldn't get the Tears of Cold Flame, they wouldn't be able to return to the magic refining tower. In fact, she had already made all the preparations. If this still didn't work, then they could only snatch it. In order to transform Bewitching's physique, they were willing to do anything. No matter what method they used, as long as they could achieve their goal, they would not hesitate. Shang Guanying nodded. Hongzhuang is right. Why don't we go to the Golden Flame auction house and ask for a Tears of Frigid Heat? No matter what the conditions are, as long as we can do it, it's fine. What I'm afraid of is that no matter what conditions we offer, they won't agree. When Xiren sighed. He could faintly feel that the Tears of Frigid Flame would be of great use to the Golden Flame auction house. If the Golden Flame auction house didn't value them, then all their efforts would be for naught. For a time, everyone's mood became heavier. They had originally planned to look for Gao Hanchuan's group after the matter of the Tears of Frigid Flame was settled. Unfortunately, there had been no news of the Tears of Frigid Flame. Therefore, they had no interest in Gao Hanchuan's group. At the same time, Gao Hanchuan's group was constantly looking for Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4. Now that the grand auction had ended, many cultivators on Punlai Island had left. Therefore, it was much easier to find them than before. Where did these 4 fellows run off to? Lu Jiangang frowned. We've been looking for them for so long but we haven't seen any trace of them. Could they have left already? Gue Jun shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Big Brother has been keeping an eye on the pier and didn't see any trace of them leaving. I think they must still be on Punlai Island but we haven't found them yet. We've already searched the entire Punlai Island but unfortunately, we can't search room by room. Could it be that they've been staying in their rooms the whole time? Lu Jiangang's eyes lit up as he voiced out his doubts. If that was the case, he felt that the 4 of them were too strange. That is possible. Gue Jun pondered and said, could it be that they know that we're looking for them so they're hiding? Now that Mo Xingyu and the rest have left Punlai Island and I've seen the recent movements of the Golden Flame auction house, they don't seem to have any contact with them. In that case, they basically don't have any backing. It's very easy for us to take action against them. Lu Jiangang was a little anxious. They finally found a good opportunity and if they let Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest slip away, they didn't know when they would meet them again. Forget it. Don't be anxious. Let's continue looking. They can't possibly stay in there forever. Gue Jun sighed. They had no other choice but to search for a needle in a haystack. On this day, someone knocked on the door of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's room. Knock knock. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest couldn't help but look at each other. Their eyes lit up. Could it be that the people from the Golden Flame auction house were looking for them? However, when the door opened, they didn't see anyone from the Golden Flame auction house but a waiter from the inn. When the waiter saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looking at him, his eyes flashed with surprise. He then said, "Young master, there's a young master downstairs looking for you." Bewitching listened to the waiter's words and his handsome and elegant face revealed a trace of surprise. "Looking for me?" The waiter nodded. "It's the young master that you invited to drink with you that day. Do you still remember him?" "It turns out to be him." Bewitching suddenly understood and nodded. "I got it." After the attendant left, Bewitching turned around and exchanged glances with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. He really didn't expect Di Yujue to come looking for him. Could he be here on behalf of the Golden Flame auction house? When Xiren asked immediately. "I don't know, but I think that's probably not the reason." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. If they're here to discuss a deal with us, the Golden Flame Auction House only needs to send manager Jean. I'm afraid they don't need someone with a higher status to come here personally. Beichin, go take a look first. It's always good to get some information. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. You're close friends, aren't you? Even though this fate came out of nowhere, it wasn't a bad thing. Then I'll go down first. Di Beichin stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's soft hair and his eyes were full of affection. Go ahead. Hongzhuang, don't you think that if Beichin were to ask that person for the medicine, his chances of success would be much higher? Shang Guaniying couldn't help but speak up. She had wanted to say this earlier. Since their hopes were already slim, then Di Beichin's friend was their biggest hope. Even Steward Jean couldn't make a decision about the Tears of Glacial Flame. This person's status was higher than Steward Jin's, so he should be able to make a decision. At the very least, there was a glimmer of hope. However, just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Xiren, so she didn't say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Actually, I think so too. Then why didn't you remind Beichin just now? This is our only hope. Shang Guaniying looked puzzled. This was related to Di Beichin's life. Beichin should know this better than we do. He doesn't want their relationship to have an additional layer of benefits. Once he asks for help, then this simple friendship will no longer be pure. Beichin has his own ideas on what to do. If we force this idea on him, it will only put pressure on him. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She was as elegant and indifferent as a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, but revealed a sense of wisdom and gentleness. When Xiren quietly gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. The more time he spent with Bailey Hongzhuang, the more he understood why Di Beichin, who had never been tempted by women, was so affectionate towards Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang was an extraordinary and considerate woman. It was really rare to see someone who could bear to be unfaithful to her. Beichin is under much more pressure than we are because of the Tears of Glacial Flame. These days, I haven't seen him reveal a true smile. Since he can now chat with a confidant, that's great. Xiren's lips curled into a faint smile. This brother of his had been suppressing many things in his heart and was unwilling to say them out loud. These days, they had been anxious about the Tears of Glacial Flame, but Di Beichin was definitely the one who suffered the most. Seeing Xiren and Bailey Hongzhuang's tacit understanding, Shang Guaniying couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, her impetuous personality was really slow in this aspect. When Di Beichin went downstairs, he was brought to the private room by the waiter. He saw that Di Yujue had already ordered a table of dishes and was waiting for him. Little brother, you're here. Seeing Di Beichin appear, Di Yujue's face quickly revealed a smile. He immediately waved to Di Beichin, sit. After Di Beichin saw Di Yujue, his mood obviously improved a lot. The heaviness that had been suppressed in his heart for the past few days also quietly dissipated. I'm here to drink with you today. Di Yujue laughed. You should be free, right? Di Beichin nodded. Of course. I just didn't expect that a busy person like you would have time to drink with me. Hearing this, Di Yujue chuckled and said, I'm going to leave Punlai Island soon. I don't know when we'll meet again, so I came to drink with you before I leave. It had been a long time since he had met a young man that he was comfortable with. Since he had met a fated person, it would be a pity if they never met again. Thus, he might as well drink to his heart's content before leaving. This time, his trip to the outside world was of great importance. If this news was true, then everything would be fine. If it was all for naught, then the situation would be even worse. I see. Di Beichin's eyes flashed with understanding. He had only just met Di Yujue. He did not expect the latter to leave so soon. However, all good things must come to an end. It was already good that they were fated to meet each other. Since you are leaving soon, then I will definitely drink to my heart's content with you today. Seeing that Di Beichin did not ask about the reason for his departure and where he was going, Di Yujue's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Perhaps the reason why he and Di Beichin could get along so well was also related to Di Beichin's character of never asking about details. That's undoubtedly the best. Di Yujue picked up his wine cup. Let me toast you. The two drank to their heart's content and chatted about everything. However, they rarely talked about themselves. However, this did not hinder their conversation. On the contrary, the two of them chatted happily. However, during this process, both of them knew that the other was not in a good mood. Both of them were somewhat depressed and heavy. By the way, did you get any treasures at the auction this time? Diyujue smiled at Bewitching and asked. Hearing this, Bewitching shook his head. I didn't bid for anything. The only thing I wanted to bid for has not been bought yet. Regarding this, he really felt helpless. Thinking about how Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were worried about him, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Speaking of which, the reason why they were like this was all because of him. Bewitching also knew in his heart that if they wanted to get the Tears of Frigid Flame, they would most likely have to start with Diyujue. However, when he came to find Diyujue, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were silent about it. How could he not understand the deep meaning behind this? Thinking about how Bailey Hongzhuang might become once he fell into eternal sleep, Bewitching's heart constantly throbbed with pain. Therefore, he had no choice but to be selfish. For his beloved Hongzhuang, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he had to work hard. In fact, death was not scary to him. Leaving Hongzhuang was the scariest thing. It was a pain that he could not bear. The Tears of Frigid Flame. Bewitching smiled slightly, then sighed and said, the bidding for the Tears of Frigid Flame in this auction was really too intense. I didn't even have the chance to intervene. Following Bewitching's words, Diyujue also understood. I also heard about this matter. It caused quite a stir. Even a few days after the auction ended, there were still many people lamenting about this matter. However, what do you want the Tears of Frigid Flame for? At this moment, Diyujue couldn't help but think of what Di Lao had said to him before. Di Lao felt that Bewitching was very likely the person they were looking for. Although he could see through Bewitching's disguise, he couldn't see Bewitching's true appearance. Regarding this, he couldn't make a judgment. Diyujue was well aware of the effects of the Tears of Frigid Frost. Normal cultivators wouldn't need the Tears of Frigid Frost at all. Could it be that Bewitching was the person they were looking for? However, seeing that Bewitching was safe and sound and that his aura had reached the 5th level of the Purple Realm, Diyujue couldn't help but dismiss this idea. This was simply impossible. Even the people in their family couldn't do this, so how could the outside world do it? My wife is an alchemist. Bewitching smiled faintly. She usually likes to study some special medicinal herbs. However, she is very talented in this area and has always been called a genius alchemist. According to Bewitching's wishes, he didn't want to lie to Diyujue. However, his physique was really a big weakness. Moreover, they didn't know the reason why the Golden Flame auction house was collecting the Tears of Frigid Frost, so he couldn't do anything. Currently, the safest explanation was the one they had thought of before. Regarding this, he could only apologize to Diyujue. Hearing Bewitching's words, Diyujue finally understood. He had also seen many alchemists with strong alchemy skills, especially some alchemists who liked to innovate. Usually, they would always think of combining some herbs to make special pills. It was also because of the existence of these alchemists who liked to research and were full of creativity that alchemy could continue to develop. Towards this kind of alchemist, he was also very respectful. After all, there weren't many people who could be so creative. Even if they were alchemists, most alchemists could only refine medicinal pills according to the recipe. They didn't even have the idea of creating their own. I see. Diyujue chuckled. Is your wife the one who was sitting next to you when we met last time? Although Bailey Hongzhuang was dressed as a man, Diyujue could tell at a glance that she was a woman. Seeing that Diyujue saw through all his disguises, Bewitching didn't find it strange. He immediately smiled and nodded. Yes, she is my wife. I didn't expect you to be married at such a young age. That's pretty good. Diyujue drank a glass of wine. Most of the cultivators on Punlai Island would get married very late. After all, when they were in the outside world, they would have spent all their time on cultivation. Not to mention, it was not easy to find a partner who was as strong as them. Now that he thought about it, he understood that Bewitching's group of 4 were probably 2 pairs of partners. This was very interesting. Actually, my wife and I just got married not long ago. After that, we came to Punlai Island and found that there were many strong people on Punlai Island. We were really frogs in a well before. Almost everyone will have this feeling when they come to Punlai Island for the first time. However, even in Punlai Island, we are just frogs in a well. Dujua shook his head. However, people walk to a higher place. It is normal to walk from a small place to a big platform. Listening to Dujua's words, Bewitching couldn't help but frown. He felt that Dujua seemed to be implying something. However, seeing that Dujua didn't intend to continue talking about this point, Bewitching stopped asking. Is your wife disappointed that she wasn't able to win back the tears of frigid flame? Dujua stared at Bewitching and slowly asked. Hearing this, Bewitching couldn't help but think of Bailey Hongzhuang's worried look recently. He couldn't help but nod and said, indeed, she has been a little depressed recently. Ever since the problem with his physique exploded, Bailey Hongzhuang had been very depressed, and the smile on her face was no longer the same as before. Thinking back to when he and Bailey Hongzhuang walked step by step from Fengbo country to the big platform, no matter what kind of problem they encountered, Bailey Hongzhuang was always full of confidence, and there was never a trace of despair on her face. When the boat reaches the bridge head, everything will be fine. There is always a way out. These were the beliefs that Bailey Hongzhuang had always firmly believed in. However, the problem with his physique was a heavy blow to Bailey Hongzhuang, causing Bailey Hongzhuang's mood to be extremely heavy recently. Seeing Bewitching's worried look, Dujua's eyes flashed with a light, and the corner of his lips curled up. He said, I didn't expect you to be such a righteous person. You value your wife so much. Most cultivators only cared about their own interests, and there weren't many who wholeheartedly thought about their partner. After all, just increasing one's cultivation required a lot of time, and this was also the reason why many people didn't have a partner. Bewitching smiled faintly, I've made a fool of myself. But my wife loves me deeply, so it's only right for me to treat her like this. Haha. Dujua laughed brightly, seeing you like this, it reminds me of me 20 years ago. It seems that we are indeed the same kind of people. You love your wife as much as you love your life. Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Thinking back, he and his wife were also stuck together like glue, and were very loving. If that incident hadn't happened, he and his wife would still be the same as 20 years ago. Unfortunately, his wife didn't want to see him at all. Dujua's reaction was clearly beyond Bewitching's expectations. He didn't expect Dujua to react the same way as him. The smile on his face immediately brightened. I think that's what every man should do. Dujua nodded slightly. That's right. Those guys don't understand the true joy in this. If they only focus on cultivation, won't it be boring in the end? Speaking of which, I just heard a piece of news. It seems that your surname is D? Hearing this, Bewitching was slightly startled. He was no stranger to this question. Back when he was on the Emerald Island, the old man had also asked him the same question. However, ever since he was young, he had never felt that there was anything wrong with the surname D. On the contrary, after he came to Punlai Island, everyone seemed to have some doubts about his surname. Not bad. Speaking of which, it's really a coincidence that my surname is also D. Dujua's smile widened. Perhaps it's the will of the heavens. On Punlai Island, there are very few people with the surname D. Bewitching's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Your surname is also D? Dujua nodded. That's right. To be honest, I haven't met anyone with the surname D since I was young. What a coincidence. Bewitching chuckled. As for his surname, Bewitching also knew the origin of it. With Si Tuyen's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this jade pendant was not ordinary. It was definitely a precious item, and on this jade pendant was a single word, D. After seeing this jade pendant, Si Tuyen thought for a long time. He felt that this was the only keepsake Bewitching had, and it was very likely to represent Bewitching's identity. As for the meaning of the word D, Si Tuyen couldn't figure it out in a short time. In the end, after thinking about it, he felt that it was very likely to be a surname. Therefore, he dismissed the idea of having Bewitching use the surname Si Tuyen, and named him Bewitching. In fact, until now, neither Si Tuyen nor Bewitching knew the true meaning of the word D. However, Bewitching felt that using it as a surname was quite good. This was the only connection between him and his birth parents. Haha, that's why I said that everything is fate. Diyujua laughed loudly. For this fate, we must drink. All right. Dibachin raised his wine cup. The two clinked their cups, and immediately drank the wine in one gulp. Their faces were filled with joy. In this vast sea of people, it was very difficult to meet someone who was extremely congenial with him. Moreover, the other party had so many characteristics that were similar to him. It was really too much fate. Little brother, since you and I are so fated, then I'll give you a portion of these tears of frost fire. It's also to make your wife happy. Diyujua was obviously in a very good mood. He immediately decided to give a portion of these tears of frost fire to Dibachin. Hearing Diyujua's words, Dibachin couldn't help but be stunned. He stared blankly at Diyujua. This surprise was really too big, and for a moment, he couldn't come back to his senses. Previously, he had been thinking about how to ask Diyujua for a portion of the tears of frosty flame, but he had never thought of how to ask. Furthermore, there was nothing he could take out in exchange. However, in order to be able to continue being together with Hong Zhuang, even if he had to be thick-skinned and shameless, he had to get the tears of frosty back. However, before he could even open his mouth, Diyujua had already decided to give him the tears of frigid flame. How could he not be shocked? For me? Dibachin couldn't help but raise his voice. His handsome face couldn't hide the astonishment and surprise. Looking at Dibachin's expression, Diyujua's smile widened. That's right, I'll give it to you as long as you and your wife are happy. He owed his wife too much over the years, but unfortunately, he couldn't make up for it even if he wanted to. Now that he and Dibachin were so fated, he naturally didn't want Dibachin to be like him, only able to see his wife unhappy. Although the tears of frost fire were very important to them, they had collected quite a lot over the years. Giving away a portion wasn't a problem. Most importantly, it was rare for him to meet such a fated person. After receiving Diyujua's confirmation, Dibachin couldn't help but feel a trace of ecstasy. Their biggest problem had been solved just like that. How could he not be happy? Young Master D, thank you so much. Dibachin couldn't help but stand up. The joy on his face couldn't be concealed. Perhaps this wasn't a big deal to Diyujua, but it was equivalent to saving his life. Of course, to Dibachin, the pain of not being able to break through due to the suppression of his physique was far from comparable to the pain of seeing Bailey Hongzhuang sad. Recently, Bailey Hongzhuang had spent almost all of her efforts on him. In order to help him break through, Bailey Hongzhuang had put in a lot of effort. If Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't an alchemist, their current situation would be even worse. However, he also knew that it was precisely because of Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in alchemy and medicine that she couldn't help him solve the problem of his physique. This was what made Bailey Hongzhuang feel the most pain. To be able to cure other cultivators, but not be able to do anything for the person you love, this was an indescribable pain for anyone. During this period of time, Dibachin was in pain, and Bailey Hongzhuang was in pain as well. When they faced each other, the guilt in their hearts towards each other deepened. This was the worst thing. But now, Diyujua's words gave him hope. Now that they had gathered all of the medicinal ingredients, they were only missing a portion of the tears of cold flame. Once they gathered all of the medicinal ingredients, they would no longer have to worry. Seeing Dibachin so happy, Diyujua couldn't help but chuckle. Even though he already knew how much Dibachin cared about his wife, Dibachin's wild joy still exceeded his expectations. Even so, Diyujua felt happy for Dibachin from the bottom of his heart. This was because when he saw Dibachin at this moment, it was as if he saw himself more than 20 years ago. Being able to see others happy was also a very good thing. It's rare for you and me to be so fated. I'm naturally willing to help you. There's no need to be so grateful. It's as if I saved your life. Diyujua laughed and waved his hand, quickly sit down. Listening to Diyujua's words, Dibachin really wanted to say that Diyujua's actions had indeed saved his life. This was a true life-saving grace. However, in the end, Dibachin still didn't say these words, but he had already firmly remembered all of this in his heart. If there was a place where he could repay Diyujua in the future, he was willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Although Diyujua said it lightly and looked extremely indifferent, Bewitching knew that the value of the tears of cold flame was not simple. If it was really so easy to take it out, when Steward Qin went to find Steward Jin wouldn't have disagreed. Such a rare medicinal ingredient, Diyujue gave it to him without any compensation. This already proved how important his position as a friend in Dijujue's heart was. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. In fact, not only was Bewitching pleasantly surprised by Dijujue's gift at this moment, Diyujue would also be glad that he made such a decision in the future after knowing everything. Otherwise, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Young Master D, I'm really grateful to you. Bewitching couldn't help but say it again, his pair of dark eyes full of gratitude. Haha. Seeing Bewitching so persistent, Diyujue couldn't help but laugh. Since you and I are already friends, you don't have to call me Young Master D. My name is Diyujue. After Diyujue heard Bewitching say his name, the smile in his eyes couldn't help but deepen. He already knew Bewitching's name from Di Lao, and at the same time, he also knew that Bewitching had always considered himself as Bewitching on Punlai Island. At this moment, when Bewitching told him his name, he said his real name. This proved that Bewitching also valued this friend of his. Being honest with him made him feel very satisfied. At least he didn't misjudge him. Come, let's continue drinking. Diyujue raised his wine cup. It's been a long time since I met a friend who can drink to his heart's content. I didn't expect it to be a young man who was younger than me by more than 20 years. Following Dijujue's words, Bewitching's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. The Diyujue in front of him was extremely young. He looked like he was only 20 or 30 years old, but according to Diyujue, he seemed to be 40 or 50 years old. This was completely different from what Bewitching thought before. He really couldn't see Dijujue's age. What? Are you very surprised? Diyujue looked at Bewitching's slightly sluggish appearance and already understood Bewitching's thoughts. He couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, even he himself felt that it was very strange that he would get along so well with such a little guy. This is a bit out of my expectations. Bewitching frankly admitted that he always felt that Diyujue should be in existence similar to a big brother. He didn't expect that Dijujue's age was already enough to be his elder. However, it was very difficult for people to associate Diyujue with his real age. Bewitching couldn't help but think of the rejuvenation pill. Could it be that Diyujue also took the rejuvenation pill, so his appearance became like this? Ever since he came to Punlai Island, he already knew that there were many things that did not exist in the outside world here. It was not strange for Punlai Island to have the rejuvenation pill. That's nothing. As one's cultivation increases, one's appearance will remain unchanged. If one's breakthrough speed is fast enough, one will become younger and younger. This is also the reason why everyone has been pursuing the path of cultivation. Not only for a longer lifespan, but also to maintain your youth for a longer period of time. I believe you will do the same in the future. Diyujue smiled faintly. He was able to determine Bewitching's age. To be able to cultivate to the 5th level of the Purple Realm at such a young age was already considered a genius. In the future, if you meet someone stronger, they might look the same age as you. Some might even look younger than you, but they are already old monsters who have cultivated for many years. So that's how it is. Bewitching nodded with a sigh. According to Dijujue's explanation, he shouldn't have taken the rejuvenation pill. It was only due to the increase in his strength that his appearance remained at the age of 20 or 30. Bewitching couldn't help but think of Lan Yunxiao and the others. Lan Yunxiao and the others were already geniuses, but they were also unable to achieve this. Then how strong was Dijujue's talent in cultivation to be able to achieve this, he couldn't guess, but he couldn't help but admire Diyujue. This kind of person was a true expert. The path of cultivation is very long. You will slowly understand it in the future. This process from not knowing to knowing is also very interesting. Bewitching and Diyujue were drinking while listening to Dijujue's words. They suddenly felt as if their horizons had been broadened. Previously, when he was in the outside world, he felt that as long as his cultivation reached the Purple Realm, he would not be far from the peak. However, according to Diyujue, the path of cultivation was simply endless. It was impossible for one's cultivation to be unable to break through after reaching a certain level. It was just that as one's cultivation grew stronger, it would be harder to break through. However, there would always be a lack of geniuses among human cultivators. Just because you could not do it did not mean that others could not do it. There would always be a genius who would appear and break through the shackles of this realm. Perhaps it was because of this that cultivation was so popular and continued to develop. Bewitching had a deep understanding of this. He also felt that Dejujua's strength was much more tyrannical than his own. No wonder he could not sense Dejujua's strength at all. That was because the difference in strength between the two of them was simply too great. For such a cultivator, even the slightest bit of unfavorable thoughts would be immediately discovered by the other party. This was the difference between them. Bewitching had a faint feeling in his heart that Dejujua's cultivation talent was definitely not inferior to his own. However, Dejujua had lived for more than 20 years more than him. Bewitching simply could not imagine what kind of cultivation he had now. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had been waiting in the room for Bewitching to return. However, Bewitching had obviously been gone for a long time. Even though it was already past dinner time, they did not see Bewitching return at all. Regarding this, the three of them were surprised and could only continue to wait. However, according to the waiter's description, Bewitching seemed to have been drinking with the other party without leaving the private room. It seems that they really hit it off well. After chatting for so long, they still haven't finished talking. That's really amazing. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. If it were her, she wouldn't have much to say to a cultivator she had just met. Seeing this, when Xiran and Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Don't think too much, just focus on your cultivation and wait for Bewitching to return." Bewitching didn't return to the house until it was late at night. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two couldn't help but stop cultivating and look at Bewitching. "Bewitching, you're finally back. You took a really long time to eat this meal." Seeing that Bewitching had returned, Xiran couldn't help but tease him. However, Bewitching didn't answer when Xiran's words. Instead, he walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Bewitching's serious expression and her expression couldn't help but change a little. She took the initiative to ask, "What happened?" "Wife, I have news to tell you," Bewitching said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her pretty face was quietly covered with a touch of seriousness. Many thoughts instantly appeared in her mind. Could it be that Bewitching and Dejujua talked about the tears of glacial flame and Dejujua directly gave an impossible answer, cutting off all their hopes? What news? When she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't notice the nervousness in her expression. "We will have the tears of glacial flame very soon," Bewitching slowly said. The room fell into silence for a moment. Bailey Hongzhuang, Wen Ziran, Xianxia, and the three beasts all looked at Bewitching with dull eyes. Their minds seemed to be unable to turn around for a moment, and they only thought that they had heard wrong. "You? What did you say?" Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but ask. In that instant, she felt that she might have heard wrongly. Her voice was filled with uncertainty. "I said, we will soon have the tears of frost fire." Bewitching's face broke into a radiant smile. In that instant, it was as if the dark clouds had dispersed and the sun had shone upon the earth. It was filled with warmth and dispersed the gloominess in everyone's hearts. "Is what you said true?" Even though she had already heard it twice and was certain that she had not heard wrongly, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but emphasize it again. This was because this surprise had come too suddenly. It was so sudden that it was hard to believe. Bewitching did not find Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction strange. In fact, when he heard Dejujua say that he would give the tears of frost fire to him, he could not help but ask again and again. "That's right, it's true." Following Bewitching's words, the atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. However, in the next second, it completely exploded. "How can this be? Did the person you met agree to give us the tears of frost fire? What kind of request did he make? Why would he give us the tears of frost fire? Then when will he give us the tears of frost fire? Will he change his mind? How did you all discuss it?" In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang, Wen Ziran, Xianxia and the three beasts all spoke at once. This was a great news to them and they were extremely curious about the process. Previously, when Bewitching left, they felt that this was their only hope of obtaining the Tears of Frostfire. However, based on their understanding of Bewitching, they thought that Bewitching would not take the initiative to mention this matter. Hence, they did not have any hope. However, now that Bewitching had returned and given them such a huge surprise, how could they not be surprised? Bewitching looked at everyone's questions and did not know where to start. However, he could feel everyone's deep surprise and concern. He could not help but feel a wave of warmth in his heart. You all have so many questions. Which one do you want me to answer first? Bewitching asked with a smile. Xiran waved his hand and said, forget it, we might as well not ask. You can just tell us the entire process. When he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying could not help but laugh. Bewitching had been away for so long this time. If he wanted to tell them everything, how long would it take? However, if Bewitching was willing to tell them, they would be more than happy to listen. The friend I met is called Diyujue. Coincidentally, he has the same surname as me. Bewitching smiled faintly. He asked me if I had taken a fancy to anything at the auction and I told him about the Tears of Frostfire. In the end, he decided to give me the Tears of Frostfire. That's how it happened. That's it? Not only did Wen Xiran have this feeling, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying also had the same feeling. Previously, in order to obtain the Tears of Frigid Heat, the road ahead was really difficult. They had almost exhausted all the methods they could think of, but the final result was still hopeless. According to their judgment, it should be very difficult to obtain the Tears of Frigid Heat no matter what. After all, the Golden Flame auction house had always shown such an attitude, but Bewitching only had a meal with the other party and easily obtained the Tears of Frigid Heat. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Bewitching nodded, his eyes clear and calm. Yes, that's right. I'm also speechless. Didn't the Golden Flame auction house say that the Tears of Frigid Heat can't be sold? Even Steward Qin was rejected. You only went over for a while and already got the Tears of Frigid Heat. I'm really convinced. Wen Xiran couldn't help but give Bewitching a thumbs up, but the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. This was really good news for them. Shangguan Yingying also gave Bewitching a thumbs up. Bewitching, you're the one who really hit it well. I was wondering why you suddenly met such a person. It turns out that all of this was a trick. They had worked so hard to solve the problem that they couldn't solve, but Bewitching just met a friend and solved it. How could they not be happy? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was always full of smiles. After hearing the news that Bewitching brought back, she felt relaxed. After coming to Punlai Island for so long, her spirit had always been tense. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Listening to the banter between Xiran and Shangguan Yingying, Bewitching couldn't help but chuckle. When I met Diyujue, I really didn't think so. When he mentioned it today, I also found it hard to believe. Looks like Bewitching, you're truly blessed by the heavens. We'd prepared for so long, but we didn't expect that in the end, there would be a light at the end of the tunnel. It didn't take any effort at all. Bailey Hongzhuang had a big smile on her face. This feeling of being suddenly enlightened was really delightful. Bewitching nodded with a faint smile. Diyujue is probably my benefactor. If it wasn't for Dijujue's appearance, they didn't know when they would be able to resolve this situation. We really have to thank him this time. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were also shining with gratitude. Dijujue's gift was tantamount to saving Bewitching's life. This life-saving grace was enough for them to remember for the rest of their lives. By the way, Bewitching, did he say when he would give you the Tears of Glacial Flame? Xiran couldn't help but ask. He wasn't doubting Dijujue's credibility. It was just that as long as this thing wasn't in his hands, he was still a little worried. What's more, with Bewitching's current situation, it would be great if he could solve the problem of his physique a day earlier. If there's no accident, he should send the Tears of Glacial Flame tomorrow. Bewitching said slowly. He remembered that before Diyujue left, he had specially said that he would arrange for someone to send the Tears of Glacial Flame tomorrow. After returning to the Golden Flame auction house, Diyujue quickly passed down the news and ordered people to deliver the Tears of Frostfire to Bewitching the next morning. When Manager Jean heard Dijujue's order, he couldn't help but be stunned. Previously, Di Lao had done so many things, but he still couldn't sell the Tears of Frostfire. Now, Yujue actually said that he wanted to give the Tears of Frostfire to Bewitching? This was too unexpected. However, Manager Jean didn't dare to neglect Yujue's order. Yujue was Lao's master, so he was completely his god. No matter what Yujue said, he had to complete it immediately. However, after arranging this matter, Manager Jean still decided to tell Lao about this matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Lao took the initiative to ask him about it in the future. After Lao found out about this matter, he was very surprised in his heart. However, he didn't say anything and just let Manager Jean do it. As long as it was Yujue's order, he never asked for the reason and only followed it. The next day, not long after Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three left their cultivation, there was a series of knocks on the door. As soon as the door was opened, everyone saw a figure that surprised them. This person was none other than Golden Flame Auction House's Xianxia. "May I ask which one of you is young Master D?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "I am." Hearing this, the smile on Xianxia's face widened and she said, "Young Master D, my master asked me to deliver the Tears of Frostfire." In the next second, a brocade box appeared in Xianxia's hand and she directly handed it to Bewitching. Bewitching took the brocade box and opened it to see a crystal-clear Tears of Frostfire inside, emitting an alluring fragrance. When they saw the tears of frosty flame, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's eyes lit up. Even though they already knew that Yujue would send someone to deliver the Tears of Frosty Flame, they could not help but feel excited when they saw it with their own eyes. "Young Master D, you can check it. If there's no problem, I'll take my leave first." Xianxia always had a faint smile on her face. When she received this task, she was very surprised. The treasure that was auctioned off at a sky-high price was now given to a young cultivator by her mistress. She was really curious about who this cultivator was. "Please help me convey my thanks." "I will." After Xianxia left, Bewitching closed the door. Then, the four of them looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter gradually spread, and everyone felt relaxed. Bewitching, Golden Flame Auction House actually sent Xianxia to deliver the item. It shows how important you are to Yujue. Although they did not know much about Golden Flame Auction House, they knew that as the auctioneer of Golden Flame Auction House's large-scale auctions, Xianxia's status was definitely not low. Bewitching's eyes gradually changed. He was very clear about this point. They were just strangers who met by chance, but Yujue actually helped him. He only hoped that he would have the opportunity to repay Yujue in the future. However, it was obvious that with his current strength, he could not help Yujue in any way. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, "I will start concocting the medicine to change the cursed body in a moment. If there are no problems in the process, then it can be changed." In her previous life, she had spent a lot of time researching the method to remove the cursed body. However, the final result was still very satisfying. She believed that as long as she could successfully concoct this pill, then all the problems would be solved. "That's great. As long as the problem with Beichen's body is solved, we can relax in the future." Shangguan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Ever since they arrived at Punlai Island, they had always felt a sense of urgency. Because they did not know when Bewitching would fall into a coma, they had always been in a race against time. As long as Bewitching could keep his life, then there were many things that they did not need to be so anxious about. Everything could be carried out in an orderly manner, and they did not need to worry about any uncertainties that might arise at any time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, "That's right. You guys go and rest first. I will go into the chaos ring to concoct the pill. There will be no one to disturb me there." "Alright, then you have to work hard." Shangguan smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently, then turned around and was about to enter the chaos ring. However, just as she was about to enter, Bewitching grabbed her hand. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look surprised. She looked suspiciously at Bewitching and raised her eyebrows, asking silently, "Don't give yourself too much pressure." Bewitching gazed at Bailey Hongzhuang, his deep and handsome eyes were filled with tenderness and concern. "It's all right." He was very clear that no matter how powerful an alchemist was, there was still the possibility of failure when refining pills. Even if they gathered all the medicinal ingredients, there was no guarantee that there would be no problems during the process of refining pills. They were all confident in Bailey Hongshuang's alchemy skills, but sometimes, being too confident was a burden for Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing Bewitching's words, the corners of Bailey Hongshuang's lips slowly raised, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. I understand. It was only after Bailey Hongshuang entered the chaos ring that her expression turned serious. Gathering the medicinal ingredients was only the first step, and refining the pill was also an extremely crucial step. The pressure in her heart was naturally not small. She knew very well that they only had this one chance. If they failed this time, it would be almost impossible for them to gather all the ingredients again. Even if it was possible, Bewitching's physical condition would not allow them to have more time to gather all the ingredients. Therefore, she had to succeed in refining the pill this time. If she made a mistake, she could lose Bewitching completely. Just thinking about this possibility made Bailey Hongshuang feel a little suffocated. This pressure was not something that an average person could feel. She understood that even if she failed in refining the pill, Bewitching would not care. However, if that happened, she would never be able to forgive herself. Sitting in front of the pill furnace, Bailey Hongshuang did not immediately start refining the pill. Instead, she sat quietly and calmed her emotions. After Bailey Hongshuang left, Bewitching and Wenziren looked at each other. They weren't as calm as before. Right now, the most important thing was Bailey Hongshuang. As long as this step was completed, everyone would be happy. If not, they would have to start all over again. Did my words just now give Hongshuang too much pressure? Shangguan-Yingying's face was full of guilt. She was so focused on the herbs that she had finally gathered, but she forgot that there was a certain risk in refining pills. Part of the reason for this was that she believed in Bailey Hongshuang's alchemy skills too much. Wenziren glanced at Shangguan-Yingying helplessly. His Yingying was good at everything, but she always spoke without thinking. She spoke without thinking clearly, so she often regretted it. It's okay, Bewitching smiled. Hongshuang knows that you didn't mean it that way. I really spoke too fast. Shangguan-Yingying patted her head in annoyance, but I still believe that Hongshuang will be able to refine it. She is the most powerful alchemist I have ever seen. Even an alchemist like Chu Fei, who wasn't Bailey Hongshuang's opponent. If Bailey Hongshuang couldn't refine this pill, then it would be even more impossible for others. When Zyra nodded, I also believe that Hongshuang will be able to refine it. It took us so long to gather all the ingredients. God will definitely be on our side. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. However, no matter how confident they were, they couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in their hearts. Everything was possible. Before the real result came out, none of them could be sure of the real answer. Therefore, they could only wait anxiously. Golden Flame Auction House. Yujue packed his things early in the morning and prepared to leave for the outside world. However, before he left, he still went to see Di Lao. Di Lao had watched him grow up since he was young. However, after that incident, Di Lao had stayed on Penglai Island and didn't return to his family. Yujue also thought highly of this old man who had always been loyal to him. Young master, are you preparing to leave today? Seeing that Yujue had come to say goodbye to him, Elder D couldn't help but ask. That's right. There's no time to lose. I'd better confirm it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Elder D nodded his head. You're right. This matter is of great importance. The earlier we go, the earlier we can confirm it. If it really is the young master, that would be great. I hope so. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yujua's eyes. He also hoped that his trip this time would not be in vain. Over the years, he had been disappointed many times, but each disappointment brought him great pain. This pain would continue to stack. Every time it happened, the pain would increase. If this continued, even Yujua's strong heart would not be able to bear it. Oh right, young master, I heard that you gave the tears of frigid frost to Bewitching? Elder D thought for a moment and asked the question in his heart. Yujua nodded, that's right. Is there a problem? No. Elder D waved his hand, I'm just curious as to why Bewitching needs the tears of frigid frost. He asked for it for his wife. Yujua said indifferently. Hearing Yujua's answer, Elder D completely dispelled the guess in his heart. Elder D originally thought that Bewitching was looking for the tears of frosty flame for himself. However, if he was looking for his wife, then no matter what the reason was, it had nothing to do with them. This was because they were looking for a man, not a woman. Dujua chatted with Elder D for a while before leaving. With Elder D in charge of the Golden Flame auction house, there was nothing to worry about. Chaos Ring. After Bailey Hongzhuang calmed herself down, she began to refine the pill wholeheartedly. Calmly, she threw away all distracting thoughts and completely released the pressure in her heart. She knew very well that the more nervous she was during the process of refining the pill, the greater the possibility of problems occurring. Therefore, she had to refine the pill with a calm heart. Otherwise, once she was distracted, it was very likely that the pill refinement would fail. After all, the level of this pill was not low. With her current alchemy skills, she was just barely able to refine it. Therefore, she could not do as she pleased as she usually did. Stock after stock of medicinal herbs were placed into the pill furnace by Bailey Hongzhuang. The entire chaos ring was silent. Other than the slight sound of the medicinal herbs being extracted, no other sounds could be heard. Bailey Hongzhuang's mental strength was constantly monitoring everything in the pill furnace. Fortunately, with the help of the profound ice fire, the difficulty of refining the pill was greatly reduced. Even so, the difficulty of refining the pill was still not small. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang entered the chaos ring to refine the pill, Bewitching and the other two did not have the heart to cultivate properly. After all, this matter was of great importance. It was not easy to concentrate on it, and even meditate was not an easy thing to do. Therefore, the three of them simply gave up on cultivating and stayed in the room to wait for Bailey Hongzhuang's results. This wait lasted for a long time. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the chaos ring, Bewitching and the other two's gazes almost immediately focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the three of them did not say anything. They only observed Bailey Hongzhuang's expression. If the refinement failed, they didn't want to give Bailey Hongzhuang more pressure and pain. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was expressionless. After noticing the cautious expressions of the three, she could not help but laugh. Her voice was filled with excitement. It's a success. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Bewitching, Wen Xiren, and Shangguan Yingying couldn't help but stand up and cheer. Their youthful faces were brimming with joy. Hongzhuang, you're amazing. Shangguan Yingying took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and jumped up. I knew you would be fine. Haha, the problem that we were most worried about has finally been solved. I no longer have to worry about you suddenly leaving us one day. Xiren patted Bewitching's shoulder. His eyes were red. Back then, Bewitching had suddenly collapsed and showed no signs of waking up even after using many methods. It had really shocked everyone. He had always treated Bewitching as his own brother. He had always felt that this fellow was abnormally lucky and would definitely live longer than him. This was something that he could not accept. Now that he knew that he was finally safe and sound, he could finally relax. A single word of thanks contained all of Bewitching's gratitude and affection. Men were not good at expressing their emotions, so it was fine as long as they understood. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying could no longer hold back their tears. Too much pressure and tension had been completely released at this moment. We must not go home until we're drunk tonight. After his excitement, Xiren could not help but burst into laughter. It would be inappropriate if they did not celebrate such a good day. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled and nodded when they heard Xiren's suggestion. Today was indeed an excellent day for them. That night, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally had a good night's sleep. This was the first time they had slept so well ever since Bewitching's cursed body had acted up. They felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and they slept very soundly. The next day, after a night's rest, Bewitching's essence, energy, and spirit had recovered very well. He immediately entered the chaos ring with Bailey Hongzhuang. Since all the preparations had been completed, it was naturally best to resolve this hidden danger of his body as soon as possible. At the same time, they were also looking forward to seeing how different Bewitching's body would be after the transformation. After entering the chaos ring, Bailey Hongzhuang handed the pill to Bewitching and said, I only have one experience of helping to transform the cursed body, so I can't guarantee that it's completely correct. Bewitching nodded and smiled faintly. I understand. According to my previous experience, you will feel an extremely great power after consuming this pill. It will feel as if your body is burning and it will be extremely painful. This process will definitely be extremely difficult because the transformation of the physique itself is a very difficult matter. Borrowing the power of the pill to completely transform your cursed physique will definitely be a complete transformation. You have to be mentally prepared. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching. Part of the reason why she had such a deep impression of the cursed body was because of the pain of the transformation. However, she believed that after enduring such pain, the transformation of a cultivator would definitely be earth-shattering. This pain may exceed your imagination. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but emphasize again. Bewitching smiled when he saw how worried Bailey Hongzhuang was. He said, "Wife, don't worry. No matter what kind of pain it is, I can endure it." Compared to the pain of leaving Bailey Hongzhuang, what was any other pain? To Bewitching, there was nothing more painful than leaving Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as he could stay by Bailey Hongzhuang's side, he could endure any kind of pain. Seeing how confident Bewitching was, Bailey Hongzhuang recalled how Bewitching had risked his life in the oceanic world. She knew very well that Bewitching's willpower had always been extremely tenacious. Perhaps his concern had caused him to lose his mind. "Then we can begin now." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile and her eyes became unusually determined. "Good luck." In the next moment, Bewitching placed the pill into his mouth without any hesitation. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Bewitching only felt a scorching power explode from his esophagus and spread all the way down. Wherever it passed, it seemed to bring with it a thick flame. His body felt as if it was burning. This was an extremely painful feeling. Bewitching only felt a flame rising from his dantian, burning every inch of his blood, muscles, bones, and skin. He closed his eyes tightly, still persisting in operating the cultivation method, because he wanted to let this energy flow to every part of his body. Only in this way could he complete the real transformation. Bailey Hongzhuang saw Bewitching's painful appearance not long after taking the pill, and couldn't help but have a trace of worry in her eyes. This pain was extremely terrifying when she saw that cultivator endure it. No matter how strong his willpower was, it would not be easy for him to endure it. In just a short time, Bewitching's forehead was already oozing with large beads of sweat, and his face quickly turned pale due to the pain. He frowned, resisting the bursts of pain coming from his body. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but tightly intertwine her hands. Unfortunately, she couldn't help Bewitching when he was enduring such pain. All of this could only be endured by Bewitching himself. The more thoroughly this heat burned his body, the more powerful his body of heaven's will would be. This could be said to be a situation where danger and opportunity coexisted. As long as Bewitching could hold on, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly guarded Bewitching's side. This was the only thing she could do. For Bewitching at this moment, every minute and every second was extremely unbearable. He only felt that his blood was about to dry up under this heat, and his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. However, he also found that when his blood boiled to a certain level, some new power would emerge from his body. If he guessed correctly, this should be the power of the body of heaven's will. Different from the power in his body, it was more clear and pure. This power had a faint coolness, like a clear spring in the heat. Although it was very little, it gave Bewitching a chance to breathe. As the heat spread wider and wider, Bewitching's pain became more and more intense. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. It was as if he didn't know when he would completely faint. However, Bewitching still retained a trace of consciousness. He must not let himself faint. Once he fainted, all his efforts would be in vain. They had gone through untold hardships to reach this step, so how could they fail because of him? Therefore, Bewitching bit his lips, and blood flowed out from between his teeth. The sweet taste of blood allowed him to maintain his consciousness. He could not disappoint his wife, because he wanted to always be by her side. In this kind of torture and pain, time gradually passed. Bailey Hongzhuang paid attention to Bewitching's situation. She found that although Bewitching's breath was extremely weak, it was still abnormally strong. This kind of time was not only a kind of torture for Bewitching, but also for Bailey Hongzhuang. In the entire hall, only Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were left, but neither of them made a sound. Di Beichen gritted his teeth and didn't let out a groan. Looking at Di Beichen like this, Bailey Hongzhuang's admiration for him grew even stronger. Di Beichen did not know how much time had passed. He only felt that he was on the verge of collapsing from the pain. Every time he found it hard to hold on, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice and smile would appear in his mind. Then, he would continue to persevere. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Under such perverted torment, his ability to endure pain seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Unknowingly, a day and a night had passed. When the burning sensation in Di Beichen's body had completely dissipated, he could not help but open his eyes. He only smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang before he could no longer control himself and fainted. The moment Di Beichen fainted, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly rushed to Di Beichen's side and supported his collapsed body. After taking Di Beichen's pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang found that although Di Beichen's breathing was weak, his life was not in danger. He had only fainted due to excessive overdraft. He only needed to recuperate for a while to recover. However, after a careful examination, Bailey Hongzhuang also found that the power of the cursed body that had been suppressing Di Beichen's cultivation had quietly dissipated as if it had never existed. After confirming this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but cry with joy. Success, they had finally succeeded. The hidden danger of Di Beichen's cursed body had completely disappeared. From today onwards, his body would no longer be a burden to his cultivation. On the contrary, the brand new mandate of heaven would help Di Beichen reach a higher peak. Even though the process was extremely painful, it was all worth it for this result. When Xiran and Shangguan had been waiting expectantly for Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen to come out. However, they still had some worries in their hearts. They had been silently praying that things would go smoothly and that there would be no problems. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang brought Di Beichen out, they saw that Di Beichen had already fallen into a coma. They could not help but be shocked. What's wrong with Beichen? Xiran quickly helped Bailey Hongzhuang place Di Beichen on the bed. He could not help but frown when he saw Di Beichen's pale face. Hongzhuang, is Beichen all right? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly with a relaxed smile on her face. It's all right. We succeeded. Beichen is just exhausted. He only needs to rest for 2 days. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, when Xiran and Shangguan finally relaxed, their faces revealed a comfortable smile. We were scared to death. We thought that something had gone wrong. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Shangguan patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey Hongzhuang also sat limply beside Di Beichen. She had not done anything for the past day and night. She had only been watching over Di Beichen. However, she still felt a sense of exhaustion. She had been too nervous. We can be completely relieved now. Bailey Hongzhuang's face revealed a bright smile. Even though her face was somewhat pale, her pair of black eyes were shining brightly. Xiran glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "You've worked hard for the past 2 days. Ying and I will go to the next room first. You and Beichen should rest well. Call us if you need anything." 2 days later. Di Beichen slowly opened his eyes. He felt a wave of soreness in his body and the memories in his mind were slowly coming back. He could not help but recall the pain he had been immersed in. His heart was still filled with lingering fear. In comparison, although his body was still aching faintly, compared to his previous situation, this was completely heaven. Beichen, you're awake. Noticing that Di Beichen had woken up, Bailey Hongzhuang's face quickly lit up with a joyful smile. When Di Beichen saw Bailey Hongzhuang's smiling face, his extraordinarily handsome face broke into a smile as well. Wife. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern. Di Beichen smiled and shook his head, I'm fine. Aside from a little soreness in my body, there's no other discomfort. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also relaxed. Your body is a little sore because you've used up a lot of energy. Your body hasn't fully recovered but you'll be fine very soon. Then, is there a problem with my physique? There was a trace of worry in his clear and serene eyes. Di Beichen only remembered that he had been trying his best to hold on. In the end, he had still fainted. He was not sure how his physique had changed. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened as she said, "Don't worry, the cursed body no longer exists. You're now a brand new body of the mandate of heaven." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This was undoubtedly the best news to him. In the next second, Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his arms. His handsome face bloomed with a joyful smile. He finally did not have to worry about not being able to accompany Hongzhuang for long before leaving. He could still keep his promise and stay by Hongzhuang's side. Bailey Hongzhuang also knew that Bewitching was feeling complicated and excited. She hugged Bewitching tightly with both hands. Their hearts were tightly intertwined. They had been worried and afraid for so long. Fortunately, this final result had given them a satisfactory answer. The two of them were immersed in this embrace. Neither of them spoke because they knew each other's feelings very well. When Ziren and Shang Wannying found out that Bewitching had woken up, they immediately went downstairs to order a sumptuous meal. After experiencing this incident, this feeling was similar to surviving a great disaster. "Beichen, you must be hungry after exhausting so much energy." Ziren looked at Bewitching with a smile. He rarely saw Bewitching so exhausted. Bewitching, who did not feel anything at first, realized that he was hungry after hearing Ziren's words. It was as if he had not eaten for a long time. "Haha, I didn't expect you to know me so well." Bewitching laughed heartily. Now that all the hidden dangers had been resolved, his smile became even more brilliant. It was no longer as difficult to reach his eyes as before. "It's not that I know you well," Hongzhuang told us. Ziren spread out his hands. "The transformation of your physique has consumed all the energy in your body. So we've prepared a very sumptuous meal for you. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat more, haha." Hearing this, Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. The corners of his lips curled into a devilish smile. "My wife has always been so understanding." After solving the problem of the cursed body, Bewitching was surprised to find that the speed at which he absorbed elemental energy was much faster than before. Previously, due to the suppression of the cursed body, the absorption of elemental energy in the air was very small even if he used his cultivation method. He could only rely on spirit stones to maintain a good cultivation speed. However, compared to other cultivators, it was much worse. If he was in his previous cultivation state, with the help of spirit stones, his cultivation speed would be much faster than before. Unfortunately, he was dragged down by the cursed body. Because of this, not only was it extremely difficult for him to break through, but his cultivation speed was also completely incomparable to Ziren and the others. However, at this moment, Bewitching found that he was full of affinity with the elemental energy in the air. He only needed to use his cultivation method. He did not even need to deliberately attract the elemental energy. The elemental energy would naturally enter his body along with his breathing. Bewitching had never felt this feeling before. Even though he had an excellent foundation in the past, he had never experienced such a feeling of cultivation. Compared to that, his current cultivation situation was completely smooth and easy. Bewitching could not help but open his eyes and enter the cultivation state again. After discovering that he was indeed in this state when he cultivated, his face could not help but be filled with joy. His cultivation speed was several times faster than when he was in the cursed body. This kind of experience was simply too heaven-defying. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two sat at the table and had been paying attention to Bewitching's situation. When Ziren and Bailey Hongzhuang did not know anything about the heavenly mandate body. Although Bailey Hongzhuang knew a little about it, she was not very clear. After all, she was only an alchemist in her previous life. She wholeheartedly studied alchemy. She did not pay much attention to the changes after the transformation. "Beichen, how do you feel? Is there anything special about this heavenly mandate body?" After seeing Bewitching exit his cultivation state, Ziren could not help but ask the question in his heart. To be honest, he had never heard of such a physique before. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a strong light of amazement, and he nodded in front of everyone's expectant eyes. "My current cultivation speed is several times faster than when I had the curse body. Even if the curse body hadn't flared up, I'm afraid my cultivation speed would have been twice as fast." As Bewitching's voice fell, Ziren and Shang Wannying were completely dumbfounded. His cultivation speed is actually so fast? Xiren's eyes widened. Although he did not know what Bewitching's cultivation speed was after being suppressed by the cursed body, he was very familiar with Bewitching's cultivation speed in the past. If it was 2 times faster than before, then it was truly heaven-defying. Bewitching nodded. Not to mention when Xiren, even he felt that this matter was too unbelievable. However, he had repeatedly confirmed that his cultivation speed had really reached such a level. This was really a big surprise for him. Bailey Hongshuang's smile gradually widened. Her beautiful black and white eyes bloomed with a brilliant luster. The heavenly mandate body was originally known as one of the most suitable physiques for cultivation. Any cultivator who had the heavenly mandate body had achieved great success in cultivation. Once successful, it would be a complete transformation. Unfortunately, most people would be suppressed when they had the cursed body. However, this was how the world worked. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and the other 2 sighed in their hearts. Speaking of which, Bewitching's transformation was not easy to come by. As long as there was even the slightest deviation, the only outcome would be death. Fortunately, the god of luck was always on their side. Not only did Bewitching resolve the suppression of the cursed body, but he also successfully transformed into the body of destiny. In the future, they could look forward to Bewitching's development. Bewitching, your transformation is really amazing. Xiren gave Bewitching a thumbs up. Then, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Previously, you were suppressed by the cursed body. My cultivation could not surpass yours by much. Now that you've transformed into the body of destiny, I'm afraid I'll be left behind by you again soon. Without waiting for Bewitching to speak, Shangguan Yingying could not help but chuckle. You're always number 2. You might as well stop being so stubborn. After so many years, when have you not been like this? However, as long as you can keep up with Bewitching's pace, it's already good enough. Yingying, you can't always undermine me like this. Xiren revealed a helpless expression. His Yingying was a professional at undermining him. Bewitching smiled faintly and raised his eyebrows. Yingying is speaking the truth. But this is also good. I've been chasing after you for so many years. Suddenly surpassing you makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm more used to being number 2. Xiren shrugged. If it was compared to others, he naturally would not be willing to accept the status of number 2. However, the other party was Bewitching. The situation was different. Previously, Bewitching was unable to increase his cultivation. Although he had surpassed Bewitching, he had never felt the slightest bit happy. On the contrary, he had always been worried. Now, Bewitching's cultivation would soon surpass his, but he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he felt relaxed. Bailey Hongshuang observed Xiren's behavior and understood the brotherly love between Xiren and Bewitching. Only true brothers would have such feelings. By the way, now that the problem of Bewitching's physique has been solved, the most important thing for us to do in Punlai Island has also been accomplished. I think we should quickly send this news back, right? Her black phoenix eyes flashed with a bright light, and Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but think of her family waiting outside for their news. Back then, they chose to leave without saying goodbye in order not to burden their family. Presumably, after they left, Mu Lingbing and the others must have been burning with anxiety. However, they had no choice but to do so. Now that the problem of Bewitching's physique had been solved, everyone could finally relax. Naturally, they had to send this good news back to prevent their family members from continuing to worry about them. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching nodded. Indeed, Master and the others must be worried about us every day. The last time we left, I'm afraid that everyone's hearts have been hurt. If we can bring this good news back, they will be completely relieved. Bewitching looked at Xiren and said, What do you mean? Based on the situation before we came, we should have sent this news back earlier. However, this trip will take a lot of time. Xiren frowned. Previously, they had spent a lot of time just coming to Punlai Island from the outside world. If they went back now and came back, they would waste all their time on the road. Moreover, they had seen too many cultivators with strong cultivations. They knew very well what they were lacking. Wasting time was not a good thing. That's true. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. However, we have to find a way to send this news back. Why don't we try the demon refining tower first? Regardless of whether we can succeed or not, at least we've tried it. This way, as long as we save some spirit stones, we don't have to rush back immediately. After all, whether we cultivate in the sect or on Punlai Island, it's the same. What do you think? I think Xiren is right. Since we have been on Punlai Island for so long, we might as well finish what we came here to do before going back. After we go back, we can stay for a while. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to travel back and forth. Shangguaningying expressed her support. If they returned to the demon refining tower after a trip, and then returned after the demon refining tower, then they would spend too much time on the road. Although Punlai Island is very big, the demon tower is the most important thing to us. The other things are not attractive to us. Xiren said again. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could not help but look at each other and then nodded. They also felt that Xiren's words were very reasonable. In that case, let's go to the demon tower first. We can only let our family worry for a while. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Her heart was filled with regret, but she believed that her family was strong. Although they were worried about her and Bewitching's departure, it would not be a blow to them. If we go back after our strength increases, they will be very happy. Shangguaningying comforted. Now that they had finally broken through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm, they finally had the chance to challenge the Devil Refining Tower. If they left just like that, it would be a pity. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and a smile appeared on her face. Indeed, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to improve ourselves. Not only that, we have to find a way to obtain more spiritual stones. There were no spirit stones in the outside world, so Si Tuyen and the others' cultivation speed was much slower. If they could bring these spirit stones back, their family's cultivation speed would definitely increase a lot. As they understood more about Punlai Island, Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer as worried as before. On the contrary, as long as they had enough strength, it would not be a problem to stay here. She believed that even if her father, mother, and master were to come here, they would also be able to live well and would not be in too much danger. Of course, this was on the premise that they did not provoke the 3 major forces. Otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome. Beichen, this time, Diyujue really helped a lot with the transformation of your physique. We should go and thank him properly. Otherwise, I will feel really bad. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyes and looked at Beichen. Now, she was also very grateful to Diyujue. If it weren't for Dijujue's help, they would still be in pain. It would be a pity if they couldn't thank him personally. Perhaps their gratitude didn't mean much to Diyujue, but only then could they feel at ease. What's more, they only met Diyujue by chance. The fact that the latter helped them like this showed his sincerity. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Beichen also nodded. His thoughts were the same as Bailey Hongzhuang's. Previously, when I talked about the glacial tears, I lied to him. I think it's better to tell him the reason directly. Honesty is the most basic thing to do. The hesitation in Beichen's eyes turned into determination. Previously, when Diyujue asked him, he hesitated, but in the end, he didn't tell the truth. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was letting down Dijujue's sincerity by hiding it. After all, Diyujue had been honest with him from the beginning to the end. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. She also saw that Beichen had been feeling very conflicted because of this. She immediately responded, I support you. In fact, this wasn't a reason why they couldn't tell others. It was just that the Golden Flame auction house had been collecting the glacial tears. They didn't know why the other party was doing this, so they always wanted to be on guard. But now that the problem of their physique had been solved, they naturally didn't need to continue hiding it. Xiren and Shangguaningying didn't have any opinions about Beichen's decision. Speaking of which, the other party had really helped them a lot, so it was only right to thank them. After making the decision, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others immediately set off for the Golden Flame auction house. However, when Beichen told them the purpose of their visit, Manager Jean gave them a very helpless answer. I'm really sorry, our young master has already set off for a long journey. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. This was the second time Manager Jean met Beichen, but he didn't dare to neglect Beichen. Even if Diyujue had already left, Beichen was still Dijujue's friend. He was someone he had to treat seriously. Hearing Manager Jin's answer, Bewitching couldn't help but feel disappointed. When Dujue went to drink with him that day, he said goodbye. However, he didn't expect Dujue to be so fast. In just a few days, Dujue had already left. In the end, he didn't catch up, and this matter would become a regret in his heart. Because he couldn't be honest with Dujue, there was always a trace of guilt. However, he didn't know how long Dujue would be away this time, and whether they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others left the Golden Flame auction house with slight disappointment. However, before they left, Manager Jin gave them a few invitation letters from the Golden Flame auction house. Gao Hanchen and the other two had been busy searching for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Xiaonan had left Penlai Island a few days after the auction had ended. They had even bumped into Xiaonan when they were searching for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Xiaonan did not have any expression on her face when she saw them. Instead, she acted as if she had never met them before and left without looking at them. Seeing this, Gao Hanchen and the other two understood that they no longer had any hope of joining the Crimson Moon sect through Xiaonan. They could not help but feel a sense of defeat. However, it was mostly due to the resentment towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. If it had not been for these four fellows, they would not have ended up in such a state. Unfortunately, every step of their development was as if they were treading on thin ice. If they still could not find Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, all their efforts would have been for naught. I really don't understand where these four fellows have hidden themselves. We've been searching for so many days but we haven't found any trace of them. I'm beginning to suspect that these fellows have become invisible. Lu Jiangang sighed. This feeling made him feel as if he had returned to the time when they were searching for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three on Emerald Island. They had spent so much manpower and resources just to find these four people. They never thought that after spending so much time on Emerald Island, these four fellows would still manage to slip away right before their eyes. Could it be that these fellows' concealment skills were really that great? It was bad enough that they had been deceived the first time, but this time, they had actually managed to escape. Wouldn't this be too embarrassing for them? Gue Jun's expression was very ugly as well. Initially, he had been full of confidence that he would be able to find Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. However, as time passed, his confidence grew weaker and weaker. He even felt that unless these fellows were willing to appear in front of them, they would never be able to find them. Only the heavens know if these fellows were born in the year of the turtle. They would hide at the slightest disagreement. I really have to hand it to them. Gao Hanchuan's mood was undoubtedly the worst. His brother's death had not been avenged yet. If he let these four fellows escape, he would not be able to eliminate his demonic barrier. His strength would be a problem in the future. Now, he had decided to let go of everything and not think about anything else. He only wanted to take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Let's pay more attention. I don't think the four of them will leave so easily, Gao Hanchun said slowly, even though his words were not very convincing. The three of them sighed at the same time. This kind of feeling of defeat was really hard to bear. The four of them wandered aimlessly on the street. Suddenly, Lu Jiangang looked ahead with a face full of shock. Because of his excitement, he couldn't even speak clearly. Look, aren't those the four guys we're looking for? When they heard Lu Jianong's words, Gao Hanchun and Gue Jun immediately looked to the front. Their eyes lit up when they saw what was ahead. Sure enough, the four figures walking in front of them were Bailey Hongzhuang and the others whom they had been looking for so many days and hated to the bone. That's right. It's them. Gue Jun said excitedly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not return to the inn immediately after leaving the Golden Flame auction house. They had already accomplished their goal in coming to Penlai Island. There was only one thing left for them to do, and that was Gao Hanchuan's problem. The other two map fragments must be in Gao Hanchuan's hands. As long as they could get rid of Gao Hanchun and obtain his Chankuan pouch, they would be able to piece the four map fragments together and uncover the secrets of the map fragments. These four map fragments had been hidden using such a special method. The things drawn behind them must not be simple. Now that they finally knew the whereabouts of these four map fragments, they were naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity. However, they had no idea where Gao Hanchun and the other two were. Previously, they were so focused on the tears of frigid heat that they did not pay attention to Gao Hanchen and the other three's movements. Therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to find them at this moment. After thinking about it, searching aimlessly was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take a look around the Punlai Palace. Naturally, they could not get close to the interior of the Punlai Palace. However, since they had come to Punlai Island, it was not a wasted trip to see the general appearance of the Punlai Palace. Moreover, they felt that Gao Hanchen and the other two must be thinking of joining a certain force. It was obviously impossible for them to join the 100 Flowers Gate. Moreover, based on Xiao Nan's previous performance, the possibility of joining the Crimson Moon sect was also eliminated. Therefore, the biggest possibility left was the Punlai Palace. They thought that they might be able to meet Gao Hanchen and the other two near the Punlai Palace. If they could really find them, it would undoubtedly be excellent. In my opinion, those three fellows have most likely left. With their current destitute state, if they don't find a force to stay in, their days will be really difficult. Xiren spread his hands. In his opinion, if Gao Hanchen dared to cause trouble for them, it would be impossible for him to not make a move for so many days. Since he had not come for so long, it proved that the other party did not dare to make a move on Punlai Island and had left. If that's the case, it won't be easy for us to find Gao Hanchen again. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. There were so many islands in Punlai Island that they could not determine which island Gao Hanchen had gone to. It was obviously impossible to search one by one. They did not have the energy and time to search. Bewitching put one hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and smiled, "It's all right. I feel that this map fragment is very fated with us and will eventually fall into our hands." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, "I hope so. The four of you have been hiding for so long, and we've finally found you." When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three heard this voice, they immediately turned around. With this look, they found that Gao Hanchen and the other two had appeared behind them. They couldn't help but be surprised. This really didn't take much effort. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Gao Hanchen and the other two in front of her. She didn't know when she would see them again, but she didn't expect to meet them so soon. It seemed that the enmity between them would be completely settled today. "I don't want to have any fate with a guy like you." Bewitching's lips curved into a sarcastic smile, and a cold light appeared in his deep eyes. They came to Punlai Island to look for medicinal herbs, but Gao Hanchen and his two brothers became their stumbling blocks and wasted too much of their time. Fortunately, they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they would have died in the hands of these guys. In terms of hatred, Bewitching was no less than Gao Hanchen. Listening to Bewitching's words, Gao Hanchen couldn't help but sneer and said, "You killed my brother, and now you're telling me this. Isn't it a bit too funny? Just by looking at a guy like you, you should know what kind of person your two brothers are. We kindly saved them from a group of monsters, but they repaid kindness with ingratitude and tried to take our lives. In the end, they died in our hands. They deserved to die." Shang Guanying glared. Thinking of Gao Hanxia and Gao Hanxiao, she was full of anger. This kind of ungrateful guy deserved to die. Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun couldn't help but look at Gao Hanchen. They only knew that Gao Hanchuan's brother died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. As for why he died, they didn't know at all. If this was the case, then the initiator of this ill-fated relationship was Gao Hanchuan's brother. Gao Hanchuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. He also had some understanding of his brother's temperament. This kind of thing was indeed possible. If he guessed correctly, it should be that Gao Hanxia and the other two discovered that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three had treasures, so they decided to make a move on the spur of the moment. But they didn't expect that they would die in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Regarding this, Gao Hanchen did not feel that it was a big deal. This was how it was between cultivators. Snatching was even more normal. He didn't care about any of these reasons at all. The only thing he cared about was that his younger brother had died at the hands of these guys in front of him. "You don't have to tell me all this nonsense. I only know that my brother died in your hands. You must pay with your blood," Gao Hanchen said in a tough tone. Looking at Gao Hanchuan's unreasonable appearance, Shang Guanying was speechless. "You're really shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang curled her lips and said to Shang Guanying, just by looking at his younger brother, you already know what kind of person he is. Don't tell me you still have some hope for him? Shang Guanying nodded slightly. Indeed, they are all the same. How annoying. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying were ridiculing him, Gao Hanchuan's face turned ugly. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move, because he still had one more thing to confirm. Let me ask you, are you the ones who helped Yi Li Fei frame us on the Emerald Island? Gao Hanchuan's gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Even if he had already determined the answer in his heart, he still needed to get the confirmation from Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. If not, then he still had to find the mastermind behind this. This was undoubtedly the question that they were most concerned about. Even now, they still could not confirm who was the mastermind behind the plot. This was definitely not Yi Li Fei's own idea. Although they felt that it was very likely that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were behind this, they still needed to confirm it. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found it funny when they saw the serious looks on Gao Hanchun and the other two's faces. This matter had already happened for more than half a year. They never thought that Gao Hanchun and the other two would still not be able to figure out what was going on. This was truly ironic. Why should we tell you? Xiren stared mockingly at Gao Hanchun and the other two. He could not help but feel a sense of mockery towards these three extremely loathsome fellows. Sometimes, dying without knowing why was the most painful thing to do. Xiren's answer had clearly exceeded Gao Hanchun and the other two's expectations. They had thought that they would either admit or deny it. They never thought that this would happen, so they did not know how to answer. Don't tell me you want us to hold a sword to your neck before you answer? Gao Hanchun narrowed his eyes. The sinister light in his eyes grew even more intense. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Xiren's voice turned cold. The sinister light in his eyes was not any weaker than Gao Hanchuan's. The hatred between the two parties had long reached a point where only one of them could live and the other could live. No matter what they said now, it would only be nonsense and meaningless. Gao Hanchun and the other two were very surprised by Xiren's unyielding attitude. According to their judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's powers should not be very strong. If they were very strong, they would not have been chased to such a state back on Emerald Island. It had only been half a year. Even if they had improved, it could not have been by much. If that was the case, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three should be very flustered when they saw them. Why did they not look flustered at all? On the contrary, they looked as if they were as calm as the clouds and as calm as the clouds, not showing any fear at all. This did not make sense at all. Gao Hanchun and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. In the face of such a situation, they didn't have much confidence. They only felt that there might be a trap. Thinking up to this point, Gao Hanchun and the other two couldn't help but look around. They wondered if Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 had found some helpers nearby and were purposely taking advantage of this opportunity to lure them into a trap so that they could capture them all in one fell swoop. As soon as the conflicting voices of the two parties were heard, it had already attracted the attention of many people. How many cultivators had participated in the large-scale auction at the Golden Flame Auction House? Therefore, many people recognized Bailey Hongzhuang and Gao Hanchun almost immediately and immediately surrounded them, waiting to watch a good show. I didn't expect that the leader of the heaven-shaking faction would be at odds with Bewitching and the others again. I was wondering why Gao Hanchun kept biting on Bewitching and the others. It turns out that his younger brother died at the hands of Bewitching and the others. Didn't you hear what Bei said? It was Gao Hanchuan's younger brother who came looking for trouble first. That's why they took action. Gao Hanchun looked around and saw that many cultivators had already gathered around. At first glance, all of them seemed to be here for the fun. They could not determine who might be Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4's helpers. Thinking of this, Gao Hanchun and the other two's expressions turned ugly. There were many people on Punlai Island who liked to join in the fun. No matter when, as long as a conflict broke out, it would attract a lot of people to watch. Moreover, the other party would not be afraid of your gaze at all because none of the cultivators who could come here were simple. Big brother, could it be a trap? Gue Jun looked around with hesitation and uncertainty. They were unfamiliar with Punlai Island and Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 had a good relationship with the Golden Flame Auction House. If the Golden Flame auction house intended to help Bailey Hongshuang's group, it would be impossible for them to guard against it. Gao Hongxuan's expression was complicated. Bailey Hongshuang's group of four's actions were too suspicious. He originally thought that the other party would think of a way to escape when they saw them. He did not expect the other party to swagger and wait for them. Weren't they a little too fearless? Bailey Hongshuang's group of four was waiting for Gao Hongxuan's group to make a move. Coincidentally, they could determine their cultivation base through the aura they were emitting. Even if their cultivation base was not as high as Gao Hongxuan's group, they had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, after training in the oceanic world these days, they rarely fought with human cultivators. They wanted to use this battle to determine their combat strength. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see Gao Hongxuan's group of three take any action. On the contrary, they kept looking around with caution. This was interesting. What's wrong with these guys? Shangguan Yingying's eyes were wide open, filled with curiosity. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled slightly. She chuckled. They might think that we're deliberately ambushing them and that there might be threats around. Although Gao Hongxuan was very courageous, he was also a suspicious person by nature. Otherwise, when they first met Gao Hongxuan on Emerald Island, Gao Hongxuan would not have tried to send them to Yili Fei. In the end, he got himself into big trouble. There's a threat around? Shangguan Yingying raised her eyebrows slightly and then smiled. Isn't that good? This way, when they fight, they have to pay attention to their surroundings at all times. This is very beneficial to us. Xiren secretly gave Shangguan Yingying a thumbs up and praised. Our Yingying is getting smarter now. Shangguan Yingying raised her chin slightly and said proudly, of course. Do you have the ability to fight us in the life and death arena? Gao Hongxuan stared at Bailey Hongshuang's group of four. In an instant, he came up with the most advantageous plan in his mind. The life and death arena was a place that existed on every island of Penglai Island. If there was a huge trouble between cultivators and they would fight to the death, both sides could choose to enter the life and death arena. Most of the life and death arena was a one-on-one battle, but there were also group battles. As long as the cultivators were on the life and death ring, no one could interrupt or help them. Listening to Gao Hongxuan's words, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three understood his plan. They couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. This guy was really worried about other threats around him. Why do we have to go on the life and death ring? Xiren's rhetorical question made Gao Hongxuan speechless again. This guy's way of thinking was really different from others. Generally, when people asked you if you had the ability, you would naturally say yes. Who would ask why? I'm asking you if you have the guts to accept it. Gao Hongxuan emphasized, and then his voice carried a bit of contempt, but useless cowards like you, I'm afraid you don't dare to accept it at all, right? Gue Jun and Lu Jiangang also admired Gao Hongxuan's cleverness. As long as they were on the life and death ring, the final winner would definitely be them. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, and her deep phoenix eyes rippled with a cynical and sarcastic light. I say, gang leader Gao, you have been on Penglai Island for so many years. As a gang leader, the four of us are just newcomers who have been on Penglai Island for half a year. Why don't you take a look at your own cultivation and our cultivation? Now you are making such an unfair request to us. Let me ask you, do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? When Bailey Hongshuang said this sentence, Gao Hongxuan only felt that his face had been slapped hard. It was embarrassing and painful. The onlooking cultivators also laughed. Bailey Hongshuang's words were really accurate. She directly exposed Gao Hongxuan's sanctimonious face. Indeed, Gao Hongxuan had been on Penglai Island for so many years, and the Xintian faction was also a famous existence. However, now he made such a request to newcomers. Wasn't it obvious that he was taking advantage of them? Bailey Hongshuang's words were not wrong at all. Gao Hongxuan was really shameless. Shangguan Yingying and the others couldn't help but secretly praise Bailey Hongshuang in their hearts. Hongshuang's words were sharp every time she opened her mouth, directly slapping them in the face. In comparison, Shangguan Yingying felt that her previous methods were too weak. Gao Hongxuan and the other two looked embarrassed. Not only had their plan been exposed just like that, they had even been labeled as shameless bullies. If this were to spread out, it wouldn't sound good. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-tongued. Even the dead can be brought back to life by you. Gao Hanchuan's eyes were extremely gloomy. He had suffered so much at the hands of these 4 rookies, and now, he was being labeled as such in front of everyone. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Thank you for the compliment. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and accepted Gao Hanchuan's sarcasm without hesitation. But I'm telling the truth. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and couldn't help but clap their hands. Their master's ability to anger people to death was really incomparable to ordinary people. After seeing this scene, Guijun also knew that no matter what they said now, it would be useless. Because no matter what, the other party had already labeled them as bullying the weak. It would be unreasonable to say anything else. Big brother, let's just ignore this kid and directly attack. Hearing Guijun's words, Gao Hanchuan also nodded. Instead of continuing to make a fool of themselves, it would be better to make a clean move. As for the cultivators who might be hiding in the surroundings, they only needed to pay more attention to them. In the next moment, a vigorous origin power aura erupted from Gao Hanchuan and the other 2's bodies, revealing their true strength. The moment the opponent's aura erupted, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already clearly understood the opponent's cultivation base. Gao Hanchuan's strength had reached the 8th level of the Purple Realm, while Lu Jiangang and Guijun's cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the Purple Realm. This level of strength was no different from what Bailey Hongzhuang had previously estimated. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's aura also spread out at the same time. All of them were at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd's eyes also changed. Immediately, they were even more certain that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were indeed newcomers to Penglai Island. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all of them to be at the 5th level of the Purple Realm. However, judging from the situation between the 2 sides, the difference in strength was a little too great. In other words, this was a battle without any suspense at all. Gao Hanchuan and the other 2, who originally had some doubts about the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, immediately breathed a sigh of relief after noticing the aura of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's aura. In front of them, a 5th level of the Purple Realm was no threat at all. It couldn't be easier to get rid of them. Stupid guys, with only this much strength, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of us. I think you're really tired of living. A thick smile appeared on Lu Jianong's face. No matter how humiliating they had been before, as long as they killed Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, all the rumors would naturally cease to exist. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's faces were serious. They had never underestimated the strength of Gao Hanchuan and the other 2. They had to treat this battle seriously. If they were not careful, they could really lose their lives. White Lion and I will deal with Gao Hanchuan first. The 3 of you will deal with Lu Jiangang and Guijun, Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Don't reveal yourselves first. Sneak attacks will have the best effect. Bewitching had already thought of a way to fight. Baisher's current cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Purple Realm. Although Bewitching was only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, with the help of the Blood Aura Field, he could still raise their cultivation by a level. It was almost impossible to kill Gao Hanchuan, but as long as they could stall for time until Bailey Hongzhuang and the others killed Guijun or Lu Jiangang, it would be enough. With only you and White Lion, won't the pressure be too great? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little worried. The strength of an 8th level Purple Realm was no joke. If the other party made a move, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Don't worry, White Lion, and my goal is to stall for time. We won't fight to the death with Gao Hanchuan, Bewitching said. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment before nodding. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang, Wen Ziren, and Shang Guanying looked at each other. In this way, they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, Bewitching and White Lion would be in danger. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, along with White Lion, had already faced their respective enemies. When Gao Hanchuan and the other 2 saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already assigned their opponents, they sneered in their hearts. Gao Hanchuan and the other 2 did not care about any of the other party's tactics. To them, they only needed to crush the other party's strength. Bewitching and White Lion stood opposite Gao Hanchuan. Their handsome faces were solemn and serious, but there was not the slightest bit of timidity or fear. White Lion's gaze was very sharp. This damned fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for them. It really wanted to bite off the other party's neck. Seeing that Bewitching had a contract beast with him, Xianxia could not help but mock, "Your contract beast looks pretty good. It should taste pretty good after being stewed." White Lion's gaze turned increasingly cold and vicious. In the past, there had been people who had said such things to it. However, it had bitten off their necks and sent them to hell. Roar! Baisha roared, and the roar shook the sky. Xianxia couldn't help but stare blankly. He did not expect that the contract beast beside Bewitching was not so simple. The surrounding cultivators had long been aware of the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. They were no longer willing to stay here because the outcome could be determined without a battle. However, when they noticed White Lion, their eyes lit up with interest. It was rare to see such a tall and mighty contract beast. They were really curious about how powerful White Lion was. "I think it's too early for you to be happy. You might become its food in a while." In the face of Xianxia's mockery, Bewitching was not afraid at all. His deep eyes burned with a strong desire to fight. The transformation of the heavenly mandate constitution had caused him to no longer feel as repressed as before. Now that he was facing an enemy, he was full of fighting spirit. Hearing this, Xianxia sneered, "Kid, you've only been on Punlai Island for a short time. You'll suffer for being so arrogant sooner or later. However, now that you've met me, you won't have the chance to suffer in the future." Xianxia's gaze suddenly turned cold. His body flashed and his 5 fingers curled into a claw. He attacked Bewitching's neck without hesitation. He wanted to break this kid's neck directly. However, just as Xianxia attacked, White Lion took the lead and charged forward. Don't underestimate it just because it's a demonic beast. As a beast king, it's not the least bit inferior to a human cultivator. Moreover, it's currently the strongest in the group. Bang! Xianxia's attack was actually blocked by Baisha. Seeing this, Xianxia was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the White Lion in front of him as if he couldn't believe it. Even if it was just a casual attack, it definitely wasn't something that a contracted beast could withstand. It wasn't just Xianxia. All the cultivators present were shocked by White Lion's sudden move. Such combat power was beyond their expectations. At the same time, White Lion's true aura was revealed. 6th level of the Purple Realm. The moment everyone understood Baisha's strength, they could not help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with shock. "Oh my god, am I seeing things?" This contracted beast's cultivation had actually reached the 6th level of the Purple Realm? How did he do it? Its strength is even stronger than its owner. Whoever has this kind of contracted beast is too heaven-defying. Contract beasts had always been the most loyal companions of a cultivator. Almost every cultivator hoped to have a contract beast that could fight alongside them. However, it was not easy to find a contract beast that was suitable for them and had the potential to develop. Many of the contract beasts that cultivators contracted in the early stages would only become a burden in the later stages. Not only would they not be of any help to the cultivator, they would also become the butt of everyone's jokes. Many cultivators had not been able to find a contract beast that was suitable for them, so they did not use this opportunity. However, as they grew stronger, there were fewer and fewer contract beasts that were suitable for them. Most importantly, there were not many sealing masters in the Xianxia continent, so the number of contract beasts was also very small. At their level of cultivation, to have a contract beast that was about the same strength as them was already a winner in life. However, the contract beast in front of them was actually stronger than their master. This was simply a great weapon, a great helper in battle. Ever since Baisha appeared on Punlai Island, it had attracted the attention of many people because its tall and mighty figure was really eye-catching. Now that it had unleashed its strength, everyone realized that this guy was not only strong on the outside, but also powerful on the inside. Xianxia realized that he had underestimated this contract beast. A Purple Realm level 6 contract beast. If it continued to develop, this contract beast's potential would be terrifying to the extreme. Baisha grinned, revealing its incomparably sharp teeth. Its pair of beastly eyes stared fiercely at Xianxia. It was going to make this damned guy pay the price. Seeing this, Xianxia was also angered. So what if the other party's contract beast was very strong? He would still cook it and eat it. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang, Wen Ziren, and Shang Guanying went to meet Lu Jiangang and Gui Jun. The three of them wanted to end the battle quickly and get rid of these two guys as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to help Bewitching. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and I will deal with Lu Jiangang. You guys deal with Gui Jun, Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Hearing this, Shang Guanying and Wen Ziren nodded. Bailey Hongshuang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai's combined strength was also very terrifying. Even if Lu Jiangang had reached the 7th level of the Purple Realm, Bailey Hongshuang should be able to deal with him. On the other hand, the two of them were only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, so they had to be careful when facing Gui Jun. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, follow my instructions and launch a sneak attack. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was solemn. She had to make a breakthrough first. Only then could they win. Don't worry, Master. We'll be ready at any time. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. As long as they could catch Lu Jiangang off guard, she was still very confident in dealing with him. Lu Jiangang saw that both Gao Hanchen and Gui Jun were dealing with two people, but there was only Bailey Hongshuang in front of him. He instantly felt humiliated. Could it be that in the eyes of the other party, he was really the weakest person? You're alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Jiangang looked coldly at Bailey Hongshuang, his anger already showing. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled slightly, and she said mockingly, I'm not here to get myself killed. I'm here to send you to your death. Damned brat, you're too arrogant. Lu Jiangang said angrily. Bailey Hongshuang's attitude of not putting him in her eyes successfully angered Lu Jiangang. No matter what, he was still the second leader of the Xintian faction. Now, a mere 5th-level Purple Realm brat actually dared to talk nonsense in front of him. It was really abominable. In the next second, Lu Jiangang attacked Bailey Hongshuang without hesitation. He wanted to let this guy know that there was an insurmountable gap between Purple Realm 5th level and Purple Realm 7th level. Strength was strength. If one couldn't reach this level of cultivation, everything else would just be a joke. The moment Lu Jiangang made his move, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed and she quickly retreated. She knew the gap between her and Lu Jiangang, and there was no advantage for her to face him head on. However, Lu Jiangang had already discovered Bailey Hongshuang's intention. He would not give Bailey Hongshuang any chance to escape. He immediately sealed off Bailey Hongshuang's escape route, not giving the latter any chance to escape. Although he was not as smart as Gao Hanchen and Gui Jun, in terms of combat strength, Gao Hanchen and Gui Jun were extremely convinced of his strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the second leader of the Xintian faction. Bang! Bailey Hongshuang was forced to meet Lu Jianong's palm. Her body immediately retreated a few steps before she could stabilize her body. The force from her opponent's hand caused Bailey Hongshuang's right hand to tremble slightly. Her eyes narrowed, and she secretly thought that the strength of a Purple Realm 7th level was not simple. He could actually numb her hand for a moment. It must be known that since she started cultivating in the desert world, Bailey Hongshuang's strength was much stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. Even if her strength was higher than that of a cultivator, he was afraid that his strength would not be comparable to hers. According to her original judgment, although there was a gap between her and Lu Jianong's strength, the gap should not be too big. But now it seemed that she had underestimated Lu Jiangang. His strength was much stronger than she had imagined. While Bailey Hongshuang was secretly surprised, Lu Jiangang was even more surprised. He was surprised that his palm did not directly cripple his opponent's hand. He had always been very proud of his strength. Cultivators of the same level could not be compared to him in terms of strength. Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation was 2 levels lower than his, so he should be able to completely crush her. However, Bailey Hongshuang's hand was only trembling slightly. Although it was numb, she did not lose her ability to fight. This made him somewhat confused. His opponent's cultivation was only of the Purple Realm 5th level. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang did not waste any more time. She Hongshuang's power, and her blood aura's power. She Hongshuang she did not waste any more time. Lu Jianong's Hongshuang, Lu Jiangang Hongshuang, and Lu Jiangang. But with blood Hongshuang yes, bloods of him. Of Hongxia. Of him Jiangaf? Of his, her blood aura surged into the sky, and the surrounding area was quickly enveloped by the smell of blood. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was only on Bailey Hongzhuang. As the blood aura's field exploded, Bailey Hongzhuang's aura began to rise as well. It broke through from the Purple Realm 5th level to the Purple Realm 6th level. It was still gradually increasing, but in the end, it did not break through to the Purple Realm 7th level. This was because the power required was too great. The cultivators present were also shocked. Their faces flashed with astonishment. However, there were many knowledgeable people present. Even if they had never seen the blood chi field before, they still had some understanding of the characteristics and functions of the blood chi field. What's more, the demonic tower was on Punlai Island. Just thinking about the demonic tower gave everyone a certain understanding of the blood refining tower. Such rich blood chi in addition to such a heaven-defying increase in strength. Could this be the blood refining tower's inheritance? A cultivator couldn't help but voice out the doubts in his heart. This blood chi field was undoubtedly an inheritance that everyone yearned for. However, the number of people who obtained it was extremely few. Everyone had only heard of it and had never truly seen it. The demonic tower was on Punlai Island. Many people had tried to challenge it. However, most of them could only participate in the challenge tournament. No one could obtain the inheritance of the demonic tower's murderous aura. As the cultivator's voice fell, everyone's pupils shrank. When the two were connected, it really did seem like the blood chi field. This could indeed be the blood chi field. My God, I have lived for so long, but this is the first time I have seen a cultivator who obtained the blood chi field. In that case, this kid is actually a genius. I have tried to challenge the blood refining tower before. However, that level was too abnormal. I couldn't pass it at all. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang changed. This was really too shocking. All the cultivators who obtained the blood chi field were geniuses. However, no one expected to meet the inheritor of the blood chi field here. Lu Jiangang obviously didn't think of this point. After everyone's reminder, he felt that he should find a way to deal with this guy in front of him. The inheritor of the blood refining tower was a genius among geniuses. If he couldn't be completely killed before he developed, then his development in the future would be extremely terrifying. Dao Hanchen and Gui Jun couldn't help but be attracted by the movements of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. From the beginning to the end, they didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were too difficult to deal with. They didn't expect that there was such a genius cultivator among them. This was not simple. Jiangang, end the battle quickly. Kill her. Gao Hanchen said without hesitation. Hearing Gao Hanchen's words, Lu Jiangang also recovered from the shock. He immediately nodded and said, I understand. In the Punlai Palace, two figures were chatting when the aura that suddenly erupted caused the two of them to stop talking. Intense shock appeared on their faces. Zihua. This aura. When did our Punlai Island? We haven't seen such a genius for a very long time. Are you interested in going over to take a look? Long Yanwei raised his brows and smiled. Of course. In the next second, Zihua and Long Yanwei turned into two streams of light and quickly disappeared from the Punlai Palace. They appeared at the battlefield outside the Punlai Palace. It seemed that their judgment was not wrong. The other party was really the inheritor of the blood aura. This little guy is very young. It seems that he is only 20 years old. Not only did he obtain the inheritance of the blood aura, but he has also reached the 5th level of the Purple Realm. He is indeed a genius. Admiration appeared in Zihua's eyes. At this age, this strength, even in the Punlai Island, he was a genius among geniuses. This little guy has changed his appearance, and his disguise technique is very good. Long Yanwei raised his eyebrows as a smile appeared on his lips. If he did not have a special ability in this area, he would not have been able to see through the other party's disguise. Hearing this, Zihua was slightly stunned. He did not realize that Bailey Hongzhuang had changed her appearance. A 5th level of the Purple Realm against a 7th level of the Purple Realm. This little guy is quite brave. Zihua smiled faintly, which genius isn't a daring person. This little guy also came out from a place like the Bloodground Abyss. His courage is naturally not something an ordinary person can compare to. The two of them looked at each other as interest appeared in their eyes. Although the blood-ground abyss had existed for a long time, there were very few cultivators who had obtained the inheritance. It was rare to meet such a cultivator who had obtained the inheritance, so how could they not be interested? After taking a look, Yizihua's gaze was immediately attracted by the white lion. That contract beast is very special. Hearing Yizihua's words, Long Yanwei also looked at the white lion. With this glance, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. He was very familiar with monster beasts. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, he could recognize it at a glance. However, the monster beast in front of him was definitely not an ordinary monster beast. Yanwei, can you tell what kind of contract beast this is? Yizihua looked at Long Yanwei. He did not know as much about contract beasts as Long Yanwei. He only felt that the monster beast in front of him was unusual, but he could not tell what kind of monster it was. Long Yanwei's gaze was tightly focused on the white lion. His expression revealed some uncertainty, but the thought in his heart could not be dismissed. I think that this guy is very likely to be a beast king. Following Long Yanwei's words, Yizihua could not help but be stunned. His eyes immediately widened as a thick expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. Is what you said true? Yizihua couldn't believe it. How can a beast king become a human's contract beast? He had never heard of such a thing before. I also find it hard to believe. However, look at the king character on this fellow's forehead. Normally, Yao beasts would not have such a character on their foreheads. Yizihua kept his eyes on White Lion, who was in the midst of battle. Purple Realm 6th level, with its mighty appearance and imposing aura, it really matched a beast king. Are you sure? Yizihua raised his eyebrows. If the beast king had really become a human cultivator's contracted beast, it would be shocking news. However, Long Yanwei frowned. I feel that it's very possible, but in reality, I can't be sure. Why? According to the beast king's description, the beast king should be completely white. However, this demonic beast in front of us not only has white fur, it also has red fur. The combination of red and white makes it even more ferocious. Long Yanwei was secretly speechless. He usually studied demonic beasts and boasted that he knew all demonic beasts like the back of his hand. However, he really couldn't be sure of the situation before him. Seeing that Long Yanwei couldn't be sure, Yizihua was even more surprised. Usually, there was no demonic beast that Long Yanwei couldn't identify. This is really strange. Long Yanwei sighed, looks like I'll have to ask these little guys what kind of demonic beast this is. Hearing this, Yizihua couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to have a time like this. After Bailey Hongshuang's blood aura field exploded, Lu Jiangang didn't dare to underestimate Bailey Hongshuang anymore. After the blood aura field's enhancement, Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation base wasn't too far away from reaching the 7th level of the Purple Realm. Moreover, every talented cultivator often had their own unique methods. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. With a move, Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Jiangang began fighting. Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't make a move from beginning to end. They were waiting for their master to find the opponent's mistake before giving the fatal blow. Bang bang bang. When Bailey Hongshuang and Lu Jiangang collided head-on, the astonishment on the crowd's faces couldn't help but become even more intense. Even though they had long heard of the power of the blood aura field, a 5th-level Purple Realm cultivator being able to go head-on against a 7th-level Purple Realm cultivator, this kind of increase in strength was a little too shocking. Bailey Hongshuang's sarcastic words successfully provoked Lu Jianong's anger. Immediately, every move he made was ruthless. He wanted nothing more than to immediately take Bailey Hongshuang's life. In response, Bailey Hongshuang responded methodically from beginning to end. As early as when Bailey Hongshuang came into contact with Gao Hanchun and the other two, she discovered that Lu Jiangang was the most impulsive one among the three of them. He was far from being as careful as Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun. For this kind of cultivator, as long as you said a few words to provoke the other party, it would completely incite the other party's anger. Once the cultivator went into battle with anger, it would be easy to make mistakes. In this way, Bailey Hongshuang could better exploit this loophole, so she deliberately chose Lu Jiangang as her opponent. At the same time, it was precisely because Gui Jun was more cautious that he would pay more attention to the surrounding situation when fighting Xiren and Xiren. It was also a good situation for Xiren and Xiren. Xiren and Shang Wannying fought against Guijun together. The two of them had cultivated together since they were young, so their tacit understanding in battle was far from what ordinary people could compare with. Guijun had already noticed the tacit understanding between the two of them not long after he started fighting. No matter which side he attacked, the other side would always be able to provide timely assistance, making it impossible for him to find a breakthrough. The two people in front of him were clearly only at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, but Guijun felt that their battle strength had reached the 6th level of the Purple Realm. Therefore, under such cooperation, he was unable to break through for a long time. In addition, not only did he have to pay attention to the situation of the two people, he also had to pay attention to the surrounding helpers that could appear at any time. For a moment, he was unable to do anything to the two people in front of him. The situation of this battle was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone thought that Gao Hanchun and the other two would definitely win this battle as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They never thought that this would be a stalemate. At this moment, another burst of energy suddenly exploded, boom. Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. Many of them even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Did I see wrongly? Is there another inheritor of the blood aura? You didn't see wrongly because I saw it too. However, when did the inheritance of the blood aura become so easy to obtain? Normally, I don't see any of them. Today, I actually saw 2 of them. Isn't this too surprising? Oh my god, will the other 2 young people also be the inheritors of the blood aura? This is too abnormal. Before Bailey Hongzhuang's blood aura had erupted, no one had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 would be extraordinary people. However, now, no one dared to underestimate these newcomers who had just arrived at Punlai Island. This kind of strength was really abnormal. Everyone knew very well that as long as these 4 people stayed on Punlai Island for a while longer, their reputation would definitely spread. Gao Hanchun looked at Bewitching, who was shrouded in the blood aura, in astonishment. His heart was in turmoil. Previously, he still did not understand. With his 2 younger brothers' methods, since they had decided to attack Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, there should not be any problems. However, he did not expect that they would die in the hands of these 4 people in the end. Now, he finally understood that none of these 4 people were simple characters. The inheritors of the blood aura. Just this point alone made them incomparable to ordinary people. I have underestimated you. Gao Hanchun sneered. He knew that Bewitching and Baishar would not have the guts to deal with him. It turned out that they still had a trick up their sleeves. Bewitching's lips curled into a devilish arc. Not only have you underestimated me, you have also overestimated yourself. Long Yanwei and Izihua could not help but look at each other after seeing this scene. Their decision to come and watch the show today was indeed the right decision. 2 inheritors of the blood aura. One of them could be the contract beast of the Beast King. Although the other 2 cultivators did not have such a powerful inheritance, their combat strength was also very outstanding. The potential of these 4 was simply astonishing. Ta. Bailey Hongzhuang took a few steps back. After probing for a while, she had a good understanding of Lu Jiangang's strength. Next, it was time to use her real move. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's hand swiftly flipped, and the origin energy within her body surged out explosively. She wanted to seize this opportunity to break through in one go. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Lu Jiangang did not slow down at all. His cultivation level was clearly higher than Bailey Hongzhuang's, but he still could not get rid of Bailey Hongzhuang after so long. It was really embarrassing. The 2 of you, ambush Lu Jiangang. Attack him directly when his martial skill is about to be completed. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately slid down from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. The 2 beads, one black and one white, did not attract anyone's attention in this dust-filled battlefield. They were already prepared long ago and were just waiting for their master's order. As Bailey Hongzhuang's hands flipped, a rainbow-colored origin energy radiance bloomed between her hands. For a moment, the crowd could not help but look at each other. Logically speaking, they were considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 newcomers had surprised them time and time again. It was really unbelievable. What kind of elemental energy is this? It's so special. This elemental energy is too beautiful. I've never seen such beautiful elemental energy. A look of envy appeared in the eyes of the surrounding female cultivators. It was as if she had a halo around her when she was fighting. In response, the male cultivators could not help but look down on him. He's obviously a man, but his elemental energy is so gaudy. He's just like a woman. As Bailey Hongzhuang's hand seals gradually formed, a huge seven-colored glazed pagoda appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang. This was a martial technique that belonged to the Lan family. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the Lan family, this martial technique had naturally fallen into her hands. Although it was the same martial technique, the seven-colored glazed pagoda was much more powerful when it was executed by her than when it was executed by Lan Qingyan. The seven-colored glazed pagoda spun behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Even though they were far away, the crowd could feel the powerful energy contained within the seven-colored glazed pagoda. Earth-grade martial techniques had always been extremely powerful. Its destructive power was even more shocking. The golden sunlight shone on the seven-colored glazed pagoda. It was instantly dazzling. Feeling the aura from the seven-colored glazed pagoda, Lu Jianong's face could not help but turn serious. At this point, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he could feel an aura from the seven-colored glazed pagoda that could threaten his life. This was not a joke. Lu Jianong's hand seals formed faster and faster. He also had to display an extremely powerful martial technique. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in this collision. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were beside Lu Jiangang. They had concealed their auras. At this moment, Lu Jianong's entire heart was focused on Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not notice the threat that existed beside him. Just as Lu Jianong's martial skill was about to be completed, Xiao He suddenly made her move. It leaped up and used itself as a weapon to attack Lu Jianong's temple. At the same time, Xiao Bai used the same method on the other side. It would be best if they could kick Lu Jianong's head until it exploded. Even if they couldn't, they could at least stop Lu Jiangang from using his martial skill. Bang! Bang! The sudden attack was completely out of Lu Jianong's expectations. He didn't even notice that there were people trying to sneak an attack on him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. The only thing he could do was to give up on using his martial skill and use his essence force to protect his brain. However, this strength was also beyond his expectations. He only felt a sharp pain coming from his temples, as if his head was going to be deformed from the kick. Lu Jianong's figure swayed. Under such a sneak attack, he couldn't control his body at all. Xiao He and Xiao Bai quickly retreated without even looking at Lu Jianong's attack. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's seven-colored glazed pagoda attacked Lu Jiangang without hesitation. Puchi! This sudden turn of events had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. It happened so quickly that many people did not even see what had happened. All they saw was that Lu Jianong's martial skill had failed and he was now lying on the ground. It was obvious that he would not be able to stand up anytime soon. Bailey Hongzhuang's seven-colored glazed pagoda was coming at Lu Jiangang menacingly. Once it landed on his body, even if Lu Jiangang did not die, he would be half-crippled. Jiangang, watch out! Gao Hanchen and Gui Jun could not help but shout after noticing Lu Jianong's calm demeanor. The two of them immediately wanted to help Lu Jiangang. However, how could Bewitching, Wen Xiren, and the others let them do as they wished? According to their plan, Bailey Hongzhuang's attack on Lu Jiangang was a breakthrough. As long as Lu Jiangang died, their chances of winning this battle would greatly increase. Seeing Bewitching and Baisher standing in front of him stubbornly, Gao Hanchuan's eyes were about to split open. Previously, Bewitching and Baisher had been fighting with him and had rarely faced him head-on. He did not mind at all and had only treated it as giving the kid a little more time to struggle. At this moment, he finally understood that these fellows had already made a plan. Their goal was to delay them. Bailey Hongzhuang's real goal was to deal with Lu Jiangang. Damn it! Faced with Bewitching's entanglement, Gao Hanchen could not stand it anymore. He attacked Bewitching viciously without hesitation. He had to save Lu Jiangang. Bang! In order to block Gao Hanchuan's path, Bewitching blocked Gao Hanchuan's attack head-on. The enormous force caused Bewitching to spit out a mouthful of blood. As the leader of the Heaven Shaking Association, Gao Hanchuan's strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary 8th-level Purple Realm cultivator. However, even so, Bewitching still stood in front of Gao Hanchun. As long as Lu Jiangang died, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, go and help. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Bewitching, Wen Ziren, and Shang Guanying were under great pressure and immediately shouted. The sudden words couldn't help but surprise everyone. Wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang's team only made up of 4 people and a contract beast? What was this so-called Xiao He and Xiao Bai? Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun's faces turned cold. Their judgment was right. The reason why Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could be so fearless was because they had a helper in the crowd. In the next moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, a black and a white figure rapidly enlarged in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Bai quickly came to Bewitching's side while Xiao He went to help Ziren and Shang Guanying. These 2 figures seemed to have appeared out of thin air. When everyone saw these 2 demonic beasts, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Damn, where did these 2 contract beasts come from? They appeared out of thin air. What the hell is this thing? I've never seen such demonic beasts before. After Baishur, everyone was once again stunned by the contract beasts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. They had always thought that there were only contract beasts. Who knew that there was not only 1 contract beast, but 3 contract beasts? In such an anxious situation, with the addition of Xiao He, the pressure on Wen Ziren and Shang Guanying instantly lessened by quite a bit. After all, with 2 people and a beast attacking together, even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than theirs, they would definitely be flustered. After Xiao He and Xiao Bai attacked, the crowd realized that the 2 contracted beasts that had appeared later had cultivation levels of the Purple Realm level 5. Gulp. The surrounding cultivators could not help but gulp. Normally, contracted beasts that could reach the Purple Realm were already extremely rare. Who would have thought that 3 of them would appear at this moment? How could they not be surprised? At this moment, the crowd only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were simply abnormal. How difficult was it to find an inheritor of the blood refining tower? Now, 2 of them had appeared at once. How difficult was it to cultivate contracted beasts that were above the Purple Realm? Now, 3 of them had appeared at once. These things that were extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary people, why was it so easy for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3? Could it be that they did not live in the same place? When Gao Hanchun realized that there was another Purple Realm level 5 demonic beast in front of him, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's helpers were not cultivators at all, but 2 contracted beasts that had been hiding all this time. If they did not understand why Lu Jianong's martial technique was suddenly interrupted before, they now understood after seeing Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They were probably ambushed by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. In fact, none of them had noticed the existence of Xiao He and Xiao Bai before this. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were also showing off their invincible might at this moment. How could they miss out on such a rare opportunity to fight? Their original cultivation had not yet caught up with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, when Bewitching was torturing them in the oceanic world, he had also tormented them, so they had broken through just like that. After hearing Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun's warning, Lu Jiangang knew that danger was approaching. He immediately wanted to stand up, but unfortunately, his brain was still in a violent concussion. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly. Bang! The 7-colored glazed pagoda came crashing down on Lu Jiangang like a mountain. Lu Jiangang could only rely on his instincts to retreat. However, how could he compare to Bailey Hongzhuang in terms of control? An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire ground exploded as if it had suffered a heavy blow. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Just like that, Lu Jianong's figure was enveloped by the 7-colored light. Then, the scattered smoke and dust made it impossible for everyone to see what had happened. Bailey Hongzhuang also took a few steps back. She was very clear about the power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. If she did not retreat, she would be easily affected by the energy. Jiangang. Seeing that Lu Jiangang was engulfed by the 7-colored light, Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun, who were blocked and could not rescue him, screamed at the top of their lungs. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they could not believe what was happening in front of them. Ever since the 3 of them came to Punlai Island, they had become sworn brothers. For so many years, even if they were not biological brothers, they had always treated each other as their own brothers. This brotherhood was real. All of you deserve to die. Gao Hanchun felt as if his entire being was about to be consumed by anger. His gaze towards Bewitching and the rest was filled with murderous intent. He could not wait to cut Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest into 1,000 pieces. His 2 younger brothers had died at the hands of these 4 people. Now, his sworn brother's fate was unknown. This series of events had long enraged him to the extreme. Big brother, we must avenge Jiangang. Gue Jun roared angrily. Even when the heaven-shaking faction that they had wholeheartedly created was gradually declining, he had never felt so upset. However, Lu Jiangang had met with an accident right in front of him. This had truly crossed his bottom line. A surging murderous intent spread throughout his heart. He must kill these people with his own hands. Otherwise, he would not be a human. Kill them. Gao Hanchuan's gaze was cold. Now that they did not know whether Lu Jiangang was dead or alive, they knew very well that even if Lu Jiangang was still alive, he would most likely be half-crippled. However, in the face of Gao Hanchuan's and the other surging murderous intent, Bewitching and the rest were indifferent. At least until now, all the developments had gone according to their plan. Without Lu Jiangang, their chances of winning were greater. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was fixed on Lu Jianong's position. She wanted Lu Jiangang to be dead for sure. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a huge hole appeared in everyone's line of sight. Looking at the hole, everyone could not help but gasp. Back when Bailey Hongzhuang had used the 7-colored glazed pagoda, they had already known that the power of this martial skill was not simple. However, at this moment, they could not help but gasp in amazement when they saw the destructive power. It was simply too shocking. Behind the huge hole, a figure was lying in a pool of blood. Lu Jianong's figure was already extremely miserable. His bones seemed to have been broken inch by inch, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He lay there, unable to move at all. If it were not for the fact that they could still vaguely sense some of his aura, everyone would have thought that he was already dead. However, even if there was still a trace of his aura, Lu Jiangang was no different from a dead person. It was impossible to recover from such a serious injury. What was the difference between becoming a cripple and dying for people like them? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on Lu Jiangang. In the next second, she threw out a knife in her hand. Then, she walked to Bewitching's side without looking. One problem had been solved. There were 2 more problems left. They would solve them one by one. Lu Jiangang, who originally had a trace of life left, had completely lost his life after being hit by Bailey Hongzhuang's flying dagger. At the moment of his death, he couldn't even say a word. This scene clearly agitated Gao Hanchun and Gue Jun. Their brother had actually died just like that. It was really hard for them to accept. Dibei, I will kill you with my own hands. Gao Hanchun glared at Bailey Hongzhuang. His cruel words came out from between his teeth. Everyone could feel the strong murderous intent clearly. Looking at Gao Hanchun, whose face was red with anger, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. What a coincidence. I also want to kill you with my own hands. Sensing Gao Hanchuan's attack, a serious look flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's face. She had never thought of underestimating Gao Hanchun. He was a Purple Realm 8th level cultivator and he was currently unleashing all of his power. The slightest mistake could cost her her life. The moment Gao Hanchun made his move, Bewitching also charged forward. After the previous exchange, he had realized how terrifying Gao Hanchun was. His power was not just a little bit stronger than Lu Jianong's. Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously unable to deal with him alone. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching joined forces to deal with Gao Hanchun. Baisher and Xiaobai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, surrounding Gao Hanchun from all sides. However, Gao Hanchun was indeed a powerful cultivator. Even under their siege, Gao Hanchun still maintained a certain advantage. Tyrannical and dazzling martial skills continuously exploded. Surging and turbulent origin power fluctuations spread out with them as the center. The speed of the battle was even more dazzling. The more Yizihua and Long Yanwei watched this battle, the more astonished they felt. Yanwei, did you see clearly when Lu Jiangang was ambushed? Yizihua slowly asked. Long Yanwei thought for a moment and said, if I'm not wrong, those 2 contracted beasts should have the ability to change their size. Previously, Xiaohe and Xiaobai had expanded too quickly. Therefore, many people thought that they had appeared out of thin air. However, Yizihua and Long Yanwei's eyesight was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Their sharp eyes had noticed that Xiaohe and Xiaobai had expanded in an instant. It was because of this that no one had noticed when they had launched a sneak attack on Lu Jiangang. Not to mention the other cultivators, even the two of them did not see clearly what had happened during the sneak attack. However, after what had happened later, they gradually came to their senses. This was where the problem lay. My thoughts are the same as yours. Yizihua nodded. I've never seen a demonic beast with such a special ability. Using it for a sneak attack is simply impossible to guard against. Even Yizihua had no choice but to admit that if he had been ambushed without any knowledge of the situation, then that would be very scary. Yanwei, do you know what species these two contracted beasts are? I feel that these two fellows are even more unique than the beast king you mentioned. A look of doubt surfaced on Yizihua's face. He had never heard of such a demonic beast before. As Yizihua's voice fell, Long Yanwei's expression became somewhat complicated. He had been thinking about this problem since the moment Xiaohe and Xiaobai revealed themselves. However, after thinking for a long time, he had never seen such a demonic beast in the ancient records. Zihua, I suddenly feel that I don't know enough about demonic beasts. Long Yanwei could not help but say. Yizihua looked at Long Yanwei in astonishment. After all, Long Yanwei was widely recognized as the contract master who understood demonic beasts the best. Many cultivators' contracted beasts had come from Long Yanwei's hands. However, Long Yanwei had now said that he did not know enough about demonic beasts. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. However, Yizihua understood why Long Yanwei said so. I'm getting more and more interested in these little fellas. Long Yanwei's smile widened. The value of these four young fellas was too high. Even if he could not defeat Gao Hanchun and Gui Jun in the end, he had to save these four little fellas. However, according to his judgment, he did not need to do anything. These four little fellas could solve the problem in front of him. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Yizihua could not help but laugh. Looks like we have the same idea. Long Yanwei nodded. It's rare to come across such good seedlings. It would be a waste if we don't recruit them. Gao Hanchun, who was in a rage, used all his skills. He did not care about the loss of his primary energy at all. He only wanted to take the lives of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Gao Hanchun's combat power increased exponentially. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were careful, they could not help but be injured in the storm of attacks. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang was hit by Gao Hanchun's attack, and her figure was pushed back dozens of meters, her face instantly pale. Bewitching had already been injured in the fight with Gao Hanchun. This battle was quite a burden for him. Baisher and Xiaobai were also injured. Although they hated the guy in front of them, they had to admit that this guy's strength was not simple. The strength of the Xintian faction's leader is indeed well-deserved. His combat power is really powerful. Originally, everyone thought that the scales of victory were tilted towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. However, now that Gao Hanchun's true combat power had exploded, they realized that Gao Hanchun's combat power was far from what they thought. No wonder he could develop the Xintian faction to this stage. However, it still fell in the end. If this continues, Di Bei and the others will be in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened. Beichen, it's not a good idea to continue like this. Hearing that, Di Beichen nodded slightly. Indeed, we have to think of another way. His combat power is too strong. However, he won't be able to hold on for too long. We can't use a sneak attack. I'm afraid the only thing we can use is poison. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it. Other than this method, there was really no other way. If this continued, they would be seriously injured by Gao Hanchun soon. This was obviously not a good idea. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other, and the two immediately made a decision. In the next second, both of their hands quickly flipped over, and the yuan power in their bodies immediately surged out. It was obviously impossible to directly use poison, as that would immediately be discovered. With Gao Hanchun's strength, it was impossible for him to fall for it. However, if the poison needles were mixed into the attack, the chances of success would be much higher. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Seeing that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were using their martial skills together, Gao Hanshun was not afraid. He was confident that no matter how hard Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching tried, they would not be able to change the outcome. They would die in his hands in the end. He could not help but regret. If he had known, he would not have given Bewitching the chance to waste time. If he could have ended the battle quickly, Lu Jiangang would not have died. This was all his fault. Xiren, Shang Guanying, and Xiao He were working together to deal with Gui Jun, but the pressure was not as great as Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beishuan's. This was because Gui Jun was the weakest among the three Gao Hanshun brothers. Even though Gui Jun was currently filled with rage and had used everything he had, Gui Jun was still unable to break through any of their defenses. However, they would not be able to deal with Gui Jun in a short period of time. When Gui Jun discovered that Gao Hanshun was suppressing Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, he was no longer in a hurry. As long as Gao Hanshun could defeat the two fellows with the blood aura field, they would be the final victors of this battle. The only regret was that Lu Jiangang had died in this battle, leaving only the two of them. Xiren, Di Beishian, and Di Beishian naturally discovered Gui Jun's intention of stalling for time. They wanted to heavily injure Gui Jun, but Gui Jun was like a fish in water, preventing them from breaking through. Every dog has its day. They were the ones who were speechless at Gui Jun's stalling for time. The scales of victory gradually tilted towards Gao Hanshun and Di Beichen. Everyone only felt that it would be a pity if geniuses like Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen really died at Gao Hanshun's hands. After all, who knew how many years it took for a successor to appear in the blood-ground abyss? Now that two had appeared with great difficulty, it was a great loss for them to die just like that. If this continues, the two of them might be in danger. Yi Hua raised his eyebrows slightly as his gaze fell on the injured Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Hearing this, Long Yanwei smiled and said, "No one will know the final result until the final step." From the looks of it, these two little fellows seem to already have a plan. Yi Hua was rather surprised by Long Yanwei's confidence. He immediately smiled. "I'm also rather curious about what the two of them can come up with." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's martial skills were quickly completed. At the same time, Gao Hanshun's martial skill was also completed. In comparison, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's martial arts skills were not simple. However, Gao Hanshun was a Purple Realm 8th level cultivator, so he was much stronger than them both in terms of strength and control. As a result, Gao Hanshun's martial skill was extremely powerful, while Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's martial skills were much weaker. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were not surprised. In fact, this was within their expectations. "Go!" Bailey Hongzhuang shouted coldly, and a seven-colored glazed pagoda quickly fell towards Gao Hanshun's direction. Di Beichen's actions were extremely similar to Bailey Hongzhuang's. The opponent's martial skill was strong enough, but the martial skill that the two of them displayed together was not weak either. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's confident looks, Gao Hanshun snorted coldly. When the difference in strength was extremely obvious, no matter how many martial skills the opponent had, it would not change the outcome. "I'll send you to accompany Jiangang to the grave," Gao Hanshun shouted angrily. Then, he waved his hand and his martial skill immediately attacked Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. However, Gao Hanshun, who was full of confidence, did not notice that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's martial skill included several silver needles that contained deadly poison. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, deafening and resounding through the clouds. The entire world seemed to tremble along with this earth-shattering explosion. Bang! 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 The explosive sounds of elemental energy colliding continued to ring out, and the flat and hard ground cracked inch by inch under the shock waves. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust spread out like a mushroom cloud, completely enveloping Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. No one could see clearly what was going on. The spectating practitioners all took a few steps back, and used their elemental energy to protect their bodies. Otherwise, they would be caught off guard by the shockwaves and be injured. Gui Jun, Wen Xiren, and the others who were fighting at the side couldn't help but stop what they were doing when they saw the scene. Their gazes fell on the smoke and dust. With such a huge shockwave, they were all very concerned about their teammates. Most importantly, the outcome of this battle was very likely to be decided. When Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at each other, and a trace of worry flashed in their eyes at the same time. They had underestimated Gao Hanquan's strength. With Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's combined strength, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with a Purple Realm 8th level practitioner. However, Gao Hanquan wasn't an ordinary Purple Realm 8th level practitioner. His combat strength was probably comparable to a Purple Realm 9th level practitioner. It was precisely because of this that they had fallen into such a situation. Otherwise, everything would have been extremely smooth. Now, they couldn't judge the final outcome. They had never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would fall in this battle. If Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were defeated, then the only thing they could do was to bring Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying away quickly. Revenge was a dish best served cold. As long as they escaped today, what was the point of revenge in the future? For a moment, both Gui Jun's side and Xiren's side were extremely nervous. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a crater of several hundred meters in size appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The crater where Lu Jiangang fell was also affected by the energy impact. Everyone took a look and saw that Lu Jiangang had probably turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in the air. Not even his bones were left. In his line of sight, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were both lying on the ground. Their clothes were dyed red with blood. Their faces had turned deathly pale, and they were panting heavily. Di Beichen tried to stand up with his hands on the ground, but he found that all the strength in his body seemed to have been squeezed out. A few of his ribs had been broken by the impact just now, and it was difficult for him to breathe. Bailey Hongzhuang was right next to Di Beichen. Her situation was even worse than Di Beichen's. As soon as she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy impact was simply too powerful. She felt as if her internal organs were about to shift. She felt a burning pain, and every inch of her body was accompanied by immense pain. Bai Shi and Xiao Bai immediately came to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. They glared fiercely at Gao Hanquan. Gao Hanquan was still standing in the same spot as before. Although he was also injured, he was clearly in a much better state than Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but sigh. The result could not be more obvious. Gao Hanquan won. The two of them were no match for him. After seeing this scene, Gui Jun's face suddenly revealed a joyful smile. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen died and Gao Hanquan came, when Xiren and Shang Guanying in front of him could only die. "You're finished." Gui Jun grinned and said. When Xiren and Shang Guanying's expressions were extremely ugly. Even though they had already guessed this outcome, when this scene really happened, they still found it hard to accept. They didn't expect that they would make a mistake in judgment, causing them to fall into such a situation. When Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at each other, and the two immediately made a decision. With a thought, they directly rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's location. Looking at Xiren and Shang Guanying's actions, Gui Jun didn't care. Anyway, the two of them were already dead, so what if they struggled for a while? Bailey Hongzhuang immediately took out healing medicine from her Qianquan bag and gave it to Di Beichen and herself. Their injuries were really bad, but fortunately, it didn't damage their foundation. The two of them stared at Gao Hanquan. They had already used all their means, but the explosion just now was too shocking, and they couldn't see Gao Hanquan's situation clearly. Therefore, they couldn't judge whether Gao Hanquan was hit or not. When Xiren and Shang Guanying immediately came to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's side, and immediately wanted to escape with Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. In their opinion, as long as they could escape a certain distance and hide in Bailey Hongzhuang's chaos ring, they believed that no one would be able to find them. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang's chaos ring was the reason why they were so fearless. At the same time, Gui Jun also came to Gao Hanquan's side with a smile on his face. At this moment, he wanted to see how Shang Guanying and Shang Guanying could rescue the seriously injured Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. "Beichen, let's go." However, Di Beichen shook his head. His eyes were still locked on Gao Hanquan. "Wait." Upon hearing Di Beichen's words, Xiren couldn't help but feel anxious. "Why are you still waiting at a time like this? If we wait any longer, we won't even have any hope of leaving." Bailey Hongzhuang locked her gaze on Gao Hanquan. When she noticed the slight bruise on Gao Hanquan's face, her lips slowly curled into a smile. Gao Hanquan had been hit, Shang Guanying looked at the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face strangely. She couldn't believe it. Now that they were in a terrible situation, how could Bailey Hongzhuang still laugh? What was going on? Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly chuckled. Even though the pain on her body was still intense, her smile was still as bright as ever. When the crowd saw Bailey Hongzhuang's sudden laughter, their expressions instantly turned strange. What's going on? Gao Hanchun stared fixedly at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. He never thought that these two fellows would still have a trump card up their sleeves during the battle. Initially, he should have won this battle without a doubt. However, he never thought that the two of them would use the silver needles of reaping life as a martial technique. Under the influence of the energy ripples, he didn't pay much attention. By the time he had reacted, it was already too late. As soon as the silver needle entered his body, he immediately discovered that the silver needle was highly toxic. Thus, he immediately used his origin energy to forcefully expel the poison from his body. However, he was shocked to find that the poison seemed to be able to adhere to his yuanli. The more he used his yuanli to force it out, the faster the poison circulated in his body. In a short period of time, it had already invaded his body. Under such circumstances, he could only stop the flow of yuanli in his body. Otherwise, he would only die if this continued. However, even after he did so, the speed of the poison circulating in his body only slowed down a little. However, it was worsening his body step by step. He didn't know much about poison, but he could determine how powerful this poison was. It could take his life at any time. Bewitching's lips slowly curled into a devilish smile. It seemed like their plan had succeeded. Bailey Hongzhuang laid down in relief and said to Xiren and Shang Guanying, Beichen and I are temporarily unable to fight. I'll leave the rest of Guijun to you guys. Shang Guanying and Xiren were stunned when they heard this. However, the two of them quickly reacted. It seemed like the result of this battle wasn't what they saw on the surface. The real winners were Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Guijun also realized that something was wrong at this moment. He couldn't help but ask, Big brother, what's wrong with you? However, Gao Hanchun didn't answer Guijun at all. Under such circumstances, Guijun gradually realized that Gao Hanchun's face had turned purple. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Poison. Big brother, you've been poisoned. Guijun was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He had never thought that his big brother would actually be poisoned. If that was the case, wouldn't the situation be extremely bad? As soon as Guijun finished speaking, the spectating cultivators finally understood the real situation. Suddenly, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching changed. None of them had noticed when Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had poisoned them. Most importantly, Gao Hanchun was already at the 8th level of the Purple Realm. What kind of poison could cause Gao Hanchun to fall into such a state? Poison had always been something that cultivators were very wary of. However, after reaching such a high level of cultivation, ordinary poison would not be able to affect them at all. However, the poison that Bailey Hongzhuang and Gao Hanchun had used on Gao Hanchun was truly terrifying. Bang! In the next second, Gao Hanchun's figure suddenly fell backward. Guijun immediately supported Gao Hanchun, and a panicked look quickly appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, Big brother, how are you? Gao Hanchun only looked at Guijun, and the purple color on his face became more and more intense. He said, highly toxic poison. I'm afraid I won't make it. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching like this. They were just a few newcomers who had just arrived at Punlai Island from the outside world. How could he fall into their hands again and again? In the end, he even lost his life. He couldn't accept it. However, he knew his own body's condition very well. If he didn't have the antidote, he would die. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching would never give him the antidote. At the same time, when Xiren, Shang Guanying, Baisher, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai all walked towards Guijun, Gao Hanchun could no longer cause any trouble, so it would be a piece of cake for the two of them and the three beasts to deal with Guijun. As he watched Xiren and the others approach, Guijun's face turned pale. He could not help but ask, what are you trying to do? Xiren chuckled, do you even need to ask? A sense of fear rose in Guijun's heart. He simply could not imagine that the three of them would lose their lives in the hands of these people. He could not help but feel regret. If he had known this would happen, they would have left immediately after the auction. Then, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, they had gone through so much trouble to find these fellows. They never thought that they would lose their lives in the process. At the thought of this, Guijun did not hesitate to flee towards the back. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on. This was the only way for him to survive. When Xiren had already guessed Guijun's thoughts. Therefore, he had immediately chased after Guijun the moment he had fled. He would not give him any chance to escape. Everyone could not help but sigh at the sight of this. The reversal of the ending had exceeded everyone's expectations. The show is over. Let's go. A smile appeared on Long Yanwei's face. His judgment had been correct. These two little fellows had left a backup plan. Hua raised his eyebrows and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Are we going to leave just like that? Aren't we going to talk to them? Based on their current situation, if we were to approach them rashly, I'm afraid that they would feel hostile towards us. It's better to wait until their injuries have healed before we talk to them. The effect would be better. Long Yanwei smiled. Hearing this, Hua could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. He nodded, you're right. Xiren and the others had chased after Guijun very quickly. This was because Guijun no longer had any will to fight. All he wanted to do was to escape. When Xiren and Shang Guanying returned, the four of them looked at each other and smiled. They had given it their all. Fortunately, the result was as they had expected. The four of them kept the Cosmos pouches on Gao Hanchuan's team of 3. After making sure that they did not leave anything behind, they left the matter to Punlai Island's guards to deal with. Inside the inn. When Xiren and Shang Guanying looked at the severely injured Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, their faces full of worry. How do you feel? Are your injuries serious? Bewitching waved his hand. A few broken bones and some internal injuries. It's not a big deal. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We won't die. However, it's true that we'll need to rest for a while. Looking at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's nonchalant expressions, when Xiren and Shang Guanying felt helpless. However, they were often injured so they were already used to it. It seems that we'll have to stay on Punlai Island for a while. You guys should rest first. The two of us will also be going back to rest. Xiren smiled faintly. Although his and Shang Guanying's injuries were not as serious as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's, they were still injured. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others stayed in the inn to recuperate until their injuries were completely healed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 checked Gao Hanchuan's Qiankuan bag, but when they saw the things inside, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Logically speaking, as the 3 leaders of the heaven-shaking faction, Gao Hanchuan's group should have a lot of wealth, but when they checked, they found that there was nothing valuable inside. There weren't many treasures, and the number of spirit stones was also very small, which was very different from what they had imagined. In any case, they are the leaders of the heaven-shaking faction. I didn't expect that after so many years, they would end up in such a state, tsk. Xiren couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He originally thought that he had slaughtered 3 little fat sheep, but he didn't expect that they were so poor. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the things inside the Qiankuan bag, and couldn't help but say, it seems that the news we heard before was not wrong at all. The development of the heaven-shaking faction is not as good as before. In order to keep the heaven-shaking faction alive, Gao Hanchuan's group has spent almost all their wealth. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The things in this guy's Qiankuan bag are not even as much as I am. Shang Guanying shrugged her shoulders. She originally had a trace of expectation, but now it seemed that she was thinking too much. Bewitching took out 2 pieces of the map fragment from Gao Hanchuan's Qiankuan bag, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Although we didn't get anything else, at least this map fragment is still here. This is already the most important thing. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. The reason why they took the risk to deal with Gao Hanchuan's group was because of this map fragment. The 4th map fragment is really in Gao Hanchuan's hands. Our judgment was not wrong at all. Xiren's eyes were brimming with pride. His divine prophecy was so accurate. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the other 2 pieces of the map from her arms. They found that Gao Hanchen had already dealt with these pieces of the map, so the 4 pieces could be directly pieced together. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 pieced the 4 map fragments together, a surprising scene occurred. They saw that the pattern on the map seemed to flow and change in an instant. The mountain range constantly squirmed, becoming completely different from what they had seen before. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that the map fragment was more complicated than they had imagined. How on earth was this made? I've never heard of such a wriggling map. Shang Guanying's eyes widened. This scene was beyond her knowledge. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2's expressions were no better than Shang Guanying's. They had never heard of such a scene before. Soon, the map fragments merged into one, as if it had never been torn apart. Facing such a completed map, everyone was a little dumbfounded. Looks like Beichin and your team's luck isn't ordinary. There's an 80 to 90% chance that there's a huge treasure behind this, Xiren said. Immediately, the 4 of them moved closer to the map to take a look. They wanted to know where the map was pointing to. However, after taking a look, the 4 of them were still confused. The map fragment we saw before clearly pointed to the outside world, but I've never heard of any of the locations on this map. Do you guys know where this is? Beichin and the other 2 looked at it carefully for a while before shaking their heads. We don't know. I've never seen any of the names on this map before. Also, this terrain doesn't seem to be similar to the Xianxia continent. Could it be that this map is referring to Penglai Island? Xiren was confused. Beichin shook his head. There is an ocean drawn on this map, but it doesn't match the terrain of Penglai Island. There is no island drawn on this map at all. Then where is this place? Could it be the extreme north or the extreme east? Perhaps there is something similar to Penglai Island there? Shang Guanying said whimsically. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's deep black phoenix eyes flashed with a light of thought. This is not impossible, but the possibility is not high. As far as I know, other than the extreme south where there is an existence like Penglai Island, there doesn't seem to be anything special about the other places. So it seems that it will be very difficult for us to find the treasure on this map. Xiren sighed. He was originally full of interest to search for the treasure. He didn't expect that even with the map, they couldn't even find a place on the map. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed a row of small words at the bottom right of the map. Without breaking through to the purple realm and above, it is impossible to know the location of this place. Bailey Hongzhuang read out these words, but the confusion in her eyes became even more intense. Why is this place related to cultivation? Beichin picked up the map and looked at the row of kids carefully. His expression became complicated. Could it be that different cultivation levels lead to different maps? After all, when they first saw the map, they felt that the terrain on it was very familiar. Now that the 4 pieces of the map were pieced together, they were not familiar with it at all. If that was the case, then perhaps the map they were looking at now was not the same as the real map. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, maybe that is the case, but this map is really mysterious. If that's the case, then we will know when we break through to the purple realm and above? Xiren's eyes lit up. Compared to the hopeless situation before, at least they could see hope now. This was very good. It's useless to think about this now. We can only wait until we break through to the purple realm and above. Shang Guanying spread her hands. She originally wanted to search for the treasure right now, but she didn't expect that there was a minimum requirement. With their current cultivation levels, they couldn't even determine the location of the map. And isn't the most important thing now? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly figured it all out, a light smile appearing on her face. She had to make a trip back after the Demon Tower. At least she didn't have to let her family continue to worry. If her family was interested, it would be a good choice for them to come to Penglai Island to cultivate together. After all, the resources here could help cultivators improve even more. Beichin, you and Hongzhuang's injuries are almost healed, right? When Xiren asked, if there are no problems, we can set off for the magic tower. Beichin nodded, we are fine now, we can set off at any time. Then let's set off later, we have stayed here long enough. Okay. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three packed up their things, they were ready to set off for Punlai Island. However, just as they were about to leave, a figure blocked their path. Seeing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar figure, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two could not help but frown. They did not know where this uninvited guest came from, and they could not tell whether he was a friend or a foe. "Are you all preparing to leave Punlai Island?" Long Yanwei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three who were heading to the dock, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Ever since he saw the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three that day, he had already made up his mind to find a way to keep the four of them in Punlai Palace. It would be a real pity if such a talent were to slip away right in front of him like this. However, the four of them were seriously injured at that time, so he did not disturb them. Today, he rushed over as soon as he heard the news that the four of them had left the inn. He did not expect them to be preparing to leave Punlai Island. Hearing Long Yanwei's question, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's eyes could not help but show a hint of vigilance. They had been staying in the inn for the past few days and had not come out. Today, they had just left and this person had come looking for them. He must have been paying attention to them, otherwise, he would not be so clear about their situation. "Who are you? Why? Are you looking for us?" Bewitching asked. Noticing the vigilant look on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's faces, Long Yanwei could not help but smile and explain, "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions." However, Long Yanwei's explanation was not convincing to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. "Let me introduce myself, I am Long Yanwei from Punlai Palace. The purpose of my visit this time is to recruit you into Punlai Palace." As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three could not help but be shocked. Their vigilance weakened a little, but it still did not dissipate. "I happened to see your previous battle. To be honest, I admire geniuses like you. If you can join Punlai Palace, you will definitely have a better development. I wonder if you are interested in joining Punlai Palace?" Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other. According to their understanding, there were many cultivators who wanted to become a member of Punlai Palace. As long as one became a cultivator of Punlai Palace, one would undoubtedly have an additional layer of protection when walking on Punlai Island. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to find trouble with Punlai Palace's disciples. If they are not, Bewitching Palace, they are. Of course, they are. They are? They are. They go out. Them. Edition, I don't think we should go. Bewitching thought for a moment and said their decision. Long Yanwei was originally very confident that as long as he extended an olive branch, no one would refuse. However, Bewitching had only considered it for a few seconds before rejecting it. Rejected, even Long Yanwei could not come back to his senses for a moment. The Punlai Palace was the strongest force on Punlai Island. Although it was usually called the Three Great Forces along with the 100 Flowers Gate and the Crimson Moon sect, everyone knew that the Punlai Palace was the most powerful existence among them. One could tell from the fact that the Punlai Island and the Punlai Palace had the same name. Usually, many cultivators would sharpen their minds to join the Punlai Palace. If someone was willing to extend an olive branch, everyone would be grateful. However, he had personally come to recruit the other party and was directly rejected. He looked at the four little fellows in front of him and saw that the four little fellows had calm expressions. They did not reject an excellent development at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two supported Bewitching's approach. Currently, they were not in the mood to join other forces. After the trip to the demonic tower, they would have to return. As for when they would return to Punlai Island, even they did not know. At this moment, they would not be able to do anything at all if they joined. It was better not to waste time. "Are you guys really not joining?" Long Yanwei could not help but ask again. Bewitching nodded. "We really don't plan to join." Facing the other party's expressionless face, Long Yanwei was speechless. Could it be that their Punlai Palace's position on Punlai Island had been declining during this period of time? Why? After thinking about it, Long Yanwei could not help but ask the reason. He really could not think of a reason for the other party's rejection. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three still had some doubts about Long Yanwei's true identity. However, looking at Long Yanwei's expression at this moment, they no longer doubted him. Speaking of which, they knew in their hearts that they had indeed rejected an excellent opportunity. However, with their current situation, they had no choice but to do so. We need to make a trip back. Bewitching did not intend to explain. However, after seeing Long Yanwei's sincere appearance, he still gave the reason. However, after listening to Bewitching's words, Long Yanwei did not recover for a moment. Make a trip back? To the outside world? Not bad. You don't plan to stay on Punlai Island anymore? Long Yanwei frowned. If the other party did not plan to stay on Punlai Island, it was normal for them to reject him. With your current cultivation, you can only develop better if you stay on Punlai Island. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? When we first came to Punlai Island, we left without saying goodbye. Our family must be very worried about our current situation, so we decided to go back. After Long Yanwei found out the reason, he was completely speechless. Just because of such a reason, the other party refused to join the Punlai Palace. No one would believe such a thing even if you told them about it. As long as you join the Punlai Palace, our palace can send messages on your behalf. Therefore, this is not a problem for you at all. Moreover, you can save a lot of time, Long Yanwei said. What do you think? Long Yanwei could not help but ask again when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's expressions were slightly relaxed. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three shook their heads again. We plan to explore the demonic tower. If we join the Punlai Palace, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to go. They did not know much about the Punlai Palace, but they knew that the disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate basically stayed on 100 Flowers Island. Unless invited, they would not leave at all. Thinking about it, if they joined the Punlai Palace, they would have to stay on Punlai Island forever. Compared to that, freedom was more important to them. I think you don't know much about the Punlai Palace. Long Yanwei laughed involuntarily. We, the Punlai Palace, have never restricted the freedom of our disciples. Every disciple of the Punlai Palace has freedom. Whether they choose to stay in the palace to cultivate or go out to train, we will not stop them. In this regard, we are the same as the Crimson Moon sect. Only the disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate usually stay on Punlai Island. We encourage our disciples to go out to train and fight the sea monsters. The reason why the disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate do not leave is not because their freedom is restricted. It is because they have improved a lot by staying on 100 Flowers Island, so most of the disciples are unwilling to leave. Hearing Long Yanwei's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three finally understood. So that was the case. Previously, they had been in seclusion and did not know much about the three major factions. That was why they had such a misunderstanding. I see. However, even though Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three knew this, they did not have the thought of joining the Punlai Palace. This was because joining the Punlai Palace did not seem to bring them any benefits. Although becoming a disciple of the Punlai Palace would make them more famous and they could receive a certain amount of cultivation resources every month, these were not very attractive to them. With Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, she could obtain spiritual stones in the demonic tower faster. Long Yanwei felt a little helpless when he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were still unmoved. Originally, he thought that he had shown enough sincerity by coming personally to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. If it were any other cultivator, they would have agreed immediately. However, judging from the current situation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others probably didn't even know who he was. Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't introduce himself with great fanfare, lest he be suspected of blowing his own trumpet. If the other party was just a cultivator with average potential, he would have given up recruiting him with such an attitude. After all, the dignity of Punlai Palace was not to be trifled with. However, when he thought about how Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were the inheritors of the Bloodground Abyss and the three special monsters, he felt that he could not let them leave just like that. At the very least, he had to find out whether Baishur was the Beast King or not and what kind of monsters the two monsters that could change their sizes were. He had been flipping through books these days. However, he had flipped through almost all the books but could not find an introduction to the three monsters. This made him very curious. If Senior has nothing else, then we will leave. Bewitching cupped his hands at Long Yanwei and immediately prepared to leave with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. As long as you join Punlai Palace, I'll give you a demon pet egg that's suitable for you. How about it? Long Yanwei saw that Di Beichen and the other three had made up their minds not to join. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but throw out a heavy bomb. If the cultivators who knew Long Yanwei heard this, they would be pleasantly surprised. Because Long Yanwei was a famous contract master on Punlai Island, he had a lot of demon pet eggs in his hands, and they were all of high quality. Usually, many people wanted to ask for a demon pet egg from Long Yanwei, but other than the disciples of Punlai Palace, no matter how others begged, it was useless. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Demon pet eggs, this wasn't something that could be seen often. They didn't expect Long Yanwei to say such a tempting condition. A demon pet egg that's suitable for us? Di Beichen looked at Long Yanwei. He didn't know what kind of suitable Long Yanwei was talking about. Demon pet eggs, with their ability, it wasn't that they couldn't get it. It was just that it was very difficult to get a demon pet egg that was suitable for them. If it wasn't suitable for their situation, then it was just a waste of the contract opportunity. Seeing that Di Beichen and the others' faces finally changed, he couldn't help but nod and said, "That's right, it's a demon pet egg that's suitable for you. The contract beast that a cultivator of the 5th level of the Purple Realm needs must have a lot of development potential. If you just rely on yourself to find it, then it's very difficult, but I can do it." Speaking of this, Long Yanwei's face suddenly revealed a strong sense of confidence. On Punlai Island, other people didn't have the confidence to say this, but he did. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other. They really didn't expect that it would be such a proposal. Really? Shangguan couldn't help but ask. All along, she had hoped to have a contract beast that belonged to her. Especially after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's 3 contract beasts, she was extremely envious. This kind of contract beast could not only accompany her on normal days, but also be an expert in battle. It could undoubtedly increase her battle strength by a lot. Unfortunately, she never found such a contract beast. Long Yanwei nodded. "If you don't believe me, you can ask around for my name. I'm a contract master of Punlai Palace. Many cultivators in Punlai Palace got their contract beasts from me. You don't know anything about me. I don't think you will believe everything I say. Why don't you ask around today and go to the Punlai Palace to find me tomorrow?" Long Yanwei had a faint smile on his face. From the expressions of these 4 little fellows, he knew that these 4 little fellows were already tempted. Presumably, no one would be able to refuse such a condition. Although it would break the rules of Punlai Palace, with his status, it was not a big deal to break it a little. Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to answer, Long Yanwei had already handed a token to Di Beichen and said, "Tomorrow, take this and come to Punlai Palace to find me." With that, Long Yanwei left. He was willing to give these 4 little fellows some time. After Long Yanwei left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Their minds couldn't wrap their heads around it. Wen Xiren nodded with a stupefied expression. "That seems to be the case. With our current strength, the level of the demon pet egg that we need is not an ordinary high level. He actually said that he would give it to us?" Bailey Hongzhuang was a bit incredulous. She was also a contract master, so she naturally knew the value of this demon pet egg. The higher the level of the demon pet egg, the higher the difficulty of the contract. Back then, the few demon beasts that she helped to contract were not high level, so she was able to complete the contract. If the level was high, with her ability at that time, she would not be able to complete the contract. However, if this Long Yanwei was able to seal a demon beast of this level, it could be seen that Long Yanwei's ability in this area was not ordinary. Di Beichen's eyes were also filled with doubt. This feeling was like a pie that fell from the sky and was suddenly hit by good luck. However, with their usual style, they did not believe that there would be such a good thing. "Why do we care so much about him? Won't we know if we ask the others?" Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with excitement. If Di Beichen and the others could have contracted beasts, then their contracted beasts team would increase again. If a few more little guys came, they would have something to bully. From the attitude of this Long Yanwei, we can see that his identity should not be simple. If we casually ask around, I'm afraid that many people will know. Xiao Bai also spoke out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 looked at each other. Just as Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai said, there was no point in them thinking too much here. This was something that could be found out as long as they understood it. Immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three gave up the idea of leaving Punlai Island. If they missed such a good opportunity, it would be a pity. When the four of them returned to the inn and asked the waiter about Long Yanwei, the waiter's face could not help but be filled with shock. "Guests, you actually don't know Master Long?" Bewitching nodded. "We are newcomers to Punlai Island, so we don't know much about this place. We just happened to hear Master Long's name today. I hope you can introduce him to us." After hearing Bewitching say that he was a newcomer to Punlai Island, the waiter revealed an understanding expression. "So that's how it is. Otherwise, I was wondering why you guys hadn't heard of Master Long's name in Punlai Island." The attendant smiled awkwardly as if he was apologetic for his exaggerated attitude earlier. "Master Long is the contract master of the Punlai Palace. Many cultivators have sharpened their minds to join the Punlai Palace. Master Long was one of the reasons why the Crimson Moon sect couldn't compare to the Punlai Palace for so many years. This was because Master Long had a lot of demon pet eggs in his hands. Moreover, these demon pet eggs were of very high levels. As long as you become a disciple of the Punlai Palace, you may be able to obtain a demon pet egg. This is the most attractive part. However, not every disciple of the Punlai Palace can have it." The waiter immediately introduced a lot of things about Long Yanwei to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three. Until this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three finally understood why Long Yanwei revealed such a shocked expression when he knew that they chose to refuse. After the attendant left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm afraid that Long Yanwei didn't even think that the four of us are real laymen. We haven't even heard of his name." Shang Guaniying laughed like a flower. "Now that I think of Long Yanwei's expression before, I find it very interesting." "Haha." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She also felt that it was very funny. A big shot appeared in front of them just like that, but the four of them didn't know at all. Thinking about it, any big shot who encountered such a situation would be very helpless. They wouldn't even have the slightest chance to show their status. In that case, Long Yanwei can really give us suitable demon pet eggs. This is a very rare opportunity. Bewitching's face showed a touch of seriousness. Long Yanwei had the entire Punlai Palace as his backing. This foundation was naturally not something that an ordinary person could compare with. If it were them, it would be extremely difficult to find a contract beast that was suitable for them. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of them, it would be a pity to give it up. "Since the Punlai Palace won't restrict our freedom, why don't we join the Punlai Palace? There's no harm in it anyway." Xianxia's eyes flashed with interest. He had the idea of not taking advantage of a bastard. If he missed this opportunity, then it would really be the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "If you can have your own contract beast, as long as you train it well, the speed of its improvement will be very fast." This was an opportunity to increase the overall strength. A contract beast was the most loyal partner of a cultivator. This was definitely worth it. "It seems that we all have the same idea." Bewitching glanced at everyone and then smiled. "Since the Punlai Palace can help us pass this news back, then we might as well let the people of the Punlai Palace help us. Anyway, as long as they pass the news that we are safe and sound, everyone can rest assured," Xiran said. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment. With their current situation, as long as their family knew that they were safe, there was indeed no need to rush back. After all, cultivating here was faster for them to improve. "When we go to the Punlai Palace tomorrow, we will ask this question again. If we can bring the Qianquan bag back, it will undoubtedly be the best." Ever since they came to the Punlai Island and saw that everyone was using spirit stones to cultivate, Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to bring the spirit stones she earned back. Although she only had a few 100,000 spirit stones, it was enough for Lan Yunxiao and the others to cultivate for a while. The cultivators of Punlai Island were so strong that they posed a threat to the outside world. However, most of the cultivators of Punlai Island only stayed here and had no intention of going out. Qianz's Qianz and the Qianz's plan. Qianz's is Qian's face. Now that their problems had been solved, it would be best if their family members could also improve their strength. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three went to Punlai Palace early after making a decision. However, as soon as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three approached Punlai Palace, they were stopped by the gatekeepers. "Who are you?" The two cultivators looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three with a serious expression. "Those who are not disciples of Punlai Palace are not allowed to enter." Bewitching immediately took out the token that Long Yanwei had given them. "We are here to look for Master Long. Please pass on the message." "Master Long?" Listening to Bewitching's words, the two could not help but show a touch of surprise in their eyes. Usually, there were many people who wanted to see Master Long, but there were very few who could really see him. However, the token in Bewitching's hand was somewhat familiar to them. It did seem to belong to Master Long. Suddenly, the two of them looked at Bewitching and the other three with a different gaze. "Wait here for a moment. I will pass on the message." "Thank you." Not long after, the disciple who went to pass on the message came back. "Come with me." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three suddenly showed a smile on their faces. They followed the disciple and walked into the interior of Punlai Palace. The four walked all the way in Punlai Palace. The ground and walls of the entire Punlai Palace were all covered with marble. Under the bright light, it looked even more noble and extraordinary. Looking at such an arrangement, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood that the cost of the construction must be very high. It was obvious that Punlai Palace was very rich. The entire Punlai Palace was very large. It seemed to be divided into many areas. Many areas could not be approached at will. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not ask anything. They thought that Punlai Palace must be a place with a strict hierarchy. Finally, after walking for a long time, the disciple stopped in front of a building. "Master Long is here. You can go in." "Thank you very much." Bewitching cupped his hands, and the disciple turned and left. When Long Yanwei saw Bewitching and the other three, a joyful smile couldn't help but surface on his face. He had already guessed that these four little fellows would definitely come to find him today. Demon pet eggs had a great attraction to every cultivator. "You're here." There was a faint smile on Long Yanwei's face. He did not show the slightest bit of arrogance because of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's agreement. He still had an amiable and approachable appearance. "Please sit." Seeing Long Yanwei's appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but sigh in their hearts. No wonder Long Yanwei had such a great reputation on Punlai Island. At the very least, they did not see the slightest bit of arrogance from Long Yanwei. It was not easy for someone in a high position to maintain such an amiable attitude. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three sat down at the side, but their eyes quietly sized up the entire hall. This hall was extremely eye-catching among the many buildings they had seen before. It could be seen that Long Yanwei's position in Punlai Palace was very high. The decoration inside was not magnificent, but it was unique. It showed the atmosphere and luxury everywhere, but it was not tainted with the slightest bit of vulgarity. It was very consistent with Long Yanwei's character. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three sat down, they realized that Long Yanwei had already sent people to prepare their tea. "Since you came to find me today, you must be willing to join Punlai Palace?" Long Yanwei's face had a faint smile as he went straight to the point. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked at each other and then nodded together. Since they had already made their decision, there was naturally no need to hide anything at this moment. "Before joining, we just want to know that what Master Long said about giving each of us a suitable monster pet egg should be true, right?" Bewitching stared at Long Yanwei and asked aloud. The only attraction of Punlai Palace to them was the monster pet egg. Other than that, they really didn't care about anything else. Long Yanwei nodded, but after listening to Bewitching's words, he felt that things seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. "That day when you fought with the heaven-shaking faction's leader, I saw it with my own eyes. As far as I know, you already have 3 contract beasts. There should only be one person who doesn't have a contract beast, right?" Long Yanwei stared at Bewitching and the other 3. So far, he still didn't know which 3 contract beasts belonged to which 3 cultivators. However, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were obviously contract beasts of the same breed, and they were of the same age. If his judgment wasn't wrong, these 2 contract beasts should belong to a couple among Bewitching and the other 3. Back then, Baisher fought together with Bewitching, and their cooperation was extremely good. Therefore, Long Yanwei had already determined that Baisher was Bewitching's contract beast. Xiao He and Xiao Bai should belong to Xiren and Shangguan Yingying's contract beasts. The only person who didn't have a contract beast should be Bailey Hongzhuang. However, when he confirmed this point, Long Yanwei felt that something was amiss. Because Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao He and Xiao Bai cooperated extremely well, and they looked more like her contract beasts, he couldn't be sure for a moment. Following Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were slightly startled, and their expressions suddenly became a little more interesting. In fact, Long Yanwei's thoughts weren't wrong at all. No matter who it was, after seeing the previous situation, they would have determined that the 3 of them had contract beasts. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was really too special, and couldn't be judged with common sense at all. At the same time, they also understood why Long Yanwei would be so generous to give them such a condition. 1 contract beast and 3 contract beasts were completely different. With Long Yanwei's status, it shouldn't be difficult to take out a contract beast that matched their status, but to take out 3, this was a huge amount of capital. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and others didn't know how to answer to Long Yanwei's question. When Long Yanwei noticed the slightly awkward and strange expressions on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's faces, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt on his face. He asked, "Am I wrong?" Hearing this, Bewitching muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Lord Long, our situation might not be the same as what you think." "Then what situation is it? You can tell me. Since I promised you this, I'll definitely do it." Long Yanwei raised his eyebrows. He was really curious about where he had made a mistake in his judgment. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's eyes lit up. They seemed to have found a good opportunity to take advantage of him. With Long Yanwei's status, it was unlikely that he would take back his promise after making it. Following Bewitching's words, Long Yanwei became the one with a strange expression. He looked at Bewitching's group of 4 in confusion, not understanding what Bewitching meant. "None of you have contracted beasts?" Long Yanwei frowned, "But according to what I saw earlier, your group clearly has 3 contracted beasts. Could it be that 2 of them have not contracted?" "That's impossible. If they had not contracted, then they would not be contracted beasts, but monsters. Monsters would not listen to the commands of cultivators. Even if they cooperated for a short period of time, they could betray at any time. It wasn't as if no one on the Xianxia continent had ever attempted such a thing, but it had all ended in failure. This was because demonic beasts had different personalities from humans. Without the power of a contract, their wild nature could erupt at any time. Not only that, the higher the level of a monster, the stronger the bestial nature in its body. At the level of the 5th level of the Purple Realm, ordinary monsters would not be able to form any kind of cooperative relationship with cultivators. If Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 could really do this, then he would have to ask for advice. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but say, "To tell you the truth, those 3 monsters are my contracted beasts." At this level of cultivation, Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had to hide the fact that she had 3 contract beasts. What's more, her 3 contract beasts were not something that anyone could underestimate. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Purple Realm, and 1 was at the 6th level of the Purple Realm. Ordinary people would not dare to offend such a team. "So they are all yours alone." Long Yanwei suddenly understood, but when he realized what this meant, he could not help but be stunned. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if he had seen something unbelievable. "I didn't hear you clearly. You said that these 3 contracted beasts are all yours alone? You contracted 3 demonic beasts by yourself? How is that possible?" Long Yanwei, who had been extremely calm, could not help but become agitated at this moment. This completely subverted his common sense. Every cultivator could only contract 1 monster. Was this not the rule of the Xianxia continent? It was not that no one had ever tried to contract 2 monsters, but no one had ever succeeded. It was proven that a cultivator could only contract 1 monster at most. How could Bailey Hongzhuang contract 3 monsters alone? Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 4 were very indifferent to Long Yanwei's exaggerated reaction. In fact, When Beichen's group of 3 found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had such a special ability, they were also very surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. You didn't hear wrong. These 3 contracted beasts are my contracted beasts alone. 1 beasts. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, Long Yanwei's incredulous expression did not improve. Can you tell me how you did it? As a sealing master, he thought that he was very familiar with things like contracts. However, from Bailey Hongzhuang's group, he had seen too many strange things. It made him start to doubt his previous knowledge and judgment. I don't know either. I just succeeded in contracting 3 monsters by chance. The reason why she was able to contract 3 monsters was entirely due to the Chaos Ring. If it wasn't for the special ability bestowed upon her by the Chaos Ring, she wouldn't have been able to form a contract with 3 demonic beasts. However, she definitely couldn't reveal the secret of the Chaos Ring, so at this moment, she could only play dumb. In fact, there was no need for Long Yanwei to study this point at all because this point could not be replicated at all. Other than Bailey Hongzhuang, it was impossible for other cultivators to do it, unless there were other Chaos Rings in this world. However, this possibility was even smaller. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Long Yanwei also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang definitely did not want to reveal this secret, so he did not continue to ask. Everyone had their own secrets. It was not a good habit to rashly inquire about other people's secrets. What's more, they had only met twice. It was naturally impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to tell him everything. This is really amazing. I have been a contract master for so many years and have never seen such an example. I wonder if you can let your monsters out for me to take a look. Long Yanwei said. At this moment, only Baisher was following Bailey Hongzhuang. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were both on Bailey Hongzhuang's head. Long Yanwei did not notice. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and did not refuse Long Yanwei's request. Since Long Yanwei had already seen the situation of their battle that day, then whether it was Baisher, Xiao He, or Xiao Bai, he believed that he already had a certain understanding of them. Even if they did not know Long Yanwei's strength, they knew that Master Long, who had such a position in Punlai Palace, was definitely extraordinary. In the next second, Xiao He and Xiao Bai appeared in front of Long Yanwei. However, the 2 little guys were still sitting on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders. Seeing this scene, Long Yanwei also confirmed that his previous judgment was not wrong. These 2 monsters did indeed have the ability to change their size. It was really amazing. Young Master D, I wonder if you would mind letting me see their contract totems? Long Yanwei shifted his gaze from Xiao He and Xiao Bai to Bailey Hongzhuang. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang was extremely certain, this news was too shocking to Long Yanwei. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. Beichen and the other 2 could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. If Bailey Hongzhuang was unwilling, they could directly refuse. Even if they would offend Long Yanwei, it was not a big deal. Bailey Hongzhuang to Bailey Hongzhuang. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved. A circular sealing totem appeared on Baisher, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai's bodies. This totem had always existed. Any cultivator with a contract beast would have such a sealing totem. It was just that it could not be seen normally. It could only be seen when it was deliberately revealed. When Long Yanwei saw that the totems on the 3 contract beasts were exactly the same, he completely believed Bailey Hongzhuang's words. All of this was actually true. The 3 contract beasts actually belonged to Bailey Hongzhuang alone. Long Yanwei sighed and shook his head. He said, this situation has really overturned my understanding. I've really learned something today. Master Long, now that this point has been confirmed, I wonder what your plans are. Beichen reminded Long Yanwei. They came here for Long Yanwei's answer, not to let Bailey Hongzhuang do research for Long Yanwei. Hearing Beichen's words, Long Yanwei finally recovered from his shock. Very quickly, he understood the meaning of Beichen's question. So, none of you 3 have contracted beasts? Beichen, Wenziren, and Shang Guaniying all nodded. They secretly cursed in their hearts, wondering if Long Yanwei would go back on his word. Actually, this couldn't be considered going back on his word. From the beginning to the end, Long Yanwei only thought that they were missing 1 demon pet egg. Now that it had become 3, most people wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, Bewitching and the other 2 didn't have too much hope. Even if Long Yanwei refused, it would be reasonable. Looking at Bewitching and the other 2 who nodded in front of him, Long Yanwei finally reacted. In this way, he would have to take out 3 demon pet eggs. This was completely different from what he had thought before. Long Yanwei felt that it was worth it to use 1 demon pet egg to recruit these 4 young people. However, to use 3 demon pet eggs to recruit them, the price was not ordinary. If this news were to spread, everyone would think that he was crazy. A demon pet egg of this level was extremely precious. Many cultivators had paid an extremely high price to obtain 1 from him. Just like that, he gave out 3 for free. Normally, no one with a normal brain would do such a thing. However, when he thought about the promise he had made before, he felt that he was in a dilemma. Speaking of which, there was indeed a loophole in what he had said before. He had said that he would give Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 demon pet eggs that were suitable for them, but he had never said the number. Therefore, it was extremely normal for Bewitching and the others to think that it was 3 demon pet eggs. From the beginning to the end, this could only be said to be because he hadn't figured out the specific situation before, resulting in such a problem. Now that things had developed to this point, Long Yanwei was a little embarrassed for a moment. He didn't know how to answer. Didn't Master Long already say before that he would give each of us a suitable demon pet egg? Then we'll thank Master Long in advance. Xiren noticed Long Yanwei's awkwardness and understood why Long Yanwei felt awkward. Bewitching was too upright. If things continued to develop like this, he might miss this good opportunity. Since Long Yanwei was in a dilemma, he might as well help Long Yanwei make a decision. When Xiren had always felt that this saying made a lot of sense. 3 demon pet eggs. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have this opportunity again. Although he was a little shameless, he believed that with Long Yanwei's wealth and ability, this little loss was not enough to hurt him. He was just a little annoyed in his heart. However, this demon pet egg had fallen into their hands. That was a real benefit. Master Long, thank you very much. We have always been troubled by the matter of contracting beasts. You directly helped us solve this big problem. We will definitely remember this kindness in our hearts. Noticing Xiren's gaze, Bewitching and Shangguaniying also said words of gratitude. After all, in this kind of situation, if he were to say no, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping his own face? With his status, he would rather suffer a loss than to slap his own face. However, such a big loss. It really made his heart ache. Long Yanwei couldn't help but glance at Xiren. He didn't expect this kid to be so cunning. He directly sealed off his escape route. He felt helpless in his heart. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw Xiren's actions, she also felt a wave of admiration in her heart. Just by looking at Long Yanwei's expression, she knew that they had taken advantage of him this time. Forget it. Since you guys have already thanked me, then, this matter is decided. Long Yanwei sighed. Since things had come to this point, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course. If he had known about this condition before he recruited Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, he would definitely not have recruited them. With such a price, he could recruit too many genius cultivators. However, he had been made a fool of. He could only comfort himself that the potential of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 wasn't something that ordinary geniuses could compare to. Hearing Long Yanwei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 revealed a joyful smile. This was really good news, although there were some twists and turns in the middle. However, the result was still as they wished. Thank you, Master Long. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 left the hall where Long Yanwei was, the smile on Long Yanwei's face disappeared. What replaced it was a thick sense of helplessness. I didn't expect that I would be schemed against by a few little fellows this time. Long Yanwei shook his head. One had to know that every demon pet egg of this level required him to spend a lot of effort. He didn't expect that there would be 3 less. Compared to Long Yanwei's depression, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were extremely happy. This was the best news for them. Xiren, you were too smart just now. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Xiren a thumbs up. If it wasn't for Xiren tricking Long Yanwei earlier, Their contract beasts would have been ruined. Xiren raised his eyebrows. You guys can't even do something like this. You still need me to do it. Haha. Shangguaniying also looked at Xiren in surprise. Usually, I didn't see you have any great ability. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted. To be honest, among the four of us, you're the only one with the thickest skin. Hearing this, Xiren couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ying, you only need to praise me for being smart, witty, and wise. There's no need for you to say the rest. Haha. Shangguaniying stuck out her tongue. I'm used to teasing you, but I really have to praise you for what happened just now. Beichin. Didn't I do a good job? Xiren blinked. With Master Long's status, he can't go back on his word. So he can only suffer in silence. However, with his rich family background, he can still afford this loss. Looking at Xiren's proud look, the corner of Beichin's mouth curled up. He said, he is indeed powerful. We have taken such a big advantage of Master Long. In the future, we must remember. If there is a chance, we must fight for Master Long. After all, we were recruited by him. The most important thing was that they took such a big advantage of Long Yanwei, but Long Yuanwu did not show the slightest bit of anger. He just felt very helpless about what he had said before. Just from this point, it could be seen that Long Yanwei was a magnanimous person. He was definitely not a narrow-minded person. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three slowly walked to the reporting hall of Punlai Palace. Long Yanwei just asked them to wait here for a while. He would soon arrange for someone to help them register as disciples of Punlai Palace. As for the monster pet egg, they would have to wait until they became a true disciple of Punlai Palace before they could receive it. Long Yanwei had to help them choose a suitable monster pet egg first. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were not in a hurry. Since Long Yanwei had already agreed, he would definitely give them the monster pet egg. What was the point of waiting for a few days? The reporting hall of Punlai Palace was very large, but there were very few people inside. There were only a few scattered people. It seemed very empty. The four directly sat down in the rest area on the side, waiting for the person who would guide them to come. As far as I know, there are many disciples of Punlai Palace, but we haven't seen many cultivators so far. Where did they go? Shangguaniying looked around curiously. She was originally looking forward to seeing the spectacular scene of Punlai Palace's disciples, but the situation was obviously different from what she had imagined. We should be outside of Punlai Palace now. The disciples of Punlai Palace should not be cultivating here. That's why we haven't seen many people, Xiren said. But we just went to where Master Long was. It can't be that the entire outside is so big, right? Shangguaniying raised her eyebrows and said incredulously. I feel that the place we just went to should not be an ordinary place. It's extremely secluded and deep. I'm afraid that ordinary cultivators can't enter at all, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Beichin nodded slightly. Master Long's position in Punlai Palace is very high. The place where he is must be where ordinary disciples can't get close, so it's not surprising that we can't see anyone. Shangguaniying curled her lips. This Punlai Palace has a strict hierarchy. We should know after we become Punlai Palace's disciples. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while. Master Long has suffered such a huge loss. I'm afraid he'll need some time to recover. As Beichin's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but chuckle. Everything that had happened since they met Long Yanwei made them feel extremely amused. Let's take this opportunity to remove the disguise on our faces, Shangguaniying said. Previously, when they were talking with Long Yanwei had told them that after becoming a disciple of Punlai Palace, there was no need to disguise themselves here. This was also one of the rules of the Punlai Palace. However, they could still continue to disguise themselves when they went out. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not have any objections. When they first came to Punlai Island, they did so for the sake of safety. But now, as they gradually familiarized themselves with Punlai Island, they no longer had any scruples. It wasn't a bad choice to reveal their true faces. At least, they were no longer cultivators who were only at the 3rd level of the Purple Realm. Li Xingkai was very surprised. Today, Master Long told him that he had recruited 4 new cultivators and asked him to help register the 4 cultivators so that they could become official disciples of Punlai Palace. If such words came from other people's mouths, Li Xingkai would think it was normal. After all, Punlai Palace was so big that they would recruit some cultivators every once in a while. It was just that Master Long was usually focused on contracting beasts and rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples, which made him surprised. What kind of genius cultivators were worthy of Master Long's personal recruitment? Once this news spread, it would attract a lot of attention. When Li Xingkai arrived at the reporting hall, he saw the backs of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. He immediately walked over and said, "You 4 should be the cultivators recruited by Master Long, right?" Hearing the voice coming from behind, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 turned to look at the person who came. They saw that this person was wearing the uniform of Punlai Palace's disciple with a smile on his face. "Yes, it's us," Bewitching said. After Li Xingkai saw the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, he couldn't help but be surprised. In his opinion, the cultivators who could be recruited by Master Long must be very talented in cultivation because Master Long didn't care about ordinary cultivators at all. However, the 4 cultivators in front of him were too young. Looking at them, the oldest was probably no more than 25 years old, and the youngest looked like she was only 20 years old. On Punlai Island, almost the vast majority of cultivators were around 30 years old. After all, it would take a long time to cultivate to the 5th level of the Purple Realm. These 4 faces were so young that for a moment, Li Xingkai even wondered if the 4 of them deliberately disguised themselves. However, after thinking of Master Long, he felt that perhaps this was the strength of the 4 people in front of him. Breaking through to the 5th level of the Purple Realm at such a young age was indeed a genius. At least in this regard, they had already surpassed many disciples of Punlai Palace. In addition, what surprised Li Xingkai was the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. Compared to their outstanding cultivation, their appearance was not inferior at all. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, at a glance, it was enough to make people's eyes light up. Even though 1,000 thoughts were running through his mind, Li Xingkai's expression did not change much. He smiled and said, "Come with me. I'll bring you to report." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 followed Li Xingkai to the front of the reporting hall. A female disciple helped to record the information of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. At the same time, a Qianquan bag fell into each of their hands. The registration information was very simple. All he had to do was to report his name and strength. Seeing this, Shangguaningyin couldn't help but ask, "Is the report that simple?" She thought it would be a very complicated matter, but she didn't expect it to be settled so easily. Hearing this, Li Xingkai smiled faintly and immediately explained, "If you were an ordinary cultivator, you would need to go through an assessment. The reporting process is very tedious, but you were recommended by Master Long, so this step is directly omitted. It's much more convenient." After hearing Li Xingkai's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others understood that Long Yanwei's referral had saved them a lot of trouble. "Speaking of which, I'm a little curious about how you know Master Long." Li Xingkai couldn't help but ask curiously. Long Yanwei basically stayed in Punlai Palace all the time and rarely went out. He really couldn't guess how Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew Master Long. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They had just arrived at Punlai Palace and there were many strong people there. It was better to keep a low profile. Li Xingkai also noticed the hesitation on the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and quickly said, "By the way, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Xingkai, an outer hall disciple. We will be in the same sect in the future. If you need any help, don't hesitate to look for me. Then I'll have to trouble you." Senior brother Li, Bewitching cupped his hands. "You're welcome." Li Xingkai smiled and waved his hand. "I have always liked to make friends, and I can tell that you are genius. Cultivators at first glance. I feel very lucky to have the opportunity to make friends with you." Looking at Li Xingkai's honest face, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also showed a kind smile on their faces. However, no one really regarded Li Xingkai as a trustworthy person. They had already suffered this kind of loss when they met Xianxia and Xianxiu. Most of the time, the more honest and simple-looking a person was, the more likely they were to cause harm to others. Anyone who could get some status in Punlai Palace was not an ordinary person. If they dared to look down on others, then they could capsize at any time. This Qianquan bag contains the exclusive clothes of our Punlai Palace. You have to wear these clothes on weekdays. If you go out as a disciple of Punlai Palace, you also need to wear these clothes. This is the symbol of our Punlai Palace. Many times, when you are training outside, wearing these clothes can also reduce some trouble. If the clothes are not suitable, you can come back to exchange. However, you must use your old clothes to exchange, so as to prevent disciples from taking too many and giving them to cultivators outside. About your residence, I happen to be going back to my residence. Let's talk about it while walking. What do you think? Li Xianxi's face always had a kind smile, and he generously introduced the situation of Punlai Palace to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Brotherly, you're welcome. This is what Master Long asked me to do. If I don't do it well, I won't be able to explain it to Master Long, Li said honestly. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three followed Li Xianxi out of the reporting hall and walked towards the residential area. The palace's disciples, ants, the inner, disciples can't compare outer ants, and the resources are the resources, and s's. However, the number of inner palace disciples has never been high. It seems that there have never been more than 500 of them. As for the specific reason, I am not too sure. Is there a big difference in strength between the inner and outer palace disciples? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with interest. It was the first time she had heard about the inner and outer palace. She had always thought that Punlai Palace was a whole. She did not expect that there was such a division inside. It seemed that their judgment was right. This Punlai Palace was really hierarchical. Li Xianxi nodded. Of course. If you want to become an inner palace disciple, you must pass the promotion assessment. I have never participated in the promotion assessment, but according to the information I have learned, it is very difficult to pass the promotion assessment. Most outer palace disciples have failed. As for how strong the inner palace disciples are, I am not very clear about this because the inner palace disciples practice in the inner palace of Punlai Palace. They usually do not deal with us outer palace disciples at all. It is difficult for us to come in contact with them. If you have the strength to become an inner palace disciple, it will be best. Both your identity and status will be greatly improved. If you say that you are an inner palace disciple of Punlai Palace when you walk on Punlai Island, ordinary practitioners will not dare to offend you. If you are only an outer palace disciple, although most people will not choose to be your enemy, there will still be some trouble. We are now going to the practice area of the outer palace disciples. Although we have become outer palace disciples of Punlai Palace, if we can't pass the promotion assessment and become an inner palace disciple after 5 years here, then we will be stripped of our identity as a Punlai Palace disciple and become an ordinary practitioner again. Therefore, almost all of the cultivators are working very hard in their cultivation in order to pass the advancement test. Listening to Li Xianxi's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three understood that the number of disciples in Punlai Palace had been controlled within a certain range for this reason. As long as they could not become an inner palace disciple in 5 years, then they would be stripped of their identity as a Punlai Palace disciple. Therefore, the number of disciples maintained a dynamic balance. Every month, you can go to the reporting hall to receive cultivation resources. If you go out to practice, these cultivation resources will be accumulated and you can receive them next time. In addition, our outer palace disciples are all in the same residential area, but many unfamiliar disciples do not come and go. However, if you meet a Punlai Palace disciple outside and they are in danger, you must help them. Otherwise, you will be disregarding your relationship with your fellow disciples. Once you are found out, you will be punished. If the situation is serious, you may be expelled directly. We understand. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three suddenly understood. It was no wonder that Punlai Palace could enjoy such a reputation and status. This rule probably played a part in it. At least in the eyes of the outside practitioners, the disciples of Punlai Palace disciples were unusually united. Therefore, ordinary people did not dare to offend the disciples of Punlai Palace. Punlai Palace's disciples. If they are not strong enough, it is better to do it. If you Listening to Li Xingkai's introduction, although Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three did not know enough about the outer hall of Punlai Palace, they had a general outline in their hearts. At least, this outer hall was definitely not a very peaceful place. On the contrary, there would be much more friction here than outside Punlai Palace. Finally, under Li Xingkai's lead, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three finally arrived at the outer hall disciples' cultivation area. This way, they found that Long Yanwei's residence, which they went to before, was in the opposite direction from here. No wonder they did not see any cultivators before. Coming to this residential area was undoubtedly much more lively. There were many outer hall disciples, so this residential area was also a large area. Looking around, dozens of buildings turned out to be the residential area of outer hall disciples. Seeing such a scale, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were amazed. When they looked at the gate of Punlai Palace before, they felt that Punlai Palace was huge, but now looking at the residential area, they felt that everything they saw outside was nothing at all. What's more, this was only a residential area of outer hall disciples, not including other places. The entire Punlai Palace was divided into two areas, inner hall and outer hall. This Punlai Palace is really big, several times bigger than I thought. Shangguan Yingying's eyes flashed with surprise. Punlai Island was just an island. She really did not expect the sphere of influence on an island to be so large. When Xianxia nodded, when I was on Punlai Island earlier, I thought that Punlai Palace only occupied a small part of Punlai Island. Now it seems that Punlai Palace occupies more than half of Punlai Island. No wonder it's called Punlai Island. I just don't know if Hundred Flowers Island and Red Moon Island are the same. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Punlai Island should be the gathering place of Punlai Palace. The streets we saw before were just lively places developed around Punlai Palace. Only after entering the Punlai Palace would they understand the real situation. This was very different from what they knew before. This is the second building where I live. If you need anything in the future, you can come here to find me. Li Xingkai pointed at the building where he lived. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three looked around. The entire residential area of the outer palace looked exactly the same, except for the number of buildings marked on the buildings. As he spoke, Li Xingkai pointed to the other side. That's the fifth building where you live. I'll take you there first. There's a door number hanging on each door. You can confirm your room by looking at the door number. The four of you came in together, so you should live close to each other. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes lit up. If they lived close by, it would be the most convenient for them. When Li Xingkai led Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four to building number 5, many outer palace disciples' gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang's group of four. Their gazes were filled with surprise and doubt. I didn't expect new disciples to join today, but these guys seem a little too young. They can pass the assessment of Punlai Palace at such a young age. It seems that these guys are not simple. When almost everyone saw the age of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. To be able to reach such a cultivation at such a young age, they were truly geniuses. However, there were even more people who were unconvinced. All the cultivators here believed that they were geniuses and were absolutely unwilling to admit that they were inferior to anyone else. I don't know if these guys are strong or not, but their appearances are very outstanding. Look at those two women, they are both peerless beauties. Their temperament and appearance can be said to be unparalleled. The gazes of all the male disciples were attracted by Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying. When a cultivator's strength increased to a certain level, their appearance would also improve a lot. It was precisely because of this that when one reached the 5th level of the Purple Realm and above, it was impossible for ugly men and women to exist. At least, they looked very good. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying were already outstanding in appearance. Coupled with the improvement of their temperament, they appeared even more outstanding. Those two men are also very handsome. They look like pretty boys. When talking about Bewitching and Xianxia, the group of men were not so polite. Their appearance was definitely a great weapon for women. Everyone couldn't help but be envious and jealous. Compared to the disdain of the male disciples, the eyes of the female disciples lit up when they looked at Bewitching and Xianxia. It was human nature to eat and lust. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all liked to look at people with outstanding appearances. This kind of handsome appearance was definitely one of the best in the entire outer hall. Li Xingkai led Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three all the way to the fifth building. He heard everyone's discussion clearly and couldn't help but laugh. "Junior brother, junior sister, your appearances are really outstanding. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but be surprised." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but show some helplessness on their faces. The reason why they chose to disguise themselves before was also inseparable from this matter. It was because they were all easy to remember at a glance. After changing their appearances, they would become ordinary and no one would pay attention to them. This way, they would be able to save a lot of trouble. However, Punlai Palace had its own rules. Cultivators had to show their true faces in Punlai Palace. Otherwise, no one could be sure if you were really a disciple of Punlai Palace. Hence, this problem arose once again. Haha, when Xiran chuckled. This kind of praise was also troublesome for them. "This is building number 5. Your Chankuan bag contains the key to your residence. The house number is written on it, so you can go in directly. The manual also contains the various matters of living in the outer palace. I believe you will understand after reading it. If there's nothing else I can help you with, I'll take my leave first," Li Xingkai said with a smile. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three all cupped their hands. "Thank you, senior brother Li. Take care." Looking at the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three, Li Xingkai nodded. However, his expression was a little awkward and his footsteps were a little hesitant. However, after seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three didn't do anything else, he strode away. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three couldn't help but look at each other. Did they miss something? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shang Guaniying couldn't help but nod her head. "Hongzhuang, I also have the same feeling. It seems like there's a problem. But we didn't do anything wrong. What problem could there be?" Xiran raised his eyebrows. His face was full of doubt. He really couldn't think of anything wrong with their behavior. Bewitching looked at Li Xingkai's back as he left. His expression was unfathomable. He seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, he didn't say anything. "Forget it. Let's not think too much about it. Let's find our own residence first." Everyone nodded and immediately walked into the interior of the fifth building. They had been standing here for a long time. Many people had been staring at them. The number of gazes that were sizing them up was not ordinary. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found the place where they lived. Just as Li Xingkai said, their 4 rooms were adjacent to each other. It was very convenient. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door. When she saw it, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of amazement. The room was extremely large. It was even larger than the room in the inn. The furnishings and decorations inside were very simple. However, whether it was the material or other aspects, these things were obviously very valuable. This kind of living place was really satisfying. Wow, I didn't expect a room to be so big. It's really comfortable to live here. Shang Guaniying's eyes flashed with excitement. When they were outside, most of the places they lived were very simple. However, the room in front of them wasn't just a place to live. On the contrary, it was extremely comfortable. Bailey Hongzhuang's face rippled with a faint smile. The environment here is indeed not bad. It's quite good to cultivate here. They also needed their own residence on Punlai Island. After all, they couldn't always stay in the Magic Tower. After leaving the Magic Tower, they needed to find a place to settle down and cultivate in peace. Now it seemed that it was indeed a good choice for them to join Punlai Palace. Moreover, there were demon pet eggs. This time, they had really profited. For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were filled with gratitude towards Long Yanwei. If Long Yanwei had not gone to recruit them, they would have missed this great opportunity. However, at this moment, Long Yanwei's heart was filled with helplessness. He had stayed in Punlai Palace for so long, but he had never suffered such a big loss. His heart was filled with helplessness. "Yanwei, I heard that you recruited those 4 little fellows?" Easy Hua strode into Long Yanwei's residence with a big smile on his face. "You're really fast." However, Izihua did not receive a response from Long Yanwei. He only saw Long Yanwei sitting in the room with a helpless expression. "What's wrong with you? Why do you have such an expression?" Izihua couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't heard of Long Yanwei having any troubles recently. Long Yanwei waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. I suffered a huge loss today." Hearing this, Izihua could not help but be stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Did I hear wrongly? Is there anyone who dares to make you suffer? Is he tired of living?" Long Yanwei shook his head helplessly. "If I was cheated by the palace master, then so be it. I've already gotten used to it." "Not cheated by the palace master? Then who cheated you?" "There aren't many people in this Punlai palace who can cheat you." Izihua's eyes flashed with interest. He had known Long Yanwei for so long. Other than the palace master who could usually dig some things out of him, ordinary people really couldn't do it. After all, with Long Yanwei's identity, it was impossible for the other party to use force to suppress others. Sigh. "This time, I've really suffered a huge loss. I was cheated by those 4 little fellows." Long Yanwei spread out his hands. He said frankly. The moment these words came out, Izihua couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "You're talking about the 4 little fellows that you just recruited?" "That's right. It's them." "What did they cheat you of? Demon pet egg?" Long Yanwei nodded. "That's right. It's a demon pet egg." Izihua smiled faintly. He said, "Cheating you of a demon pet egg is indeed a huge price. However, those 4 little fellows all have a bright future. 2 of them are even inheritors of the blood-ground abyss. I feel that the possibility of them becoming inner palace disciples in the future is very high. Just treat it as a reward for them in advance. There's no need to be so worried. In any case, you can still take out a demon pet egg. It's not a big problem." Looking at Izihua's matter-of-fact appearance, the helplessness in Long Yanwei's heart grew. "It's not 1 demon pet egg. It's 3 demon pet eggs. If it was just 1 demon pet egg, I wouldn't have such an expression right now." Following Long Yanwei's words, Izihua couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Long Yanwei in astonishment. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. "What did you say? 3 demon pet eggs? I didn't hear wrongly, right?" Long Yanwei shook his head. "You didn't hear wrongly. It's 3 demon pet eggs." "Damn." Izihua couldn't help but ridicule. "Are you kidding me? In order to recruit the 4 little fellows back, you paid the price of 3 demon pet eggs? This price is too big. Do you really think so highly of them?" As he spoke, Izihua couldn't help but shake his head. "That's not right. For a miser like you, it would take half a day for the palace master to come here and dig out a single demon pet egg. How could you possibly agree to take out 3 demon pet eggs in one go? Sigh, these are all tricks. Speaking of which, it's my fault for not being careful with my words." Long Yanwei waved his hand. "Forget it. Since things have come to this, I won't say anything more." However, Izihua's interest was piqued, and he said, "Tell me about it. It's not easy to encounter such a situation, so I have to understand how you suffered such a loss." Facing Izihua's stubbornness, Long Yanwei had no choice but to tell Izihua about how he recruited Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. After hearing all this, Izihua was shocked, but at the same time, he was also very interested in Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. "Haha, you, Master Long, personally went to recruit a cultivator but was rejected. If this news were to spread, it would be unbelievable. Ha ha ha." Izihua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just thinking about Long Yanwei's expression when he was rejected, he felt that it must be extremely interesting. Looking at Izihua's expression, Long Yanwei couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was the most helpless thing about meeting a newcomer. No matter how you introduced yourself, the other party was completely clueless. Izihua put away his joking expression, and a trace of seriousness emerged on his face. 1 person contracting 3 demonic beasts, this was incredible news. If every cultivator could contract a few demonic beasts, then their battle prowess would be greatly enhanced. In other words, if someone wanted to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, then not only would they have to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang alone, they would also have to deal with her 3 extremely terrifying contracted beasts. Aside from group battles, who could beat Bailey Hongzhuang in a duel? Long Yanwei nodded. I also feel that this point is really hard to fathom, but when I looked at the contracted totems of the 3 contracted beasts, they really are exactly the same. That's strange, I've never heard of such a strange thing. Yizihua frowned. Has such a thing happened in the history of the Xianxia continent? I've checked the ancient records, but there doesn't seem to be such a record. I can't tell how Bailey Hongzhuang did it. At this point, Long Yanwei seemed to have forgotten that he had been tricked, and his eyes flashed with a strong light of interest. He was very interested in studying this kind of thing that was beyond the scope of understanding. Looking at Long Yanwei like this, Yizihua couldn't help but laugh. Don't you always say that there's nothing new? Now that so many new things have appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang, isn't it just right for you to study? If she leaves, you won't be able to continue to understand these things, so if you suffer this loss, then so be it. At most, I'll accompany you to look for newborn beasts in a few days. That's what you said. You'll accompany me in a few days. Long Yanwei's face suddenly revealed a smile, sweeping away the haze from before. It was precisely because of Yizihua's words that he decided to suffer this loss. Although the price he had to pay was a bit high, the benefits he wanted were also the same. After Li Xingkai sent Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to their residence, he returned to his own residence. On the way, there were many people who knew Li Xingkai who stopped him. Li Xingkai, where did those 4 guys come from? Were they recruited by some master? The faces of all the cultivators flashed with excitement. Now was not the time for Penglai Palace to recruit new people, so most of the cultivators who came at this time were recruited by the higher-ups of Penglai Palace. Everyone paid the most attention to such cultivators on a daily basis. They were recruited by Master Long, Li Xingkai told the truth. As soon as Li Xingkai finished speaking, the expressions of all the cultivators changed. Their faces were filled with shock. Master Long? They were actually recruited by Master Long? How is this possible? I have been in the Penglai Palace for so long, but this is the first time I have heard of Master Long actively recruiting cultivators. Li Xingkai, did you make a mistake? Seeing everyone's doubtful expressions, Li Xingkai could not help but say, why would I lie to you about this? I just happened to go to Master Long's place. When Master Long saw me, he said that he had recruited 4 cultivators and asked me to report to him. Seeing Li Xingkai's serious expression and that he didn't seem to be joking at all, everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. Since they were recruited by Master Long, I'm afraid their strength is not simple. Maybe they have an extraordinary background. After all, there are very few people who can make Master Long show up. The cultivators who were originally very disdainful of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 gradually changed their minds. With Master Long as their backer, they were already not someone they could afford to provoke. So, you should have gained a lot of benefits from them, right? Everyone looked at Li Xingkai curiously. In their Penglai Palace, no matter who they asked for help, they would have to pay a certain price. This was also the reason why everyone was very willing to help. Otherwise, everyone would be very busy. Who would be interested in helping you? Hearing this question, Li Xingkai's expression suddenly collapsed. Don't mention it. I also think that these guys should be worth a lot. I didn't expect them to only say thank you to me. There was no substantial gratitude. I'm really speechless. Today's trip was completely in vain. Thinking of the matter-of-fact expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, Li Xingkai was furious. Although they could receive cultivation resources every month when they cultivated in Penglai Palace, it was still far from enough for them. The competition for resources was always the fiercest. Originally, he thought that it was a good job for Master Long to let him bring these 4 people to report. No matter what, he would have a good harvest. He did not expect that he would spend so much effort to introduce so many things to them and personally send them to building number 5. In the end, he only got a word of gratitude. What was the use of gratitude? What he needed was an actual thank you, not a verbal thank you. Okay. As Li Xingkai's voice fell, everyone could not help but be stunned again. Their expressions suddenly became interesting. Many people even laughed at him without giving him any face. They are cultivators recruited by Master Long. Why would they need to give you substantial gratitude? Maybe they think that it's already an honor for you to serve them, haha. I thought you would be able to gain something this time. I didn't expect it to be all for naught. What a waste of effort. That's not necessarily true. Maybe these people don't know the rules of our Punlai Palace, so they made such a joke. The disciples of the outer hall spoke one after another, each with different opinions. Li Xingkai waved his hand. He had long lost interest in this reason. Consider it my bad luck today and a waste of time. Don't ask me anything. I don't know anything about them. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xingkai left with a gloomy face. He had been smiling for so long today, but he did not expect this ending. It really made him feel helpless. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had just familiarized themselves with their new residence and were immersed in satisfaction. They didn't know that they had become the subject of everyone's discussion, and they also didn't know about the blunder they had made. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat together, and Wen Xiren couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the four of them looked at each other. None of them had a definite answer because no matter if it was staying here or going to the Demon Refining Tower, they were both good choices. Listening to Bewitching's suggestion, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three also took out manuals from their Qianquan bags. Li Xingkai introduced to them a lot of things to pay attention to when interacting with fellow disciples in the outer hall. However, he did not mention how to cultivate in the Punlai Palace and how the outer hall could help cultivators. Therefore, they did not know how the outer hall disciples usually cultivated. If it was just to stay in the house and cultivate in seclusion, it was obviously meaningless. Instead, they might as well go to the cultivation area of the magic refining tower to cultivate. Not only could they improve their cultivation quickly there, but they could also save a lot of time. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three finished reading the contents of the manual, they also had a certain understanding of the outer hall. It turned out that the Punlai Palace also had a cultivation area that belonged to them, but this cultivation area also required a certain amount of merit points. In order to obtain merit points, cultivators needed to go to other islands to hunt monsters through the transmission array inside the Punlai Palace. As long as they brought back the gallbladder of the monster, they could go to the reporting hall to exchange for merit points. Using these merit points, cultivators would be able to cultivate in the cultivation area. Not only that, these merit points also represented the glory of the cultivator. Similarly, these merit points could also be traded, equivalent to the currency in the Punlai Palace. However, spirit stones could also achieve the same effect, but using spirit stones to enter the cultivation area to cultivate, the price was not ordinary. Therefore, most of the cultivators in the outer hall chose to go to the islands to hunt monsters to obtain merit points. After understanding all this, Bailey Hongzhuang's face showed a look of realization. I was wondering why many of the cultivators we saw before were injured. They must have come back from hunting monsters and are now recuperating. Bewitching nodded and said in a deep voice, so, most of the disciples in the outer hall are only in 3 places. One is on the island outside, the second is recuperating in the residence, and the third is cultivating in the cultivation area. Actually, this kind of life isn't too different from our demon refining tower. The only difference is that one is fighting against monstrous beasts, while the other is fighting against cultivators. Wen Xiren spread out his hands and spoke of the similarities. Shangguan glanced at everyone and said, then what do you all think? In my opinion, we should stay in the Punlai Palace first and consider leaving after we get the monster pet egg. Bewitching said slowly. Since the difference between the Punlai Palace and the magic refining tower was not big, it was better to stay here first. Long Yanwei had already promised to choose a suitable contract beast for them. Presumably, it wouldn't take long before it would be delivered to their hands. Listening to Bewitching's words, Xiren agreed. That's decided then. I wonder how long it will take for me to receive news from Master Long. I'm really looking forward to having a contract beast. She had been looking forward to this day, she had been looking forward to Bewitching's. And Hongzhuang D and Bewitching's S. Beidou B. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been cultivating in seclusion in the house. In fact, they were all cultivating in the ocean world. Ever since the battle with Gao Hanshun, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three found that their fighting strength still needed to be improved. If it wasn't for the poison in Bailey Hongzhuang's body, they would have already been defeated when they fought with Gao Hanshun. It was just a slight difference, and the winner was the king while the loser was the bandit. Speaking of which, their victory in this battle also had an element of luck. However, this kind of luck did not appear every time. The most important thing was to improve their own strength. While Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had this kind of feeling, Xiran and Shangguanying felt it even more deeply. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had the inheritance of the blood refining tower, and the blood chi field could directly help them improve their cultivation. Therefore, although they both had a cultivation of the 5th level of the purple realm, there was a big gap in their fighting strength. If their strength could also increase explosively in the previous battle, then they wouldn't be in such a predicament. The biggest pressure fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. This was not what they wanted to see. Therefore, when Xiran and Shangguanying had made up their minds to improve this. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching found that Xiran and Shangguanying often stayed together to cultivate, but they didn't know what Xiran and Shangguanying were cultivating. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching asked, Xiran always smiled and said it was a secret weapon. As they drifted in the ocean world for a long time, they also began to see the existence of islands. Because Xiran and Shangguanying both needed a place to cultivate, they simply stayed on this island for a period of time. Every time Xiran and Shangguanying finished cultivating, they had an exhausted look on their faces. It was obvious that the cultivation was extremely difficult. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were also puzzled. They did not understand what the two of them were cultivating to be able to exhaust themselves every time. It was truly puzzling. I've noticed that Ying has been unusually tired every day. Even the color on her face has faded quite a bit. I wonder what they're cultivating. It's really too tiring. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes revealed a faint look of concern. She didn't care what secret weapon Xiran and Shangguanying were cultivating. She just felt that if this continued, their bodies might not be able to take it. Xiran and the others should have their own plans. Since they have been so insistent, they must have their own reasons. The only thing we can do is to support them. Bewitching had a gentle smile on his face. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was sincerely concerned about Xiran, but he also knew that Xiran would not do something without a reason. Since they had chosen to do this, it proved that they felt that this was the right choice. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I still have some pills that can replenish blood and qi. I'll give them to them later. It should be of some help. My wife is so understanding. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongzhuang dotingly. It's good that the two of them are busy cultivating on the other side of the island every day. It gives us some time to spend alone. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. Her gaze fell on the corpse of the monster they had just killed. This kind of scene doesn't seem to be very harmonious with enjoying some alone time, does it? When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three were wholeheartedly cultivating in the ocean world, their story gradually spread in the Punlai Palace. There were many cultivators in the Punlai Palace, so it was not difficult to investigate some things. Not to mention that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three's battle was not far from the Punlai Palace, and there were many cultivators watching. Therefore, as long as someone asked around, they would be able to know the truth. These 4 new disciples are not big shots with backgrounds. You don't have to guess blindly. They are just 4 newcomers who came to the Punlai Island not long ago. Since they are just ordinary newcomers, how could they be recruited by Master Long? Master Long's vision is extraordinarily high. They killed the sect master of the heaven-shaking faction in the previous battle, and 2 of them obtained the inheritance of the blood-ground abyss. A cultivator who knew the truth slowly explained the situation. As soon as these words came out, many disciples showed a look of realization. Recently, this news had been spreading in the Punlai Island. 2 inheritors of the blood-ground abyss appeared at once. This was not something that could be easily seen. Moreover, they defeated the sect master of the heaven-shaking faction. From that day onwards, the heaven-shaking faction completely disappeared from the Punlai Island. How could people not be shocked? I also heard about this matter, but as far as I know, it was a group of 3 men and 1 woman. The newcomers are 2 men and 2 women. It doesn't seem right, right? You don't know this. The 3 men and 1 woman from before were just their disguise. I heard this news from Master Long's subordinates. It is absolutely true. In addition, there is an even more shocking news, but Master Long's subordinates did not let me say it. Listening to this cultivator's deliberately mystifying words, the curiosity of the Outer Palace disciples was almost ignited. Master Long's sudden recruitment of 4 rookies filled everyone with suspicion. They felt that there might be some other reason behind this, but no one knew what it was. At this moment, there was finally someone who knew the inside story, so they naturally did not want to let go. Quickly tell us, what is the more shocking news? If you want to hear it, you have to pay something. Looking at the other party's appearance, everyone felt helpless and immediately took out spirit stones from their arms. Compared to some spirit stones, they were more interested in the inside story. I heard that Master Long agreed to give them 3 monster eggs, and they are monster eggs that are suitable for their cultivation, not low-level monster eggs. As the cultivator's voice fell, everyone present could not help but be dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock, and even more so, they were in disbelief. Don't joke around. That's impossible. 3 monster eggs? Unless Master Long's brain was squeezed by a door, how could he agree to such a condition? In the face of this person's solemn vow, everyone was still skeptical because this news was too explosive. Isn't it only possible to obtain a demon pet egg from Master Long by becoming an Inner Palace disciple? Outer Palace disciples simply don't have the possibility to obtain it. That's right. Even if it's an Inner Palace disciple, not everyone can obtain a demon pet egg, unless it's someone with extremely outstanding strength. These 4 people have only just arrived at Punlai Island. What ability do they have to make Master Long pay such a price? Your news is simply too unconvincing. If it was anyone else, they would find it hard to believe. Everyone looked at each other. This news was like someone telling them that all the Outer Palace disciples of Punlai Palace could directly become Inner Palace disciples. It was like a fantasy story. It was hard to believe. I'm not sure what the reason is. However, this matter is indeed true. It's up to you to believe it or not. I've already taken your spirit stones. If I still say such nonsense, then wouldn't I be asking for trouble? A displeased expression appeared on the man's face. It wasn't easy for him to find out such explosive news. Originally, he thought that it would surprise everyone. He didn't expect that everyone would continuously doubt it. The result was very different from what he imagined. I do know that he does have an extremely good personal relationship with Master Long's subordinates. Presumably, he wouldn't use such a thing to deceive us. This wouldn't do him any good. At this time, another cultivator came out to help testify. Seeing this, everyone's expression couldn't help but gradually change. Their minds were constantly thinking about the possibility of this matter. If all of this was true, then things would be interesting. 3 demon pet eggs. That was a treasure that anyone would be jealous of. A demon pet egg that could match with a Purple Realm 5th level cultivation. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was truly worth tens of thousands of gold. In the entire Punlai Island, other than Master Long who could take it out, no one else could. In other words, this was a treasure that had a price but no market, even if you really took out a lot of spirit stones to exchange for it. With Master Long's wealth, he wouldn't even put this money in his eyes. This was the most tragic part. If it was just for money, it was still possible for everyone to put their lives on the line. However, if it was about favors or other aspects, it would be even more difficult. As far as I know, even if the palace master wants to get a high-level monster pet egg from Master Long, it will take a lot of effort. These 4 newcomers just came to Punlai Island. What ability do they have to make Master Long make such a decision? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. This was too difficult for them to understand. However, even more cultivators were still in disbelief because Master Long would not be so generous. However, this suspicion was completely dispelled after Master Long's subordinate admitted it himself. Ever since that person revealed this news, almost everyone with some ability tried to find Master Long's subordinates to ask about this matter again and again. They proposed all kinds of tempting conditions and finally managed to pry open the other party's mouth. As expected, all of this was actually real. The entire outer hall was in an uproar when this news was released. Master Long actually gave out 3 demon pet eggs in one go, and they were even high-level demon pet eggs. Many people were waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 to come out. They wanted to know what was going on from Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3, and how they got Master Long to agree to give out 3 demon pet eggs. However, since the day Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 reported, they had been staying in the house and had never appeared. Even if someone knocked on the door, there was no response. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone saw them enter the house and never come out, everyone would have thought that they had gone out. Almost every day, there were cultivators who didn't believe it and knocked on the door, but the result was the same. The other party didn't pay any attention to them. Everyone was already jealous of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's treatment. Now that they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 being so arrogant and ignoring everyone's attitude, they also felt a strong displeasure in their hearts. They only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had the protection of Master Long, so they thought highly of themselves and looked down on the other cultivators in the outer palace. When Li Xingkai found out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had obtained such great benefits from Master Long, he couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's position in Master Long's heart was really not ordinary. He also began to feel a little lucky that he didn't directly fall out with Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3. However, the jealousy in his heart was even stronger than the other cultivators. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had already obtained so many benefits from Master Long. In the end, they didn't even give him any benefits. It was really too stingy. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 were wholeheartedly cultivating in the ocean world. They didn't know that so many things had happened when they were in seclusion. They only wanted to hunt demon beasts because the demon beasts in the ocean world also had the guts. It was proven that as long as the demon beast's cultivation reached the purple realm, it would have the guts. According to their judgment, there wasn't much difference between this essence gallbladder and the essence gallbladder of the outside world, but there were some differences between the demon crystals. The demonic crystals naturally went into White Lion's stomach. Its cultivation method was far from what Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could compare with. Since White Lion's cultivation could be improved through this method, they naturally hoped that White Lion's strength would increase as much as possible. This would also increase their overall strength. Merit points were extremely important in the Punlai Palace. They had already made plans. After they obtained the demon pet egg from Long Yanwei, they would go through the teleportation array to hunt demon beasts. In the process of hunting demonic beasts, no one would pay attention to how many demonic beasts you had killed. They could have put the primordial gall stones they had obtained from the oceanic world into it. To them, the essence gallbladder had the same function as spirit stones. However, the merit points that could be exchanged for using essence gallbladders were much more valuable than spirit stones. Therefore, in the process of hunting demonic beasts, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 spared no effort. With the island as the center, they hunted demonic beasts for a day and cultivated for another day. In this process, the primordial gall stones in their bodies were constantly gathering. Since Bewitching's physique had completely changed, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 discovered the power of this physique in cultivation. Obviously, the 4 of them were all sitting together cultivating, but the primordial gall stones in the air were almost all attracted by Bewitching and continuously poured into Bewitching's body. After cultivating in the ocean world for several days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 felt that the time was not short. Only then did they decide to leave the ocean world. After all, before they entered the ocean world, Long Yanwei had already told them that it would take a certain amount of time to choose the demon pet eggs. He told them to come find him after 10 days. If Long Yanwei had already helped them choose a suitable contract beast, Long Yanwei would send someone to inform them after 10 days. If not, then they would continue to wait for the news. In this regard, according to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3's judgment, Long Yanwei's demon pet eggs were probably placed in another place. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Long Yanwei's arrangement was very correct. As the only contract master in the Punlai Palace, Long Yanwei's reputation and status were extremely resounding. The demon pet eggs were extremely precious treasures. If they were placed in his residence, then some of the large forces might directly launch a sneak attack. Although the vast majority of people did not have such courage, for example, the Crimson Moon sect would not be afraid. If they were really ambushed, then the loss would be unimaginably huge. Therefore, Long Yanwei must have hidden these demon pet eggs in an extremely hidden and safe place. Today happened to be the 10th day. In other words, they had been cultivating in the ocean world for an entire month. After exiting the cultivation state, Bailey Hongshuang and the other three opened the door. They wanted to see if Long Yanwei had sent anyone to inform them today. However, just as Bailey Hongshuang and the other three opened the door, they discovered that many cultivators' gazes had landed on them. And these gazes were all somewhat unfriendly. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but frown. His heart was filled with doubts. When they first came to the Punlai Palace, there were also many people sizing them up. However, at that time, although these gazes were filled with curiosity, there were not many unfriendly gazes. They had only been in seclusion for a short 10 days. What happened to make everyone have such a change? Why do I feel that everyone's gazes don't seem to be too friendly? Shang Guaniying looked at the cultivators around them and keenly discovered that these gazes were unusual. She could not help but feel puzzled. You're not the only one who feels this way. I feel the same way. Wen Xiran nodded in agreement. We've been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days. We haven't done anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens. Debachen's eyes flashed with a pondering light. His face quietly became a bit heavier. He said, could it be that the news of us getting the demon pet egg from Master Long spread out? Other than this piece of news, he couldn't think of anything else that could make everyone feel this way about them. Jealousy was an emotion that everyone would have, and the 3 demon pet eggs were enough to make all the disciples jealous. Once this news spread out, it wouldn't be strange for everyone to reveal such an expression. Following Debachen's words, Bailey Hongshuang and the other two's expressions turned grave. If that was really the case, then the situation would be very bad. End of chapter 33:45. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.